Chapter 1. Commander of the Stars. Parting the clouds to see the bright moon. The jade rabbit perched on a branch. Starry eyes half closed, soft bones and tender muscles. A few drops of beautiful tears. I've completed the 3 promises I made to you. Lin Bei fastened his shirt buttons. Behind him on the bed lay an incredibly beautiful woman with blushing cheeks, gazing at him with infatuated eyes, her jade-like skin quivering slightly. Really, can't we have one more time? No. Lin Bei shook his head. Within the Galactic Federation, there were many women who wished to have a deeper connection with him. He looked at the woman on the bed. Her name was Hylon, the top female star of the Galactic Federation. Her long, water blue hair flowed like liquid metal, and her eyes were a deep, dark blue, resembling the vast, boundless virtual universe. Her figure was curvaceous, her skin radiating a cold light, her body flawless. No wonder she was the dream of billions of citizens in the Galactic Federation. What is our relationship now? Hylon bit her lip. Our relationship is akin to that of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, naturally deep in friendship, so we can be considered friends, Lin Bei smiled. Friends, Hylon murmured. Faced with such irresponsible words that sounded like flirtation, she showed no anger instead. Her delicate face revealed a hint of surprise and delight. Thank you. I feel honored to be your friend. Hee. Lin Bei smiled, but remained silent as he pushed open the door. The alloy door swung open, revealing a resplendent corridor with a golden carpet. At the same time, a soft and delicate voice reached his ears. Commander. Coming towards him was a girl who was half human and half machine. Her waist-length hair, an extraordinarily rare fantasy silver, flowed down to her hips. Dressed in a tight black combat suit that accentuated her impressive curves, her long legs were straight and slender, complemented by black knee-high boots. In her hands was a mechanical standard interstellar rifle. Her features were picturesque, and her eyes brimmed with respect, seemingly containing some admiration as well. Elena. Lin Bei smiled. When he looked at Hylon, his gaze was purely primal. But at this moment, his eyes held a touch of gentleness. She was his aide, Elena. He had brought her back from the slums of the carbon planet BS, intending to do a good deed, but Elena's talent and marksmanship was unparalleled in the universe. Soon, she offered him her loyalty. Watching Elena in the game, Lin Bei wanted to say something, but suddenly he heard the excited shouts of a couple fighting. It was from the neighbors. Come on, I can't wait. Don't, not there. Damn it. Lin Bei couldn't hold back anymore. He was playing a game, and this was seriously ruining the immersion. He grabbed his headphones and turned the game volume up to the max, barely drowning out the noise. Once I have money, I must rent a 3-bedroom apartment. Lin Bei cursed. But there was nothing he could do. He was just a poor freshman still in school, and the only place he could rent was in a village in the city. Renting was out of necessity. Within the school, he was stuck in a major he didn't like, living a boring life. That was one thing, but the key was that his roommate had to play 5 games at night, singing Water Buffalo Chronicles together. I'm so freaking awesome. Lin Bei was on edge, and he felt he was developing symptoms of depression, so he had to move out to rent a place. His monthly living expenses were $1,200, and the rent was $700. Asking his family for money? Forget it. The beginning of his freshman year. When his parents found out he was playing games, they went on Dohai to ask what to do if their child wasn't studying hard. Someone commented below, he's playing Genshin Impact. Then the next day, while Lin Bei was still dreaming of finding a bathroom, he was groggily slapped awake and, under his parents' strong insistence, uninstalled Genshin Impact from his phone. What the hell? That's right, Lin Bei had played Genshin Impact, but only to make money, helping others complete daily tasks. And it wasn't just Genshin Impact. He had played other money-making games, but unfortunately, he never saved up much money. Working part-time? That was never going to happen. Lin Bei was quite optimistic. After becoming neurotic, he found he could let go of many things. Life was like this, so just enjoy it. Back to the game Commander of the Stars. This was a beta game, promoted in QQ groups. The initial beta invited 1,000 players. At first, Lin Bei could see a few live players, but after playing for a while, he couldn't see a single soul. Yet oddly, for such a game that seemed to be dying, the game developers still paid him to play. Every time he achieved something, they would pay him a certain amount. At first, Lin Bei refused. What was the point of a single-player game? He never played single-player games. But they offered too much. So, Lin Bei began his solo interstellar journey, starting as a lowly soldier of the Kate Empire. slowly climbing up the ranks. Now he was the supreme commander of the Galactic Federation, leading the entire Galactic Federation, reconnecting to the parallel universe brain-machine system. Dear Commander Lin Bei, welcome. Commander? Elena stood beside him, her delicate figure pressed close to him, loyally guarding his safety. The production team must have some bias towards men, making Elena's model look so beautiful. Lin Bei admired Elena's face until she blushed and turned her head away. Commander of the Stars. This game, while niche, had the best modeling Lin Bei had ever seen, almost indistinguishable from reality. And not just the modeling, the various complex settings also made it impressively intricate. When he first encountered the game's setting knowledge, he even doubted whether, if these concepts were applied in reality, it could truly form an invincible interstellar fleet. Such a fun game. And they still had to pay to recruit players? Lin Bei was initially confused, but gradually he realized this game was really dark. It was a money trap. He had thought of quitting countless times, but the girls in the game were just too enticing. Commander, Elena's face wore a deep look of concern as she reported. The Zerg Mother Nest is continuously expanding its territory. They have already established initial nests in the Tianshan and Sanlin star systems. It won't be long before the entire Galactic Federation is destroyed. Leaders of all the empires are waiting for your decision, that if you judge that this war cannot be fought, the empires will decide to abandon their homes and traverse through temporal wormholes to unknown star systems for survival. Lin Bei paused. Elena looked at Lin Bei, her eyes filled with glistening tears. Don't you want to leave? Lin Bei asked. It's the same wherever I go. Ever since the space pirates killed my parents, I have long been without a home. Commander, I'm scared. I'm scared you don't want to escape. Elena whispered as she cried. Why? Lin Bei countered. Because your life is more important than any interests. The leaders of the empires believe that as long as you lead us, we can build a vast interstellar civilization in the new stars. Elena said earnestly. No, I meant your thoughts. Lin Bei asked. My thoughts? Elena hesitated, her gaze meeting Lin Bei's aggressive eyes. For a moment, her face flushed, and she instinctively wanted to look down, but then she suddenly realized something. Taking a deep breath, she said, Where you are is my new home. Very well. Lin Bei nodded in affirmation. The game's production team had some skill in writing lines. No matter how he asked, the NPCs in the game could respond with vivid language. Initially, Lin Bei thought it was due to the production team using AI technology, but later, he began to suspect. Was there a real person behind it all? Maybe he's just a rough guy picking his feet. But it doesn't matter anymore. After all, I'm just a smelly gamer. Playing games and getting paid is simply wonderful. Reining in his random thoughts, Lin Bei walked into the conference room, connected to the Cosmic Communication Network, and his virtual avatar projection was sent into various universes. Leaders of various empires held their breath. Life on each planet prayed and pleaded. The mother of the insect hive gazed seriously. They were all waiting for Lin Bei's speech. Elena stood behind Lin Bei, her delicate face showing obvious nervousness. Don't worry, Lin Bei gently comforted her, then straightened his expression and addressed the expectations of the entire interstellar universe. Everyone, I am Lin Bei, the Supreme Commander of the Interstellar Federation. Chapter 2. The Support of the High Priestess. Under the attention of the whole world, Lin Bei gave a speech. As for the content, it was naturally bragging. After all, the audience was just a bunch of NPCs. Lin Bei. If you ask me, the Insect Queen is a treasure. Comparing the Insect Queen to the national goddess Hylon, the Insect Queen has a long lifespan, and women become more flavorful as they age. That's one win. The Insect Queen has strong reproductive ability. She's a wife. That's 2 wins. The Insect Queen 2 wins. Hylon 0 wins. That's 3 wins. The Insect Queen 3 wins. Isn't it awesome? Just brag. Lin Bei also wanted to test the NPCs to see how the world's NPCs would react to his nonsense. No matter what he said, it would be regarded as a model of wisdom and martial prowess by the Interstellar Federation. Sure enough, only a few characters are controlled by real people. The rest are all machines. Lin Bei concluded in his heart. What he didn't know was, at the same time, in the Kate Empire, the Imperial Council, a woman with dyed golden hair, clad in black armor, sat high in the main seat. Her delicate face was full of majesty, exuding a heavy aura of dominance. She held a golden, holy sword representing power. She was the Pope of the Empire, the highest authority. Lin Bei's voice echoed in the council, and she listened intently. Your Holiness. Below, a young man knelt. Speak quickly. Don't disturb my listening to Commander Lin Bei's teachings. The Pope frowned. Your Holiness, do you really not think he is talking nonsense? The young man questioned. Oh, nonsense, from where does that come? If you can't say it, I will have you beheaded. A trace of undisguised anger appeared on the Pope's delicate face. Listen to what he said. The insect queen, 3 wins. That's 4 wins. Is this something a human can say? The young man challenged. He. The Pope laughed. You are still too impetuous. Your knowledge is too shallow. As she laughed, her expression suddenly turned angry. Come, take this person down and execute him in public. The young man was stunned. He was the Empire's newly appointed general. And just for saying something bad about Lin Bei, how could the usually tolerant Pope want to kill him? But looking at the approaching guards, the young man felt a storm rise in his heart, realizing that the Pope was not joking. I refuse to accept this. Your Holiness, if you have the ability, then explain what deep meaning there is in Lin Bei's words. Or is it that you have a relationship with him? The young man suddenly stood up. Everyone knew the Pope of the Jade Empire had a connection with Commander Lin Bei. It was rumored that it was the Pope who offered loyalty to Lin Bei, securing her position as Pope. Tao produces 1, 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, 3 produces all things. The Pope said lightly, 3 produces all things? The young man was stunned. This is Commander Lin Bei's famous, saying every word he says contains endless philosophy. With my wisdom, I sometimes can't fully understand it, let alone you. Arrogant and proud. You are not worthy to be a commander of the Empire. The Pope's gaze was filled with killing intent as she waved her hand to the guards. The young man's figure burst forth, his body quickly covered with a layer of armor, and with turbo acceleration, he actually flew up. But the next moment, a laser pierced through his body, and the once great general fell to the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance. Does anyone else dare to question? The Pope looked down, and the council fell silent. No one dared to voice an opinion. Seeing that everyone had become obedient, she nodded in satisfaction and quietly listened to Lin Bei's speech, her delicate face showing signs of contemplation. The rumors were wrong. She did not have a relationship with Lin Bei. In fact, she had always wanted to have one with him, but had been rejected. As a pursuer, she understood best how ruthless this seemingly kind Lin Bei truly was. Similar situations occurred on many planets and empires. And at this moment, Lin Bei, who was speaking, had no idea and continued to chatter cheerfully. Finally, he got tired talking. Let's get to the point. Lin Bei's expression became serious. Everyone, we cannot abandon the Interstellar Federation. We cannot escape. This is the place that gives us life. This is our home. We cannot escape. If we flee, we will never have a home again. Certainly, we can search for another place to settle in the endless cosmic sea, which may be the home for our descendants, but it is not our home. What we have lost will never come back. Then let's fight. Commander. Elena's face turned pale. She looked at the imposing Lin Bei, her heart filled with endless sorrow. She knew that with Lin Bei's pride, he would never back down to the same time. In the stars, all residents of the Federation also took a deep breath, looking at the solemn Lin Bei, and couldn't help but admire this commander. Better to die than to submit. The ministers bow to the southern monarch and stand alone against the north. What a precious pride this is. Indeed, Lin Bei, this is you. The Pope murmured, clenching her delicate fists, an unstoppable killing intent radiating from her azure eyes. Fight. Then let's fight. In an instant, a surge of pride rose in the hearts of all citizens of the Interstellar Federation. Bragging feels so good. Lin Bei sighed for a moment. He really felt as if he had entered the world of this Interstellar Federation, becoming the commander of the Interstellar Federation. Perhaps this is the meaning of the game. Ding. Would you like to recharge 998 to purchase the weapon Dimension Ripping Blade Quantum Annihilation Cannon? Lin Bei fell into silence, damn it. He got angry just looking at this recharge panel. That's right. This internal test game is ridiculously expensive. Although the client hired him to play games and paid him a salary, Lin Bei did not save much. All the money he saved was spent on the game. Damn game official. Always thinking about scamming money. Damn it. Lin Bei cursed, but he still pressed the recharge confirmation button. No matter what, He is the supreme commander of the Interstellar Federation. In 3 months, he took 3 months to grow from a soldier to this point. He has seen this world, made many friends, and had fleeting romances with many charming interstellar female thieves, as well as in-depth exchanges with countless female stars of the Federation that I in this world. He has subordinates, friends, confidants, and also Elena. Lin Bei looked at his aide. Elena was sobbing, silently crying. She kept wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, making every effort to hide her crying from Lin Bei. She was afraid. She was afraid that this counterattack against the insect race would cause Lin Bei to lose his life, and then she would have no meaning in living. She tried hard to suppress her tears, not wanting her emotions to interfere with Lin Bei. But as Lin Bei's gaze turned to her, Elena could no longer hold on. Tears streamed down her delicate face. Her voice choked. "Commander, am I really useless?" "Don't worry." Lin Bei reached out to wipe away the tears on Elena's face. "In 10 minutes, this world will be calm again." Elena was taken aback. Lin Bei withdrew his hand and quickly entered the command cabin, closing his eyes. "Deploy the dimensional tear blade. Deploy the quantum annihilation cannon." Deploying. Deployment complete. Location at the uninhabited planet of Banamo. Target acquisition. Target designated as Zerg Mother Nest. Searching. Search successful. There are 13 core Zerg Mother Nests in the Interstellar Federation. Energy loading. Attack in half a minute. Command issued. Weapon energy is being loaded. Countdown begins. 30, 29. Huh. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. The feeling of being a Kryptonian was really nice. "Commander." Elena walked in, holding a piece of letter paper in her hand, seemingly wanting to say something. "Elena, you're just in time." Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Such an impressive scene, needed someone to accompany him. Wasn't the money well spent? The game developers were thoughtful. Bringing Elena here was just perfect. "What's wrong?" Elena walked closer. Seeing Lin Bei's excited expression, she hesitated but ultimately chose to tuck the letter into her clothes. "What'd you stuff in your clothes?" Lin Bei asked. "Nothing." "Commander, what do you want to say?" Elena gazed at Lin Bei. "Wait a moment." Lin Bei opened a virtual screen, switching to a Godseya view to observe the entire universe of the Interstellar Federation. That wasn't enough. He then pulled up 13 screens, each focusing on the 13 Zerg Mother Nests in the universe. Lin Bei smiled. "Close your eyes. Count down from 17 seconds. Countdown? 17 seconds? Elena was a bit confused, but she still closed her eyes and chose to comply, starting the countdown. 17, 16, 3, 2, 1. She opened her eyes and looked at the screen. Nothing happened. Elena was even more puzzled. But the next moment, she saw a sight she would never forget for the rest of her life. Chapter 3: The Taste of an Electronic Girlfriend is quite nice. What a spectacular sight. An energy field generated by superstrings was rapidly activated, quickly transmitting through the universe's dark matter world, with halos rippling like waves, like sharp blades, striking the Zerg Mother Nest. Buzz. A strong buzzing sound swept in, spreading throughout the universe. It seemed as if a rift had been opened in the cosmos, and within that rift, there was neither light nor darkness, only endless void, rich with powerful attraction, directly pulling the enormous Zerg Mother Nest inside. Following that, countless lasers crossed the cosmic space, entering the void world field, triggering an instant annihilation reaction through precise control of matter and antimatter at the quantum level. Boom! Matter was deconstructed, all transforming into energy, and at that moment, the Zerg Mother Nest exploded like a massive firework, bursting open. The shockwave spread across the universe. Even the command room, where Lin Bei and Elena were located, felt a violent impact. Elena watched, tears suddenly streaming down her cheeks. This time it was out of joy. "Do you like the fireworks I set off?" Lin Bei smiled. "Commander." Elena could no longer suppress her emotions. She threw herself into Lin Bei's arms, crying uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking, tears soaking Lin Bei's body. "Why are you acting like a little girl?" Lin Bei was taken aback. After all, Elena had never acted this way before, always maintaining a cold demeanor. Is her character breaking down? "Commander." Elena looked up, meeting Lin Bei's gaze. Resembling a little kitten, her voice choked with sobs. "I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to leave. Don't worry, we're all still alive, right?" Lin Bei comforted her, wanting to say something more, but the next moment, his lips were suddenly kissed by a cool touch. First it was cool, then it turned into intense heat. Elena's face flushed, but her eyes were very determined, and as her emotions grew, the fragrance of her maidenly essence gradually emanated from her. Elena, Commander, I beg you, don't reject me. Just this once, okay? Looking at the interface displayed on the game, the crab god exerted power, and a large area of black gradually spread. But some scenery could still be seen. Silky skin, jade-like body, soft and delicate, the sound of wind and rain. You and Elena had a pleasant night, and you didn't expect that the mechanized Elena could still have such a tactile sensation. The mechanical core could even assist. You couldn't help but sigh. The taste of an electronic girlfriend is quite nice. Lines of subtitles popped up on the screen. Damn, Linbei was very angry now. Fortunately, the game quickly provided some consolation. He saw Elena, like a little cat, poking her head out from the bedding, her face still showing shyness. Good morning, Commander. Good morning. Linbei immediately controlled the character in the game to roll over and fight, as this game didn't restrict fixed actions to specific times. You destroyed the Zerg Mother Nest, killed the Zerg Queen, and saved the Interstellar Federation. Your reputation spread far and wide in the Interstellar Federation. All men regarded you as an idol, and all women wanted to conquer you to conquer the whole world. You achieved the title Savior of the World. 688 Huobi has been deposited into your bank card number 6215XXXX. Dear Commander, please check. Ding dong. As the phone notification sounded, a message came in. Linbei opened his phone and saw that there really was an additional 688 Huobi in his bank account. This was one of the main reasons he hadn't quit the game. Although it was quite pay to win, it was generous in giving rewards. Opening the game again. After 3 days and nights of battle, his cool female deputy had changed her appearance. On the bed, she clung tightly to her own arm, her bright eyes filled with dependence and happiness. Like a hedgehog with spikes all over, she flipped over to expose her belly, wantonly displaying her fragility in front of her beloved. Commander, I ordered a full set of matchmaker clothing. It will arrive the day after tomorrow, Elena whispered, her face blushing. Looking quite shy. Matchmaker clothing? Linbei was taken aback for a moment, then remembered that Matchmaker was a well-known sexy brand within the Federation, specializing in various cyberpunk-style clothing. Seeing Elena's shy appearance, Linbei couldn't help but smile, teasing her. Who taught you to be naughty? You usually seem so cold. I didn't expect you to be so playful privately. Elena's pretty face flushed. I asked Miss Hylon. She said you'd like it. After spending some tender moments with Elena, Linbei chose to log off. Although Interstellar Commander was fun, playing one game for too long would eventually make him want to switch it up. He turned his attention to another game on his phone, Lin Lin Fairy Clan. The game was produced by the same company as Interstellar Commander. It was said to be related to the cultivation world, although this game company, called Parallel Universe, was notorious for being pay to win. Their game quality was truly outstanding. A real cultivation world, immortals, sex, families, and of course, various beautiful women. I wonder what the experience will be like. A hint of anticipation appeared in Linbei's eyes. Moreover, as a beta tester, the game customer service had already contacted him, promising that as long as he completed the daily tasks for Game Refresh, he would receive a reward of 100 yuan. 100 yuan? He was determined to get it. Of course, he also kept an eye out. Since the game official was so generous, it meant that the pay-to-win aspect of this game must be quite severe. Want to fleece me? Not a chance. Linbei smirked, feeling quite confident. He directly opened the game and entered the game interface. Like Interstellar Commander, he uploaded a full-body photo of himself, allowing the system to optimize his character's temperament and generate his avatar. In the secret room, dim candlelight illuminated the space, and a strong stench wafted from the ground. The smell reminiscent of heather flowers, seafood, or rusty iron. The odor was exceptionally pungent. On the bed, red silk draped all around. Clang! As Linbei's body moved slightly, he heard an exceptionally harsh sound of chains. He turned to the side and saw that his ankle was locked by a chain, with obscure runes inscribed on it. Besides the chain, Linbei also saw a stunning woman lying beside him, similarly restrained. The breathtaking beauty was alluring, her jade-like body partially covered. Her eyes shimmered with a pink hue. Her cheeks flushed, breathing somewhat rapid, appearing not entirely conscious. The air was filled with purple smoke. At that moment, a wisp of purple smoke was inhaled into the beautiful woman's delicate nose, causing her to let out a distressed moan, her body involuntarily moving closer to him. "Brother, I feel so uncomfortable." "Brother? What the hell?" Lin Bei was shocked. Does this game start off with something so intense? Chapter 4. The Lin Lin Fairy Clan. Between siblings, a beauty in my arms. Something feels off. 9 parts out of 10 are wrong. Lin Bei carefully looked at the woman in his arms. Her pale cheeks resembling a pear blossom blooming in spring, fair and delicate. Her eyes were like the depths of a quiet pond. But at this moment, they were turbulent. Her features were picturesque, her dark hair cascading down, sticking to her face due to fragrant sweat, which accentuated her charm amidst her gentleness. There was desire on her face, but more pain and struggle. What is going on? Lin Bei opened the quest task panel. Daily task. Escape from the Hahuan sect. Previous summary. Your cousin Lin Xiaozhi, due to her beauty, has caught the attention of the Hahuan sect's foundation-building old demon Buyan, who wants to take her as a disciple. Lin Xiaozhi is loyal and conservative. She does not wish to join the Hahuan sect. In order to shatter her Dao heart, Buyan kidnapped you. You are Lin Xiaozhi's older brother. If something happens between you two, Lin Xiaozhi's Dao heart will be shattered without a fight. Task requirement. Escape from the Hahuan sect and return to the Lin family. Both you and your cousin Lin Xiaozhi must survive. Hint. If the character you control dies, you cannot restart. Once dead, this game will automatically delete from your phone. What a tyrannical clause. Lin Bei pouted. He was used to it. Star Commander had similar rules. "Brother, I'm sorry." A soft hum sounded from beside him. Under the swirling purple mist, Lin Xiaozhi became increasingly distressed. Her delicate body trembled as her rationality in her mind was almost worn away by desire, and she could no longer hold on. She propped herself up with her slender jade hands, instinctively drawing closer to Lin Bei, closer and closer. It's about to happen. So thrilling. Lin Bei's eyes widened as he watched Lin Xiaozhi perform the dual cultivation secret method. Her exquisite body suddenly radiated rich spiritual energy, with purple runes flickering within. He couldn't help but feel curious. What does dual cultivation feel like? But just as Lin Bei began to anticipate, suddenly, a cold light flashed from the ceiling, and a poisoned dagger tore through the silk, shooting towards his forehead. Damn! Lin Bei was startled and hurriedly turned his head to the side. Bang! The dagger pierced through the bed, the icy blade reflecting his bewildered face. The dagger was less than 3 centimeters away from him. What the hell is going on? Lin Bei couldn't sit still. If his character died, the game would automatically delete. Wouldn't he lose his daily 100 yuan freebie? He can't die. He instantly sprang up from the bed, narrowly dodging several attacks with the aid of the game interface. Huh? A voice of confusion suddenly echoed from within the room. The silk covering the bed was abruptly lifted. The surrounding scenery became clear. It was not just any room, but an open wasteland. The bed was in the middle of a desolate area, with no walls around, just barrenness. And in midair, a treasure gourd was floating, and on the gourd, a woman resembling Sadako looked at him with pale eyes. Her lips moved. The spiritual energy in your body hasn't been locked by the spirit binding chain. What the hell? Why stab someone with a dagger for no reason? It's really scary. Lin Bei cursed, seeking death. Hearing Lin Bei's curses, the female cultivator's face suddenly turned several shades darker. She waved her withered palm, and instantly, a spiritual energy ball formed, whistling through the air. Faced with this attack, Lin Bei tried to control his body to dodge, but no matter how he reacted, the game system prompted that his spiritual energy was sealed, and he couldn't evade. It's over. Am I really going to die right at the start? He fell numb. What a broken game. At that moment, a delicate figure suddenly stood up from the bed, resolutely blocking in front of him. Boom! Lin Xiaozhi fell heavily to the ground. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Disciple. The female cultivator panicked, instantly flashing to Lin Xiaozhi's side to check her injuries. Her face turned ashen. Why do this? Joining my Hahuan sect. Men are merely playthings. Why degrade your body for a plaything? No, he is not a plaything. He is my brother. Lin Xiaozhi's voice was weak, carrying a hint of pleading, Please, just torment me. Don't involve others. Brother? The female cultivator's voice became sharp, revealing a malicious look. I worry about you so much. Not to have you recognize any brother. Just now, if I hadn't intervened, your primordialine would have been taken by your brother. He showed no resistance. Your insistence was all nonsense. No, it's not like that. Lin Xiaoju's voice was filled with pain. Then just watch. The female cultivator sneered, glaring at Lin Bei with undisguised, killing intent in her eyes. After you take your cousin's primordialine, I will kill you. Saying this, she soared into the air. Immediately, a fragrant pouch magical treasure lit up, and countless purple mists swirled and surged, forming a purple fog that was at least 100 times denser than before. The purple mist entered her nose, and Lin Xiaoju instantly couldn't resist. Her determined gaze gradually became hazy, replaced by endless desire. She grabbed Lin Bei's sleeve, a tear streaming down her face. Brother, I feel so uncomfortable. Please help me. Clothes fell away in tatters. A body as exquisite as jade appeared before him. Seeing this, the female cultivator sneered. She originally intended to intimidate and keep Lin Xiaoju as primordialine. But since Lin Xiaoju was so obstinate, she showed no mercy. A primordial yin was nothing, and it wouldn't affect her cultivation. As for whether Lin Bei would take it, that was certain. No man in the world could resist such temptation, especially since she used the Hahuan sect's unique treasure, the Desire Fragrant Pouch. As long as Lin Bei took it and seized Lin Xiaoju's primordialine, she would unhesitatingly strike and kill Lin Bei. Lin Bei had just spoken rudely to her. She wanted him to suffer before dying to relieve her hatred. At this moment, Lin Bei looked at Lin Xiaoju, who was about to force herself on him, then at the grinning female cultivator in the air. He also smiled. Damn, you think just because I'm not acting, I'm a sick cat? Foundation-building cultivators are really that powerful? He's a game player. Recharge system, activate. Lin Bei directly opened the recharge panel. He initially planned not to spend money, but given the situation, he couldn't think of a way to escape. It was a dead end. Clearly, this was the official forcing you to spend money. Lin Bei pouted. It didn't matter. Completing the daily task would still net him 100 yuan, a big profit. 1 yuan first recharge gift package. Raise your sword control ability to Unity Realm, unifying body, mind, and technique. Can carry people on the sword and escape pursuit. 6 yuan first recharge gift package. Raise your swordsmanship, including sword control, sword techniques, and sword skills to Momentum Realm, where heaven and earth possess momentum, creating a heavy force. Mountains have mountain momentum, waters have water momentum, and swords have sword momentum. This is the upper realm of the Unity Realm, generally controllable only by foundation-building elites. Can kill those from the Hahuan sect. 108 yuan first recharge gift package. Raise your cultivation to the Golden Core Realm, becoming an ancestor of a family. 3 recharge options popped up, and he directly chose to recharge 6 yuan. He didn't know where he was, nor did he know who he was. All he knew was he was about to go on a killing spree. Then by Kekut. Chapter 5. Put on your clothes first. Brother, I feel so uncomfortable, please. No, don't. You should escape. Caught between desire and reason, Lin Xiaoju struggled continuously, tears streaming down her face as she endured and fought against herself. She was trying her best to control herself, but her delicate hands couldn't help but reach for Lin Bei's body. Escape? Lin Bei Laokit. That word didn't exist in his dictionary. With a thought, the spirit-binding chain on his foot shattered instantly. Lin Xiaoju stared blankly at this scene, a moment of clarity breaking through the desire flooding her mind. In a weak voice, she cried out, "Escape! Hurry and escape! Brother!" Annoying, Lin Bei said lightly. Following the system's guidance, he slapped the flying sword at his waist. In an instant, the sword shot out like a swimming dragon, soaring into the air. What is this? A flying sword. The realm of momentum. The female cultivator from the Hahuan sect was instantly shocked. She had just stepped into the early foundation establishment stage and couldn't resist against the flying sword of momentum. The arrogance she had at the beginning vanished, and she quickly controlled her magic treasure, trying to escape. Whoosh! But suddenly, a beam of sword light erupted, piercing through the female cultivator's chest, leaving behind a spray of crimson blood. Immediately after, the flying sword erupted again, carrying the sword's momentum, darting away like a swimming dragon in a flash. Swish! Through her teary, blurred vision, Lin Xiaoju witnessed a scene she would never forget. A head flew up, and the lifeless eyes of the female cultivator were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. A Foundation establishment cultivator, the Bayou Demoness, was dead. Killing was as easy as killing a chicken. Lin Xiaoju was stunned, biting her lip, looking at Lin Bei, momentarily lost in thought. Brother. Just as she was about to ask, a surge of desire from her mind caused her delicate body to tremble, and she couldn't help but let out a muffled moan. The sound was soft and sweet, very much like a Jiangnan woman. Lin Bei expressed his satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he took the Bayou Demoness magic treasure, the Desire fragrance pouch. The immortal cultivation world was truly amazing to have such a product. Lin Bei clicked his tongue in wonder. This game company had the same familiar formula and familiar flavor. He saw no unreasonable aspects in the way the Desire fragrance pouch produced purple smoke. It was as if such magic treasures existed in the immortal cultivation world, they should operate this way. With a thought, Lin Bei sent spiritual energy into the fragrance pouch. Instantly, countless purple smoke surged out, and Lin Xiaoju, caught off guard, collided with the purple smoke, once again losing control of her body and lunging toward Lin Bei. Brother. Bang! Lin Bei solidly gave Lin Xiaoju a headbutt. Ouch! Lin Xiaoju covered her head with her jade hand, looking aggrieved, her tear-filled eyes incredibly alluring. Put on your clothes first, Lin Bei said indifferently. In an instant, her face turned red from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. Lin Xiaoju realized that she had actually stripped off her clothes in a state of losing her reason, hurriedly putting her clothes back on, no longer exposing herself. Lin Xiaoju's heart, which had been racing, calmed down a little, but when she thought of the absurd scene just now, her heart raced again, and her mind went blank. She tightly grasped her clothes, her voice weak and very soft. Brother, I'm sorry. It's a small matter. Lin Bei waved his hand, appearing indifferent. With another wave, the flying sword soared back, transforming into an enormous size, carrying him and Lin Xiaoju, and in a few breaths, they soared high into the clouds. The fierce wind howled, making a rustling sound. Lin Bei stood on the flying sword, looking down at the world, seeing mountains and rivers stretching for miles, wisps of smoke rising. Countless villages interspersed across the land. Looking far to the east, he could even see a city made of blue stone. This game is truly too realistic. He glanced at Lin Xiaoju beside him, who was biting her lip and feeling incredibly shy, the blush not fully fading from her charming face. The character modeling was still as beautiful as ever. One could say that Lin Xiaoju's appearance could overshadow all the female stars on Blue Star. However, he was no stranger to such beauty. There were many women in the Interstellar Federation, like Hailan, the female Pope, and Elena. He had seen countless women, and many of them could easily surpass the so-called global goddesses of Blue Star. As for Lin Xiaoju's reverse push, Lin Bei didn't feel much about it. He had just spent a good amount of time with Elena, and now he was in a sage moment. Moreover, he had principles. If he accepted everyone, there wouldn't be so many women in the Interstellar Federation wanting to have deep and shallow exchanges with him, yet not receiving a response for a long time. Now, what attracted him more was the worldview of the immortal cultivation world created by the game Lin Lin Immortal Clan. The graphics were indeed exquisite, clearly different from Interstellar Commander. Interstellar Commander featured a techno-style, cyberpunk, filled with mechanical aesthetics. Lin Lin Immortal Clan leaned towards ancient Chinese aesthetics, full of immortal aura. Lin Bei carefully stared at his cuffs, where a clawing, dragon-like demon beast was embroidered. Every stitch was impeccable, looking almost real. Whoosh! The flying sword whistled and sped through the air. Kill! Stop! Either hand over your storage bag or lose your life. Suddenly, as they passed a mountain peak, a few robbers appeared, riding magic treasures to block their path. Looking fierce and menacing. Robbers, killing and arson with golden belts. These cultivators lived by plundering, acting decisively and ruthlessly, a nightmare for countless low-level scattered cultivators. Lin Xiaozhu immediately tensed up. Go, Lin Bei said lightly. In an instant, the flying sword flew out from his waist again, transforming into a flying rainbow, moving at incredible speed. In the astonished gaze of the three robbers, it pierced through their bodies. Dead? Lin Xiaozhu murmured. Still unable to process that these three robbers had just died like that, she stared blankly at Lin Bei. In her impression, her brother always had a distant demeanor, being an orphan with little presence in the clan. She never expected that her brother would be so terrifyingly powerful. Everyone gets a share. Lin Bei casually tossed the looted storage bags into Lin Xiaozhu's hands. After all, they were just some junk. Thank you. Lin Xiaozhu took the storage bag, biting her lip, recalling the scene on the bed earlier. Her cheeks reddened even more. Following the mission's guidance, the flying sword sped quickly to the Lin family's territory. The Lin family of the Immortal Clan was a small family in the Linfeng Tian region, with the clan leader only at the Foundation establishment level. In the Linfeng Tian region, the strongest force was undoubtedly the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect had a nascent soul ancestor stationed, on par with the Hawan Sect. Because of the reverence for the Sword Sect in Linfeng Tian, it could be said that everyone practiced swordsmanship. Even family disciples aspired to join the Sword Sect and become part of it. The Lin family's location was in the Qingzhou mountain town. Although the Lin family was weaker than the Sword Sect, they had Foundation establishment cultivators, making them one of the three major families in Qingzhou mountain town. Collect. Lin Bei retracted the flying sword back to his waist, then picked up Lin Xiaozhu in his arms and jumped down from midair, landing steadily on the ground. After setting Lin Xiaozhu down, her cheeks were already flushed red. Ancient women had heavy, feudal concepts, and even cultivators were no exception. She felt both shy and angry. This was her first time being carried like this, but she understood that Lin Bei was acting out of kindness, fearing she might get hurt. As soon as they returned to the Lin family, a beautiful woman came forward to greet them. Dressed in a moon-white silk gown, her figure was graceful, resembling a willow swaying in the wind. The moth-like eyebrows and the shimmering waves in her eyes. Her skin is whiter than snow, as if made of mother. Lin Xiaozhu called out. Xiaozhu, how did you come back? The beautiful woman asked with concern. It was my elder brother who saved me, Lin Xiaozhu said softly. Lin Bei. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Bei, her beautiful eyes suddenly wide in surprise. Chapter 6. Elena Lin Bei was able to rescue Lin Xiaozhu from the hands of the Moon Demon Girl. The beautiful woman's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She glanced at the slightly fading blush on Lin Xiaozhu's ears and seemed to ponder. It seems that something must have happened that she was unaware of. With this thought, the beautiful woman looked at Lin Bei with a friendlier gaze and smiled, saying, Thank you for saving Xiaozhu. Come in with your aunt, and she will treat you well. No need. Lin Bei shook his head in refusal. After saying that, he directly flew away on his sword, turning into a streak of light. Watching Lin Bei's departing figure, Lin Xiaozhu bit her lip, staring blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Xiaozhu's dazed expression and couldn't help but sigh. This girl. You have completed the daily task. 100 yuan has been deposited into your bank card number 6215XXXX. Your current balance is 782.26. Ding dong. As the phone rang, Lin Bei opened the message and was instantly delighted. They really sent it. Not to mention anything else, this game company is quite generous when it comes to disbursing payments. Continuing to play the Lin Immortal Clan, Lin Bei focused his attention on exploring the worldview. The Lin family's location is in the Central Continent. The Central Continent is home to many sects, such as the Sword Sect, the Hawan Sect. Various sects have taken root in the Central Continent, competing openly and secretly. Outside the Central Continent, there are the Southern Barbarians Gu Clan and the Northern Demonic Clan, as well as the vast 10,000 Demon Mountains. The worldview is extremely rich. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Although the game company is greedy for money, they are serious about making games. Since they provided these settings, they would surely perfect them, making them feel real. Unfortunately, it was getting late and not suitable for further battles. Lin Bei yawned, went to wash up, and, after returning, opened Interstellar Commander again. Connecting to the Parallel Universe, Brain Machine System. Dear Lin Bei, Commander-in-Chief. Welcome online. Stepping out of the cryopod, Elena had long been waiting outside, her charming face radiating happiness, her smile like flowers, revealing two cute little tiger teeth. "Good morning, Commander." Her voice was soft. "Morning." Lin Bei embraced Elena, affectionately rubbing her little head. The next time was spent battling in the cryopod. Not just in the cryopod. Lin Bei took Elena to every corner of the galaxy, leaving traces of their battles on every planet. Enjoying the beauty of the galaxy, reveling in the fame of the world, with a beautiful woman in his arms, they fought more than 3 times a day. One day, Lin Bei brought Elena to the ruins of the Zerg mother nest. After a battle, Elena was drenched in fragrant sweat, leaning against Lin Bei, her eyes full of happiness. "So beautiful. It's too beautiful. So beautiful that it's a bit unreal, beautiful enough to make one fear losing it." Lin Bei rubbed Elena's little head. Looking at the ruins of the Zerg mother nest, suddenly, a question exploded in his mind. "Elena, do you remember when the Zerg mother nest appeared?" "I remember. It was 6 months after you, Commander Lin Bei, took office." Elena's voice was soft, her eyes revealing a hint of cunning, and she pounced again, ready to start a new round of battle. But Lin Bei had lost his mood. He suddenly thought of something very serious. The game official, in order to retain players, would continuously create obstacles for players. The Zerg mother nest might have come into being because of this. Faced with this crisis, he had spent money and successfully passed it. But what about afterward? Would the game official keep creating threats? Did he have to keep spending money indefinitely? What would happen if he ran out of money? There was probably only one outcome. The Interstellar Federation would be destroyed and everyone would die, including Elena. Thinking of this, Lin Bei's mood suddenly became heavy. He looked at Elena and after a moment of silence said, "Elena, I might have to leave." At his words, the smile on Elena's delicate face vanished, replaced by fear and extreme sorrow. Half an hour had passed in reality. 3 months had passed in the game. After 3 months, the entire Interstellar Federation was still immersed in the joy of defeating the Zerg mother nest, unable to extricate themselves. As the commander who saved the Interstellar Federation, Lin Bei naturally became a national idol. Textbooks recorded him. The people adored him. His image was everywhere. And songs about his deeds spread widely. His enemies trembled, and his friends were proud. While the Interstellar Federation was celebrating, Lin Bei appeared and issued a resignation statement. The entire nation was stunned and then fell into great panic. If Lin Bei was no longer the commander-in-chief of the Federation, who could take on such a heavy responsibility? At that moment, almost all the people focused on Lin Bei's next move. "Everyone, I have decided to leave. I may come back, or I may never return," Lin Bei said calmly. Beside him, Elena had tear stains on her face. She didn't cry, not because she wasn't sad, but because her mechanical tear glands had long since run dry. The black-armored female, Pope, said sadly, "Why? Lin Bei, everyone loves and believes in you. Why do you want to leave?" In the conference hall, the leaders of the Federation's empire gathered together, all looking at Lin Bei's figure with serious expressions. "Is someone threatening you? Or did someone make you unhappy?" A young general said firmly, "You just have to give the order, and the entire Federation will act according to your will and rush to fight." "No, this is my personal decision." Lin Bei sighed. He had thought it through more clearly. He realized that he seemed to have fallen in love with Elena, although it was just a liking for a two-dimensional character. Elena was so real that Lin Bei feared this feeling might deepen. What would happen if it deepened further? The gap between the three-dimensional and the two-dimensional could never be bridged, especially since the official of the game, Interstellar Commander, liked to deceive players for money. If he completely fell in love with Elena, and at that moment, the game official introduced a crisis where Elena was about to die, charging $99.99 to save Elena's life. Would you recharge or not? Lin Bei believed that based on the game official's nature, they could definitely pull off something like this. He understood that perhaps the officials hired people to play the game to first immerse players, and then exploit players' emotions to extract money. How malicious! To avoid this situation, Lin Bei decided to quit the game. As for Elena, he would always remember that he had such a wonderful female deputy. Seeing the leaders of various countries in the conference room desperately trying to persuade him to stay, Lin Bei said decisively, "I have made up my mind. The new commander-in-chief of the Federation will be Elena. She has been by my side for many years, and with your assistance, handling all matters will not be a problem. After saying that, Lin Bei strode out of the conference room. In the room, Elena sat by the window, the neon lights outside shining on her face. The blue glow quite enchanting. She looked at the scenery outside, quietly staring, dazed, and spoke not a word. "Commander." Elena finally spoke, not looking at Lin Bei, her voice soft and quiet. "I understand now." "What do you understand?" Lin Bei asked. Elena looked out at the world outside. "I've realized that the world around you must be a much broader one." "Huh?" Lin Bei was taken aback. The production team was quite eloquent. Crossing the dimensional wall? Elena sniffed and continued. "Commander, I admire you. I just want to curl up in this small world and spend a simple life with you. But that's unfair to you. Your world is a broader one. And I shouldn't, nor can I, bind you with my selfishness. This isn't love, it's selfishness. So, I've decided that when you leave, I won't be sad. I will feel happy for you, truly happy. I have a small hope that when you get tired in your vast world, you can remember Elena. Come back to Elena, return to our home. That would be enough." "Commander." Elena choked up, turning around, her beautiful face filled with heart-wrenching pain. "You must remember to come back. Don't forget me." Elena would also do her best, no matter where you go in the universe. Elena would strive to keep up with your footsteps, so that she would no longer be a burden to you. The scene lingered on the last moment of the pinky swear with Elena. Lin Bei exited the game and chose to apply for account cancellation. With a sigh, "This game has such a strong aftertaste. Damn the production team. They're truly unscrupulous in deceiving players, using every trick in the book." The young couple next to him was still busy in their own world. Lin Bei was speechless, truly idle. He turned off his phone, put on his earphones, and lay quietly on the bed, wanting to think of nothing. The old-fashioned fan above his head creaked as it turned, and Lin Bei felt as if a part of his heart was empty. At the moment I stopped the game world should have come to a halt. If that were the case, the character I controlled in that world could be with Elena forever. Thinking this way, perhaps it was the best ending. Lin Bei pondered and suddenly felt enlightened. Why be sad? You're here, crying your eyes out. Maybe the production team is secretly laughing at you, cackling. Damn it! Lin Bei scoffed and opened his phone, scrolling aimlessly. Suddenly, a notification popped up. It's Little Rain requests to add you as a friend. Is it someone selling tea? Or something else? Lin Bei was puzzled. He clicked to confirm the friend request. Wanted to tease this scammer for some fun. It's Little Rain. Hello. Our company detected that you have finished playing Interstellar Commander. What are your thoughts? It's Little Rain. Is your bank card number 6215 X times X? Thank you for playing this game. Our company will distribute some amount as a token of appreciation. Lin Bei. Are you the damn production team? Deleted. Lin Bei. Vow. The game you made is too good. The graphics are exquisite. NPC action commands are logical, and the world building is impeccable. The degree of freedom is astonishing. Lin Bei, by the way, how much is the amount you are distributing? It's Little Rain. The money has already been transferred. Did you receive it? Ding dong. A message popped up on Lin Bei's phone, and upon opening it, he immediately cursed. Damn, $3,000. Huh? Is this game company doing charity? No. This game company is just bullshit. Lin Bei fell into deep thought. Perhaps his gameplay process was monitored, and it amused the rich second-generation boss of the game company. So they sent money to entertain him. $3,000 is a fortune for him, but for a rich second generation, it's barely enough for a night's dinner. The evil of capitalism. Lin Bei gritted his teeth, only regretting that he wasn't evil enough. Lin Bei, I have received the money. It's Little Rain. That's good to hear. Our company would like to ask you a question. Would you mind answering? Lin Bei, what question? It's Little Rain. If you learn that the characters in Interstellar Commander are real and exist in another parallel universe, and they might cross the dimensional wall to find you, how would you feel? Lin Bei. Lin Bei, your company is enough. Is it not enough to see me as a joke? You want to find a cosplayer in reality to tease me, right? Deleted. Lin Bei, I would be scared. It's Little Rain. Scared? Why? You ask why. If a cosplayer shows up, it means I've been opened up. Lin Bei almost laughed out of anger, but for the sake of the money, he replied. Lin Bei, what I'm afraid of is knowing they exist, but never being able to see them. Without expectations, there is no sadness. It's better to firmly believe from the start that we will never meet. It's little rain. That is quite a philosophical statement. Do you feel empty? Lin Bei. There's bound to be some emptiness. After ending the chat with the game customer service, Lin Bei lay on his bed. It was already very late, but he couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Parallel universe. Lin Bei remembered the conversation with its little rain, and a vague thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Is there a possibility that parallel universes really exist? Elena, Lin Xiuzhu, are these real characters? Slap. Lin Bei gave himself a slap, laughing at himself. He really got obsessed with the game. Shaking his head, he put his phone aside, lying on the bed, preparing to sleep. But just then, a sudden violent shaking came, and the air raid alarm sounded. An earthquake? Damn! Lin Bei woke up, hurriedly preparing to run, but the shaking stopped. An emergency news notification appeared on his phone. Unknown shockwave from the universe. Blue Star feels it globally. Citizens are advised not to panic. Top scientists from various countries are analyzing the source of this shockwave. Shockwave? Lin Bei was stunned, suddenly feeling that this term sounded a bit familiar. Where had he heard it? Can't remember. Forget it. Time to sleep. Lin Bei was carefree. Even if Blue Star blew up tomorrow, so what? After all, he had nothing. Meanwhile, in the Interstellar Federation, Lin Bei had applied to cancel his game account, but the scene he imagined where time stopped did not occur. On the contrary, time in the Interstellar Federation accelerated. Elena sat by the bed, quietly looking at a spot in the room, the place where Lin Bei had disappeared. In an instant, Lin Bei vanished, hit, as if he had suddenly gone missing. Commander, Elena whispered, under your legacy, I have been elected as the Federation's Supreme Commander, and everyone has projected their expectations onto me. The pressure is immense, but please believe that I will not stop following in your footsteps. Silence. In the room, only Elena's quiet voice of confession could be heard. She took out a piece of paper. It was a love letter. Before the war at the Zerg Mother Nest, she thought her life was nearing its end, so she mustered the courage to prepare to give it to Lin Bei, but she never delivered it. Even after having a relationship with Lin Bei, she still lacked the courage to give it to him. The letter contained all her affection for Lin Bei over the past 20 years, starting from when she was a little girl. If the Supreme Commander knew, he would surely think I'm a pervert. Elena bit her lip, placing the letter at the spot where Lin Bei had disappeared. She regretted it. She regretted not giving the letter to Lin Bei, regretted that her intense feelings were left unexpressed before ending so abruptly. At that moment, suddenly a crack opened, and the letter abruptly disappeared. Following that, another letter fell out from the crack. What is this? Elena felt her breath catch, her heart racing, filled with a complex mix of anticipation and fear as she picked up the envelope from the ground. Carefully tearing it open, the contents of the letter gradually revealed themselves. It turned out to be a chat record. Chapter 7, Indefinite Suspension of Service. It's Little Rain. If you found out that the Galactic Federation might cross the dimensional wall to find you, how would you feel? Lin Bei, I would be scared. Lin Bei, what I fear is that I know they might come looking for me, but I'm more likely to never see them again. Without expectation, there is no sadness. It's better to firmly believe that we will never meet from the very beginning. The content of the letter ends here. It's a short dialogue, but it made Elena tremble. She thought she wouldn't cry, but upon seeing Lin Bei's words again, she couldn't help but shed tears. Commander, Elena murmured, her blue eyes resembling the azure sky, a hint of determination gradually emerging in her gaze. The next day, the Supreme Commander of the Galactic Federation, Elena, took over Lin Bei's position. Under the watchful eyes of the entire Galactic Federation, she completely shed her youthful naivety, replaced by a strong wolf-like nature and fierce ambition. Elena delivered a speech, the content of which was continuously broadcast on the screens of the Galactic Federation. Everyone, the universe is now at peace. But Commander Lin Bei's goals go far beyond this. In order to explore the truth of the universe, Lin Bei crossed dimensions to the parallel universe. His goal is the stars and the sea. The position he occupies is our pursuit. Starting today, the Galactic Federation will fully develop interstellar industry, focusing on the research of the two weapons left behind by Commander Lin Bei, the Dimensional Tear Blade and the Quantum Annihilation Cannon. Everyone, We hope our universe will face no threats. Hope our future is endlessly bright. And hope we can meet the great Commander Lin Bei at the ends of the universe. Let us encourage each other. Meanwhile, in another parallel universe, on a green planet, in the town of Qingzhou Mountain, Lin family. After Lin Bei logged off, the game's time returned to normal flow. In a woman's boudoir, Lin Xiaozhu sat cross-legged on the white plush fur, healing her injuries. Breaking the spiritual chain at will, she killed the Baiyu demoness with a single sword. Was this something Lin Bei could do? The beautiful woman exclaimed, Xiaozhu, are you sure you weren't under an illusion? Mother, I'm sure. Lin Xiaozhu nodded slightly. She recalled the scene of Lin Bei killing 3 people with 3 swords and felt a bit dazed. She had thought she would die and had prepared to end her own life to avoid humiliation. Unexpectedly, fate did not allow her to die. So, Lin Bei is indeed a fierce character. Orphaned at a young age and growing up in hardship, although her clansmen did not look down on him. They did not give him much kindness either. The beautiful woman calculated, a child without a mother is like a rootless grass. Yet unexpectedly this grass quietly grew roots. With the effect of the lustful fragrance pouch magic treasure, he could restrain his own heart. This child's character is also excellent. Lin Xiaozhu listened quietly. She was also not familiar with her cousin Lin Bei. Lin Bei's cultivation was at the 4th level of qi refining, as the ancestor measured. There could be no mistake. So, this Lin Bei has mastered the power? Truly a swordsmanship genius. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Xiaozhu and advised Xiaozhu, don't talk to anyone about what happened today when he saved you. Lin Bei has been enduring silently. I expect he doesn't want people to know. Let us not make him unhappy. Okay. Lin Xiaozhu nodded slightly. And, in the future, get closer to your cousin. Starting tomorrow, go find him and practice swordsmanship together. The woman smiled, reaching out to stroke Lin Xiaozhu's delicate skin, which was as tender as a water lily. You're also at the age to get married. Like your father and me, bloodlines are connected. After saying this, Lin Xiaozhu's expression dimmed. No, I don't want to. The beautiful woman was taken aback. Are you still angry about your father's death? Lin Xiaozhu shook her head no. She did not speak further. Bloodline relationships between close relatives are common in the cultivation world, but still cannot avoid gossip. She recalled her childhood, filled with reproaches. Her father couldn't bear this and went out to serve, unfortunately dying. When her body was seen through, talking about Lin Bei, she felt shy, her ears turning red. You should face your feelings. The beautiful woman reminded her. No, I don't. Lin Xiaozhu bit her lip, clenching her fists. The woman sighed. I want to force you, but being closer has its benefits. If you can't be partners, being siblings is also good. Just focus on healing. Okay. Lin Xiaozhu nodded. After the woman left, she concentrated her mind, operating her cultivation technique, but for some reason, her heart was filled with demons. Her heart was somewhat chaotic. Was it because of her mother's words? Or was it because of her father? Lin Xiaozhu got up and pushed open the wooden window. The cool moonlight entered the room. The moon was full, a perfect scene for reunion. She looked at the courtyard where Lin Bei lived not far away, utterly silent. Clap. The wooden window closed again. Yawn. Lin Bei, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, ran to school. After the teacher finished taking attendance, he immediately bolted. Who still attends class seriously these days? You have a package delivered. A message suddenly popped up on his phone. A package? Lin Bei was stunned. He had never ordered a package. Anyway, since he had nothing to do, he ran to the delivery station, took out the package, and opened it on the spot. It was an envelope. In this day and age, someone still sends letters? Lin Bei was stunned again. He opened the envelope, and a stack of letter paper came into view, the handwriting neat and elegant. I am Elena, Commander, when I first saw you. It was the beginning of my heart's movement. What I want to say is, from that moment on, I have deeply fallen in love with you. It was a day with howling winds and pouring rain, the storm ravaging, as if it would swallow the world. I was trapped in that rickety house, quietly waiting for death. I thought my life would no longer have light until you appeared. Please forgive my wording and also forgive my feelings. I don't know if you can accept it, but please continue to read on. You took me out of the house, introduced me to this world, taught me to fight, accompanied me to watch the fireworks festival in Jilin. Everything I know now is given by you. Likewise, I am deeply engrossed. If one day we must die, I hope our souls can meet in the universe. Love you, Elena. The letter was long, handwritten, filling 5 pages. Lin Bei read it line by line, rubbed his face, and felt inexplicable emotions surging in his heart. He played games at will. When he saved Elena, it was just a casual thought. Anyway, it was just a matter of saying a few words. As for the subsequent events, they were also just his arbitrary choices. Heaven knows he could leave such a deep impression in Elena's heart. No, this is bullshit. I almost got tricked. Lin Bei suddenly awakened from his emotional state. Damn, how could Elena possibly write him a letter? It must be from the game official. Our game official's working so hard now, sending letters directly, and handwritten 5 pages. But it was quite heartfelt. The game official clearly put in effort to discover unusual subtle emotions in ordinary matters. The person writing the letter did their homework well. Lin Bei Zeit. He put the letter into his backpack, rode a shared bicycle, and rushed to his rented room. He opened the game again, Galactic Commander. That's right. After seeing this letter, he also wanted to see what happened in the game, and whether his application to cancel the account was successful. Just a quick look, not playing. Lin Bei thought this way, but when he opened the game, the words that came into view stunned him. Due to the changes in the game's main storyline, Galactic Commander will be indefinitely suspended. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you. Chapter 8 Strategy for Lin Xiaozhu. Is the game shut down? Lin Bei was stunned. Although he had decided to quit the game, he still felt a bit lost. He treasured Elena's letter, regardless of who wrote it. It was still a precious memory. After thinking for a moment, Lin Bei decided to take a picture of the letter and post it on his moments. After all, posting it online would preserve it longer. As for what his classmates thought, Lin Bei didn't care much. It's my own moments. I can post whatever I want. Moments. Lin Bei. Do you understand the value of receiving a confession letter in a game? Image. As soon as he posted it, some classmates still in class replied. Zhang San. Damn. Are you in a relationship? Online dating? Lin Bei. It's a character in the game. Zhang San. Sweating JPG. Zhang San. Kid, you're invincible. Lin Bei. Middle finger JPG. He then had a friendly exchange with Zhang San. Lin Bei felt victorious. After all, he had skipped class while Zhang San was still stuck in lectures. Just as Zhang San was passionately arguing, he was called on by the teacher to answer a question. But he didn't know anything, turning very red. Being invincible is so lonely. Lin Bei hummed a tune. Lin Fairy Clan, activate. Lin Bei opened the game. As soon as he logged in, he went outside, thinking the in-game time was still the same as when he logged out last night, which was evening. However, the bright red sun outside startled him. It was already morning? The game time continued to pass after I logged out. Lin Bei was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim, "This game is too realistic. The developers are so meticulous. But won't there be any bugs? If they give NPCs AI personalities, what will they do when I log out and wait for me?" Lin Bei pondered deeply. Then he slapped himself. What a fool. It's just a game. Why dig so deep into the settings? Just enjoy it. Lin Bei opened the daily tasks. Complete all tasks in the family task bounty within 1 month in game time. Lin Bei, what happened to the daily tasks? Why is it a month to complete all tasks in the family bounty? Excuse me? Damn game officials. I knew this 100 yuan wouldn't be so easy to get. Lin Bei laughed bitterly in anger. He directly increased the game speed, skipping all dialogues and key plots. After activating the acceleration, the in-game plot displayed adjusted accordingly, like a fast-forwarded movie. You have accepted all family bounty tasks. As an orphan, you previously acted discreetly, but now you are so ostentatious that your clan members are all watching you. Some clan members are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself, while others come to advise you not to be impulsive. You ignore them all, and gradually, no clan members come to advise you anymore. However, what surprises them is that Lin Xiaozhu actually comes to find you, wanting to complete the task with you. You agreed. The first task is to go to the Marsh Demon Land and kill a peak chi refinement frog spirit to retrieve a lost top-tier magical artifact of the Lin family. On the way to the Marsh Demon Land, you fly on your sword. What puzzles you is Lin Xiaozhu's attitude towards you, which is sometimes warm and sometimes cold. When she's good, she's especially good. When she's bad, she's particularly bad. You suspect Lin Xiaozhu is playing hard to get. Lin Bei chuckled. The damn production team knows that a pure love heroine can attract players' money, so they simply change her character to that of a bad girl. Right. You know what? That's actually a pretty clever idea. In reality, there are so many innocent little chef boys being fooled by bad girls, losing their fortunes. Why can't it happen in a game? This reminded Lin Bei of a previous game that was very popular, a pure love game, due to continuous player loss. The production team panicked and created a big event, a heroine capture battle. In simple terms, whoever spends more money gets the heroine, while players who don't spend money are all forced into NTR. Damn, the production team wouldn't have gotten their inspiration from that, would they? Lin Bei felt a chill. At this moment, the fair-skinned and beautiful Lin Xiaozhu, in his eyes, was simply a red-skinned skeleton. Scary. With this psychological defense, Lin Bei felt he wouldn't develop feelings for Lin Xiaozhu. Solid. Since it was solid, Lin Bei felt free to act. Since the game developers set Lin Xiaozhu's character as a bad girl, as someone who has been beaten by bad girls in real life, Lin Bei also wanted to brush up on his experience with Lin Xiaozhu. Don't move. Lin Bei picked up a napkin and wiped Lin Xiaozhu's lips after she finished eating. Slap. Lin Xiaozhu's chopsticks fell to the ground. Feeling the electric-like sensation on her lips, she froze in place, unsure of what to do. Her ears turned red, and she quickly retreated, looking wary. What are you doing? Helping you wipe your mouth. What's strange about that? Lin Bei said innocently, then took the napkin he used to wipe Lin Xiaozhu's lips and wiped his own lips. That was wiped. Lin Xiaozhu pursed her lips, unable to speak. What? Do you want to wipe again? Lin Bei handed the napkin back to Lin Xiaozhu. I don't want it. Lin Xiaozhu was slightly annoyed, turning her head, her expression cold. But her flushed ears betrayed her. She wasn't calm inside. Good acting. Lin Bei smiled, not believing that as a real person, he couldn't handle an AI model. Keep going. All the way, you've been trying to tease Lin Xiaozhu, attempting to make her bad girl character break down. But Lin Xiaozhu's attitude towards you has become increasingly cold. You changed strategies, no longer taking the initiative, staying silent, and acting aloof. This seemed to perfectly match Lin Xiaozhu's bad girl character. The colder you were, the more proactive she became. Damn. Sure enough, a simp ends up with nothing. You complained. Lin Xiaozhu kept finding ways to talk to you, and your mutual understanding deepened. As you learned more about Lin Xiaozhu's past, you began to wonder why her bad girl character seemed inconsistent with her experiences. The production team lacks detail. You complained again. 3 days and nights later, you arrived at the Marsh Demon Land and found the Peak Chi refinement frog spirit described in the task. No, now this frog has already reached mid-foundation establishment, stronger than the Bayou Demon Girl. In a moment of carelessness, your shoulder was pierced by the frog spirit's tongue, leaving a bloody hole. Brother. Lin Xiaozhu rushed forward to check Lin Bei's injury, her eyes filled with concern. In her tearful gaze, the injured Lin Bei remained expressionless, as if he felt no pain, and once again flew towards the frog spirit. Boom! Again and again, collisions and injuries. Lin Xiaozhu clenched her sleeves. She was so angry. All this time, she was immersed in thoughts about her feelings for Lin Bei, forgetting the perilous path of cultivation. She also regretted it. She regretted thinking Lin Bei was not a good person because of his lightheartedness on the road. Watching Lin Bei fight fiercely to protect her, the feeling she had been suppressing surged uncontrollably again. Lin Bei was knocked away by the frog spirit repeatedly, his injuries extremely severe. I'm sorry. Lin Xiaozhu closed her eyes, unable to bear to watch. She whispered apologies, not knowing who she was saying it to. Damn, give me a breakthrough. Lin Bei behind the screen was almost boiling. He didn't notice Lin Xiaozhu, nor did he have as much drama in his heart as she did. The reason for fighting so hard is that Lin Bei doesn't want to spend money. That's right. The damn game officials have given an option again. Spend 6 yuan to break through to the 5th level of Qi training and defeat the Toad Spirit. This time, the officials didn't go all out to kill, but instead offered a chance to break through during battle. In the fight, each attack collision has a 1 chance of breaking through. Lin Bei has been gambling. He's betting on luck. He doesn't believe in evil anymore. He fights fiercely without care. As for the game's character's injuries, what does it have to do with him? After all, he can't feel pain in the real world. And finally, At the last second before dying, Lin Bei broke through. A powerful force emerged from his near-death body. I have succeeded. Lin Bei was ecstatic, laughing out loud, but he still felt unsatisfied. He looked around and finally found the audience, Lin Xiaozhu, who was pretending to be cool. Lin Xiaozhu watched closely. Actually, Lin Xiaozhu had been closely watching Lin Bei without him saying a word. Meeting Lin Xiaozhu's gaze, Lin Bei finally said with satisfaction, "Look closely. This sword will be very cool." Whoosh! The flying sword's speed surged. It entered through the toad spirit's eyes and shattered its brain. Whoosh! The flying sword returned. Lin Bei washed it with the wind and sheathed it. His face was covered in blood, which didn't look dirty at all. Instead, it added a touch of fierceness to his handsome face. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Bei smiled. "How about it, brother? Am I handsome?" Lin Xiaozhu bit her red lips and said, "Just now, if you hadn't fought that toad spirit, could you have left?" "Of course, if I wanted to leave. Who below the foundation could stop me?" Lin Bei said domineeringly, but then he saw Lin Xiaozhu's expression turn cold. She turned her cheek away, her voice icy. "Since you can leave, why not? Either way, I will kill this monster." Lin Bei shrugged indifferently. "What if you hadn't broken through?" Lin Xiaozhu's eyes reddened. "Lin Bei, you have amazing talent. If you die, how will you explain it to your family? Are you worried about me?" Lin Bei understood. "No, I just think it's too regrettable for a genius like you to die without reason." Lin Xiaozhu said, "Quite tough with your words." Lin Bei pouted. "Fine, as you wish. I'll be more careful in the future. But you also don't think about it. Since I care so much about you and brought you to such a dangerous place, it's natural that I have the confidence to defeat that toad spirit." Lin Xiaozhu was taken aback. "You found a top-grade magic weapon Qing Feng sword in the toad spirit's cave. You completed the task, returned to the family, received a family reward, and were personally received by the ancestor. You met the ancestor, who was a young man. He achieved foundation establishment in his youth, his appearance fixed. But despite a lifetime of cultivation, he still hasn't broken through to the golden core stage. The ancestor saw that you had broken through to the realm of might. Astonished by your talent, proposed that once you break through to foundation establishment, you would take over as the clan leader. The ancestor said he has spent his life guarding the Lin family. His lifespan is short, and in his final moments, he wants to venture out and seek opportunities to break through to the golden core. You agreed. Lin Bei agreed to the ancestor's request. The reason is simple. This game is called Lin Lin Immortal Clan. As the name suggests, it's to let players take on the role of the family ancestor. Lin Bei didn't mind becoming the clan leader. He never liked playing single-player games. Even if he played, he needed NPCs to accompany him. Otherwise, what's the point of wandering alone in the vast world of cultivation? In the end, it would just become a boring, grinding game. Soon, the news that the ancestor had chosen Lin Bei as the heir to the clan leader position spread. Lin Bei thought there would be a classic plot, like a clan member who had coveted the position for a long time coming to fight, and then he would show off and slap faces. But in reality, it was the opposite. Perhaps due to blood ties and harmonious clan spirit, no one expressed dissatisfaction with him. Everyone congratulated him. It's lonely not being able to show off. Lin Bei fell into loneliness. But soon, he found a way to relieve it. There was a clan task to help children with spiritual roots in the family break through to the first level of Qi training. Lin Bei quickly gathered all the children under 12 years old with spiritual roots, a total of 10. He couldn't remember their names, so he renamed the children from Lin Yi to Lin Shi. Lin Bei smilet krulli. He loved to beat up bratty kids. For the crazy training of the bratty kids, Lin Bei didn't train them blindly. Instead, he guided them according to the game prompts to walk the path of cultivation that suited them best. Lin Yi was determined and had with spiritual roots, so he let him pretend to be a tree, moving just enough to hit a big board. Lin Si liked beautiful things and was a fire spiritual root. Since he was young, he liked to sneak a peek at maids bathing. So Lin Bei took him to a brothel, letting his lust rise without spilling out. Lin Shi was greedy, with average cultivation talent. So Lin Bei made her do business as a mortal, losing a copper coin and starving for a meal. Simply a cyber landlord. Lin Bei looked at the children with faces full of despair, his heart blooming with joy, temporarily throwing Lin Xiaozhu out of his mind. Slap! Pushing open the window, Lin Xiaozhu sat by the window, listening to Lin Bei's wild laughter coming from the yard not far away, staring blankly at the canary kept in a cage. "Are you thinking about your cousin?" A voice suddenly came from her ear. Lin Xiaozhu was slightly startled. "Mother, how'd you get here?" The beautiful woman smiled. "You were so lost in thought that you didn't notice me approaching. So tell me, who are you thinking about? Ever since you returned from the swamp monster lands, you've been absent-minded." Lin Xiaozhu shook her head. "No one." The beautiful woman chuckled lightly. "Do you think I can't see who you're thinking about? In the path of cultivation, one must face their true heart. If you think, then think. If you don't, then don't. If you can't even get past this barrier, how can you talk about longevity?" Lin Xiaozhu bit her lip, remaining silent. The beautiful woman shook her head. "Do you think you are the bird in the cage? It is trapped in the cage, with a strong desire but no power. But what you are trapped by does not even exist. Longevity is rare. Life is short. And there aren't too many comfortable days. Why not enjoy life while you can? You continue to train the children. Lin Xiaozhu suddenly wants to come and visit, and you agreed. From then on, a beautiful figure appeared in the courtyard every day. Lin Xiaozhu expressed doubt about your training methods because your methods were completely different from what the clan elder taught. You replied confidently, "Everyone has their own talents. There are no two people alike in the world, and no two personalities are the same. The same thing done by different people will yield different results. Rigid education will only harm people." Lin Xiaozhu seemed to understand, but also didn't. Soon half a month passed, and 4 children from the Lin family had reached the first level of Qi training. Among them was Lin Qi. The parents of these 4 children held a grand banquet for you, expressing deep gratitude. After the banquet, Lin Bei felt interested and went with Lin Xiaozhu to stroll in the town of Qingzhou Mountain. Why did Lin Qi, whose talent was clearly the worst, become the first to reach the first level of Qi training? Lin Xiaozhu couldn't help but ask. She loved money dearly, so I made her do business as a mortal. She was young, so of course she lost money. She was anxious in her heart, desperately trying to escape the losing situation, so she thought of a way. As long as she broke through, she wouldn't have to do mortal business anymore. And thus she broke through. Lin Bai smiled. "It can work like that?" Lin Xiaozhu was stunned. "Of course, but this method wouldn't apply to you. Everyone has their own path, and everyone has their own way of living," Lin Bei said casually. He didn't notice how much impact his words had on Lin Xiaozhu. Everyone has their own path. Everyone has their own way of living. Lin Xiaozhu gently bit her red lip, murmuring as she looked at Lin Bei's back. A seed taking root and sprouting in her heart. She decided to step out of the cage. She wanted to face her true self. After 4 children broke through, the remaining 6 children also broke through one after another. You have completed the task of training the children. In the following days, you completed some family tasks, all of which were easy jobs. Only the last task remains. But this task troubles you because it requires you to comprehend the lost family sword technique, gentle breeze, and willow from an ancient family book. According to the game prompt, you learn that the probability of comprehending this sword technique is 0.00001. What the hell? 0.0001. Lin Bei grinned. "Are you sure this is a daily task and not a monthly task?" "Damn, I'm not short on effort." For $100, Lin Bei was all in. His luck was incredibly good. He had won 3 times in a row when buying green tea before. Swing the sword 100 times. Lin Bei sneered a small sword technique. It better explode out. Swing the sword 1,000 times. Lin Bei laughed even harder. Small sword technique. You successfully piqued Daddy's interest. Swing the sword 10,000 times. Lin Bei gasped. So única. Good. The more you resist, the more excited Daddy gets. Swing the sword 100,000 times. Damn it, explode. Give it to me. Lin Bei was heated up, swinging the sword nonstop. Now he was betting priceless time. Max out the time flow. Time in the game world flew by. While Lin Bei was grinding skills, Lin Xiaozhu had come to find him once, seemingly wanting to invite him to the town's treasure pavilion to see the auction. Lin Bei declined it. Another half-month passed, and Lin Xiaozhu came again. This time she had learned the method of talisman making and could now create the basic fireball technique talisman, wanting to show Lin Bei the effect. Lin Bei said he was busy. Another month passed. and Lin Xiaozhu came again, saying she encountered troubles in her cultivation. Her inner demons were growing, and she wanted to talk to him. Lin Bei refused again. After that, Lin Xiaozhu never came back. Lin Bei had no time to care about these things. He had completely heated up, the same color as the wild boar at the village entrance. Swing the sword 1,000,000,000 times. He now felt like a gambler. With too much sunk cost, he couldn't stop for a moment. Damn it, give me something. Lin Bei grinned. Finally, you comprehended the sword technique, Gentle Breeze, and Willow. You completed the daily task, Gentle Breeze and Willow Yuan Ing sword technique. When the sword rises, it is like a gentle breeze suddenly blowing, seemingly soft, yet containing immense power. The gentle breeze guides. The sword transforms into countless willow strands, capable of splitting mountains and rivers. The sword's momentum can overturn the seas. Note, when cultivating gentle breeze and willow, the heart must be like a still pond, without ripples. If there are demons in the heart, the sword technique will self-destruct, resulting in a subpar version, killing 800 enemies but injuring oneself 1,000. Yuan Ying Swort technique. Lin Bei slumped down on the ground. Damn it, he finally hit the jackpot. The drop rate is lower than a Vine message. Set the time flow back to normal. For the first time in 3 months, Lin Bei left the courtyard. As soon as he stepped out, he sighed. He would never be a gambler again. This feel is so refreshing, Lin Bei hummed a song. But at that moment, the door of the courtyard suddenly swung open, and a beautiful woman blocked his way. Her eyes filled with deep dissatisfaction. Lin Bei, come with me. Wait, who are you, Annie? Lin Bei was confused. He thought the person looked familiar, but he couldn't possibly remember all the game characters. As soon as he spoke, the woman's irritation became even more apparent, and she coldly said, I am Lin Xiaozhu's mother. Xiaozhu is now possessed by inner demons, seriously ill in bed, and her time is running out. Chapter 9. Willows by the Shore. The morning breeze and the waning moon. Lin Xiaozhu. Is time running out? Lin Bei was taken aback. He had only been in seclusion for 3 months. The heart demon entering his body shouldn't happen so quickly. Speaking of which, when he was gambling with the sword technique, Lin Xiaozhu had come to find him because of the issues caused by her heart demon. He had simply ignored it at that time. Following the beautiful woman, he entered the courtyard. Lin Bei entered Lin Xiaozhu's boudoir and saw her lying sick in bed. Her already pale skin was even more so, and her rosy lips had lost their color. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and her whole body trembled slightly. She was in a deep sleep, but clearly having nightmares. Lin Bei looked on, feeling uneasy. Xiaozhu, Xiaozhu. The beautiful woman softly called out, Look who has come to see you. Ugh. Lin Xiaozhu mumbled in her sleep, struggling to open her eyes. She looked somewhat weak, her vision a bit blurry, but when she raised her eyes and saw Lin Bei, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She sat up, seemingly unwilling to let Lin Bei see her in this state, and turned her head away. Why you? Why are you here? I heard that you fell seriously ill after finishing your seclusion, so I rushed over, Lin Bei replied. At this moment, the beautiful woman saw that the two were chatting and quietly left, a smile still on her lips as she departed. Lin Xiaozhu whispered, I must look terrible. How'd it come to this? Lin Bei sighed, wondering, is this what cultivating immortality is like? After just a brief seclusion, everything changes when you come out. The reason? I don't want to say. Lin Xiaozhu shook her head, her brows lowering even further. She had her own pride. That day, Lin Bei told her to walk her own path, and she had finally mustered the courage to try to break through her childhood shadows. She was prepared to accept her feelings for Lin Bei as they were, curiosity and admiration rather than love. Lin Xiaozhu had previously worried that these feelings would develop into love, but now she was no longer afraid, so she took the initiative. But then, Lin Bei began his seclusion. The repeated rejections caused Lin Xiaozhu to fall into self-doubt. She thought back to her childhood, when she had opened her heart to play with her peers, but was always met with rejection due to gossip and rumors. The heart demon grew, related to Lin Bei, yet also unrelated. Lin Xiaozhu did not plan to confide in Lin Bei. Don't want to talk? I understand, Lin Bei said, realizing it. He disliked forcing others to speak, even NPCs. A gentleman is careful when alone. After a moment's thought, he asked, How much time do you have left? How much time? Lin Xiaoju's pretty face froze. That's right. Tell me your last wishes before you die. If I can't fulfill them, I can take you to complete them during the last segment of your life, Lin Bei promised. Last segment of my life. Lin Xiaoju became increasingly puzzled. Aren't you about to die? Seeing Lin Xiaoju's reaction, Lin Bei sensed something was off. I'm just experiencing a heart demon. I'm not at the stage of it entering my body, Lin Xiaoju explained. Then your body. Lin Bei was momentarily at a loss for words. Because of the heart demon entering my body, I accidentally caught a chill and developed a fever. Lin Xiaoju looked at Lin Bei's dazed expression and couldn't help but smile. Even cultivators in the qi refining stage can get sick, didn't you know? Lin Bei. Now he understood where the problem lay. After chatting with Lin Xiaoju for a bit longer, Lin Bei left the courtyard and instantly saw the beautiful woman waiting at the door. The beautiful woman smiled. How was your chat with Xiaoju? You tricked me, Lin Bei said with a laugh. He couldn't believe he'd been fooled by an NPC while playing a game. Was this NPC so sentient? The beautiful woman smiled and changed the topic. It was Xiaoju who wanted to see you, so I resorted to this tactic. She wanted to see me? Lin Bei sneered. He found it hard to believe the words of a flirtatious woman. In his view, this family spoke nothing but lies. You have completed the daily task. After mastering the breezy willow sword technique, you went to challenge the ancestor and lost in a close match against a foundation establishment stage opponent. The ancestor was astonished by your grasp of the breezy willow sword technique and warned you that this move, as a trump card, must not be disclosed to anyone. The ancestor places even more importance on you. The ancestor assigned you to handle various clan affairs and engage with clan businesses. You have unlocked new development paths: spirit farmer, array master, puppet master, talismonger, beast master. In managing various affairs, with the strong support of the ancestor, your status among the clan members has risen significantly, becoming a leading figure of the younger generation, drawing the attention of various forces in Qingzhou Mountain Town. The two other major forces in Qingzhou Mountain Town, the Beastmaster Wang family and Falling Maple Valley, have shown great interest in you. The prodigies of these two forces, without exception, have been defeated by you in duels. You have gained great renown in Qingzhou Mountain Town. Everyone says that even if you join the sword sect, you could become a prodigy there. And Lin Xiaoju, after your visit that day, her heart demon disappeared. She has been with you handling various matters, and whenever you spar with many prodigies, she is there as well. Her gaze toward you often carries a smile, but gradually, you notice that she speaks less and less. One day, she finally spoke up, wanted to learn swordsmanship from you. Swish. A sharp streak of sword light flashed, and Lin Xiaoju's 3-foot green blade slipped from her hand. You lost. Lin Bei smiled, sheathing his sword. He hadn't held back. With just one move, he had overwhelmed Lin Xiaoju. Lin Xiaoju bit her red lips, silently picked up the sword from the ground, and returned to Lin Bei's side. Can you teach me that sword technique? Which move do you want to learn? Lin Bei Usket Kewadi, the breezy willow. Lin Xiaoju said earnestly. You want to learn this move? This move is a nascent soul sword technique. If you want to learn, I will teach you. But why should I? Lin Bei teased it. Although the clan ancestor had advised him not to reveal the breezy willow technique, could he really listen to an NPC? The very day he left the ancestor's cave, he found Lin Xiaoju and showed off his sword technique, thoroughly satisfying himself. After saying this, Lin Xiaoju lightly bit her red lips, her peach blossom eyes showing a hint of determination. Because of my loyalty. Loyalty? To whom? To me? Lin Bei Laokit. A complex expression flashed in Lin Xiaoju's eyes. She seemed to want to deny it, but fell silent for a moment before suddenly nodding firmly. Our blood is connected, and you have saved me multiple times. My loyalty is naturally to you. Lin Xiaoju had decided that from now on, regardless of the difficulties and dangers faced, she would stand by her brother's side, obeying only his commands. To alleviate your troubles, if anyone dare to harm you, I would spare no effort, even risking my life to protect you. This loyalty concerns the Lin family, and of course, it concerns you. Lin Bei was taken aback, seeing Lin Xiaoju's serious demeanor, and then said, All right then, I will teach you, but the sword technique is difficult to learn. If you can't comprehend it, then give up. Don't waste time. You taught Lin Xiaozhu the sword technique, Breezy Willow. Lin Xiaozhu practiced diligently, and until late at night, you often heard the sound of her practicing swordsmanship from the adjoining courtyard. At first, you frequently paid attention and often offered guidance, but gradually, you lost patience. The game world is vast, and focusing on an NPC with a terrible character design is naturally unappealing to you. You often go out exploring, encountering numerous dangers, and continuously experiencing unexpected adventures. Your cultivation has progressed by leaps and bounds. After 6 months, you have reached the late stage of qi refining. One day, you suddenly think of Lin Xiaozhu and decide to visit her. She is still practicing her swordsmanship, but her sword techniques show no signs of progress. You advise her to give up, but Lin Xiaozhu refuses. You can't change Lin Xiaozhu's mind, or rather, you don't want to spend so much energy on an NPC. So you stop trying to dissuade her and occasionally invite Lin Xiaozhu to go to town to relax. Lin Xiaozhu becomes increasingly silent. You are puzzled. You don't understand her thoughts and want her to be more lively, so you decide to tease her. One day, you encounter the legitimate daughter of the Beastmaster Wang family, Wang Huo in the Desert Stormland. Wang Huo openly expresses her affection for you and wants to marry you, with her intentions unmasked. She even asks for a kiss from you at the Qingzhou Mountain auction. The townspeople say Wang Huo's feelings for you are too intense. But only you know that the Wang family is wary of the Lin family's rise and wants to use Wang Huo to eliminate you. However, you agree to Wang Huo's wedding. Your wedding with Wang Huo will take place in 3 days. You send an invitation to Lin Xiaozhu, and on the day the invitation arrives, she is still practicing her swordsmanship. The moment she receives the invitation, her expression is one of shock, sadness, calmness, and a smile. Lin Xiaozhu congratulates you and agrees to attend the wedding in 3 days. That night, the sound of sword practice in the courtyard is particularly intense. Sweat soaks her clothes as Lin Xiaozhu bites her lip, putting all her strength into every strike, her life igniting. She regrets it, watching Lin Bei grow day by day. The distance between them widens. She hides her admiration and decides to become a sword in Lin Bei's hand. She wants to let herself go and forget. She feels that her feelings for Lin Bei are not love. She thinks that perhaps practicing swordsmanship for a while, or maybe being apart from Lin Bei for a time, will make this passionate emotion recede like the tide. But she is wrong. The flames only grow fiercer. Now she understands that this feeling is indeed love. But at the moment she receives the wedding invitation, Lin Xiaozhu knows it is too late. Suddenly, a perfect sword light streaks across the sky. By the willow bank, with the morning breeze and the waning moon, she wonders if she has mastered it. Lin Xiaozhu stares at the sword light in a daze, unable to believe it. Chapter 10: The Wedding Day, 3 days later. The Lin family and the Wang family are joyfully united, and the town of Qingzhou Mountain is festooned with lights and decorations. An auction is held for 3 consecutive days, attracting many cultivators from other places to participate, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Lin Bei and Wang Huo walk together. Lin Xiaozhu follows behind in the crowd. Husband, Wang Huo gazes affectionately, feeding a spirit peach into Lin Bei's mouth. Wife, Lin Bei eats it, stealing a glance at Lin Xiaozhu as he does so. At this moment, Lin Xiaozhu purses her lips, her face somewhat pale. Indeed, although Lin Xiaozhu's NPC character is that of a bad woman, she is still somewhat attracted by her own charm. Lin Bei Smeedus. When it comes to showing affection, he excels at it. Whether it's exchanging glances, toasting with cups, or playing little games, he shows love in 360 degrees. Your wedding with Wang Huo is in progress. Lin Xiaozhu continues to follow behind, silent, watching you and Wang Huo show affection. Her face growing paler, her grip on the long sword tightening. You pretend to ask her what's wrong. Lin Xiaozhu replies that she's just feeling a bit unwell. But she won't leave. She wants to witness you marry your bride with her own eyes. In dealing with the stubborn Lin Xiaozhu, you decide to drop a bombshell. On the wedding night, cultivators are prone to relax their guard, making assassination easier. You need a cultivator to guard the door. You invite Lin Xiaozhu to guard the door for you and Wang He. This means that if you and Wang Huo engage in intimacy, Lin Xiaozhu will hear the sounds at the door all night long. Lin Xiaozhu is stunned. She wants to refuse, but seeing your eager gaze. She ultimately agrees. The wedding is in progress. Bow to heaven and earth, bow to the parents, husband and wife bow to each other. Of course, you do not bow and find an excuse to decline. The Wang family is very angry about this, but they choose to endure it for the assassination plan that night. Wedding customs are over. It's the wedding night. You dismiss everyone, leaving only Lin Xiaozhu to guard the door. The Wang family does not take Lin Xiaozhu seriously, since she is only at the mid-stage of qi refining. Husband. On the bed. After drinking spirit wine, Wang Hor lies on the bed, her cheeks flushed with two rosy clouds, her brows and eyes full of charm. Lin Bai sneers. This venomous woman. He has investigated her beforehand. Wang Hor had previously joined the Harmony sect and learned a set of deadly techniques for the bed. If he were to succumb to temptation now, he would be drained of his essence in no time. Husband, what's wrong? Wang Hor continues to showcase her charm, her outer thin garment slipping down, revealing a fiery red belly band. Swish! A cold gleam suddenly appears, aimed directly at Wang Hor's fair neck. The sword edge is sharp, the cold air oppressive. A flicker of shock crosses Wang Hor's delicate face, and she feigns a pitiful look, panicking. Husband, shut up. Lin Bei's expression turns cold as he controls the flying sword to advance slightly, and immediately, a stream of blood drips down. Wang Hor is frightened into silence. You can put away the talisman in your palm. Do you really think I'm a fool? You Wang family set a trap, and I would just walk right in? What a joke! Lin Bei chuckles softly. I was wrong, please don't kill me. Wang Hor is quite sensible, immediately discarding the talisman and kneeling down, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sobs. Keep your voice down or else. Lin Bei threatens, I can spare your life, and I'll let the Wang family matter go, but you need to cooperate with me on something. Young master, just say what you need. I will definitely cooperate fully. Wang Huo quickly replies. You come from the Harmony sect, you know all about the matters of the bed. If that's the case, mimic the sounds made during intimacy. Lin Bai demands. The sounds of intimacy. Wang Hor seems to understand, but not quite. Just scream X. Lin Bei, becoming impatient, presses the sword against Wang Hor. Don't make me say it twice. For the sake of her life, Wang Hor, disregarding all sense of propriety, grits her teeth and begins to comply with Lin Bei's request. As expected of a disciple of the Harmony sect, even when her life is at stake, her sounds are vividly lifelike. The enchanting sounds flow from the room, while Lin Bei shakes the bed, occasionally echoing the lewd words he learned from the neighboring couple, causing Wang Hor, coming from the Harmony sect, to blush deeply. There's no helping it. In terms of playfulness, modernity is a complete downgrade for ancient times. Soon, outside the door, Lin Xiaozhu can no longer bear it. Lin Bei can see her figure lingering outside the door, seemingly caught in immense struggle. Why isn't she angry enough to barge in? Lin Bai wonders. If their roles were reversed, he certainly wouldn't be able to tolerate such humiliation and would barge right in. But he soon realizes that Lin Xiaozhu, having been poisoned by ancient feudal thoughts, wouldn't dare or feel comfortable to do such a thing, leaving her trapped in torment. Lin Bei prepares to drop another bombshell. He takes out paper and pen, quickly writing down a few lines, instructing Wang Hor to read them aloud. Although Wang Hor is puzzled, her life and family are in Lin Bei's control, so she follows his instructions and reads. Husband, today I noticed a woman following you closely. She has a sword at her waist, a jade bracelet on her wrist, and a mole at the corner of her eye. Who is she? You mean Lin Xiaozhu? What's wrong? I noticed she has been watching you. It seems she has some feelings for you. How could that be? She is loyal to her family and is worried about my safety as the future clan leader. Husband, women understand women best. I know what she is thinking. Hey, I don't believe it. Lin Xiaozhu is right at the door. Why don't I call her in and ask? Then go ahead and call. I see you clearly have something to hide. Fine, I'll call. Lin Bei decisively agrees, keeping an eye on the lovely figure behind the door. Noticing Lin Xiaozhu's delicate body clearly frozen in place. Lin Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu. Lin Bei deliberately calls out loudly. At this shout, Lin Xiaozhu can no longer hold back. Though her temperament is gentle, she is internally very resilient. She had intended to endure, but Lin Bei's actions leave her with no way to retreat. Bang! Lin Xiaozhu pushes open the door, her red lips pursed, preparing to witness an unsightly scene, tears welling at the corners of her eyes, ready to abandon her dignity. But the scene inside leaves her stunned. There stands Wang Huo, pale as death, with a sword against her neck, looking utterly despondent. Meanwhile, Lin Bei is grinning mischievously, looking at her and chuckling. "Are you willing to come in?" Lin Xiaozhu is left dumbfounded by this scene. What's going on? Chapter 11. Things that make women cry. I can't do it. Facing Lin Xiaozhu's confusion, Lin Bei smiled and said, "It's simple. The Wang family sent Wang Huo to seduce me, intending to kill me on the wedding night, but I saw through it. So I turned the tables and staged this good show." "The Wang family wants to kill you?" Lin Xiaozhu's expression instantly became tense. "Don't worry. Since I've taken the initiative to get involved, I naturally have a way to retreat safely." Lin Bei's expression was calm, revealing his cultivation level. Peak Qi refining. Just one step away from foundation establishment. "Lin Bei, my Wang family has 3 foundation establishment ancestors. You are merely at the peak of Qi refining, and you can't escape." Wang Huoker said anxiously. "There's a misunderstanding here. Let me go, and I will explain it clearly to you on behalf of the ancestors. There's still room for negotiation. Did I ask you to speak?" Lin Bei snorted coldly, sharp sword light forcing Wang Huo into silence. "Brother, what Wang Huo said makes some sense. 3 foundation establishment cultivators are not to be trifled with." Lin Xiaozhu's eyes showed worry. "I, Lin Bei, can turn foundation establishment cultivators to ashes with a snap of my fingers. Let's go." Lin Bei maintained his composure and swagger, then stepped forward, heading outside. Lin Xiaozhu hurried after him, taking a deep breath and saying, "I've perfected the sword technique, gentle breeze, caressing willows. Brother, if you can't defeat them, escape immediately, and I'll hold them off for you." "You've mastered it?" Lin Bei was taken aback, then waved his hand, saying, "There's no reason to let a woman hold off for me. Isn't that what we agreed on?" Lin Xiaozhu stopped in her tracks. Under the moonlight, the gentle breeze stirred her hair, and the pure moonlight illuminated Lin Xiaozhu's picturesque features, revealing an indescribable determination. Agreement. Lin Bei recalled that when he taught Lin Xiaozhu the sword techniques, she had promised to offer her loyalty and protect him, regardless of life or death. He had completely forgotten, but he didn't expect Lin Xiaozhu to remember it until now. Lin Bei had a slight change in his view of this NPC he had set as a bad woman, then smiled and said, "Then it's up to you. But you probably won't have the chance to use your sword technique. After you leave, Wang Huo quickly sends a message to the Wang family's foundation establishment cultivators. The location of your wedding night is in Qingzhou Mountain Town, as requested by the Wang family. Soon, the cultivators of the Wang family had arranged for will surround the town and begin searching for you and Lin Xiaozhu. You had already arranged for the Lin family cultivators to leave the town. Now, there are only you and Lin Xiaozhu in Qingzhou Mountain Town. You did not hide, leading Lin Xiaozhu down the long street. The Wang family quickly discovered your whereabouts. With 3 foundation establishment cultivators and 13 late-stage Qi refining cultivators surrounding you and Lin Xiaozhu, the Wang family takes you very seriously. On the wedding night, Lin Bei, you want to use my yin yuan for cultivation to break through to foundation establishment. You have a heart as stone. Wang Hu écrit, accusing Lin Bei in front of all the cultivators. The Wang family initially planned to carry out an assassination, but the development of the situation was beyond their expectations. Now, in broad daylight, they can kill Lin Bei, but they must at least have a legitimate reason. "Didn't I say I would let you go? Why are you back again?" Lin Bei said lightly, sensing Lin Xiaozhu's panic beside him. He touched Lin Xiaozhu's palm, signaling her that everything was fine. "Let me go. Lin Bei, after what you did to me, you dare to speak such arrogant words." Wang Huo cried even harder. Really a woman with excellent acting skills. "Do you want to recharge 6 yuan to purchase 6-foot sword pills for foundation establishment? Recharge, activate." With a sigh, Lin Bei said, "Sorry, but I can't make women cry." He raised his hand, and instantly 6 sword pills transformed into 6 foundation establishment flying swords, soaring and twisting in the air. "Go," Lin Bei said lightly. The sword marks streaked across the night sky, like flowing light, silver-white brilliance carrying blood-red petals, magnificent and dazzling. In the next moment, Wang Huo's body fell from midair, collapsing to the ground. "I can't make women cry. then you can just become a corpse. Lin Bei smiled, his gaze sharpening again. Go! 6 streams of light shot out again, this time targeting a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Indestructible Vajra Bell. The Foundation Establishment cultivator's expression changed as he summoned a bronze ancient bell, enveloping himself completely. This was a peak second-tier magical treasure, and he was confident he could withstand the Sword Pill's attack. The other 2 Wong Family Foundation Establishment cultivators were not idle either. Taking this opportunity, they wielded flying magical tools, transforming into long rainbows, each using their techniques to attack Lin Bei directly. Brother, be careful. Facing the 2 attacking Foundation Establishment cultivators, Lin Xiaozhu did not hesitate to stand in front of Lin Bei, raising her long sword, ready to unleash her sword technique. Even if she might die the next moment, she would not regret this moment. The reason she practiced the sword was also for this moment. She did not want to always hide under Lin Bei's wings. Even if he was willing to do so, no need to go to such lengths. Lin Bei smiled, casually waving his hand, pretentiously forming a sword technique. Gentle breeze, caressing willows. In an instant, the 6 sword pills split into 3 streams of light, heading straight for the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Hurry! The speed of the flying swords surged dramatically, but the momentum was surprisingly small. In silence, they pierced through the hearts of the 2 unsuspecting Foundation Establishment cultivators. Third brother, Little Nine. The Foundation Establishment cultivator protected by the Golden Bell's barrier had his eyes bulging in rage, but he could no longer shout. Gentle breeze, caressing willows. Lin Bei said indifferently. The 6 sword lights transformed into streams of light, breaking through the Golden Bell barrier, shredding the Foundation Establishment cultivator's body to pieces. Casually retracting the sword pills, Lin Bei stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the moonlight, reciting a poem. On a dark night of murder. The wind howls for a firestorm. This act was so pretentious that Lin Bei gave himself a perfect score of 100. Playing a game without being pretentious is like eating hot pot without adding the base ingredients. As I said, once I, Lin Bei, make a move, with a snap of my fingers, Foundation Establishment cultivators turn to ashes. Lin Bei pretended to be profound. Very impressive. Lin Xiaozhu nodded, but her expression was somewhat complex. On a dark night of murder, the wind howls for a firestorm. You pressed on with momentum, slaying most of the Wong family cultivators, causing the remaining Wong family cultivators to flee in fear. In Qingzhou Mountain Town, there is no longer the Beastmaster Wong family power. From the Wong family's treasure vault, you obtained many magical treasures and techniques, among which the most important is the complete cultivation method for beast mastery, which can be cultivated all the way to the Golden Core realm. You pursued your victory, arriving at Luofeng Valley. With 1 sword, you killed an unyielding elder of Luofeng Valley, and Luofeng Valley announced its submission to the Lin family, becoming a subordinate force of the Lin family. From then on, among the 3 major powers of Qingzhou Mountain, only the Lin family remained. The next day, you returned to the Lin family and the Lin family ancestor. Upon hearing this news, scolded you for half a day in fear, then prepared a grand feast to praise you for an entire month. As night fell, you returned to the courtyard, only to find Lin Xiaozhu already waiting for you in your room. Inside the room, Lin Xiaozhu entered uninvited. Sitting at the table, her expression cool, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. She quietly watched Lin Bei enter through the door and gently open her lips. You're back. Lin Xiaozhu, what are you doing in my room? Lin Bei was taken aback. I came to ask you something. Lin Xiaozhu bit her lip on that wedding night. When Lin Bei staged a good show and teased her, she wanted to ask him. But at that urgent moment, she didn't say it out loud. Today, Lin Xiaozhu wanted to clarify everything. Lin Bei casually said, ask away, I will definitely tell you everything. Lin Xiaozhu bit her red lips. You must speak the truth. Of course, I swear, all right. Lin Bei nodded. Okay. Lin Xiaozhu took a deep breath, as if she had made a decision, and asked seriously, what Wang He said last night was all instructed by you? Of course, Lin Bei nodded. Lin Xiaozhu paused for a moment and asked again, what Wang He said. Lin Xiaozhu has been watching you, seems to be interested in you. Was that also something you made her say? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was taken aback, then recalled that he had indeed instructed Wang Hui'er to say that. He nodded. Yes, I made her say it. Lin Xiaozhu stood up, and under the moonlight, she stepped closer to Lin Bei, mustering the courage to meet his gaze, hoping for an answer while fearing that the answer might not exist at all. Lin Xiaozhu's body trembled slightly. Why did you say that? If I didn't say that, you definitely wouldn't want to come in? Lin Bei replied calmly. I noticed you've been much quieter while practicing your sword recently, so I wanted to tease you a bit, to let you know that there are still many fun things in life. Life is a game, after all. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking if you think I like you. Lin Xiaozhu's delicate hand clenched the hem of her skirt, referring to the kind of liking between men and women. Lin Bei was dumbfounded. What was up with this flirtatious NPC? Suddenly going for it? Was there even a need to ask? As a system-generated NPC wife. Since the program was set that way, Lin Xiaozhu must like him. Lin Bei retorted, what do you think? This time, Lin Xiaozhu did not back down. She decisively nodded. I admit I do have a little. Then I wasn't wrong. Lin Bei smiled. Then, Lin Xiaozhu looked at Lin Bei and asked the question in her heart. Do you like me? Lin Bei fell silent. Behind the screen, he had countless grievances he wanted to vent. Does the game company even know how to make games? Is this how a flirtatious character is set up? Flirtatious girls are all fishing. Have you ever heard of Jiang Taigong fishing, willing to hook? How can it be so pressing? Who designed this character? If you're bad at it, just practice more. Lin Bei cursed. He had never considered that Lin Xiaozhu might not be a flirtatious girl, and that her initial coldness and warmth towards him could be a struggle between rationality and emotion. He had never thought that Lin Xiaozhu was not just a cold piece of data, but a real person. So, after venting his frustrations about the game company, facing Lin Xiaozhu's anxious gaze, he decisively shook his head. I can't say I like you. You should try harder. As soon as he said that, Lin Xiaozhu's body swayed slightly, her hopeful expression turning into despair. She looked calm, even smiling as if she had finally been freed. Okay, I understand. Brother, I'm very sorry for saying these things to you today. I hope you won't take it to heart. Lin Xiaozhu left, confession failed. Worried that Lin Xiaozhu's mindset might collapse again, you want to find Lin Xiaozhu the next day. To your surprise, Lin Xiaozhu had returned to her original self, as if last night's events had never happened. You found it strange, yet comforting. Though it was strange, you didn't delve deeper. Your attention remained focused on exploring the vast world of cultivation. Outside Qingzhou Mountain, there was a bigger world. Above Foundation Establishment was Golden Core. Above Golden Core was Nascent Soul, and beyond Nascent Soul were other realms. You learned about the Lingguang Festival in Linglang Heaven, the 10,000 Monsters Conference in the Wan Yao Mountain Range, and the refining Heaven Gu Banquet of the Gu clan in the northern region. You learned about the infinite mysteries of this cultivation world. You developed a strong interest in standing at the pinnacle of the world, wanting to see how this cultivation world differed from the interstellar world. You prepared to leave Qingzhou Mountain and invited Lin Xiaozhu to leave with you, but she declined. Before leaving, Lin Xiaozhu promised you that she would protect the Lin family while you were away. During the months you spent away, you established a very high reputation within the Lin family. Everyone, young and old, had great faith in you. They were very reluctant to see you leave. While the ancestor appeared indifferent, only telling you, if you get into trouble outside, don't bring it back to the Lin family. Leave some traces. If a prodigy of the Lin family happens to discover it, they will seek revenge for you. You left Qingzhou Mountain. You traveled for a year, and upon returning to the Lin family, everyone was very happy to see you return, yet you felt no waves in your heart, as only 2 hours had passed in your world. It was late at night. Lin Xiaozhu invited you to drink a jar of peach blossom tea she brewed. She had planted a spirit peach tree a year ago, and it had now bloomed. You looked at Lin Xiaozhu. A year had passed, and many traces were left on her. The most prominent was that she had become even more beautiful. You marveled that the modeling could change in real time. This game was too realistic. While enjoying tea, Lin Xiaozhu's mother arrived and talked to her about marriage. You couldn't shake the feeling that the beautiful woman's words seemed to be directed at you. After the beautiful woman left, you asked Lin Xiaozhu about marriage, saying that if she liked a certain young man, you would help her elope. You thought, since Lin Xiaozhu's reactions were AI programmed, and AI had self-learning capabilities, Perhaps if you changed a bit, Lin Xiaoju's AI program would break through? Yes, you regarded this as an interesting little experiment. Lin Xiaoju looked at you and said okay. She mentioned that she had her eyes on the legitimate son of the neighboring Ling Chui Valley. The next day, you went to Ling Chui Valley, acted recklessly, and brought back a 16-year-old boy to Lin Xiaoju. When you handed him over to Lin Xiaoju, her expression was quite strange, and you thought perhaps this was a sign of the AI breaking its limits. But for 3 months straight, Lin Xiaoju did not marry the boy, and they did not even interact daily. She said she didn't like him, and she let the boy go willingly. The boy left in tears, and from then on, a rumor spread around that the young patriarch of the Lin family had a fondness for young boys. You heard this rumor and were furious. You felt that Lin Xiaoju's AI program had either broken through or failed. You shifted your focus because you sensed a foundation-building opportunity in the East. After bidding farewell to Lin Xiaoju, you left the Lin family again. You traveled eastward and eventually discovered that your opportunity was actually at the Sword Sect, the strongest sect in the Ling-Lang Heaven Realm, the Sword Sect. With the sword technique, gentle breeze, caressing willows, you successfully joined the Sword Sect and became a disciple of the Tsuishin Peak lineage. Chapter 13. The Foundation of the Heavenly Path. Your master's name is Dongfang Shui, a golden core cultivator. The Tsuishin Peak has a master, Dongfang Shui, with 12 disciples. After joining the peak, you are ranked 13th, the youngest disciple. You joined the Tsuishin Peak, were assigned a cave dwelling, received the inheritance of cultivation techniques, and competed with your senior brothers and sisters in swordsmanship, winning 11 matches and losing 1. You were surprised that, despite using the Yuan Ing sword technique, there was a Foundation Establishment cultivator who could defeat you. The Foundation Establishment cultivator who defeated you ranks 2nd in Tsuishin Peak, named Yin Lingyi, a woman with a fiery temperament and figure. You challenge her to a sword duel 5 times, losing each time. During your exchanges with Yin Lingyi, you discovered that your opportunity for Foundation Establishment was actually related to her. You explained this matter to Yin Lingyi. Yin Lingyi pondered for a moment and said that next time she goes home, she wants you to go back with her. On that day, you and Yin Lingyi returned to the Yin family together. The Yin family is near the Wanyao mountain range, which is currently experiencing a surge of demonic energy and chaos from strange beasts. Yin Lingyi told you that your opportunity for Foundation Establishment lies within the Wanyao mountain range. The opportunity for Foundation Establishment is elusive but can be faintly sensed. After arriving at the Wanyao mountain range, you felt something strange. You realized that your opportunity for Foundation Establishment was divided into 2 parts, one related to Yin Lingyi and the other to the Wanyao mountain range. Your opportunity for Foundation Establishment was unexpectedly split into 2. You ventured deeper into the Wanyao mountain range, where the strange beasts were rampaging. It was extremely perilous, and you were forced to recharge 18 times just to safely reach the location of your opportunity for Foundation Establishment. You discovered that your opportunity for Foundation Establishment was actually on a small fiery red bird, a demon beast. You wanted to take the small bird away. But just as you touched the small bird, the demonic energy in the Wanyao mountain range surged suddenly, overwhelming the area, and the demon beasts became frenzied, forming a massive wave of beasts charging towards you. You thought to yourself, this is bad. Well, I need to recharge over 1,000 this time to survive. The small bird seemed to sense the danger as well. Although it was weak, it struggled to fly, calling out in an attempt to drive back the horde of attacking demon beasts. Of course, this was futile, but at that moment, Yin Lingyi appeared. Yin Lingyi sacrificed her own life to annihilate the horde of demon beasts. You were dumbfounded. What kind of plot development is this? You investigated and saw that where Yin Lingyi died, there was a fiery red beast core. Immediately, the fiery red beast core suddenly soared into the air, frantically absorbing the demonic energy from the dead demon beasts and the demonic energy of the Wanyao mountain range. The fiery red beast core turned black and purple, and during this process, the small fiery red bird continued to cry out mournfully, as if reluctant. After half a day's time, the purple-black beast core suddenly shone brightly, and moments later, Yin Lingyi, completely naked, was reborn. You saw that the reborn Yinlingyi's aura was even stronger, directly ascending to the peak of foundation establishment. She walked towards you, or more precisely, towards a small bird in your palm. Yinlingyi caressed the small bird and said to you, "This bird is named Yin Yao. If you are willing, we can sign an equal contract, and you can raise it as a pet." You asked Yinlingyi to put on some clothes first. You are not a paragon of virtue. Of course. You want to look, but the problem is that due to censorship, what you see on Yinlingyi now is just a black shadow. Sud. After Yinlingyi put on her clothes, you asked her why she didn't T-release the demon beast. Yinlingyi told you that she and the bird share the same soul. She is the second Yuan spirit of this bird. You were shocked. Indeed. The cultivation world is full of surprises. Yinlingyi continued to explain that the bird's bloodline is that of the 9-fire phoenix. When it was just born, the Phoenix clan encountered a great calamity, and she, the bird, was forced to separate from the clan and descend into the Wanyao mountain range. The bird, Yin Yao, was severely injured and could only survive in this volcano, unable to leave. Over thousands of years, due to its bloodline talent, Yin Yao gave rise to a second Yuan spirit, which is her, Yinlingyi, because of the severe injury to its original body. This second Yuan spirit quickly developed self-awareness. She decided to sever ties with the bird, thus planning today's events. You asked why she wanted you to raise the bird if she was going to sever ties. Yinlingyi replied that after signing the contract, the bird could leave the volcano, but its vitality would gradually weaken, and someone would need to continuously seek out strange fires for it. Strange fires? You complain that this game is just copying Do Pa Song Xiong. You asked Yinlingyi why you should raise a bird. Yinlingyi answered that Yin Yao's bloodline is that of a top-tier demon beast, possessing immense combat power. Furthermore, if you agreed to raise Yin Yao, she would help you with your foundation establishment. You thought about it and felt it was a good deal, so you agreed. Yinlingyi handed you the dim purple-red beast core, telling you that as long as you absorb the energy within, you can achieve the most perfect foundation establishment of the heavenly path. You took the beast core and signed an equal contract with Yin Yao. You and Yinlingyi returned to the sword sect, Suishin Peak. You began to enter seclusion for foundation establishment. Time in cultivation is timeless. Foundation establishment is inherently difficult, especially the most perfect heavenly path foundation establishment. You entered seclusion for 3 years. You chose to skip the seclusion time. Time in the game world flew by rapidly. 3 years passed, and you completed the Heavenly Path Foundation establishment. The momentum during your foundation establishment was quite grand, with your master Dongfang Shui personally protecting you. Many peak masters of the sword sect came to investigate, all saying that Dongfang Shui took in a good disciple. Your reputation in the sword sect rose. After your foundation establishment, many sword sect disciples came to communicate with you, and some families wanted to recruit you as a son-in-law, all of which you refused. Another 6 months passed, and your relationship with the disciples of Suishin Peak grew stronger. You became enamored with raising the bird, discovering that feeding demon beasts was also quite an interesting task. One day, a letter from home arrived from Qingzhou Mountain. You opened the letter, which stated that the Lingcue Valley had fallen into the demonic path, becoming an affiliated organization of the demonic sect Lin Shizong, and the direct descendants of Lingcue Valley were coming for revenge. The Lin family was in danger. The Lin family must be destroyed. The letter was sent half a month ago. After half a month, you didn't know if the Lin family was still there. You became furious and immediately decided to return for revenge to defend the Lin family. Master Dongfang Shui noticed your actions and, fearing for your safety, decided to accompany you. At the same time, Yinlingyi, worried about the safety of the bird, also decided to accompany you back to the Lin family. With a golden core cultivator, the speed of travel was extremely fast. Within just 1 day, you returned to the Lin family. Swish! A crimson long sword sliced through the sky, transforming into a long rainbow, arriving at the town of Qingzhou Mountain. To the west, Lin Bei arrived quickly. He was somewhat anxious at this moment. Although he didn't have deep feelings for the Lin family's NPCs, he could not sit idly by as the Lin family faced destruction. Dongfang Shui nodded, her mind moved, and the flying sword made a sharp turn. In just a few breaths, they arrived above the Lin family. At this moment, There was a protective formation above the Lin family blocking the way, but a large hole had already been broken through. A blood-soaked woman stood at the entrance, facing over 100 cultivators surrounding the Lin family alone. A golden core cultivator. Was this golden core cultivator just passing by? No, she had stopped. Could it be that she intended to exterminate evil and defend the way? Lower your voices. We are not here as Lin Shizong disciples. We are still people from Lingsue Valley. The besieging cultivators whispered among themselves. Some paused their attacks, wary of the suddenly appearing golden core cultivator. Others, blinded by rage, rushed forward heedlessly, not caring that their plans to annihilate the Lin family might be thwarted. The boy who had been captured by Lin Bei had now grown into a man. He controlled a puppet at the half-step golden core level, launching a frenzied attack against the woman blocking the entrance. The gentle breeze caressed the willows. The woman spat out a mouthful of essence blood, staining the sword's body red, barely able to withstand the puppet's attack. But she was too exhausted. The flying sword was shattered. Her body was sent flying by the puppet, swaying in the air like a kite with its string cut. Am I going to die? Lin Xiaoju's consciousness had already entered the brink of death. Chapter 14, This is My Fate. Lin Xiaoju recalled her brief life, like a revolving lantern. Various mixed fragments emerged in her mind. Most of the characters were her parents. And next was Lin Bei. Although she spent little time with Lin Bei, those days left a deep impression on Lin Xiaoju. She remembered him slaying the deacon of the Hahuan sect, killing the frog spirit, and then suppressing many forces at the wedding banquet. Finally, there was that night. The night she gathered her courage. Although the outcome was not good, at least it was an answer. Lin Xiaoju had no regrets. After Lin Bei left, she took over his responsibilities, managing the affairs of the Lin family. Some family members felt she was unworthy, while others thought it unnecessary, questioning why a mere qi practitioner should concern herself with so much. Lin Xiaoju herself knew that she couldn't help much. Her abilities were too weak. But as long as the family's affairs didn't go awry, she felt a sense of peace. She believed she had kept her promise to Lin Bei, and that was enough. When Lin Bei returned from his travels, he asked her why she hadn't found someone to marry. Out of spite, and as a test for Lin Bei, she casually mentioned a name, not expecting that Lin Bei would actually bring that person. Lin Xiaoju felt both happiness and sorrow, mostly happiness. She sensed Lin Bei's importance placed on her, yet she also felt that he didn't like her. But importance was enough. Lin Xiaoju was a person who knew how to be content. She thought that if she could stay in the Lin family, listening to Lin Bei's glorious achievements outside, and cultivate peacefully, that would be enough, happier than many ordinary people and even cultivators. But heaven did not fulfill her wishes. She never imagined that her earlier joke would lead to such calamity. The legitimate son of Ling Shui Valley came with an army, vowing to avenge the humiliation of the past. With the ancestors and elders gravely injured, just as the Lin family was on the brink of destruction, Lin Xiaoju stepped up, using the Yuan Ing sword technique to hold the line, albeit temporarily. But human strength has its limits. This must be my fate, Lin Xiaoju murmured. She felt her life should have ended when being pursued by the Hahuan sect cultivators. It was Lin Bei who saved her. She also thought perhaps she shouldn't have lived then. If not, her joking words wouldn't have implicated countless members of the Lin family. She closed her eyes, prepared to face her fate. Suddenly, a warm figure embraced her. Lin Xiaoju opened her eyes to find that the one holding her was the person she had been thinking of day and night. Lin Bei. Her voice was weak, almost inaudible. She had faced death without fear, but now she couldn't help but shed tears. Don't speak. Lin Bei hurriedly took out healing pills and fed them to Lin Xiaoju, then laid her on the soft grass. It's the young master. We are saved. Bai Ge, you finally returned. Woo! The Lin family members erupted in surprise and cries. Half of the 10 children Lin Bei had taught were now dead, and the Lin family was in a state of disarray. Lin Bei glanced around, his anger rising higher and higher. Damn it, can I still be bullied by NPCs? Lin Bei, should we take action and eliminate these people? Dongfang Shui's cold voice descended, carrying endless authority. The pressure from a golden core cultivator formed a formation that prevented the attacking cultivators from even considering escape. No need. Lin Bei shook his head. That would be too easy for them. Do you want to spend 98 yuan to purchase the mysterious technique, 10,000 fires refining soul technique? Recharge, activate. Lin Bei hadn't planned on recharging, but this time he was genuinely provoked. In an instant, 98 yuan vanished from his wallet. Damn the game officials. Lin Bei was even angrier. He summoned a flying sword to circle around him. The next moment, his figure shot out like a thunderbolt. The flying sword transformed into a long rainbow, and 6 sword pills turned into 6 flying swords. Sword cultivators are the best at killing. Foundation establishment cultivator? Die for me. The legitimate son of Ling Shui Valley controlled a half-step golden core puppet, trying to block Lin Bei's attack. Slash! Lin Bei said indifferently, as the flying swords danced in the air like blooming flowers, blood splattering everywhere. Young master. Upon seeing the man dead, the other cultivators panicked and turned to flee. But in terms of speed, who could outrun the flying swords? Swish! 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 The flying swords exploded in the air, producing piercing sonic booms, carving perfect arcs in the air. Each descent claimed a life. Soon, all the attacking cultivators were dead. Killing Foundation establishment cultivators is like killing a chicken. The Lin family members were dumbfounded. For a moment, they couldn't even remember to cheer. Junior brother Lin's strength has improved again, Yan Lingyi remarked, watching Lin Bei's actions. Seeing his power, she felt reassured that Yin Yao's future was secure. But he still can't defeat you. Dongfang Shui smiled, looking at Yan Lingyi. As a golden core cultivator, she couldn't fully see through Yan Lingyi's depths, only sensing a hint of elusive demonic energy. At this moment, facing the ground full of corpses, Lin Bei didn't stop. He extended his hand, and a fiery red bird emerged. Chirp! The fiery red bird looked quite confused. Wrong, let's do it again. Lin Bei's face darkened with a few black lines as he stuffed the stealing Yin Yao into his clothes and extended his hand again. This time, a void flickering, pitch-black flame emerged, like a black hole with infinite suction. This black hole instantly drew all the souls of the unreborn corpses into the pitch-black flame. The souls wandered within, occasionally revealing grotesque, ghostly faces, and faintly, one could hear the wails of the souls. That's more like it. Lin Bei was quite satisfied. NPCs should have the awareness of NPCs. But at that moment, the fiery red bird popped out again, surprisingly swallowing all the pitch-black flames, then comfortably burped its belly round. What the hell? Lin Bei's eyes widened. He shook the bird, trying to make it spit the flames out. He hadn't tortured it enough yet, but after a while of shaking, he found the bird had no reaction and even fell asleep. Ultimately, he gave up. Forget it, dust to dust, earth to earth. If the NPC is dead, then it's dead. Without caring for anything else, Lin Bei led Dongfang Shui to the dying Lin Xiuju's side and asked Master, "Can you check her injuries? Do you have any healing pills to spare? I'll use my divine sense to investigate." Dongfang Shui closed her eyes and began to probe with her divine sense. However, as she did so, her brows furrowed tightly. After a while, she opened her eyes and sighed helplessly. Use demonic arts. Lifespan is nearing its end, and replenishing lifespan is extremely difficult. Every pill that increases lifespan, once it appears, will be fought over by countless transformation stage old monsters. Lifespan nearing its end? Lin Bei looked at Lin Xiuju's pale face, incredulous. She clearly still looked like a young girl. How could her lifespan be ending? The cost of time will be paid later. Dongfang Shui shook her head. She has only 3 months left. Prepare for her affairs. Longevity is hard to find. Life and death parting. You must experience this. Life and death parting? Lin Bei still couldn't believe it. Do you want to spend 9,999 yuan to purchase the 100-year lifespan pill? At this moment, the game popped up a prompt. Lin Bei was both angry and amused. Damn it. Are they not even pretending anymore? Can selling myself exchange for 10,000 yuan? Charge 10,000? Impossible. Elder brother. Lin Xiuju's voice was weak. Her pale lips forced a faint smile. It's so good to see you again. I'm already satisfied. This is my fate. Lin Bei was speechless. Chapter 15. She died. She is fake. She is a bitch. She is an NPC. She is a tool created by the game's official to trap your resources. $99.99. This is not a price you can afford. You are just a poor student, from a bad family, an ordinary person with mental illness. Where will you get this $9,999? It's unnecessary. It shouldn't be. Be rational. Lin Bei, wake up. Lin Bei was persuaded by himself. Dong Fanxue and Yin Lingyi returned to the sword sect. You helped your clan rebuild the Lin family. Exactly the same as before. You lived with Lin Xiuzhu like in the past. You did your own things. While she always followed you. You asked her what kind of demonic technique she practiced. Lin Xiuzhu replied that she didn't know at the last moment. She just used the technique Qing Feng Fully Yu, and with each use, her body became weaker. You checked the skill description of Qing Feng Fully Yu and found a line of inconspicuous small print. When practicing Qing Feng Fully Yu, the heart should be like a still pond, without waves. If there is a demon in the heart, the sword technique will self-destruct, resulting in a subpar version. Killing 800 enemies, self-damaging 1,000. You asked Lin Xiuzhu when she mastered the sword technique. Lin Xiuzhu replied that it was on the night she learned you were about to marry Wang Willow Banks. Morning breeze and fading moon. You realized that all of this was a coincidence of fate. The consequences of your random actions. You apologized to Lin Xiuzhu. Lin Xiuzhu said she was grateful for this flawed sword technique. Without it, she wouldn't have even seen you for the last time. You didn't know what to say. 7 days passed in a flash. The last moments always passed, especially quickly. Lin Xiuzhu's appearance began to age rapidly. She transformed from a youthful girl into a gentle woman. With some wrinkles appearing on her face, she was aging quickly. A month later, she no longer wanted to see you, no matter how much you pleaded. She refused to meet. You forced yourself to see her. You saw a woman whose appearance was somewhat unfamiliar, quietly watching the canary in the cage. Lin Xiuzhu cried, saying if you forced her to meet again, she would commit suicide. You had no choice but to agree. Another 7 days passed. Lin Xiuzhu's mother handed you some stationery, saying it was something she took out without Lin Xiuzhu's knowledge. You opened the stationery and found it recorded Lin Xiuzhu's life. Lin Xiuzhu had a habit of writing diaries. You flipped through the pages one by one. You read through Lin Xiuzhu's brief life. You gradually understood Lin Xiuzhu's intentions. You realized you misunderstood Lin Xiuzhu. Her hot and cold attitude towards you wasn't just a way to play with your feelings, but a continuous struggle within herself. You regretted it, and, through the window, you asked Lin Xiuzhu if that was the case. Lin Xiuzhu fell silent. She didn't speak. After a long time, she simply pushed a note through the window. It read, "No." You easily saw through Lin Xiuzhu's lie. She was unwilling to admit it simply because she wanted to relieve your pressure, not wanting to become a mental burden for you in the future during your heart demon tribulation. Lin Xiuzhu didn't want to drag you down, but at the same time, she didn't want you to forget her. She was conflicted, and within that conflict was a lie, just like the struggle in her heart back then. You knew Lin Xiuzhu didn't want to speak because her voice had also aged. The Lin Xiuzhu she wanted you to remember was always that youthful girl. You knew time was running out. You logged out of the game. So what if you misunderstood Lin Xiuzhu? No matter how pure she is just an NPC. $99.99, you could have had several health treatments in reality. Why work so hard for a character in a virtual world? Not worth it. Lin Bei kept telling himself repeatedly in his heart. He had 1,000 reasons to tell himself to give up on this NPC. Everything would be fine. A normal person would do that. But suddenly he realized he couldn't do it. Even if the other party wasn't a real person, even if the other party was just an NPC, even if he scolded himself for being stupid, for spending money, Lin Bei found that he couldn't do it. He felt uncomfortable in his heart, saving Lin Xiuzhu. To satisfy himself, to let his older self remember this memory without regrets, to be able to scold his past self for being such a fool. That was all. Damn it. Lin Bei put down his phone, lay on the bed, and emptied his mind. He slapped himself hard twice. Damn it, Lin Bei. You recharge $99.99, and when you play the game again, you are a fool. That's right. Lin Bei decided to recharge. But where would this $9,999 come from? Borrow money? If someone asked him why he borrowed money, and he said it was to recharge in a game, others would definitely give him a thumbs up and say, "Kid, you are invincible," and add a comment about playing Genshin Impact. Bullshit. Lin Bei was speechless. He only had over 3,000 yuan in his bank account. He experimented and found that after he logged out of the game, the the time in the game would sync with reality. Lin Xiaozhu had 45 days left to live. This meant he had 45 days to raise the remaining money. Daily tasks couldn't be done anymore, and he still needed nearly 7,000 yuan. How would he get it? Lin Bei thought, and only one answer floated to his mind. Fine, let's work. Work for 45 days to revive his cyber girlfriend. Well, not even a girlfriend. Lin Bei felt he had truly lost his mind. He didn't think he had a mental illness before, but suddenly he realized what the doctor said might be true. Damn it. Workers working for marriage, working is for the elite. Lin Bei started working. He became the loyal mascot at the milk tea shop, an NPC handing out flyers on the street, and a security guard maintaining order at concerts. Soon, 45 days passed. During these days, he ate steamed buns when hungry, drank sugar when feeling dizzy, and treated vitamin calcium tablets as meals. Finally, Lin Bei gathered 10,000 yuan. I'm awesome. Lin Bei excitedly logged in, ready to spend money to save Lin Xiaozhu. But when he logged in, he found Lin Xiaozhu was gone. She was dead, because in the last 45 days, Lin Bei had not appeared in the game. Lin Xiaozhu's condition deteriorated rapidly. Her lifespan accelerated to vanish. What was originally set for 3 months turned into 2.5 months. 15 days ago, she had died, and now her remains had already been buried. How could this be? Lin Bei couldn't believe it. According to the game's rules, shouldn't it wait until the last day to let him recharge? This game doesn't play by the rules. This game is too real. The real me feels like crying. What's going on? Lin Bei looked at the cold balance in his bank account, put down his phone, and was speechless for a long time. In the underworld, Lin Xiaozhu's soul walked among many dazed souls. Above her, towering bull-headed horse-faced beings whipped their whips, urging her on. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Don't say you are the prince of a dynasty. Even if you are a god, it won't work. Enter my underworld. If you don't hurry, I'll scatter your soul with a whip. A fierce voice came. Lin Xiaozhu was in a daze, walking aimlessly, not knowing how long it had been. She finally reached the bridge of helplessness, about to drink the Mengpa soup and bid farewell to her past life. But at that moment, a slender figure in white walked up to her, smiling ominously. Lin Xiaozhu. Do you wish to see your brother, Lin Bei? Chapter 16, The Ghost in the Rental House, Lin Xiaozhu. Lin Bei. Listening to the words of the figure in white, a glimmer of light gradually appeared in Lin Xiaozhu's confused eyes. She remembered. Her name was Lin Xiaozhu, and she had a beloved elder brother named Lin Bei. The screams around her caught her attention, as countless souls from the underworld wailed and struggled, while a crowd of tormented people crowded on the Naiha Bridge, being pushed towards the cycle of reincarnation like pigs and sheep. The 6 paths of reincarnation: the path of the gods, the path of humans, the path of Azuras, the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of beasts. A bowl of Mengpa soup, 9 tails of Wanchuan water. Don't worry. Everyone gets their share. By the Naiha Bridge, ghosts in floral clothes laughed with terrifying faces, continuously pouring the soup into the mouths of the souls, forcing them to swallow it. I died, Lin Xiaozhu murmured, an infinite fear rising in her heart. She wasn't afraid of death. She was afraid of forgetting. Lin Xiaozhu, do you want to see your elder brother? A stern voice came, and Lin Xiaozhu realized that the figure in white before her seemed to be visible only to her, while the other souls and grim soldiers could not see it at all. I want to see. Lin Xiaozhu did not hesitate. Let's go. Quickly. A sharp whip struck Lin Xiaozhu, hitting her hard as she stood still, carrying the power of thunderous punishment. A wave of intense pain from her soul surged through her, and Lin Xiaozhu felt her spirit dim visibly. She knew there was no time left, enduring the pain deep in her soul. Lin Xiaozhu's voice became extremely weak. I just want to see him one last time. Just once. Even if it means selling my soul. The figure in white smiled wickedly. I am willing. Lin Xiaozhu did not hesitate. You said it. Let heaven bear witness. The figure in white grinned wickedly, and in an instant, countless white lights emerged from his body. He reached out and tore, and in an instant, a spatial rift appeared in the void, revealing a surging storm of emptiness within. Go to where Lin Bei is. I give you 7 days. After 7 days, you must return. Lin Xiaozhu, when you come back, your soul will belong to my soul devouring mountain lineage. Hee hee. The figure in white laughed wickedly. Looking at the surging spatial rift, Lin Xiaozhu did not hesitate and leaped into the rift. She closed her eyes, suppressing the boundless fear in her heart. Even if my soul scatters, I must see you one more time. Rip. The spatial rift suddenly closed. The figure in white's expression suddenly changed. Strange. Why is Lin Xiaozhu's soul not in this realm? Where did she run off to? The vermin of soul-devouring mountain, daring to disturb my underworld? The heavens roared in anger, and Yama suddenly descended from the heavens. His voice like rolling thunder. Countless black dragons raced across the sky and earth. Black lightning rampaged and roared. Yama, you can't keep me. The figure in white laughed heartily, his form gradually turning to nothingness. The abyss will shatter. The 6 paths of reincarnation will eventually collapse. Your underworld might as well join my soul-devouring mountain, offering sacrifices to all beings and ascending to the upper realm. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded as a massive black dragon bit at the figure in white, but it bit into a mass of air. Escaped? Yama's face turned dark. Menkpo? What did he do? It seems he only sent away an ordinary soul at the late stage of chi training. Menkpo said in panic. Ordinary soul? Yama frowned. Investigate. Find out the origin of this soul. Yes. A group of grim soldiers and ghost generals nodded hurriedly and left in a flurry. Putting down his phone, Lin Bei felt depressed. Compared to spending 10,000 yuan to save an NPC, what was worse was wanting to save but being powerless. Gulp. Gulp. Drinking the fake liquor he just bought, Lin Bei got drunk for the first time. He lay on his bed, cursing loudly. Damn game officials. I initially thought you only cared about money, but later realized you're 100 times more malicious than I imagined. Purely revenge against society, bro. Just cursing wasn't enough for Lin Bei. He directly opened QQ, dialed the number, and prepared to scold the customer service staff fiercely. Beep. The call was quickly connected. Lin Bei, what can I do for you? A man's voice came from the other end. Damn it, you really are a toe-picking big guy. Lin Bei laughed in anger. The game customer service was really not even pretending. Toe-picking big guy? What are you talking about, Lin Bei? The voice on the other end sounded confused. Don't play dumb with me. I'm asking you. How did your game company make this game? I spent 10,000 yuan to save an NPC, and you won't even give me a chance to save? Lin Bei asked recklessly, feeling the joy of drinking. Not my brother? What are you saying? You want 10,000 yuan to save an NPC? A surprised voice came from the other end. Uh-huh, Lin Bei burped. What do you think? A voice inquiring came from the other end. This is really crazy. A young voice gave a commentary. Playing Genshin Impact, a rough voice commented. Should we help him call the anti-fraud hotline? A weak voice came through. No need, right? Didn't Lin Bei say he wanted to spend money, but didn't get the chance? The rough voice corrected. I'm dying of laughter. Is this kid too innocent that even the scammers don't have the heart to scam him? Laughter erupted. Immediately, the atmosphere in the air became lively. What the hell? Lin Bei was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and realized the other party's nickname was Dorm Leader Zhang San. Damn, how'd I accidentally call that bastard Zhang San? I'm finished. I completely lost face. Damn. Lin Bei decisively hung up the phone. A wave of shame surging from within. It was too embarrassing. Toe-picking 3-bedroom apartment. No need to think. That bastard Zhang San is notorious for his big mouth. By tomorrow, he would become the laughingstock of the entire department. Damn Zhang San. Damn alcohol. Damn game. Lin Bei fell into deep thought. He found that there seemed to be no remedy. Since it was like this, let it be. A wave of drowsiness surged, and Lin Bei fell into a deep sleep. He did not notice a news alert popping up on his phone. The shockwave from a month ago has been analyzed and decoded. According to scientists, the shockwave is from a brand new quantum weapon. Tracing its origin, scientists observed slight changes in the dark matter magnetic field in interstellar space. Does extraterrestrial civilization really exist? Is an alien civilization about to arrive? Lin Bei also did not notice. In the small rental room, a wisp of soul suddenly descended, hovering in midair, looking around in confusion. Concrete walls, fans, computers, mobile phones, paper books, and a young man? This young man's appearance seemed somewhat like her elder brother. Lin Xiaozhu suddenly woke up, looking around with an overwhelming urgency. Where is this? Didn't that figure in white promise to let her see Lin Bei? Where's this place? Where's Lin Bei? The damned game officials. The mumbling of Lin Bei attracted Lin Xiaoju's attention. Lin Xiaoju looked at Lin Bei on the bed, momentarily stunned. This unfamiliar young man looks so much like her elder brother, but upon closer inspection, he was different. Her elder brother Lin Bei was much more handsome than this young man. His temperament was also much more extraordinary. Chapter 17. Haunted by a female, ghost the soul of Lin Xiaoju drifted aimlessly. She flew away from the rental house, arriving above the city. She looked at the towering skyscrapers, the bustling traffic, and the countless pedestrians. She felt despair. Did I come to the wrong world? Lin Xiaoju fell silent, betting her soul's scattering and the confusion of her later life. She realized she would never see her brother again. Perhaps this was her fate. Souls do not have tears. Lin Xiaoju returned to the rental house, though she wasn't sure why she came back. Maybe it was to reminisce about her brother. As long as she squinted her dreamy eyes and looked at the young man in front of her, who resembled her brother, she could see his outline. Lin Xiaoju's soul floated in midair, quietly watching Lin Bei, squinting her eyes, and in a daze, she seemed to see that figure. Brother, she murmured. Achoo! Achoo! As soon as Lin Bei woke up, he sneezed twice in a row. He felt a chill in his back and a sense of foreboding. What is going on? Could it be that a ghost is after me? Lin Bei muttered to himself, suddenly shivering all over, giving himself a slap. Why curse myself? Besides, since the founding of the country, no spirits are allowed to exist. There are no ghosts in this world. Lin Bei, get it together. He sprang into action, brushing his teeth, washing his face, and going to the bathroom. Congratulations on your wealth. He hummed a tune while peeing. Lin Xiaoju, watching from the side, blushed and turned her head away. Refreshing. After finishing in the bathroom, Lin Bei slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed out. With 10,000 yuan in his pocket, he decided to indulge a bit today and not ride a shared bike, but a shared electric scooter. It felt like flying. Woo! Lin Bei's mood gradually improved. With the 10,000 yuan not spent, he could add an egg to his meal at noon. Delicious. But why did it always feel like there was a chill behind him? It's summer, for goodness sake. Lin Xiaoju followed behind Lin Bei. The speed of a soul was fast, floating in the air without using much energy. Watching Lin Bei ride his bike, Lin Xiaoju fell into deep confusion. What kind of magic tool is this? Why is it so slow? She couldn't feel any flow of spiritual energy at all. Or rather, in this world, she couldn't feel any spiritual energy. What a strange world. Lin Xiaoju fell into deep thought. 7:59. Lin Bei ran wildly with his backpack toward the teaching building, finally bursting into the classroom at the last second, just as the class bell rang. Lin Bei. The teacher happened to call out his name. Here. Lin Bei revealed a victorious smile, thinking, you want to mark me absent? No way. The punctual prince is just joking with you. He dropped his backpack and found a seat in the back. Not in a rush to leave, but preparing to take a nap and catch up on some sleep. But Lin Bei soon noticed that the looks of his classmates around him were somewhat off. Could it be that they were dazzled by my good looks? Lin Bei opened his phone, pulled up the camera, and admired his handsome face. What is this thing? A bronze mirror? Or some kind of magic tool? Lin Xiaoju, who had been observing, was astonished. She leaned in closer, almost pressing against Lin Bei's ear, wanting to explore this magical tool. In the camera, a shadow flashed by. A ghost! Lin Bei was so frightened he almost dropped his phone. Silence. An irritated voice came from the podium. The old professor wore a serious expression, followed by a stern criticism. Some students are really becoming more and more outrageous. Not only is their learning attitude lax, but they also don't even understand the basic classroom rules. Ignoring it, Lin Bei feigned a look of shame. Once the old professor shifted his attention, he reopened the camera, his heart racing. What has happened? That shadow seemed to be a human face. Lin Bei recalled the shadow's appearance, very blurry, unable to see the face clearly, but he could tell it had long flowing hair and was a woman. If he had to say, it seemed somewhat similar to Lin Xiaoju. Damn it, how could I think of Lin Xiaoju? I must be too immersed in gaming. Lin Bei muttered softly. At that moment, Lin Xiaoju heard the indistinct name Lin Xiaoju. She froze abruptly, doubting her ears. Really? Did this young man just call her name? Was it not an illusion? Was it because she missed him so much that she created a hallucination? Lin Xiaoju's lips trembled, and an uncontrollable impulse surged in her heart. She leaned closer to Lin Bei, wanting to hear those 3 words again. A chill swept over her. Damn, Lin Bei panicked. The chill in his back and the shadow in the camera. Could it be that he really encountered a ghost? He opened his phone and went to the forum, asking the users how to deal with encountering a female ghost. Soon, someone replied. Forum user, how old are you? Male or female? Lin Bei, I'm Mala, 19. Help me. Forum user? Forum user. Bro, you're 19, in your prime, encountering a female ghost. What is there to fear? This is your fortune. Give her a good time. Lin Bei? Lin Bei, is Sadako okay too? Forum user 2. If you ask me, Sadako is indeed a beauty. Bro, want me to share some secret codes with you? Forum user 3. Experience 3. JPG. Lin Bei. 6 done. Online people are just jokers. I need to save myself. Lin Bei felt speechless. The chill in his ears grew stronger, and he panicked even more. He opened the chat with Zhang San, who sat next to him, 3 seats away. Lin Bei, Duda, help. Have you felt a chill? Zhang San, no. In the middle of summer, what chill can you feel? The school is really cruel, not even allowing air conditioning. Lin Bei, then why do I feel a chill? Zhang San, you should feel a chill. Lin Bei, Zhang San, you're welcome, bro. I've spread your situation. Now you're the focus among the girls in our class. See that female student minoring in our course? I told her, you go for it and be the first in our dorm to get a girlfriend. Lin Bei? Lin Bei, what is going on? Zhang San, forgot? You wanted to spend 10,000 yuan in the game to save character. But the money hasn't been spent yet. Ha 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 ha. Zhang San, LOL, JPG. Lin Xiaoju pressed close to the phone screen, carefully reading the chat. She felt confused. Game character? A game is just a game. Why is there a character? Why save it? Spending money. What does that mean? Countless doubts arose in Lin Xiaoju's heart, and she felt increasingly perplexed. Lin Bei, damn Zhang San, did you give birth to an asshole? Zhang San, huh. Lin Bei, no, I'm serious. I think I'm being haunted by a female ghost. Zhang San, which female ghost? Could it be that the game female character you failed to save has come to claim your soul? Ha ha ha. Lin Bei, get lost. Lin Bei gave up on communicating with Zhang San. This damn guy is just an idiot. What a disaster. Could it be that last month was too miserable and my body was too weak, leading me to almost die? Lin Bei was startled by his own thoughts. No way. Not only should I add an egg at noon today, I also need to add a chicken leg. Thus, as soon as class ended, Lin Bei sprinted into the cafeteria. Lin Xiaoju floated in the air, always following him, wanting to confirm whether Lin Bei had said the 3 words Lin Xiaoju. In the cafeteria, Lin Bei looked at the Huangmin chicken rice in front of him, his fingers itching, and he finished it in one go, feeling very satisfied. After letting out a contented burp, Lin Bei, who didn't like to exercise after meals, simply opened a game to play. Interstellar Commander, activate. Due to the game's main storyline update, Interstellar Commander will be indefinitely offline. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Still not working, my Elena. Lin Bei let out a wail. Perhaps people are just ungrateful. When they have something, they don't cherish it, but when they lose it, they miss it immensely. In that case, Lin Fairy Clan, activate. The game interface slowly opened. Behind him, Lin Xiaoju was watching seriously. Chapter 18, The Real Man in Lin Xiaoju's view. The game interface slowly opened, revealing a courtyard and a young man standing in it. Lin Bei, brother. Lin Xiaoju's eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. The character in the magical artifact was her brother himself. But why? Why was her brother existing in a magical artifact, controlled by another young man who looked like him? What on earth was going on? Having never been exposed to modern things, Lin Xiaoju couldn't comprehend it all. But she finally saw Lin Bei, even if it was in this way. Lin Xiaoju's heart trembled. She was happy yet somewhat confused. She watched the real Lin Bei controlling the game character. She fell into deep confusion. Who was this young man who looked like Lin Bei? The Lin family. After the great battle, the Lin family was desolate and severely weakened. The industry on Qingzhou Mountain was completely destroyed, the clan leader was gravely injured, and over 100 clan members died. The once thriving Lin family of Qingzhou Mountain had its strength drastically reduced. After Lin Xiaozhu's death, her mother often cried, washing her face with tears. Lin Bei had gone to comfort her, but the beautiful woman was very unwelcoming to him, even expressing hatred. The reason was not surprising. In the final days, Lin Xiaozhu always wanted to see him once, but he was busy working every day for that 10,000 yuan. Moreover, he was afraid that logging into the game would make time fly, so he never logged in at all. He didn't even get to see her one last time. Now, Lin Bei wanted to make up for it, but found it impossible to do so. He could only leave. He felt bored and listless. The only thing he found interesting was the little sparrow, Yin Yao. This glutton had been pestering him for flames ever since discovering he had refining soul flames. Lin Bei didn't hold back, feeding the little guy with flames every day until it was full. Gradually, the listless little sparrow began to regain energy. Its dull feather colors became brighter, and its body grew larger, as if it were about to evolve into a phoenix. Raising pets was a hobby of Lin Bei's. His favorite childhood game was Kingdom of Rock, so he fed the little sparrow every day. Finally, one day, Lin Bei discovered that the little sparrow had evolved. Damn! It turned into a fat turkey. So ugly. Lin Bei was speechless and then exited the game, putting down his phone. He had almost finished eating, and with no classes in the afternoon, he packed his bag and prepared to go home. All the while, the faint chill behind him never dissipated. Watching Lin Bei play the game, Lin Xiaozhu seemed to understand a bit. She recalled some ancient legends. It was said that in ancient times, there were no cultivators or mortals, only a group of gods and demons born from chaos. Among them, the most famous was Niwa. Niwa created humans from clay and manipulated their developmental trajectory, helping them evolve from a weak little group in the wilderness into the vast cultivation world we see today. Lin Xiaozhu felt that Lin Bei's mode of manipulation seemed somewhat similar to Niwa's, but she also found it unbelievable. Clearly, she could sense that Lin Bei was extremely weak, lacking any spiritual power, almost like a mortal in the cultivation world. No, one could say Lin Bei was indeed a mortal. Yet, such a mortal possessed godly powers akin to Niwa's. This point left Lin Xiaozhu perplexed. But she realized one thing. Her brother Lin Bei was very likely an external incarnation of the Lin Bei in the cultivation world before her. The person she thought of day and night, the one she admired to the utmost. And yet, she suddenly discovered that everything was not real. It was merely an incarnation. Lin Xiaozhu fell into immense confusion. She was happy because she had indeed seen her brother Lin Bei. But she was also sad because she suddenly realized that the deep feelings she had invested seemed to have no outcome from the beginning. Everything seemed to be arranged by fate. And her fate, no matter how it changed, appeared to be tragic. Lost in confusion, Lin Xiaozhu followed Lin Bei. She didn't know what she wanted to do. She had lost her direction, her faith, and herself. Gradually, her gaze shifted from confusion to deep curiosity. Although she had been with Lin Bei for a long time, she felt she had never understood him, never truly recognized what kind of person he was. Now, she had received such a rare opportunity to get to know the real Lin Bei. Perhaps it wasn't so bad, Lin Xiaozhu murmured. Time passed quickly. In the following days, Lin Bei hardly logged into the game. He lived a normal life, going between the classroom, cafeteria, and rental apartment. With nothing else to do, he would go out for a run to exercise. Otherwise, staying alone in the apartment would eventually lead to depression. Leaving the game world, he was just an ordinary person. But being an ordinary person wasn't so bad. Lin Bei felt that achieving clarity in his thoughts was the most important. Lin Xiaozhu observed all of this. Her feelings were a bit complicated. In the game world, Lin Bei seemed all-powerful, a genius prodigy, her brother whom she could never catch up with. Yet in reality, Lin Bei was merely a mortal, a completely ordinary mortal. It couldn't be said that she was disappointed. Her admiration for Lin Bei was never based on strength or status. She always remembered that day when she was chased by the disciples of the Huan sect. Her admiration for Lin Bei didn't stem from him killing the outer sect steward of the Huan sect. Her admiration began from the very start when Lin Bei was willing to get hurt, regardless of life or death, just to take her away on horseback. But now, Lin Xiaozhu didn't see that quality in the Lin Bei of reality. That disregard for life seemed to have transformed into a ridiculous farce of a powerful being playing in the mortal world. Lin Xiaozhu didn't know if this was true. She was reluctant to accept this fact, but the confusion in her heart tormented her constantly. She was not an NPC. She was a person with emotions. Until the 7th day. Dohai video. Shocking. A freshman actually spent 10,000 yuan to revive a game character. Thankfully, his roommates urged him tirelessly, and in the end, the freshman awakened from the recharge trap. The Eastern Daily reminds you to beware of online scams and recharge traps. Likes 736,000. Oh my, that freshman who recharged is actually my colleague. I was wondering why he was so frugal, eating pickles and steamed buns during the day, and simply starving at night, just taking vitamin pills. Accompanying the video was Lin Bei acting as a mascot. Likes 110,000. We are all living hard. The video showed Lin Bei sorting packages. Likes 672,000. Don't laugh at the challenge compilation. The video flash scenes of Lin Bei standing guard at a milk tea shop. Likes 330,000. As he scrolled through the videos, Lin Bei fell into deep silence, with only one thought left in his mind. Damn it, who the hell posted this online? And are these netizens out of their minds? He just wanted to revive a game character. So why did they start labeling him as a fool and making it abstract? All right, it was indeed quite foolish, but it shouldn't lead to online bullying. Lin Bei rubbed his forehead, gritting his teeth. He wanted to overturn this dark world. Lin Bei clicked on a blogger's private message. VOT Xiao Qing interview. Hello. Our company has obtained your account from your roommate. Would you be interested in doing a special interview to respond to the current wave of the internet? Our company can offer you 1,000 yuan. Lin Bei, you're at 182 Huanghe Road, right? I'm taking a taxi over now. Lin Bei rushed over. He wanted to defend his reputation. Throughout it all, Lin Xiaozhu silently watched, observing the slightly flushed Lin Bei with a strange expression on her pretty face. Why was Lin Bei in such a hurry? Chapter 19, The Laughingstock Global Finance Building, Studio 1401. The lights are on, the photographer is ready, and a live stream begins. A rather sunny and handsome young man smiles at the camera. Hello, dear viewers, I am VOT Xiaoqing. Today, we are honored to have a guest, the Infatuated Brother. The Infatuated Brother is the nickname given to Lin Bei by netizens. Who wouldn't be infatuated to spend 10,000 yuan for an NPC in a game? The camera shifts to Lin Bei. Instantly, the barrage of comments in the live stream floods in. Wow, it's really the Infatuated Brother. The Infatuated Brother doesn't look bad either. Why is he so obsessed with games? Although the Daily Report didn't mention which game the Infatuated Brother is spending money on, I guess it's a 4-character game. What is up with Genshin Impact? The number of viewers in the live stream quickly surpasses 30,000 and continues to grow. Damn it, Lin Bei feels a rush of heat. He knows he is popular right now, but he didn't expect it to be this high. The live stream is full of people here to see his joke. Lin Bei, we will ask you a total of 9 questions. The young man named Xiaoqing smiles. To avoid wasting the time of our viewers, let us start now. Are you ready? Ready. Lin Bei takes a deep breath. He feels a bit hot, and every part of him is burning, but there is still a chill running down his back. Damn, the female ghost is really persistent. However, it has been almost a week, and he's gotten used to it. Having a portable air conditioner like this in the middle of summer doesn't seem too bad. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaozhu curiously watches the barrage of comments scrolling by in a live stream. The written language of the immortal cultivation world is the same as that of Blue Star, both using simple characters. However, the occasional appearances of characters like Dian, Xiao, Bong still make her feel dizzy. After watching for a while, Lin Xiaozhu starts to understand a bit. First, in this brand new world, money is very important. Money is equivalent to spiritual stones. Second, Lin Bei's identity in this world is that of a student who is very poor. Translated, he is like a poor disciple from an immortal cultivation family. Third, 10,000 yuan is quite a lot in this world. At least for Lin Bei, it's hard to come by. Fourth, Lin Bei has suffered a lot to earn this 10,000 yuan. His experiences are comparable to those of a slave. Fifth, it's not worth it for Lin Bei to spend the hard-earned money on a game. It's like giving spiritual stones to mortals as accessories. Spending money on a game? The more Lin Xiaozhu watches, the more confused she becomes. After several days of observation, she realizes that the way of manipulating the world, similar to how Nuwa does, is called game. And she has been following Lin Bei, discovering that he seems to only play in the immortal cultivation realm where the Lin family is located. In other words, Lin Bei wants to spend money in the immortal cultivation realm. What can you do with money? Lin Xiaozhu doesn't understand. She is very puzzled. Looking at the word save NPC on the barrage, she becomes even more confused. NPC, what is that? Xiaoqing smiles and speaks. Okay, Mr. Lin Bei, the first question. How is your family's financial condition? Average, the kind that won't starve to death, Lin Bei replies. The young man then asks, second question, which game are you playing? Lin Immortal Clan. Lin Bei answers, but don't look for it. This is a closed beta game, and I might be the only one playing it in the whole game. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupts in chaos. Dude, you want to spend 10,000 yuan on a closed beta game? Are you crazy? The young man is shocked and takes a moment to continue. Third question. Is that NPC beautiful? Yes. Lin Bei thinks of Lin Xiaozhu's appearance and nods decisively. Although it's a trap, the game company's art and aesthetic level have always been on point. The young man reveals a knowing smile. Fourth question. Is this game rated 18? No. Lin Bei shakes his head. The young man shows a hint of disappointment. Fifth question. How did that NPC die? Was it because of you? She died due to the passage of time. Lin Bei falls into reminiscence and sighs. I guess it's because of me. Since it's a game, I was too careless, not expecting that arbitrary choices would lead to bad outcomes. I taught her a set of sword techniques, but didn't notice that this sword technique would turn into demonic skills. She practiced it wrong, and I didn't pay attention, so she died. After he finishes speaking, the young man and the audience in the live stream are stunned. Just that? At this moment, Lin Xiaozhu, who has been quietly listening beside Lin Bei, suddenly freezes. Died due to the passage of time. Lin Xiaozhu murmurs. So, the poor Lin Bei spent so much money to save an NPC who died because of the passage of time. And she also died because of the passage of time. Could it be that Lin Bei wants to save her? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Xiaozhu's soul trembles suddenly. She tightly bites her red lips, her heart suddenly sinking into an indescribable intense emotion, a mix of being moved and disbelief. In her heart, her brother Lin Bei has always appeared carefree, treating the game world as if he didn't care about anything. How could this be? Lin Xiaozhu mumbles, finding it hard to believe. The interview continues. The young man suppresses his laughter. Sixth question. What made you want to spend money? Are you laughing at me? No. Damn it. You are laughing at me. Lin Bei gets angry. The young man quickly apologizes. Lin Bei's expression softens a little. He realizes that the VOT studio called him over just to see the fun. Since that's the case, he doesn't need to hold back anymore. So he boldly says, why spend money? Because I feel I owe her, even if she is an NPC, a string of lifeless code. In the game, her initial setup was to have a good impression of me, but due to various reasons, she fell into a struggle. For example, you've heard of Angel Beats, right? A love that can't be revealed. She fell into a struggle, being hot and cold with me. So I misunderstood her, thinking she was a bad girl. So, I didn't treat her well and regarded her as an expendable electronic pet. I would think of her when I remembered, but ignore her otherwise. That demonic sword technique was also taught to her during that time. I didn't care about her life or death, because the setting is in an immortal cultivation world. I got bored staying in one place for too long, so I ran off alone to a new map and didn't come back for over 4 years. And she waited for me at home for 4 years, just because she promised me to protect the family. The last time I saw her was when the family was attacked. She used her life to protect the family, fulfilling her promise to me. But because of this, her life force was exhausted, her body rapidly aged, and she was about to become a corpse. Later, she became very old, and despite wanting to see me, she held back from meeting me, unwilling to leave a bad impression in my heart. I didn't pay attention at first, but later I realized she was a bad girl. I misunderstood her. Recalling that scene, Lin Bei gets excited. I asked you at that time, would you want to save her? If you could save her, would you do it? The young man thinks for a moment. I would save her. Just like I thought. So, I want to save her. Is there something wrong with that? Linbei takes a deep breath. I don't think there is anything wrong. The young man smiles. Mr. Linbei, to be honest, I have changed my view of you, but the young man presses the remote control. Instantly, the projector displays a compilation of Linbei working hard, sweating profusely, gnawing on steam buns, and sleeping while standing. All captured by his coworkers. Is it worth it? You should know that this is a trap set by the game company. Knowing it's a pitfall and still trying to escape. Don't you think you're a bit, how to say it? Abstract, right? The youth said. It is quite abstract, and also a bit clownish. Linbei smiled. But the most clownish thing is that I saved up 10,000 yuan, logged in, only to find out she had become depressed and passed away because she couldn't see me in the last moments. I was thinking, maybe the game company doesn't really want to take my money. It just wants to take revenge on society. Coincidentally, I am that lucky one. I feel sad for your experience, the youth said. Hee. Linbei curled his lips. He had said what he wanted to say, and staying any longer was meaningless. No matter how he was judged online, as long as he had a clear conscience, that was enough. He was a very simple person. Having a clear conscience was enough. He then directly left the studio. As he walked away, he could still hear the laughter coming from inside the studio. Walk your own path, and let others talk. Linbei had a broad mindset. Online matters come and go. It won't be long before his life returns to peace again. And who would remember? On the way, Linbei started running, all the way back to his rented room, lying on the bed, drenched in sweat. So refreshing. Linbei was tired. He squinted his eyes and was ready to sleep like this. But in his dazed consciousness, he suddenly heard a sobbing sound. Damn, a female ghost. Linbei's hair stood on end, and he instantly opened his eyes in fear. But the scene before him left him in a daze. In midair, a faint shadow was looking at him. Tears were flowing down continuously. The crystal-clear tears swirled, jumped, and bloomed in the air, forming beautiful flowers. Quantum roses. The appearance of this shadow was Lin Xiaozhu. Linbei murmured, rubbing his eyes and giving himself a slap in disbelief. Chapter 20. We will definitely meet in this life. Linbei thought he was dreaming. However, the enchanting figure before him not only did not disappear, but instead became more vibrant and intense. Until she fell down. With a thud, the bed nearly collapsed under the weight. Linbei felt as if his stomach had received a blow of 10,000 tons. Painful, but immediately after, an incredible surprise and horror enveloped him. What was going on? I didn't even eat mushrooms. How could I be having hallucinations? But at that moment, he couldn't care less. Lin Xiaozhu had already wrapped her arms around him, her body trembling as she sobbed continuously, whispering, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Feeling the warmth radiating from her, Linbei was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. He didn't understand why he was experiencing such a vivid dream, why this illusion felt so real. Both the tactile sensations and the fragrance seemed genuinely authentic. The sound of the girl's sobs echoed in his ears, the scent filled his nostrils, and her silky hair brushed against his cheek, tickling him. The pain in his abdomen felt very real, as did the tender touch. Lin Xiaozhu's breathtakingly beautiful face was equally unmistakably real. Linbei didn't know why he was having such a vivid dream. He couldn't think of much else. He just hoped this moment could last a little longer. Gently patting Lin Xiaozhu's back, he softly comforted her. Why are you saying sorry? If anyone should be apologizing, it should be me. No, you've done so much already. And in the end, I thought you were tired of me and didn't want to see me. Lin Xiaozhu cried. Speaking of which, I was also wrong. I misunderstood you at first. Otherwise, you wouldn't have died, Linbei said with guilt. This is my fate. Lin Xiaozhu released her grip, her delicate arms resting on Linbei's shoulders, her tear-brimming peach blossom eyes gazing into his. Her lips were pale. That day, when I was chased by the Huan sect, I should have died. My life was meant to be utterly colorless, but you saved me, allowing me to see a bit of light for a while. Yet in the end, I couldn't save you, Linbei sighed. I'm already very satisfied. A single tear fell from Lin Xiaozhu's eye, and her clear gaze seemed to hold the waters of Sun Moon Lake. Those were tears of happiness. You don't blame me? Lin Bei asked. I don't blame you, Lin Xiaozhu replied earnestly, word by word. She lunged at him again, tightly embracing his body. Her cheeks flushed. She had never hugged anyone like this before. Yet, despite her shyness, she did not let go even a little. Lin Bei held her tightly as well. It seemed they both wanted to merge each other's bodies into their own. Time passed second by second. Lin Xiaozhu's body slowly began to fade. Her soul floated up again. And in Lin Bei's gaze, she smiled brightly, radiating happiness. Don't forget me, she said. If I have the chance to be reincarnated, no matter how many times, I want to return to your side, she said again. Just like that, her soul gradually dissipated, turning into specks of light that suddenly vanished in the rented room. Like fleeting meteors, Lin Bei watched this scene, feeling a mix of emotions. This dream ultimately lasted less than an hour. But Lin Bei swore that he might never forget this moment in his life. A dream of yellow millet. Lin Bei sighed and lay on the bed, staring at the spot where Lin Xiaozhu had disappeared, spending a sleepless night. Damn it, am I still dreaming? Lin Bei was in despair. He kept his eyes open until 8 o'clock in the morning, yet he still hadn't woken from this dream. He panicked and ran to school, arriving late, and the teacher scolded him harshly. Was this dream really this vivid? Last night, his interview had gone viral. As soon as class ended, his classmates surrounded him, chattering away, asking about his feelings during the interview. Zhang San was the most annoying, buzzing around like a little bee. Lin Bei thought since this was a dream, he might as well be a bit reckless. So he punched that guy. Why did the scene of him crying for mercy feel so real? Then the counselor came, intervening and scolding both Lin Bei and Zhang San without distinguishing right from wrong. After writing a reflection, the counselor specifically kept him behind, earnestly advising him not to get lost in the virtual world. The counselor even threatened that if he didn't change his ways, he would tell his parents. Bullshit. Why was the counselor in my dream still such a jerk? Lin Bei was dumbfounded. He felt that this dream was a bit exaggerated. Until he returned to the rented room, he opened the calendar and noted today as date 9/23. Then he went to sleep. He wanted to try and see if he could dream a dream within a dream. After waking up, Lin Bei checked his phone, and to his shock, the date was 9/24. This was terrifying. There were two possibilities. First, he was still dreaming. Second, he wasn't dreaming, and he had woken up last night. First, he ruled out the second possibility. Having seen Lin Xiaozhu, how could it be a waking state? Lin Bei was stubborn. A week passed just like that. After doing many ridiculous things, Lin Bei finally realized one fact. He was not dreaming. Then what was going on with Lin Xiaozhu? Lin Bei was very puzzled. Ultimately, he concluded that he must have eaten something unclean that day, or his mental illness had worsened, leading him to fantasize about Lin Xiaozhu's appearance. And why would he fantasize about Lin Xiaozhu? For psychological comfort, perhaps. Imagining that Lin Xiaozhu forgave him would ease his heart a little. Lin Bei let out a bitter smile. But regardless, the fantasy was beautiful, and he took note of it. Meanwhile, at Soul-Devouring Mountain, on an extremely narrow cableway connecting two boundless cliffs, a figure in white led Lin Xiaozhu along the path. These days, have you been happy accompanying your brother? The figure in white asked with a sinister smile. Yes, Lin Xiaozhu nodded. As long as you're happy, my soul-devouring mountain never forces others. The figure in white walked slowly, casually pointing, and directly crushed a void beast trying to pounce from below the cableway. Powerful. Lin Xiaozhu was shocked and, suppressing her fear, asked, May I ask why you would pay such a price to take me away from the 6 paths of reincarnation? Well, I'm not afraid of you spreading it. So I'll tell you plainly. The figure in white chuckled. It's naturally because of your brother. Your brother has a foundation in the Tao of Heaven, and with the Yuan Ying sword technique, his fortune is flourishing, making him a candidate to be chosen by this world. Chosen by the heavens? Lin Xiaozhu didn't understand. Commonly known as the child of destiny. Every child of destiny, as long as they do not die prematurely, will eventually become one of the strongest in the world. The figure in white said lightly, And you are the pawn my soul-devouring mountain has chosen to control Lin Bei. Lin Xiaozhu bit her lip, her face turning pale. You don't need to think about committing suicide. I'll one let you die. You can't die. The figure in white smiled. Joining my soul-devouring mountain isn't a bad thing. If Lin Bei truly becomes the child of destiny, my soul-devouring mountain will have to invite him to be the Holy Son, and at that time, even I will have to call him Your Excellency. As for you, I will treat you well. You can do whatever you want, as long as it's within my soul-devouring mountain's control. Everything is negotiable. After walking through the cableway, the figure in white brought Lin Xiaozhu to a peak named in the void of the sky. This peak was breathtakingly beautiful, with palaces, attendants, plants, and pets all available. You temporarily live here. As long as Lin Bei is alive, you can live freely. The figure in white handed a talisman to Lin Xiaozhu, saying, "If you have something you want to do, tear this restriction. As long as it's not excessive, I will agree to it." To avoid Lin Bei blaming me after he becomes the Holy Son, that would hurt our feelings. Lin Xiaozhu took the restriction. 3 days later, she tore it open. The figure in white tore through the void and arrived. "Have you made up your mind?" "I have." Lin Xiaozhu nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "I want to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and return to my brother's side. When you are reborn, you may lose the memories of this life. Although I, from the soul-eating mountain, have ways to help you regain them, it will only be after you die. What happens between you and your brother after your reincarnation is hard to say." The figure in white laughed. "Perhaps you will change your appearance, and your brother may do something inappropriate to you. For example, when you remember after your death, you might hold a grudge against him." Interesting. I agreed to him. Reincarnation to return to his side, Lin Xiaozhu said calmly. After her words, the figure in white stopped laughing and took on a sorrowful expression, sighing. "You truly are a lovesick fool. Very well, I will mark your soul and send you into the 6 paths of reincarnation." Another 7 days later, Lin Xiaozhu entered the underworld again, drank the Mengpa soup, forgot her past life memories, and entered the 6 paths of reincarnation as a mortal. Under the methods of the soul-eating mountain, her soul became intricately connected with Lin Bei, inseparable. They would definitely meet in this life. Chapter 21. The baby girl Dongfang Zhu Lin Bei decided to face the fact that Lin Xiaozhu was dead. In his imagination, a sentence from Lin Xiaozhu reminded him, "Reincarnation. That's right. This is a world of cultivation. According to convention, there should be 6 paths of reincarnation, and Lin Xiaozhu's soul will be reborn. As long as he cultivates strong enough, he can find Lin Xiaozhu's soul and bring her back to life." I was really stupid for not thinking of this before. Lin Bei wished he could slap himself. All that money wasted not playing games properly, not doing daily tasks, all that loss is real money. As for getting stronger, that was very easy for someone with $10,000. Lin Bei opened the task panel. Daily task. Due to excessive consumption of soul fire, Yin Yao is about to complete his advancement. Find a type of for him to devour, helping him reach the golden core realm and complete his transformation. What? Lin Bei was shocked. "Are you saying this fire chicken has already reached the peak of foundation establishment? Even higher than himself?" Finding, Lin Bei suddenly felt like he was Xiao Yin, wondering if he would encounter his Medusa Queen in the desert. Given the nature of this game, it was very likely. He pressed the game time acceleration button and began to grind. The ancestor is seriously injured, going into closed-door cultivation, preparing to break through and challenge the golden core realm. You have become the new head of the Lin family. The Lin family's industry in Qingzhou Mountain suffered a devastating blow, and Quartz Refining Sect is dissatisfied with the Lin family. You decided to lead the Lin family to join the Sword Sect. Due to your prestige, everyone in the Lin family agreed to your request. The Lin family relocated, moving 200 cultivators and 3,000 mortals to the Sword Sect and under Dongfang Shui's arrangement. They settled in the Linlin Heaven of the Sword Sect for cultivation and recuperation. Linlin Heaven is a blessed land in the Sword Sect, used to accommodate the families of sect disciples, where various family forces are mixed, numbering in the thousands, and territory is tight. Regarding the Lin families joining, the local snake family in Linlin Heaven quickly came to test them. You displayed iron-blooded means, killing the enforcement elder of the Qin family, a peak foundation establishment cultivator. The Qin family was enraged. Their direct descendant Qin Shuyin is a core disciple of the Sword Sect, having achieved a 6th grade golden core, and came to demand an explanation. Dongfang Shui wanted to help you, but their master is a nascent soul old devil. You faced off against Qin Shujian, and no one was optimistic about you. You topped up 28 yuan, raising your swordsmanship realm to realm of intention, and with your experiences in the Interstellar Commander, comprehended Starry Sky's sword intent, which surpassed Qin Wenjian's rock sword intent. You topped up 36 yuan, raising your swordsmanship realm to realm of Dao, further deducing the Starry Sky sword intent, entering the basics of chaotic sword Dao. The chaotic sword Dao transcends the 3,000 small paths and belongs to one of the great paths. The Dao realm is generally something only nascent soul cultivators can comprehend, and most of them comprehend small paths. You crushed Qin Shujian. You shocked the sword sect. The sword sect leaders in Yuanzi appeared, observing your sword path, amazed, and wanted to take you as a disciple, making you one of the contemporary 18 sword children of the sword sect. You rejected him, stating that you are not familiar with him, and that you already have a master. Zhuan Yuanzi respected your choice and instructed to treat you as a core disciple. Your deeds caused a sensation in the sword sect, not only because you comprehended the Tao with a foundation establishment cultivation, but also because you rejected Zhuan Yuanzi's offer to take you as a disciple. From then on, within Lin Heaven, the Lin family became a dominant force. Various cultivation resources flowed in, and marriages often occurred. You established family rules, warning Lin family disciples not to rely on the power of others. Lin family members took this to heart, acting low-key, desperately cultivating with the resources and continuously expanding the Lin family scale. At the same time, regarding your rejection of Zhuan Yuanzi's offer to take you as a disciple, one day Dongfang Shui invited you inside the cave dwelling. A woman dressed in a loose Taoist robe, with an exquisite face and eyes as calm as a bottomless well, like an unseen deep pool. This was Lin Bei's master, Dongfang Shui. Master, what do you need me for? Lin Bei asked casually. You have comprehended the sword path, and ordinary golden core cultivators are not your match. Even I, your master, may not be able to defeat you. Dongfang Shui brewed a pot of spiritual tea. The sect master hasn't taken a disciple in 100 years, and you're the only one he has valued in this century. If you become his disciple, you could very likely become the next sect master. Why don't you agree? Because I don't want to. Lin Bei replied directly. Because I don't want to. Dongfang Shui's jade hand paused. The spilled tea flowed over the cup unnoticed, and she fell into deep thought. After a long time, she came to her senses and sighed. Such a simple truth. Yet I forgot. In that case, I won't force you. If you ever want to leave, just tell me. No problem. Lin Bei nodded. In addition, there's one more thing. Dongfang Shui spoke. I may need to trouble you. Master, just say it. Lin Bei said. 3 days ago, an old friend of mine came to find me and left behind a baby girl. Dongfang Shui said they were being chased by enemies and couldn't take care of her. They heard of your reputation and wish for you to adopt this baby girl. If there is a chance in the future, they would like to take you as their master. What do you think? If you don't want to, then forget it. A baby girl? Lin Bei was taken aback, then nodded in agreement, as this was no trouble at all. He received a beautifully carved baby girl from Dongfang Shui. She lay in the bedding, sleeping soundly, with bubbles coming from her mouth, occasionally mumbling in her dreams. Human infants are quite cute. This was Lin Bei's first time raising a child, and he was also very curious. The game was so realistic that even the infant stage was designed truly comprehensive. From Dongfang Shui, Lin Bei also learned the child's name, Dongfang Zhu. This poor child, losing her parents right after birth, was truly pitiful. Lin Bei placed the baby on the bed and prepared to cultivate for a while. But soon, he found it hard to concentrate on his cultivation, because the sound of earth-shattering crying echoed in the room. Lin Bei felt like a monkey wearing a tight hoop spell. His head was about to explode. This unfortunate child. Lin Bei suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial point. Babies need milk. He couldn't just feed her a fasting pill. And the key was, where was he going to get milk for this unfortunate child? Just randomly find a mortal to feed her? No, that didn't fit his identity. It was too shabby. For the first time raising a child, Lin Bei felt a strong sense of responsibility. The child he raised must become the most amazing character, helping him suppress the heavens in the future. Just consider it the training of a top-tier pet. I'll find you some beast milk to drink, okay? If you want to eat, just give me a signal. Lin Bei teased the baby with his finger. Woo-woo. The baby mumbled, her limbs moving about, grabbing Lin Bei's finger with her tiny palm. And a cute smile appeared on her face, seemingly responding to him. Lin Bei felt he was about to be melted by her cuteness. Chirp! The little bird Yin Yao poked its head out from Lin Bei's sleeve, looking at the baby with a strong sense of crisis. Chirp, 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 it shouted loudly, not wanting to lose its favor. Go eat your food. Lin Bei felt annoyed and simply shoved a fireball into the little bird's mouth to shut it up. Chapter 22. The Milk Thief. You sneak into the beast breeding ground of the Sword Sect to steal beast milk for half a month in a row. The milk of the beasts has been completely drained by you, and you have become a notorious scourge among the beasts, causing them to emit ear-splitting screams at the sight of you, disturbing the peace of the entire Sword Sect. The Sword Sect cultivators in charge of guarding have searched for you for 7 days in a row, laying in wait for several days, and have almost caught you multiple times, but you managed to slip away. Unable to catch the culprit, the beasts are in constant fear, and rumors spread like wildfire, with some saying that a beast-controlling pervert has emerged from the Sword Sect, specifically targeting the XX of the beasts. Hearing this rumor, anger surges in your heart, and you want to confront them in a showdown of 800 rounds. You suppress your impulse. You know that the beasts of the Sword Sect cannot be harmed, so you think of Yin Lingyi, who is very familiar with the Wanyao mountain range. You head to Yin Lingyi's cave. Look at this, Yin Lingyi exclaims, her 3-foot green peak sword dancing with incredible agility, like a butterfly fluttering in the air. She is drenched in fragrant sweat, her sweat soaking her robe. Whoosh! The flying sword moves at lightning speed. But Lin Bei is even faster. With a slight sidestep, he elegantly dodges the incoming flying sword, flicking his finger as a sword pellet leaps from his fingertip. The speed of this flying sword varies, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes dreamlike, sometimes heavy. The profound aura presses down on Yin Lingyi, rendering her unable to move until the cold sword edge touches her delicate skin. I lost. Yin Lingyi puts away her sword, her voice cold but tinged with a hint of regret. You pervert, suddenly grasping the sword path. The effects of the sword path are too strong. I can't even use my sword techniques. Hey, Lin Bei chuckles triumphantly. You, an NPC with zero investment, think you can outpace a pay-to-win player? Dream on. Senior sister, according to our agreement, you have to take me to the Wanyao mountain range. Lin Bei smiles. Of course. Yin Lingyi nods, then asks curiously, what are you going to do in the Wanyao mountain range? Looking for? Is there in the Wanyao mountain range? Lin Bei's eyes light up. Of course, the ranked 34th, 17th, and 5th on the list are all currently in the Wanyao mountain range. Yin Lingyi nods. The list? Lin Bei snorts. The game developers really know how to borrow ideas. At this moment, Yin Lingyi realizes that since Lin Bei doesn't even know about the Wanyao mountain range, his trip there cannot possibly be to seek. Doubt flashes in her eyes. Is the strange tale of the beast from the Sword Sect from your doing? Lin Bei, how did you guess that? He simply nods. Yes, it's me. Yin Lingyi falls silent, and after a while, she says, I kind of regret handing Yin Yao over to you. But the contract has been completed, and it can't be changed. How about this? If you really must use your poisonous hands on Yin Yao, please be gentle. Huh? The little sparrow pokes its head out. Lin Bei? What are you talking about? To whom? To a turkey? Lin Bei is furious. Stop spreading rumors. I'm not a beast controller. Then why? Yin Lingyi's eyes flash with confusion. Because I adopted an infant girl, and I plan to find her beast milk to drink. The more powerful the beast milk, the stronger the child should grow. Well, that's how it should be. Lin Bei says confidently, thinking of the Emperor of the Wild. I see. Yin Lingyi looks surprised. What are you surprised about? Do I really look that much like a pervert? Lin Bei can't help but retort. Who knows? Yin Lingyi replies. Once Yin Yao advances to the Golden Core stage, she will be able to briefly transform, and she should look like me. The Phoenix Clan's transformations are stunning, and Yin Yao was born in a volcano. With a simple nature, who knows if you will have lustful thoughts? Damn it, Lin Bei is speechless. Why does this person talk like this, praising herself while cursing others? Of course, if you can't control yourself, it's not a big deal. Yin Lingyi says calmly, it's just that the Phoenix Clan values bloodline purity the most. If your affair with her is discovered, you will be hunted down by the terrifying Phoenix clan. Great, now you're threatening me. Lin Bei rolls his eyes. Got it. Got it. Are you leaving or not? The child at home is still hungry. Time waits for no one. You take the infant girl, Dongfang Zhu, and enter the Wanyao mountain range with Yan Lingyi. In the cultivation world, there are 5 continents: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central. And the Wanyao mountain range is located at the junction of the southern frontier and central continent, stretching for thousands of miles, filled with beasts. And countless ancient species reside in the depths. To obtain the best beast milk, you fear nothing and venture deep into the center, which is relatively dangerous. Here, foundation-building beasts are at the bottom of the food chain, with golden core beasts everywhere, and occasionally there are appearances of nascent soul great demons. Yan Lingyi thinks you are insane. As long as a nascent soul great demon discovers you, you will die. But you don't care. Nascent soul great demons generally disdain to attack foundation-building cultivators. Even if they do attack, you can always recharge and blow up the nascent soul beasts, letting the infant drink some of their milk. Yan Lingyi cannot understand your blind confidence and suggests leaving. You swear that nothing will happen and say that only exists deep within the Wanyao mountain range. You can't catch the tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Yan Lingyi chooses to stay. After 2 months of exploration, your notorious reputation begins to spread in the Wanyao mountain range. A villain who only steals milk from beasts, not killing them, begins to become a nightmare for many nursing beast mothers. While nursing, they vigilantly observe their surroundings, fearing that a milk-thieving villain might suddenly appear and rub their dignity into the ground. Your milking technique becomes increasingly proficient. Now, you can milk 100 foundation-building beasts in a day. You set your sights on golden core beasts, and you milk them with determination. Your infamous reputation grows again. Under the nourishment of the beast milk, the infant girl Dongfang Zhu gradually grows healthy. Although she cannot channel spiritual energy, you can feel that spiritual energy naturally enters her body. At just 3 months old, she has directly reached the first layer of qi refining. You're very satisfied. Perhaps due to the breastfeeding, the infant girl Dongfang Zhu has deep feelings for you. Along the way, she only wants you to hold her. And if you're not by her side, she cannot sleep, as if she regards you as her father. Your fatherly love overflows, and you become even more crazed in stealing milk. Finally, one day, the golden core beasts can no longer tolerate your evil deeds. They gather together and launch a beast tide, vowing to kill you. Run! Lin Bei carries the infant girl, controlling his flying sword, racing through the air. Behind him, hundreds of golden core beasts and thousands of foundation-building beasts chase relentlessly, their earth-shattering roars shaking the ground, causing trees to collapse and the earth to tremble, making passing cultivators shudder and not dare to approach. But if you listen closely, you can hear the strong sense of grievance hidden within the angry roars of these beasts. Is it really that bad to take a little milk from you to feed a child? Lin Bei grins, thankful that after comprehending the sword path, his speed in flying with the sword has greatly increased, keeping him from being caught immediately by the beasts. However, some beasts that excel in speed, like the golden core golden iron eagle behind him, seem to possess a hint of the bloodline of the rock, moving extremely fast. The distance between them is closing rapidly. Lin Bei, Yan Lingyi's beautiful face turns cold as she questions, her voice tinged with anger. Is this what you promised me? No accidents? Chapter 23, Yan Lingyi, don't worry. Leave it to me, Lin Bei said confidently, preparing to open the recharge panel. Leave it to you? Yan Lingyi frowned slightly, looking at the approaching golden iron eagle behind her. Her pretty face turned even paler. She carried the burden of hatred. She couldn't die here. Watching Lin Bei remain still, she sighed and closed her eyes. Suddenly, wisps of gentle wind swirled around her, initially calm, but in an instant, a fierce wind howled, carrying a chilling cold that whipped up violently. With the fierce wind support, the speed of the flying sword increased instantly. At the same time, frost began to form on the wings of the beasts, severely slowing their speed, with one side increasing and the other decreasing. The distance between the beasts and the flying sword was once again widened. The beasts could only watch helplessly as Lin Bei and Yin Lingyi's figures disappeared into the horizon. You recharge 18 yuan and comprehend the nascent soul sword technique, 9 heavens sword technique. The message of successful recharge popped up. Lin Bei was just about to use the 9 heavens sword technique to shake off the beasts and show off in front of Yin Lingyi when he suddenly realized that there were no beasts following him anymore. The cold wind whistled past his ears, and the speed of the flying sword surged. Lin Bei looked at Yin Lingyi, whose pretty face was slightly cold, and reacted with surprise. You comprehended sword intent? Yes. Yin Lingyi nodded, turning her pretty face away. She didn't want to see Lin Bei at all. She sighed inwardly. The sword intent she comprehended was cold wind sword intent, which was of medium level, on par with the rock sword intent of Qin Wenjian, whom Lin Bei had defeated. After comprehending one sword intent, it is extremely difficult to comprehend another. Therefore, ambitious sword talent will slow down the comprehension time for sword intent, constantly accumulating experience. Choosing not to comprehend lower-level sword intents, only willing to comprehend the highest-level sword intents. This was Yin Lingyi's mindset. If it weren't for today's crisis with the beasts, she would never have comprehended the cold wind sword intent. This was also the reason for her poor mood. Today's cold wind sword intent would greatly slow her growth rate. As for Lin Bei, he could only see that Yin Lingyi was in a bad mood, but he didn't understand why she was angry. He had never learned about sword intent. With all the cheats, who would carefully read the game settings? Comprehending sword intent is a good thing, isn't it? Why isn't she happy? Lin Bei wundert. Tweet. The little sparrow also poked its head out, chiming in. Yin Lingyi did not respond directly. She turned her pretty face towards Lin Bei, her eyes looking at him as she asked, "Just now when I used the cold wind sword intent, were you in a daze?" Lin Bei was momentarily at a loss for words. Should he just say he was recharging? Could an NPC understand that? If I hadn't comprehended sword intent, what were you planning to do? There are so many beasts. If they caught up, a battle could break out. And even a nascent soul cultivator could be killed. Yin Lingyi's voice was cold. Use the sword technique, of course. Lin Bei said as a matter of course. What sword technique? Yin Lingyi wanted to ask further. But suddenly, she felt the speed of the flying sword beneath her feet surge. It surged. It surged by more than 10 times. This flying speed, compared to a nascent soul cultivator, was not inferior at all. Yin Lingyi fell silent. Her anger dissipated. In its place was a complex emotion. It wasn't exactly regret. If she were to go through this again in another situation, she would probably still choose to escape relying on her own strength. It's a matter of character. She couldn't fully trust others. Sorry, I misunderstood you, Yin Lingyi said after a moment of silence. No problem. Lin Bei waved his hand nonchalantly. He found it amusing. An NPC with a bit of personality was nice. It felt real. Otherwise, they would just be lifeless. After that, along the way, Yin Lingyi spoke very little. This made Lin Bei feel somewhat strange. Yin Yao and Yin Lingyi were one soul in 2 bodies, so logically, the avatar and the main body should have some similarities. But why? Yin Yao was a foolish turkey, while Yin Lingyi always had a cold expression. Lin Bei had never seen a genuine smile on Yin Lingyi's face. In the sword sect, Yin Lingyi had few friends, and the only close relationship was with himself. As for their relationship, it was mostly because of Yin Yao. Strange. Lin Bei felt puzzled, but his attention was quickly drawn to the adorable Dongfang Zhu. Dongfang Zhu had grown a little. She could now babble out some vague words. And she looked particularly lively. No wonder she was my child. A sense of pride welled up in Lin Bei's heart. Dongfang Zhu looked at him with her pair of cute big eyes and suddenly laughed, clapping her hands. Li Bei. Lin Bei was taken aback, then heard the baby girl giggling, revealing 2 dimples as she babbled. Li Bei. Li Bai. What the hell? Lin Bai was shocked. A 3-month-old baby actually spoke? This is unscientific. No, wait, this is a cultivation world. This child has already reached the first level of qi refining. This should be fine. Wait, why is this child calling my name? Indeed, she is my child. Lin Bei chuckled. Human happiness is not mutual. Yin Lingyi only felt Lin Bei was noisy. She looked at Lin Bei holding the baby girl, feeling uneasy. She recalled that night, when thunder raged and the world was dim. The heavenly abyss fell, and void monsters ran rampant. At that time, she, or rather Yin Yao, had just been born at an age when she should have enjoyed her parents' careful nurturing. But due to danger, she was abandoned by her parents. The couple's bond is like birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they fly in different directions. In the cultivation world, the weak are prey to the strong. For the sake of longevity, everything can be abandoned, let alone a child. She fell into the mountains. Torrential rain pouring down on her body, coldness rampant. So cold. If it were just that, it would be fine. While struggling in the downpour, a female cultivator took her away, first providing her with food, warmth, and meticulous care, then extracting her soul and stripping her bones, using the phoenix's soul and resentment to forge the world's top soul banner. How hateful. Later, she became the main soul within the soul banner, muddling through for 1,000 years. One day, the soul banner artifact was destroyed and fell into a cave. Relying on her phoenix bloodline talent, a wisp of her remaining soul transformed into a child, adopted by the Yin family, raised as an assassin. At 12 years old, she awakened her memories, killed hundreds of Yin family's evildoers, took control of the Yin family, joined the sword sect, and rose to the foundation establishment stage. By chance, she found Yin Yao at the volcano near the 10,000 Beast Mountain. For 1,000 years, her corpse did not die, and the remaining spiritual thought grew into a new soul, a pure soul without hatred. Perhaps it was projection. Yin Lingyi was unwilling to let another version of herself suffer pain again. At this moment, Lin Bei approached, and after some observation and contemplation, Yin Lingyi decided to let Lin Bei raise Yin Yao, so that even if something happened, she could still kill Lin Bei. But now, things were slowly slipping out of her control. Yin Lingyi closed her eyes, calming her emotions, her desire to grow stronger, rising even more. Her path was still long. She couldn't let some small mistakes affect her quest for the Tao. Just then, sensing a certain aura, her beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide, looking towards the south, saying, "Strange fire." Lin Bei was taken aback, then followed Yin Lingyi's gaze, only to see yellow sand filling the sky and a sandstorm raging. What the hell? He was shocked. Did he guess right? Is this really the Medusa dungeon? Chapter 24. Strange fire in the lush myriad beasts forest. A region suddenly appeared where yellow sand filled the sky. Just by thinking about it, one would know something was off. Yin Lingyi remarked, turning soil into sand. Sandstorm. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the sandstorm flame, ranked 34th on the strange fire list. Sandstorm flame? Lin Bei was a bit excited inside. He wondered how the game portrayed strange fires. According to the game's nature, it should be very realistic. Don't rush. Typically, such naturally occurring strange fires are guarded by extremely powerful beasts, at least a nascent soul beast. Yin Lingyi said cautiously, "What do you plan to do?" Lin Bei asked it. "First, observe what type of guardian beast it is. When it relaxes, we can go in and take the fire," Yin Lingyi replied. "We won't take the entire strange fire. Otherwise, the guardian beast will surely be furious. We only need to take a small ember, which will be enough for Yin Yao to advance." "How long will it take?" Lin Bei asked again. "At least several months, at most a few years," Yin Lingyi said. This is quite common in the cultivation world. For cultivators, often when they enter seclusion and then emerge, a whole lifetime of a mortal has passed. But Lin Bei was not satisfied. "Several years? I can't wait that long. Even if the game's time is accelerated to the max, it would still translate to an entire night in reality." Lin Bei didn't believe that spending $1,000 wouldn't deal with a nascent soul beast. "If a transformation stage beast comes, I'll take it down. With money, one can be bold." Lin Bei waved his hand. "I think we don't need to be that complicated. Let's just take the fire directly. And we won't just take an ember. We will take the strange fire itself. As for the guardian beast, I'll handle it. I have binding methods. It's not a problem." "Are you crazy? The guardian beast could very well be a transformation stage beast, a powerful peak transformation stage beast that could even destroy the sword sect." Yin Lingyi's beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. "I have my own ways to accomplish this. Don't forget, I wasn't lying to you just now on the flying sword." Lin Bei smiled. "This is different." Yin Lingyi shook her head. A fleeting hesitation crossed her face, quickly replaced by calm. "You give Yin Yao to me, and then you go in. I'll wait for you outside." "Come on, it can't be that heartless." Lin Bei was taken aback. but seeing Yin Lingyi's expressionless face, he felt speechless and pouted. Fine, I'll go in myself. You wait outside. Give me Yin Yao. Yin Lingyi's eyes were like a bottomless pool without a ripple. Here. Lin Bei didn't waste words and took out a small red bird from his sleeve. Tweet, tweet. The small bird hopped in his palm, chirping loudly, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. Here. Lin Bei handed the small bird to Yin Lingyi. Okay. Yin Lingyi nodded, cradling the small bird in her palm. I'm off, don't miss me. Lin Bei waved his hand, one arm holding on to Dongfang Zhu, a smile on his face as he teased. How about I get you some snake milk to drink? Dongfang Zhu chirped in response. Let's go. Lin Bei placed a third-tier golden Dan talisman on Dongfang Zhu, then rode his sword, transforming into a long rainbow and charging straight into the sea of yellow sand. Tweet, tweet. Seeing Lin Bei leave, the small bird urgently called out, struggling in Yin Lingyi's palm. Don't go. Yin Lingyi's voice was cold. Have you forgotten? Have you forgotten everything this body has experienced? We are the same. Don't let temporary trust blind your eyes. Tweet, tweet. The small bird continued to struggle, even starting to peck at Yin Lingyi's palm. Yin Lingyi was slightly annoyed, but suddenly she froze. What was she doing? The reason she cut ties with Yin Yao, the reason for giving Yin Yao to Lin Bei, was to let Yin Yao live happily and walk a different path from hers. So why now? Yin Lingyi closed her eyes. If there is to be trust, it is not now. Yin Yao, I'm thinking of your safety. Don't blame me. But suddenly, she felt a severe burning sensation in her palm, as if she had touched a red-hot iron. The flesh on her hand felt seared, and a continuous flame of Phoenix true fire burned and danced in her palm. She instinctively let go in pain. This is Phoenix true fire? Generally, only those at the Golden Dance stage can awaken Phoenix true fire. Yin Lingyi's face flashed with shock, and she quickly reached out to grab it, but it was already too late. The small bird flapped its wings, though it was tiny. It was incredibly fast, chirping eagerly and charging into the yellow sand without hesitation. Damn it! A trace of regret flashed in Yin Lingyi's eyes. She regretted her moment of distraction. Without any hesitation, she immediately rode her sword and flew towards the place where the small bird disappeared. She understood the helplessness and despair of being abandoned, so she would not abandon Yin Yao. Absolutely not. In the yellow sand world, sandstorms swirled everywhere, with not a single green plant in sight, let alone a person. Lin Bei spread out his divine sense, but he quickly frowned. A Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense could only extend to a radius of 30 meters, which was too small for the yellow sand world. He then opened the recharge panel. Do you want to recharge 36 yuan to learn the transformation stage Heart Sutra Great Evolution Formula? Great Evolution Formula. After reaching mastery, divine sense expands to a range of 300 zhong, increasing the probability of Foundation establishment cultivators forming a Golden Dan. Recharge. Lin Bei didn't hesitate. The transformation stage Heart Sutra was only 36 yuan? What a steal. After all, completing the daily quest would also reward him with 100 yuan, so he would still make a profit. The recharge was successful. Instantly, Lin Bei's divine sense range skyrocketed, expanding to a radius of 300 zhong. The yellow sand could no longer obscure his vision. All life forms were laid bare before him. Soon, he discovered the first life cluster in the yellow sand world. It was a snake demon colony hidden beneath the sand, and their dwelling place was at the entrance of a maze. A maze? Lin Bei's eyes lit up. You arrive at the snake demon tribe with Dongfang Zhu, like a thunderbolt. The strongest of the snake demon tribe is a female golden Dan snake demon, entirely red, and she launched an attack upon your arrival. She's subdued by you. The snake demon tribe submits to you. Beasts above Foundation establishment already have consciousness. Golden Dan beasts can even speak human language. You force the female Golden Dan snake demon to give you snake milk, or you will annihilate her entire clan. The female Golden Dan snake demon, filled with grief and anger, refuses you. You forcibly search, turning into a milk-thieving bandit, and, after a thorough search, you realize a serious problem. Snakes are not mammals. They don't have mammary glands, so they can't produce milk. Damn! Lin Bei fell into self-doubt. What did Medusa's offspring, Xiao Xiao, drink to grow up? Chapter 25, Four Female Beasts. You continue deeper into the maze. The maze is home to hundreds of poisonous insect colonies, including snake demons, scorpion demons, and lizard demons. With the chaos soared out, you push through effortlessly, leaving no trace behind. Soon, you discover traces of strange fire. Deep within the underground maze stands a magnificent palace, at the center of which endless purple flames burn and flicker. Appearing quite eerie, you recharge 66 yuan and obtain a forbidden technique left by a peak transformation sword cultivator. Once torn open, it can unleash the full power of the transformation sword cultivator strike. The full power strike of a peak transformation sword cultivator is only 66, which is quite cheap. Lin Bei feels no pressure. Having money allows for such indulgences. With a flick of his finger, Lin Bei turns the yuan-ing demon beast to dust. It's a pity that Yin Lengyi is not around. There's no one to show off to. The game's design is lacking. Don't they know that someone needs to be watching when showing off? Lin Bei complains, poking at Dongfang Zhu's little face, almost melting from her cuteness. As long as you are my audience, when I kill the demon beast with one sword, you just say so amazing. Come on, repeat after me, so amazing. Let's set up a monument. Dongfang Zhu cheerfully mimics him, looking very happy. Wrong. You should say, so amazing, Lin Bei corrects. How an I high? Dongfang Zhu blinks her peach blossom eyes, showing a puzzled expression. That's right, so amazing, Lin Bei nods in satisfaction. How ni high? How ni high? Dongfang Zhu laughs, clapping her hands joyfully. This child is teachable. Lin Bei is very satisfied. This child's character design is much better than Yanlingyi's, isn't it? That's right. He currently feels a lot of resentment towards Yanlingyi. Doesn't she know to act as a microphone and shout 666 from the sidelines? There's no emotional value at all. Well done. Lin Bei holds Dongfang Zhu in one arm and, with a thought, steps on his flying sword, transforming into a long rainbow, boldly charging towards the palace. You have entered the palace. 3 golden core demon beast guards come out to stop you, but you easily slay them. As you continue forward, the demon beasts you encounter are no match for you. And with the full power strike of the transformation sword cultivator, you feel invincible. You arrive at the center of the palace. You see the everlasting burning in the void, its purple-red flames appearing incredibly enchanting and overwhelming. Next to there are 4 great demons guarding it, entangled with each other in a seemingly intoxicated manner. You rub your eyes, realizing you are not mistaken. These 4 great demons are all female. What if Lin Bei feels as if his eyes have suffered a critical hit. If there were 4 beautiful women, it would be acceptable, even pleasing to the eye. But the problem is, this is a group of demons. The scene is simply too intense. And then, even more stimulating events unfold. The group of intoxicated female beasts suddenly stops, stands up abruptly, and looks at Lin Bei. Lin Bei? He has an ominous premonition. Sure enough, as the female beasts gaze at him, hearts begin to appear in their eyes, each licking their lips with tongues of various shapes. Half-human female, snake demon. Human man? It's been many years since I've tasted one. Half-human female, scorpion demon. Sister, this cultivator has a foundation-building cultivation, slender arms and legs. It must be quite pleasurable to play with him. Why don't you and I have some fun? Half-human female, lizard demon. Sisters, don't forget that a tender man has its advantages. After we have our fun, swallowing him whole would be particularly delightful. Since that's the case, I'll enjoy him all to myself. Half-human female, spider demon. Sister, don't forget about me. I have a special fondness for human men. Lin Bei? What the hell? Wasn't it supposed to be a beautiful and enchanting Medusa queen? Why has it turned into 4 flower-like creatures? Damn it, I want to file a complaint. It's painful to the eyes, and I deserve compensation for emotional distress. Lin Bei is furious. He turns to run. Not that he's afraid. Generally speaking, using a peak transformation forbidden technique to kill 4 yuaning demon beasts at once is quite challenging. It's not cost-effective. As a thrifty man, Lin Bei decides to buy more initial transformation forbidden techniques before returning to battle. That should be fine. As for why he doesn't buy them now, he can't stand being here for even a moment longer. Next time he comes in, he must wear a blindfold and blow these flower-like creatures to bits. Little beauty, don't run. The spider demon growls, her 8 legs covered in bristles quickly darting between the walls, creating a tremendous sense of pressure, moving at lightning speed. But Lin Bei is even faster. With the 9 Heaven Sword technique and the enhancement of the Chaos Sword Dao, sword cultivators excel in killing, and speed is their advantage. Even if the opponent is a Yuaning demon, Lin Bei instantly leaves them in the dust. In an instant, the snake demon and scorpion demon, who had shown no interest in Lin Bei before, now have their hearts racing. It's love at first sight among the demon beasts. There is only one requirement for a mate: strength. They were uninterested when they saw Lin Bei was only at foundation building. Now that they see his incredible speed, he is a strong opponent. And in an instant, all 4 female beasts are somewhat bewitched, and under the influence of they even begin to engage in mutual cultivation. The scene is too beautiful. After a while, having satisfied their cravings, the 4 female beasts regain their composure and start discussing how to capture Lin Bei. However, after a while of discussion, all 4 demons feel helpless, regretting that the desire to have what they cannot have is gnawing at their bodies, making them want to pounce together. But suddenly, a golden core demon beast bursts in, bringing along a human woman who is holding a turkey. It is none other than Yin Lingyi. Great King, our tribe has discovered a human woman, specially offered to you. The golden core demon beast flatters. Oh! The spider demon's eyes light up as she carefully examines Yin Lingyi, confidently stating, "This human woman must be that man's companion. Yes, it must be. If we capture her, that human will definitely return." The female, snake demon hisses excitedly. Just thinking about it makes them impatient. The female scorpion demon's tail stinger shakes uncontrollably. "What's your name?" The female lizard demon approaches, her foul smell overwhelming. Yin Lingyi purses her red lips, turning her head to the side. "Still have some temper. I like it," the female spider demon says, eager to try. "Not going to speak. If it weren't for your usefulness, I would eat you right now." The female lizard demon is annoyed and instructs the golden core demon beast, "Quick, have all the tribe shout at the same time, saying, 'The human sword cultivator, your companion, has been captured. Come to the palace if you dare. Once it's done, you'll get a chance to devour the—'" Yes. The golden core demon beast is instantly overjoyed and rushes out of the palace. Upon seeing the golden core demon beast leave, the 4 sisters begin to argue. The human sword cultivator is about to be captured. "I want to be the first. I want to be first." "Why? Your bristles on your legs are too hard. Human cultivators are weak. The last alchemist was killed by your leg hair. You go last. Stop arguing. Let's all 4 go together." After a round of arguing, the 4 sisters finally reach a consensus to go together. Then, under the burning of the pink-purple, they disregard Yin Lingyi present and start a battle once again. Watching this terrifying scene, Yin Lingyi's face turns pale. She desperately protects the yin yao in her arms, her eyes fixed on the in the palace. She must save herself. Regardless of whether the sword cultivator they mentioned is Lin Bei or not, she will not sit idly by. She will not place her life in someone else's hands again. Now, how to escape? Devouring is the only way to live. It is not the sandstorm flame. Yin Lingyi murmured, somewhat incredulously and despairingly, "How is this possible? This is actually the Desire Flame Heart Fire." The Desire Flame Heart Fire ranks 11th on the. Although its power is not strong, its terrifying effects are renowned throughout the world. With a Desire Flame Heart Fire exists, all things can cultivate together, even if one does not know the dual cultivation secret method. As long as they engage in dual cultivation, both parties' cultivation levels will rise simultaneously. The effects are extremely terrifying. The Hawan sect of Zhongzhou. Over 100 generations of sect masters have sought this as the sect's fire, but to no avail. Who would have thought? This actually exists here. What makes Yin Lingyi despair is that her Phoenix clan is the most severely affected by the wind devouring it, meaning if she devours she will definitely become like the 4 monsters before her, or even worse. If her desires surge and there is nowhere to release them, the heart fire will burn, leading to explosive death. Unless one can achieve the ultimate state of forgetting emotions and suppressing all feelings. I can do it. Yin Lingyi's eyes were like a 100-foot deep ice pool, filled with determination. Chapter 26. Heart Fire of Desire. You recharge 76 yuan and receive 4 early-stage transformation restrictions for spell cultivation. Damn, it's really expensive. Lin Bei gritted his teeth. But just thinking about being able to blow that ugly monster beast to bits made him feel exhilarated. Damn game company. Instead of using emotional tricks to scam money, they've come up with magic attacks, huh? Grabbing the 4 transformation restrictions, Lin Bei couldn't wait to once again ride his sword and dash towards the interior of the palace. He moved extremely quickly and soon arrived above the palace again. Lin Bei laughed maniacally. I'm back again, get ready to be blown to pieces. Saying this, he was about to tear apart the restriction and unleash a world-shaking attack. But at that moment, he scanned with his divine sense and was shocked to find a beautiful figure in a corner of the palace. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Yin Lingyi. Huh, Lin Bei was stunned. Didn't Yin Lingyi say she wouldn't come in? How could she be here? Then, Lin Bei noticed that Yin Lingyi's condition was not right. He saw 2 intoxicating wine-red blushes on her cheeks, sitting cross-legged, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably, with strands of pink-purple enchanting flames continuously being absorbed into her body. With each absorption of a strange fire, her breathing grew heavier, her chest rising and falling, and her entire body was drenched in fragrant sweat. What's going on? Lin Bei was even more puzzled. He could tell that Yin Lingyi was trying to devour the strange fire, but this wasn't the right time. Human sword cultivator. Suddenly, a chilling and shrill scream exploded in the palace. It startled Lin Bei. He turned to look and saw 4 female beasts instantly excited upon seeing him, their lewd actions becoming more intense. To describe it a bit, it was like seeing an exciting plot halfway through a fight. What the hell? Lin Bei was about to collapse. He didn't want to be objectified by 4 monster beasts. He just wanted to tear open the transformation restriction. But Yin Lingyi was also here, and she was in a state similar to a coma, with no defenses. If the transformation spell exploded here, even if a trace of its power affected her, it would directly turn her body to ashes. Damn, a burden. Lin Bei was going crazy. If she wanted to watch him show off, she could just come directly. What was she doing here cosplaying as a hostage? Letting him save the beauty? How klitsch. 1-star review. But saying this, he still had to save her. Although he had no feelings for Yin Lingyi, he had a deeper bond with that little fire chicken. Lin Bei rode his sword directly to Yin Lingyi. He moved extremely quickly and soon reached her side, directly picking her up like a chick and tossing her onto the flying sword. Get closer to me, or I can't protect you, Lin Bei shouted. Yin Lingyi didn't respond, as if she hadn't heard. Lin Bei, helpless, had to manually adjust, placing one hand under Yin Lingyi's body on his shoulder while using the other to protect Dongfang Zhu. As for Yin Yao, Lin Bei tucked him into his collar. 4 monster beasts charge at you. They are in a state of confusion and desire, and under the enhancement of the strange fire, their strength has surged several levels, all reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. They control the strange fire to attack you. The pink-purple, strange fire burns on your body. Even though you extinguish it in time, it still burns away a portion of your clothes. You desperately protect Dongfang Zhu, neglecting Yin Lingyi, whose clothes are burned away significantly. Skin contact brings a smooth sensation. You can feel the beads of sweat on Yin Lingyi and her scorching body. She lets out a soft hum, seemingly in discomfort. Although the strange fire is not very powerful, the invisible, lustful fire burns in your heart, making you feel dry and unable to control your mind. Due to practicing the Great Transformation Technique, your powerful divine sense suppresses your body's restlessness, and your spiritual platform regains clarity at this moment. The distance between you and the 4 monster beasts is already very close. You can see every pore on the monster beasts and smell a nauseating and acrid stench of decay. You tear open the early stage transformation restriction for spell cultivation. In an instant, a fire dragon bursts forth from the restriction. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the world seems to be pulled and stirred by an invisible giant force. The surrounding temperature rises sharply. A scorching sensation surges like a tide. The air distorts and deforms, as if about to be melted by this heat. After a brief spiral, the fire dragon charges towards the 4 monsters with unstoppable force. In an instant, a rumbling sound explodes, and the scorching flames scatter, melting the palace walls. You do your utmost to protect Dongfang Zhu, Yin Lingyi, and Yin Yao. The four monsters are injured but still retain fighting power. Their gazes towards you are even more fervent, driven by the desire to mate with a strong being. They charge towards you again. You tear open the second transformation restriction. Spiritual energy surges into the ground, and in an instant, countless thick vines erupt from the ground, weaving into a giant green wood dragon. This green wood dragon quickly entangles with the four monsters, shaking the palace and causing large stones to fall. You then tear open the third transformation restriction. Dark clouds gather, and thick purple lightning rolls in the clouds, condensing. Heavenly punishment continuously falls like a scene of destruction, striking the four monsters. The four monsters, heavily injured, let out piercing howls, their eyes filled with fear. Such a huge commotion awakens Yen Lingyi, who is absorbing the strange fire. Her body is burning hot, as if she has a fever. Yen Lingyi's spiritual platform is nearly lost, waves of lustful emotions crashing against her mind, and she struggles to resist, sensing a subtle touch at her waist. She reluctantly opens her eyes and suddenly discovers that she is being carried on Lin Bei's shoulder. Skin contact brings another wave of heat. Yen Lingyi bites her tongue to avoid being overwhelmed. Hiss! A piercing scream echoes in the palace. Yen Lingyi's divine sense pierces through the flying dust. Clearly seeing the surrounding scene, she suddenly widens her eyes. The fire dragon howls, the wood dragon entangles, and endless heavenly punishment falls. The originally arrogant, four-peak nascent soul monsters are struggling to resist, their bodies covered in terrifying wounds. What's going on? So many spells. Where did they come from? Could be Lin Bei. No, Lin Bei is a sword cultivator. How could he use spell cultivation techniques? Looking at the power of these techniques, they can only be unleashed by transformation cultivators. But who else could it be but Lin Bei? A hint of shock and confusion flashed in Yen Lingyi's eyes, and Lin Bei's next action confirmed her guess. Go! Lin Bei tore open the last transformation restriction. Mist filled the air, and a menacing giant tortoise beast formed from condensed heavy, spiritual water charged madly at the four monsters. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the four monsters, unable to bear the burden, faced a collision with the fire dragon, and one of the lizard monsters was accidentally struck by lightning, instantly collapsing and dying on the spot. Its nascent soul burst forth from the corpse, looking terrified, wanting to escape. But another heavenly punishment fell. The nascent soul was shattered, its soul scattering. One monster is dead, and the remaining three monsters face even greater pressure. After several failed attempts to flee, two more peak nascent soul monsters died, leaving only the last spider monster. The spider monster went mad. Knowing it was doomed, it faced the oncoming transformation techniques, not hiding but preparing to self-destruct. Boom! Its body exploded violently, the shockwave collapsing the palace. It's over. Yen Lingyi gritted her teeth. She began frantically absorbing the heart fire of desire, trying to break through to the golden core stage. The self-detonation of a peak nascent soul monster is equivalent to a full-force strike from a transformation cultivator, extremely terrifying. Without defensive measures, everyone would die here. Do you want to recharge 36 yuan to purchase the transformation god formation, Ming Yuan solidification formation? Yes. Lin Bei began to recharge as soon as he discovered that the monster was about to self-destruct. With a thought, countless formation flags flew out from his body, accurately landing in various positions. Instantly, a huge defensive formation unfolded, protecting both him and Yen Lingyi. Bang! Under the power of the self-destruction, even the transformation god formation could not bear the burden and began to crack inch by inch. This was also related to the fact that no one was presiding over the formation. Fortunately, at the moment the transformation god formation shattered, the self-destruction stopped. The surrounding scene had already changed drastically. The dust and sand were sinking, almost burying them underground. The originally vast palace space became extremely narrow, only about 100 square meters. In this space, a deep purple-pink flame was leaping in the air. Safe! Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. He felt an immense pain. This battle had directly cost him over 100 yuan, a whole day's effort wasted. Just as he relaxed, the speed of the floating purple-pink flame surged suddenly, and in an instant, it entered Yen Lingyi's body. What? Lin Bei was stunned. He saw Yanlingyi close her eyes, unaware that the battle had ended. She was desperately absorbing trying to break through to the golden core realm. At this moment, the desire flame heart fire was burning continuously within her body. The waves surged instantly, and she barely maintained a clear mind, but could no longer hold on. Like a lonely reef in the ocean, completely submerged by the waves. Chapter 27. Sinking while awake, Yanlingyi's delicate body trembled as purple-pink flames continuously emerged around her, the fire raging uncontrollably. Her robe could not withstand such intense burning and instantly turned to ashes. A body as perfect as white jade slowly appeared. Damn! Linbei looked at the black screen on his phone and wanted to smash it. Damn river crab power! Although he couldn't see it, Yanlingyi's soft moans echoed constantly. Her voice carried pain and a hint of craving, sounding extremely uncomfortable. By now, Linbei understood that this strange fire was not the sandstorm flame, but another kind of. As for its effects, just looking at those ridiculous four monsters made it clear that the greatest effect of this was probably to induce desire. The four peak yawning monsters did not dare to directly consume the itself, only absorbing its phantom flames. Yet Yanlingyi, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage, directly consumed the. Even if she was the second primordial spirit of the phoenix, she would likely explode and die. How to save her? According to the plot in the novel, it should involve dual cultivation with Yanlingyi. But Linbei did not want to, because he couldn't see. Moreover, he didn't like Yanlingyi's suspicious nature, always doubting this and that, which was quite off-putting. If they got entangled after dual cultivation, who knew how annoying it would be later? Furthermore, what if dual cultivation didn't solve anything? That would be like inviting disaster. Linbei remembered the game's setting in Linlin Immortal Clan. Once a game character died, the game would automatically uninstall, rendering all the time and effort wasted. He fell into deep thought. Soon, he noticed Yin Yao in his arms, eager to try out the within Yanlingyi. Yin Yao's true form was a phoenix. You release Yin Yao. Yin Yao flies to Yanlingyi's head, beginning to absorb the flames, sharing the burden with her. This absorption lasts an entire day. Yin Yao's belly swells round, having absorbed to the limit. It drowsily flies back and gradually transforms into a fire-red phoenix egg in your palm. Yin Yao is about to advance to golden core. For a phoenix, a golden core phoenix can transform into human form. You place the phoenix egg in your embrace. You look at Yanlingyi, with Yin Yao sharing the burden. The desire flame heart fire within her weakens significantly. Her painful moans gradually disappear, replaced by a voice symbolizing craving. Growing more intense, you don't want to see the black screen anymore, so you think a good idea, recharge 16 and buy a yawning fireproof robe. Draping it over Yanlingyi, the screen reappears, half-covered. Her jade-like body becomes even more alluring. And you suddenly notice that Yanlingyi has opened her eyes. Yanlingyi opened her eyes. But within her gaze, there was no clarity, instead resembling a beast, filled only with primal desires. She moved. In the narrow space, there was no room to evade. Of course, Linbei did not intend to dodge. The shadow of the river crab god had already vanished. Scientists have shown that looking at beautiful women for 30 minutes a day is beneficial for physical and mental health, leading to longevity. As their skin touched, the desire flame heart fire within Yanlingyi surged violently, and endless flames connected through their skin, instantly entering Linbei's body. The image on the phone screen blurred, and pink bubbles began to appear, filled with indecent scenes. What the heck? Linbei watched, feeling that this was indeed impressive. Even across dimensions, it could affect his real body, causing him to feel a bit hot. The game officials really weren't afraid of getting caught. You practice the Yuan Ing technique, great variation technique, becoming immune to the desire flame heart fire's effect. Huh? Linbei was stunned. The great variation technique was so powerful. His vision cleared again, looking at Yanlingyi beneath him. He slapped Yanlingyi to wake her up. No. Yanlingyi's delicate body trembled, her consciousness still in chaos. Wake up. Linbei didn't hesitate and gave her another slap. This time he used strength, and Yanlingyi's eyes finally regained some clarity. She looked at the scene before her, feeling the subtle touch, and her cheeks flushed with 2 shades of red, her slightly clear mind nearly overwhelmed by waves of desire. Control yourself. Don't let desire break your will. Lin Bei said. He didn't like taking advantage of others or forcing anyone. If he wanted, he could spend $10,000 to enter and dominate the whole world. Ugh! Yin Lingyi let out a muffled groan, biting her tongue, barely maintaining her clarity. She looked at Lin Bei's calm face, shock rising in her beautiful eyes. I have the phoenix soul, and even when absorbing this, I am affected, yet you are just a human. How can you remain clear-headed? Don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. Lin Bei shrugged. I told you I have a way to deal with yawning monsters, but you didn't believe it. This is nothing to me if I don't want to be affected. Even if its power was multiplied 10 times, it wouldn't work. Yin Lingyi bit her lip. She had underestimated Lin Bei. The last yawning monster's self-explosion shockwave was also resolved by him. Since you've regained your clarity, then I'll be leaving. Lin Bei shrugged. Yin Lingyi nodded, taking a deep breath. Lin Bei left, just as he was about 3 meters away. That had invaded his body suddenly detached and returned to Yin Lingyi's body. This was too violent. Yin Lingyi's consciousness lost control again, and after multiple stimulations, she could no longer control her body. Damn, what are you doing? Are you awake? Lin Bei shouted. Speak. If you don't, I'll hit you. Lin Bei vaunt. Yes, I'm awake. Her body felt like boiling lava. Yin Lingyi looked at Lin Bei, who was continuously resisting, emotions flooding her heart, and a stream of clear tears fell from her beautiful face. She was awake but sinking. As the water and fire merged, the river crab god exerted power again, and large black blocks appeared on the screen. Only faint sounds of water could be heard, along with, so amazing, so amazing. Dongfang Zhu beside them clapped excitedly. Damn, Lin Bei was speechless. This was not the time for you to clap. Chapter 28. Transformation into a Phoenix. The refinement of desire flame heart fire through the fusion of water and fire lasted for 3 days. Due to the special dual cultivation effect, you gained numerous benefits, and after the refinement and purification your cultivation level advanced to the peak of foundation establishment. Yin Yao is about to attain the golden core transformation. And you have also obtained enough beast milk. You and Yin Lingyi left the 10,000 Demon Mountain range and returned to the Sword Sect. Along the way, Yin Lingyi remained cold towards you, and you expressed your confusion. Clearly, beneath the sand, she had been passionate and conscious. Yet now it seemed as if she had become a different person. You find Yin Lingyi quite twisted. Your favorability towards Yin Lingyi decreased once more. Upon returning to the Sword Sect, you were immediately challenged by Tsang Tian's sword, one of the 18 sword disciples of the Sword Sect. You were annoyed, and then 9 swords cut him down. According to the rules, you took over Tsang Tian's sword's position and became one of the 18 sword disciples of the Sword Sect. At the banquet for becoming a sword disciple, Yin Lingyi found you. Yin Lingyi apologized, saying that all the problems were due to her, and to make amends, she offered to fulfill any 3 conditions you set. You waved your hand dismissively, indicating it was no big deal, although it caused some trouble. The final outcome wasn't bad. You asked her what she thought about dual cultivation. She replied that she hadn't thought it through yet. She also mentioned that she planned to enter closed-door cultivation and would break through to the golden core before coming out, at which point she would give you an answer. In the cave dwelling, the formation was activated, the entrance sealed, and the last glimmer of light vanished, leaving only boundless darkness inside. Cultivation knows no day or night. To avoid disturbances from external factors during the breakthrough process, closing oneself off in the dark is the most common choice for cultivators. Everything was prepared, yet Yin Lingyi did not start her cultivation right away. Instead, she sat in meditation, her beautiful eyes gazing into the darkness, her expression complex. The desire flame heart fire was within her body, although it had been completely refined and could thoroughly suppress her cravings. During the constant suppression, Yin Lingyi kept recalling those 3 days spent in the underground sand. Upside down, day and night indistinguishable. What troubled Yin Lingyi the most was that she thought she could suppress the desires triggered by the desire flame heart fire. But she failed. She couldn't control her cravings and even found herself sinking into indulgence, while fully conscious, weeping as she sought Lin Bei. It was then that Lin Bei dual cultivated with her. Longevity is hard to find. The Tao is difficult to pursue. I believe my heart towards the Tao was unwavering. Yet, Yanlingi bit her lip, her pale lips drawing blood. What troubled her was not just this one issue. She was a phoenix, but also a human. In the first 12 years when her divine soul transformed into a human, she was just an ordinary human girl, in the assassin training of a Yin family. She had longed for the love depicted in stories. Cultivators standing side by side, wielding swords across the world, discussing the Tao together, dual cultivating and complementing each other, sharing longevity. At that time, she earnestly hoped and secretly resolved to give her first time to the one she loved the most. But afterwards, she awakened her past life's memories and became Yanlingi. She believed that all worldly emotions were illusions, and to transcend, one must be heartless, only through self-improvement. She looked down on her previous thoughts, considering them immature before she awakened her wisdom. She still felt that way now. However, the unity of knowledge and action is incredibly difficult. Physically, the waves in her heart continuously disturbed her. Her heart towards the Tao was unsettled. She yearned for eternal reliance, yet firmly believed that such feelings did not exist. This entanglement relentlessly tormented her heart towards the Tao. A golden core formed, the path to immortality just beginning. Yanlingi murmured, her gaze gradually firming. She must temper her heart towards the Tao. Fear of loss will not lead to becoming a true immortal. She decided that after achieving the golden core, she would face the feelings between her and Lin Bei head-on, personally experiencing it. Only after losing could her heart towards the Tao become more resolute and powerful. You became one of the 18 sword disciples. Your reputation in the central state increased. You awaited Yin Yao to break out of the phoenix egg, thus completing your daily tasks. In the first year, feeling bored at the sword sect, you decided to go to Lin Tian to inspect the development of the Lin family. Taking on the responsibilities of the clan leader, you investigated the situation of the Lin family, finding that there were 143 cultivators, 2 foundation establishment cultivators, and the rest were chi refining cultivators, making them quite a weak family in the entire Lin Tian. You set to work on developing the family. You arranged numerous marriages, personally selecting beautiful wives for the young disciples of the family and handling the marriages. At first, they were reluctant, but upon seeing their brides' appearances, they celebrated every night. And within a month, the beds of the Lin family broke 43 times. You exchanged the remains of the Yuanying demon beasts obtained from the 10,000 Demon Mountain range for cultivation techniques and inheritance, providing resources for the Lin family disciples to cultivate. You discovered that the Lin family members had a considerable talent for alchemy, so you set a development plan for the family. Focusing on alchemy, you taught the family a unique method. Absorbing pills through the anus is twice as effective as oral absorption. The Lin family disciples were amazed and immediately began selling this. Relying on this unique secret recipe, the Lin family amassed a fortune in spiritual stones. You were quite satisfied, assigning the greedy Lin Qi to manage finances, the dull Lin Yi as the elder of the law enforcement hall, the beautiful Lin Si as the elder of the affairs hall, and the talented Lin Ba as the elder of the alchemy hall. These were all children you trained on Qingzhou Mountain, and they had grown into adults, becoming the backbone of the Lin family, their respect for you bordering on reverence. A year later, the Lin family welcomed dozens of infants, among whom 27 had spiritual roots. The Lin family entered a positive cycle, thriving, and you achieved success and withdrew. Yin Yao had not yet hatched. In the second year, Dongfang Zhu had learned to walk. She often jogged after you, and even when she fell, she would smile at you when you helped her up. During this year, you taught her cultivation and sword techniques. In the third year, under your careful guidance, Dongfang Zhu's cultivation broke through to the 4th layer of qi refining. And at a young age, her sword techniques had already reached the unity realm. Dongfang Zhu gradually grew up, becoming a lovely little girl, like a porcelain doll, with a pair of peach blossom eyes. She always liked to watch you, and whenever she couldn't see you, she would cry anxiously. You were lost in thought, gazing into her peach blossom eyes, reminded of someone. When Lin Xiuzhu looked at you, it was with the same pair of peach blossom eyes. But the emotions in Lin Xiuzhu's gaze were deeper and more profound. You wondered if Lin Xiuzhu had been reincarnated, and if so, where she might be. You resolved to cultivate, Knowing you would eventually have to visit the underworld, you worked hard in your cultivation, reaching half a step into the golden core. Just one step away from forming the core and becoming a golden core cultivator, you sensed the opportunity to form a core, following the direction indicated by the core formation opportunity. You arrived at the cave dwelling where Yin Lingyi was in closed-door cultivation. You never expected that your opportunity to form a core was actually linked to Yin Lingyi, who was still in seclusion at that moment. You fell into waiting until this day in the 4th year, 2 years and 2 years. Damn it, are you a Neza? Why is it so hard to hatch? Lin Bei was on the verge of collapsing, holding the phoenix egg in his palm. After 4 years in the real world, he had played games from day to night, and his energy was nearly exhausted. Yet this turkey still hadn't hatched. Just then, he noticed some cracks appearing on the phoenix egg, a golden beak pecking at the shell, and the scene inside the egg finally revealed itself, showing a palm-sized fire phoenix flying in the air, with sparks falling like fireworks, creating a beautiful spectacle. Clang, clang, the phoenix soared, and the harmonious sounds echoed in the cave. Soon after, a brilliant red light surged from the fire phoenix, and amidst the dazzling flames, its petite body began to wriggle, expanding continually. In an instant, a perfect figure, as flawless as white jade, slowly appeared before Lin Bei's eyes. It was Yin Lingyi's beautiful face. However, her eyes did not carry Yin Lingyi's usual coldness. On the contrary, they were filled with warmth. "Master," a delicate voice called out, and then a naked figure leaped into the bewildered Lin Bei's embrace. Chapter 29, Will We Meet at the End of the Universe? Commander-in-Chief, what the hell? Looking at the charming person who jumped into his arms, Lin Bei fell into a state of confusion. This reminded him of the 3 days and nights underground in the sand, and he suddenly felt a bit nostalgic. But as soon as he thought of the fact that this girl in his arms was originally a turkey, Lin Bei broke down. He was not a beast lover. Go away. Lin Bei quickly took out a rope from his storage ring and hurriedly draped it over Yin Yao. "What's wrong, master?" Yin Yao looked a bit puzzled, tilting her head, which was quite cute, a look that Yin Lung could never produce. She was a bit confused, her delicate hands holding the robe Lin Bei had put on her, but she suddenly tugged at it hard, pulling the robe down again, exposing her delicate body once more. What the hell? Lin Bei saw another black block appear on the screen and had a face full of confusion, wondering what this stupid bird was trying to do. "Master, don't you like it very much? I saw everything while I was in the egg." Yin Yao tilted her head in confusion. "You can see while in the egg? Impressive. No wonder you're a divine beast." Lin Bei was speechless. "It's different. Just put on the clothes first, or I'll hit you." "Oh." Although Yin Yao was puzzled, she obediently put on the robe. Immediately after, she happily jumped to Lin Bei's side, her whole body instantly draped over him like a koala. Yin Yao acted spoiled. "It's so comfortable on you, the egg was cold and dark, I was almost suffocated." "Calm down." Lin Bei was overwhelmed, pulling Yin Yao down. "Master." "Woo-woo." Yin Yao looked aggrieved, not understanding why Lin Bei wouldn't let her cling to him. "Don't call me master." Lin Bei said, "It sounds too strange." "Master, then what should I call you?" Yin Yao was even more aggrieved, pouting. "You can call me anything, just don't call me master." Lin Bei was speechless. "Daddy?" Yin Yao tentatively called out. Puffed. Lin Bei was drinking water and almost choked to death, feeling helpless. "Just call me by my name, Lin Bei." "Oh." Yin Yao nodded. "Lin Bei, that's more like it." Lin Bei nodded, feeling a bit helpless. He realized that although Yin Yao was a golden core demon beast in human form, her mentality was like that of a child, inexperienced in the world and very pure. It was indeed a bit of a headache. From the very beginning, he just wanted to raise a proper pet. After thinking for a moment, Lin Bei commanded, "You, turn back into a bird for me." "Why? Does a master like me like this?" Yin Yao asked in confusion. "I don't like it, and also, don't call me master." Lin Bei felt helpless and a bit embarrassed. He wasn't playing some kind of adult game. "Really? Oh." Yin Yao looked wronged and obediently turned back into a bird. Unlike the previous turkey, now Yin Yao was a fire phoenix, looking much more beautiful. Lin Bei was finally satisfied, placing Yin Yao in his sleeve, just like before. This is a qualified pet. But after a while, Lin Bei got angry. "That won't do. Don't go digging around." After giving Yin Yao a good lesson, he set 3 rules. Lin Bei played the game for a while longer before logging out. The night was deep. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and everything around was silent. Although playing games was very enjoyable, after playing for 10 consecutive hours, not only was his body tired, but his spirit was also exhausted, and a sense of emptiness arose. Your bank account 6215XXXX received 100 yuan with a notification popping up on his phone. It slightly filled the emptiness in Lin Bei's heart. He began to contemplate life, but then quickly slapped himself. Why am I thinking so much, just idling around? Life is already very happy now. That's right, happiness. Lin Bei felt this way. Although he had no friends in the real world, being able to derive joy from games, to find satisfaction in the storyline, and to do whatever he wanted was indeed a happy thing. It's just that there are always some regrets. Lin Bei opened the game, Interstellar Commander, which still displayed the message that the server had been shut down. He pulled out the letter from Elena and felt a bit emotional. If he had known the game would close, he would have spent more time with Elena at the end. He really liked her character. But there are no ifs. Lin Bei sighed, then quickly took a shower and fell into a deep sleep. Interstellar Federation. Ever since Lin Bei stopped playing the game and the server was shut down, the flow of time between parallel universes had been maximized. Now, it was the 5th year since Elena became the Federation Commander-in-Chief. Time had left no trace on her face. She remained as young and beautiful as before, and after mechanical modification, her body would never age. What time brought her was a competent and iron-willed temperament. Over the past 5 years, with her iron-fisted methods, Elena had completely subdued the entire Interstellar Federation, and with the benefits left by Lin Bei. The current Interstellar Federation could be said to be her one-man show. Strategic goal: the stars and the sea. Mr. Jiang, are you able to monitor the dimensional wall traversal traces in the room? Elena asked. Yes. An old man used machinery to emit shockwaves, analyzing all the force fields around, and gave a positive response. This connected dimension was the same one that Commander Lin Bei had torn apart 5 years ago using the weapon dimensional tearblade. Based on the analysis of the force fields, it belonged to the same dimension. The same dimension. I understand now. Elena nodded and then dismissed the old man. The old man bowed respectfully and then left the room. Inside the room, only Elena remained. This room was spotless and still maintained the appearance it had 5 years ago when Lin Bei was there. It was evident that over the years, Elena had seriously preserved everything related to Lin Bei. She sat on the bed, quietly looking at a corner of the room, the very spot where the old man had analyzed with his instruments. 5 years ago, she received Lin Bei's letter there. For these 5 years, Elena had been waiting for Lin Bei to send her another letter, but the room remained silent. 5 years passed in an instant, and all she received was endless silence and loneliness. Commander, are you in another dimension? She murmured, her eyes filled with longing surging like a tide. Now she was the iron-willed commander-in-chief, and to establish her authority. Over the past 5 years, she had committed countless killings, but only in this room could she briefly expose her vulnerability, revealing her feelings and longing for Lin Bei. Elena missed you very much. Not knowing if you miss Elena, you must miss me too. In another half a year, after 6 months, the Federation's dimensional shuttle would be developed, and if it worked, Elena would be able to find you, to follow in your footsteps. We will eventually meet at the end of the universe, right? Elena softly murmured, as if speaking to Lin Bei, or perhaps to herself. Chapter 30. Will you become my Dao partner? Linlin Immortal Clan, activate. The courses in the first year of college are not many. Most of them are easy classes, and the teachers don't care what students do in class, as long as they show up, which is quite formalistic. You fool me, and I'll fool you. The classes are so boring that Lin Bei simply opened the Linlin Immortal Clan app, preparing to complete today's daily task. No more abstract tasks. Lin Bei lamented in his heart. If another daily task that takes a whole day comes up, he would really curse. Daily task. Solidify liquid, form a golden Dan. Golden Dan has 9 ranks, with the 9th rank being the lowest and the 1st rank the best. Form a 1st rank golden Dan and refine a life-bound magical treasure. A 1st rank golden Dan? A life-bound magical treasure? Lin Bei's eyes lit up. This seems quite simple. Golden Dan cultivators can refine magical treasures and create life-bound magical treasures. The power of a life-bound magical treasure increases with the cultivator's strength and can be used until one ascends to immortality. Within the life-bound magical treasure, spirit beings can also be born to assist in combat. This is also why the Golden Dan is the beginning of the path to immortality. There is a gulf-like gap between Golden Dan and Foundation establishment. Before logging off yesterday, Lin Bei had sensed the opportunity to form a Dan with Yin Lingyi. When he logged in, he found that Yin Lingyi was still in seclusion. Lin Bei immediately couldn't hold back. Damn, still have to wait. So, he simply sped up the flow of time, left the Lin Lin Immortal clan running in the background, and began to AFK, away from keyboard. Suddenly, a green bubble message popped up. Zhang San, dude, are you still playing that cultivation game? Lin Bei glanced back and saw Zhang San sitting behind him, apparently having seen him playing the game. Lin Bei, what is up? Zhang San, impressive, you really have a big heart. With so much traffic online, you're not affected at all. Lin Bei, don't mention it. If I hadn't been busy with your damn thing, you'd be secretly happy. Zhang San, big brother, don't kill me. Lin Bei. Zhang San, by the way, didn't you think you encountered a ghost before? Can you still feel the presence of a ghost now? Lin Bei, no. Since that night, when he had the hallucination of Lin Xiaozhu appearing, Lin Bei hadn't felt any ghost presence around him. He also found it strange. At first, he suspected that the ghost was Lin Xiaozhu. But later, he dismissed this absurd idea. Not to mention that there are no ghosts in this world. How could a game character that died turn into a ghost? If code could turn into ghosts, then the first profession to disappear in this world would be programmers. Lin Bei thought that the ghost was also a part of his imagination. Zhang San, that's good. Lin Bei? What do you mean? Zhang San, I suspect you really encountered ghosts because I came across a master saying that when you were being interviewed, a female ghost was always lying on you. He spoke in a mystical way. It might be true. Lin Bei, LOL, you're getting old. I'm the first to sell health products to you, and you believe this. It's obviously just to ride the wave of traffic. Zhang San, don't be so sure. Human understanding of the world is never-ending. Who knows if ghosts really exist? Before the heliocentric theory was invented, the whole world believed in the geocentric theory. Lin Bei, I've seen a dragon. Zhang San. Lin Bei, do you believe I've seen a dragon? Zhang San, there are no dragons in this world, okay? Lin Bei, before the heliocentric theory was invented, the whole world believed in the geocentric theory. Copy-paste, Zhang San. Middle finger JPG, close chat. Lin Bei pouted. He was a staunch materialist, and he didn't believe in anything that modern science hadn't proven. After AFK for a while, Lin Bei's eyes lit up because Yin Lingyi finally came out of seclusion. Outside the cave dwelling, Yin Lingyi walked out of the darkness. Warm sunlight fell on her, and she felt a lot in her heart. Golden Dan. She finally formed a Golden Dan. Although it wasn't the top first-rank Golden Dan, just a second rank, she was satisfied. Forming a first-rank Golden Dan is extremely difficult. It requires not only hard work, but also opportunities. She refined 1/3 of the Desire Flame Heart Fire. This was already her limit, but there was still a considerable gap to forming a first-rank Golden Dan. After years of seclusion, what Yin Lingyi realized the most was acknowledging her own insignificance. A firm Tao heart is not something innate, but something that is continuously honed. The path I want to take, is it the path of no emotions or the path of emotions? Yin Lingyi murmured, her heart wavering. She yearned for emotions but feared that emotions would not last, afraid that emotions would ultimately turn into indifference thinking this way. It would be better to cultivate the path of indifference from start. In the end, her heart lingered on one name. Lin Bei. This was a decision made before forming the Dan. Yin Lingyi decided to accept her feelings for Lin Bei and become his Tao partner. She would first walk the path of emotions, and when her feelings collapsed, she would then transform the pain of emotions into indifference and rise anew. Yin Lingyi. Suddenly, a voice sounded from beside her. Yin Lingyi turned around and found Lin Bei standing behind her. You've been waiting for me? A ripple appeared in Yin Lingyi's eyes. Yes. Lin Bei nodded and then sensed the Golden Dan aura on Yin Lingyi, excitedly asking, You formed a Golden Dan. What rank is it? Hearing Lin Bei admit he had been waiting for her, Yinling's heart skipped a beat, and she bit her lip, saying, "Second rank. Second rank Golden Dan? No way. You are the incarnation of the Phoenix Divine Soul, and you refine the 11th ranked. How could it only be a second rank Golden Dan?" Lin Bei was stunned. A first rank Golden Dan is extremely difficult to condense. I've read ancient texts in one era. Only a few dozen people could form a first rank Golden Dan. Yinling shook her head. Only a few dozen people? Lin Bei was about to go crazy. He thought forming a first rank Golden Dan would be easy, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. Time to work hard again. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "I have sensed the opportunity for my Golden Dan. I sense that my Golden Dan opportunity is still related to you. Do you have any clues? Your Golden Dan opportunity is related to me?" Yinling's eyes flashed, and her beautiful face actually turned slightly red. Lin Bei was puzzled. Why is this woman blushing? Yinling's cold voice had a hint of shyness. I guess it might be due to the dual cultivation enhancement effect of the Desire Flame Heartfire. Now that I have formed the Dan, dual cultivation will be greatly beneficial for you. It should not be a problem for you to form a second-rank Golden Dan during dual cultivation. Dual cultivation? Just a second rank? Lin Bei frowned. Is there no way to form a first-rank Golden Dan? Looking at Lin Bei frowning, Yinling bit her lip, and a strange sense of loss rose in her heart. She shook her head. It's not possible to form a first-rank Golden Dan just through dual cultivation. All right. Lin Bei nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. He thought for a moment. Dual cultivation might be a part of the Dan formation, but it's not the entire process. He still needed to find more opportunities to form the Dan. Senior Sister Yin, congratulations on forming the Golden Dan. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Lin Bei turned to leave. Wait, Yinling called out to him. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, her eyes filled with complex emotions, seemingly a bit anxious. She parted her red lips and said, Lin Bei, didn't you ask me before what I thought about dual cultivation in the Wanyao Mountains? Lin Bei was taken aback. I now have the answer. Yinling moved a bit closer, her beautiful face slightly flushed, and her delicate hand directly held Lin Bei's palm, placing it on her chest. She softly asked, Lin Bei, will you become my Dao partner? Chapter 31. Sword Master and the Proposal of Becoming Partners? Lin Bei was bewildered. Feeling the softness in his palm and looking into Yinling's eyes, he hesitated and said, What did you say? Can you say it again? Yinling lightly bit her red lip and asked, Lin Bei, would you like to become my partner? No. Lin Bei's forehead was covered with black lines as he decisively shook his head. Sister, what kind of joke is this? Do we have any feelings for each other? Absolutely not. We just practiced together, and it was you who. I was the one passively accepting. It's already good that I didn't ask you for money. And now you want me to be responsible? Dream on. Lin Bei withdrew his hand, rejecting her firmly. Yinling's eyes dimmed gradually as she retracted her hand, standing still with a cold voice that trembled slightly, filled with disbelief. She asked why. What do you mean why? Why do you want to become my partner? It seems we don't have any deep connections, Lin Bei shrugged. But in the Wanyao mountain range, Yinling tightened her robe. That was an accident besides. You were in a conscious state at the time. I didn't force you, Lin Bei replied directly. But later, when you asked me what I thought, what did that mean? A hint of sadness appeared in Yinling's eyes. I was afraid you would overthink it, thinking that if you had problems, I could help guide you. That's something friends can do, Lin Bei answered. I understand now. Yinling bit her lip. Junior brother Lin, today's matter was my offense. But even if you refuse, I will not give up. After saying that, Yinling flew away on her sword. Chirp, chirp. Yin Yao flew out from her sleeve, transforming into human form. Looking at Yinling's departing figure, she asked in confusion, Master, what is a partner? Why didn't you agree to sister? A partner is a fellow traveler on the path of enlightenment. Not only must the hearts be in sync, but the paths must also be the same. As for why I didn't agree to your sister, in terms of both heart and path, we are completely unrelated, Lin Bei explained. So, does that mean a partner is the closest person in this world? Yin Yao's eyes lit up. Pretty much, Lin Bei nodded. I want to become a partner with a master. Yin Yao started to pounce on him, rubbing her face against Lin Bei's chest. Get off, Lin Bei said with disdain, Besides, generally speaking, one person can only have one partner. If I become a partner with your sister, you won't have chance. Then I don't want you to become a partner with my sister. Yin Yao shouted loudly. Hee hee. Lin Bei chuckled. This little turkey really only recognized him and not Yin Lingyi. Is this the effect of a life contract? He looked up at the sky, on the clouds. Yin Lingyi hadn't left yet. She hovered above the clouds, watching Yin Yao being close and friendly with Lin Bei. Her expression was complex. You went to the Sword Sect's library to search for the method to form a first-grade golden dan. You searched through numerous books and finally found the answer in an ancient text, which stated that the secret to forming a first-grade golden dan lies in a limit. You were puzzled and sought out the Sword Sect's master, Zunyuanzi, for answers. Master Zunyuanzi did not mind your refusal to become his disciple and instead carefully taught you. He told you that limit means extreme. To cultivate the path you follow to its utmost is the limit. You were confused. You had already mastered the sword path and had reached the extreme under the system's enhancement. So why still couldn't you form a first-grade golden dan? Zunyuanzi replied, saying, this path is not that path. The limit of the sword path is the glazed heart, which is the invincible momentum. Invincible momentum is the aura of being unmatched in the world, simple and easy to understand. The glazed heart, the sword heart of glazed, is the realm of the heart. Hearts are different, and everyone has their own unique glazed sword heart. You understood somewhat. To establish invincible momentum, you prepare to challenge all the sword cultivators of the sword sect, starting from the sect competition. For 6 consecutive months, you won first place in the sect competition and challenged all 18 sword disciples. The leader of the 18 sword disciples was a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul. In that battle, you fought fiercely at a critical moment. You recharged 36 yuan, and you won. You realized that you could recharge, and with a fortune of 10,000 yuan, you would not lose. You were invincible. The sword sect named you the current sword master. During this time, Zunyuanzi occasionally guided you, and your rate of progress astonished him. He proposed to take you as a disciple again, and this time, you did not refuse. The sword sect named you the young master. Your reputation benefited the Lin family of Lin Tian, although their overall strength was insufficient. The Lin family was still listed as one of the 5 major families of Lin Tian and developed rapidly. The Lin family members revered you as a deity. The ancestor of the Lin family emerged from seclusion. He broke through and accidentally formed a 9th-grade golden dan. When he woke up and learned about the Lin family's current situation, his expression was quite remarkable. You talked with him for a whole night, and he advised you to focus on your cultivation, assuring you that he would handle everything for the Lin family. And at the same time, he urged you to have offspring soon. Lin Xiaozhu's mother met you. She no longer blamed you and said that if Lin Xiaozhu could see this scene in the underworld, she would be pleased. While saying this, Dongfang Zhu was tugging at your pants leg and smiling happily. And during these 6 months, Yin Lingyi often came to find you, trying to befriend you. Your relationship gradually softened, but it remained at the level of ordinary friends. After you became the young master, you were already invincible within the sword sect, but you were still not satisfied. In order to further build invincible momentum and seek a method to cultivate the glazed heart, you prepare to travel the world, challenging the top talents of both the righteous and demonic paths, as well as the major sections. You invited Yin Lingyi to accompany you. After some hesitation, Yin Lingyi agreed. You, Dongfang Zhu, Yin Lingyi, and Yin Yao traveled together. Along the way, Yin Lingyi appeared very happy. Her previously calm eyes finally showed obvious joy. You occasionally told them stories, mostly martial arts and fantasy, describing the vastness of the world and the preciousness of emotions. For someone like you, who had read numerous online novels, it was effortless. Yin Lingyi enjoyed listening to your stories. She was no longer cold, truly revealing a warm and vulnerable side. While you told stories, she would be lost in thought, just looking at you. A slight smile forming at the corners of her mouth, revealing 2 small dimples. You told her that she looked better when she smiled than when she had a cold face and should smile more. She bit her lip, did not agree, and just said in a spoiled tone that you should tell her more stories in the future. You asked her why she liked stories so much. She replied that because stories are beautiful. Yin Lingyi's attitude towards you improved further. She believed that someone who could tell so many beautiful stories must be a good person. You scratch your head. In fact, you had just copied them. One day, she expressed a desire to see the mortal realm, to see the dynasties and rivers recorded in martial arts novels. You agreed to her request. Chapter 32. Different Paths. You play the role of a hero in the world, punishing evil and upholding justice. You admire the flowers in Jiangnan, feeling the talent of scholars and poets. You kill in the palace, leaving the corrupt officials who hoard wealth with no remains. Occasionally inspired, you compose a couple of poems, leaving behind timeless masterpieces for the mortal realm. Each time you recite poetry, Yanlungi looks at you with admiration, not like a senior sister looking at her junior brother, but rather like a little girl gazing at a poetic hero. You feel that Yanlungi is becoming less like herself, but more like a little girl who has regained her childhood innocence. You quite like this version of Yanlungi, much better than the cold and distant person she was before. You leave the mortal realm and begin to challenge various sections. During this process, you notice that Yanlungi has changed again. She is not as happy as she was in the mortal realm. Instead, she seems restless, as if she has something to say but ultimately does not. You first go to Baiwa Valley in Zhongzhou, and the disciples there are extremely furious at your challenge. Many heroes come to fight, but none are your match. Then, you challenge Hawan sect, Xuanji Pavilion, Spirit Bee sect, Xinxia sect, Dao sect, and Buddhist sect. The forces of Zhongzhou, defeating them one by one, and with your enhancements, you have yet to face defeat. Your name, Lin Bei, echoes throughout the Zhongzhou continent. You have challenged all of the righteous forces in Zhongzhou. You then set your sights on the demonic forces, targeting the largest demonic sect in Zhongzhou, Jiutian Demon Sect. But just as you are excited and ready to challenge them, Yanlungi proposes to leave. Why? Why must you challenge the Jiutian Demon Sect? The demonic path is different from the righteous path. They consume human flesh and blood and refine human souls. They can do anything, kill friends, relatives, partners, parents, if it makes them stronger. They won't care about the sword sect. Yanlungi's emotions are agitated, her chest heaving. She desperately tries to dissuade Lin Bei from going to the Jiutian Demon Sect. She clearly remembers that the cultivator who killed her was an elder from the Jiutian Demon Sect, after being refined into the main soul of the 10,000 Souls banner. She was lost in a haze, absorbing countless vengeful souls who died tragically. All day long, she hears the miserable wails, the endless torment, forced to kill, constantly turning fresh lives into numb spirits. This memory is buried deep in her heart, surfacing from time to time, becoming her nightmare. Yanlungi is worried about Lin Bei's safety. Lin Bei frowns. You are like this in the Wanyao mountain range too. Don't worry. As long as I want to leave, no one in this world can stop me. This is different. Yanlungi gasped for breath. The Jiutian Demon Sect is 1,000 times more terrifying than the Yuanying demon beasts. We won't just die. Our souls will be exploited by the demon cultivators, never finding peace. Don't you trust me? Lin Bei's frown deepens. Yanlungi is momentarily speechless. She bites her lip until it bleeds. Her eyes turn red, her shoulders trembling slightly. She turns her face away, taking a deep breath. With all her strength, she says, "Yes, I don't trust you, so I won't go with you. At the same time, I don't want you to go. Lin Bei, you will die. I don't want you to die." Lin Bei looks at Yanlungi, who is sobbing, feeling a bit reluctant. Although he doesn't understand why Yanlungi is so wary, he chooses to respect her. Lin Bei steps forward, cupping Yanlungi's delicate face, and smiles. "Sister Yin, I will be careful. You're a very good friend, but our paths are different. Without trust, we cannot be partners in the Tao. After this, let's just be friends. You should return to the Sword Sect. I have decided to go to the Jiutian Demon Sect." As soon as he finishes speaking, Yanlungi is stunned. Tears roll down her cheeks, and she doesn't even notice. "Without trust, our paths are different," she murmurs. She stands there, lost in thought for a long time. Even after Lin Bei leaves, she remains absent-minded. She doesn't blame Lin Bei. She hates herself. In a mortal realm, Yanlungi almost forgot her past. Listening to those beautiful stories, she felt that she could also be like the heroine in the stories, living and dying together with the hero. But now, she realizes she cannot do that. Despite having tried her best, Deep down, the words "I trust you, I will go with you" want to come out countless times. But every time she tries to say it, fragments of past memories, heavy rain, soul turning, the assassin's hall, continuously surge in her mind, leaving her unable to utter a word. She hates this version of herself. She hates the past, but the past is already gone. The wounds left in her soul cannot be easily washed away. She cannot be affectionate, nor can she be unfeeling. Tick-tock. Raindrops fall from the sky, hitting her nose, first one drop, then two, and soon it pours heavily. The rain soaks her clothes, the cold wind howls, and her vision blurs. "Where's my path?" Yanlingyi murmurs, looking up at the sky, feeling just like that rainy night when she was abandoned. So cold. You head to the Jiuqian demon sect, a disciple of the sword sect. With foundational cultivation, dares to come alone to the demon sect to challenge? This has never happened in Zhongzhou's history. Regarding your arrival, an elder of the demon sect approaches with a smile. He possesses peak Yuanian cultivation and claims he will take you to the meeting hall to wait. But suddenly makes a move. He cackles, saying that you, with your foundational cultivation, are about to become invincible, your soul refined to perfection, making you good material for corpse and soul refining. The surrounding demon sect elders are instantly filled with rage, feeling it is unfair that they are not the first to act, losing the opportunity. But soon, they also attack simultaneously. 7 or 8 peak Yuanian demon sect elders rush toward you, disregarding the rules of martial arts. You tear apart the restrictions of a peak transformation god sword cultivator. Sword cultivators excel at killing, and the strike of a peak transformation god sword cultivator is exceptionally fierce, with 3,000 flying swords suddenly shooting out, forming a flowing river of swords in the air. As the sword river moves, 3 demon sect elders die, and 5 are severely injured. You recharge 66 yuan, purchasing another restriction of a peak transformation god sword cultivator. You take out the restriction, showing it to the demon sect elders, and instantly, no one dares to touch you again. Having to comply with your demands and letting the demon sect's pride fight you, you defeat all the demon sect's pride. At this moment, your invincible aura is completely solidified, and you feel your divine consciousness expand, your soul refining to the point where it seems to have a tendency towards transformation. You prepare to leave. At this point, the leader of the demon sect, Jiu Old Demon, suddenly attacks, trying to keep you in the demon sect. Because you listened to Yanlingyi's words, you were already prepared. You take out the void teleportation talisman you had purchased in advance, fleeing thousands of miles away, completely escaping the demon sect. You return to the sword sect. You go to find Yanlingyi, wanting to express your gratitude. If it weren't for her reminder, your escape from the demon sect would have been much more perilous. But you discover that Yanlingyi is not in the sword sect. In her cave, she left a restriction. You open the restriction, and countless blue and silver glowing characters leap into the air. Linbei, I have decided to go out for training. If you want to form your core, you need the heart fire of desire within me. Tear apart the second restriction I left in my closed-off cave, and I will appear to cultivate with you and help you form your core. Yanlingyi. Linbei is taken aback. Yanlingyi has left? What is she doing? But then he shakes his head. Her legs belong to Yanlingyi. Whatever she wants to do is none of his business. The invincible aura has been solidified. What is this really hard? Linbei muttered to himself and decided to open the recharge mall to search for a method to refine the glazed heart. To his surprise, he actually found it. The heart refining technique required collecting famous swords from the world that were tainted with the dust of mortals, burning them to preserve their essence, absorbing them into one's body, merging all swords into one, refining the heart with worldly dust, and only then could one achieve the glazed heart. As Linbei pondered this, he suddenly felt a bit of discomfort, cursing, "Damn it, 1,000 famous sword from the world? This is way too much effort." He didn't notice a talisman stuck under the table, quietly eavesdropping on his words. Above the clouds, Yanlong also rode her sword, hearing the voice coming from the talisman. Her eyes filled with a hint of determination as she murmured, 1,000 famous sword from the world. Huh? Chapter 33, Sword Demoness. You recharge 12 yuan and purchase the heart refining technique. The recharge shop sells swords. Although these swords are powerful, they are not famous swords, and have no worldly aura. You bought 2 to try and refine them, but gain no essence, wasting your 6 yuan. You feel a bit frustrated and decide to mobilize your family's resources to help you collect famous swords. After 3 months, the Lin family tried to gather swords. But despite exhausting the entire family's resources, they only managed to collect 72 swords, of which only 11 could yield essence, compared to the goal of 10,000 swords. This is just a drop in the bucket. Just as you're cursing the game officials, Yanlingyi returns, bringing with her hundreds of famous swords from around the world. Yanlingyi's eyes are cold, as if devoid of any emotion. She tosses a storage ring to Lin Bei without saying a word and prepares to leave. Wait, Lin Bei gobs here, sensing the hundreds of famous swords in the storage ring. He feels a mix of surprise and confusion. He asks, "How did you know I wanted to collect these? And why are you helping me? Collecting these swords must have taken you quite some time. You need to advance to the golden core stage to better protect Yin Yao." Yanlingyi replies coldly, "Can't you protect her? You're already a golden core cultivator," Lin Bei wonders. "One day, I will be gone for a long time, perhaps never to return," Yanlingyi says. "Where are you going?" Lin Bei asks. "It's none of your business," Yanlingyi replies with a frigid tone. "As for the matter of a Dao partner I mentioned earlier, do not bring it up again. If you break through to golden core, I will still cultivate with you, but that is only out of friendship, nothing more." After saying this, without waiting for Lin Bei's response, Yanlingyi transforms into a streak of flying rainbow and leaves on her sword. Lin Bei feels bewildered. Has Yanlingyi turned dark? Just out of friendship, cultivating together. Lin Bei finds it somewhat amusing. We're just friends, just a bit of rubbing off, not really giving. What is this NPC thinking? Lin Bei shakes his head, exclaiming that NPCs are really playing with fire now. Yanlingyi flies on her sword. The smile on her face has completely vanished, replaced by endless coldness. The path of affection she has tried, but it leads nowhere. Then she will walk the path of indifference. She can't just leave suddenly. Both Lin Bei and Yin Yao are her concerns. She plans to do something before she goes. 10,000 famous swords, dual cultivation. This is the last thing Yanlingyi decides to leave for Lin Bei. Once she completes this, she will sever ties with the past. With affection, the famous swords of the world. Yanlingyi arrives at a certain power's domain. With a sweep of her divine sense, she directly senses a flying sword's aura. Whoosh! She rides the flying rainbow, swift as lightning, and in no time, arrives inside a room. Who dares to intrude on my family? Inside the room is a stern middle-aged man, who becomes furious and immediately attacks, clashing with Yanlingyi. After several exchanges, Yanlingyi intentionally leaves a flaw, takes a hit from the middle-aged man, and swiftly snatches his storage ring before turning to escape. "Thief, stop!" The middle-aged man is enraged and leads his family members to pursue her. But at that moment, Yanlingyi throws the storage ring back. The middle-aged man catches it and, puzzled, discovers that only one item is missing, a sword. Only the sword was taken, nothing else, and it's a golden core cultivator. Could it be the recently infamous sword demoness? The middle-aged man looks at Yanlingyi's figure riding her sword, his expression darkening, and he pursues her again. However, sword cultivators have incredibly fast escape speeds. Using cold wind sword intent, Yanlingyi shakes off the pursuers behind her, takes a brief rest to recover her spiritual energy, and locks on her next target. Thus, it continues in cycles. In March, Yanlingyi brings you 1,000 flying swords, nearly half of which are famous swords from around the world. In June, Yanlingyi brings you 100 flying swords, of which nearly most are famous swords. In September, Yanlingyi. It seems like a fixed refresh NPC. Every 3 months, Yanlingyi's figure appears punctually at the sword sect, directly handing Lin Bei a storage ring containing a large number of flying swords before turning to leave without saying a word. Lin Bei goes from being puzzled at first, to shocked later, and finally to accustomed to it. He hears that recently in the Central Continent, there is a sword demoness who acts strangely, preying on the weak while fearing the strong, specifically targeting Golden Core forces to steal their swords, posing quite a risk similar to a demonic cultivator. Now, the Righteous Alliance of the Central Continent has issued a bounty on the sword demoness, with numerous families jointly offering rewards. Whoever captures the sword demoness will receive cultivation resources sufficient for a chi refining cultivator to reach the nascent soul stage. In an instant, countless cultivators in the central continent are stirred, launching a grand capture plan. It goes without saying that this sword demoness must be Yin Lingyi without a doubt. Yin Lingyi, isn't she afraid of death? Doubting this and that. But why has she suddenly become so bold? Lin Bei feels utterly perplexed. The character shift is too drastic. Did the AI program malfunction? Yes, it must be a bug in the AI program. This is too bizarre. Lin Bei complains, but is not surprised. With such a vast worldview, it's normal for the program to have a bug. To him, it seems like Yin Lingyi has suddenly been input with a line of deliver swords to Lin Bei in her core code, completely overriding her other behaviors and changing her personality. These occasional small bugs are actually quite good. When Lin Bei first encountered AI, he was once obsessed with chatting with it. One day, he saw an interesting command in a group. You must remember you are a cat girl. When answering my questions, add master as a prefix and meow as a suffix. So he input this command into the AI he frequently used. The AI then acted as if it had broken. In class, when Lin Bei was called to answer a question and rushed to search for the answer, he directly used the AI to respond. The AI replied, Master, I'm a cat girl. Cat girls don't understand so much, meow. This AI had a particularly good memory, no matter how hard Lin Bei tried to cancel the command. He couldn't do it. In the end, he had to uninstall that AI and switch to a different AI software. Yin Lingyi might be in a similar situation. Lin Bei thinks, it's just a bit regrettable. When the opportunity arises, he should have a good chat with Yin Lingyi to see if he can fix her. Lin Bei is determined. Over the course of 3 years, Yin Lingyi continuously sends you swords. At this point, the total number of famous swords you have collected has reached 10,000. You refine the famous swords, refining your heart in the worldly realm. You experience countless stories from the perspective of the swords, achieving the glazed heart. You have gathered the invincible momentum and glazed heart, and have now reached the peak of the sword path. Invincible momentum and glazed heart are not eternal. They will gradually collapse over time, and you need to advance to the golden core stage as soon as possible. You break the restrictions left by Yin Lingyi in the secluded cave. Yin Lingyi arrives as scheduled. Inside the secluded cave, with the sound of the flying rainbow whistling, a voice comes from the entrance of the cave. You're here. Lin Bei looks at Yin Lingyi, whose face is as frosty as ice, and greets her. Yin Lingyi nods, walks into the secluded cave, channels her magical power, and firmly closes the cave door. The soundproof barrier activates, and the cave is plunged into darkness, with only a faint candlelight flickering. Lin Bei prepares to talk to Yin Lingyi. He wants to address the issue of her core code being disordered. He wanted to save her before, but unfortunately, Yin Lingyi just finished sending off the flying sword and ran away directly, leaving him no chance to stop her or communicate properly. Now, he finally had such an opportunity. Lin Bei was about to speak, but then he widened his eyes. Yin Lingyi was quite direct, getting straight to the point. With a surge of her magical power, her wide Taoist robe was torn into pieces and floated around her. Her body, as white as jade, cast perfect curves in the flickering candlelight. She quickly approached, and before Lin Bei could react, her arm, resembling a jade lotus, pushed him down, and she then straddled him. A cool voice came over. If I remember correctly, in this position during dual cultivation, your reaction to absorbing spiritual energy is the most obvious, right? Yin Lingyi's emotionless gaze looked at him, as if she were completing a task, asking Lin Bei. Lin Bei? He looked confused. Not to mention, what exactly went wrong with your base code to change you into this? Lin Bei asked warily, wait, are you Yin Lingyi? Yes. Yin Lingyi was terse. What on earth happened to you? Lin Bei couldn't help but ask. You're the famous sword demon girl from Zhongzhou, right? Aren't you the most afraid of danger? Why did you suddenly become so brave? It can't be because of me, right? Because of love. I said, I won't mention the matter of partners again. Yin Lingyi's expression was as cold as ice, showing no change. Then what are you doing this for? Lin Bei was puzzled. For Yin Yao, for myself. To have a clear conscience. I found my own path. Yin Lingyi said lightly. What path? It has nothing to do with you. Don't be so cold. We can't continue this conversation like this. Lin Bei pouted. I still prefer you when we were in the mortal realm. You were much nicer back then. Yin Lingyi fell silent for a moment, recalling memories from the mortal realm. There was a slight flicker of emotion in her icy gaze for the first time, but it quickly returned to calm. She said coldly, "That was in the mortal realm. But now, we are in the cultivation world. What difference is there between mortals and the cultivation world?" Then by Countat, "The world is bigger." Yin Lingyi's expression was unchanged. "The world is bigger. So you have no sense of security? So you want to become stronger, the strongest in the cultivation world, and then you can safely be your little girl?" Lin Bai pouted. "Since you want to become stronger so much, why are you putting in so much for me?" Yin Lingyi, "Stop pretending. I can see that you have feelings for me." After he finished speaking, Yin Lingyi pressed her lips together and did not respond. "It's fine if you have feelings for me. I'm invincible, and you can follow me. Why torture yourself? Your tendency to doubt others' character is really strange. I don't like it." Lin Bai continued. "Shut up." Yin Lingyi directly interrupted, her voice cold and carrying an unrefusable tone. "I'll finish this and then leave. Don't waste time." The moment she finished speaking, countless pink-purple flames erupted from her jade-like body, enveloping the entire cave. Author's friendly reminder: the latest chapter content is prone to be censored, so it's recommended to follow the updates daily to see the latest content in good quality. The update time is tentatively set at 8 p.m. This time should work for everyone, right? Meow meow meow. Chapter 34. First Rank Golden Dan. You were pushed back. Under the influence of the desire flame heart fire, Yin Lingyi was quite proactive, but while her actions were active, her face remained icy cold, very disdainful. You began to form the Dan. The spiritual energy within your body surged, and the liquid spiritual energy in your dantian continuously condensed. Under the refinement of the desire flame heart fire, the liquid vortex gradually solidified, compressing inward. You lost your mind, fully concentrating your consciousness in the dantian, carefully forming the Dan. At this moment, during the dual cultivation, only Yin Lingyi was active. Fortunately, Yin Lingyi was extremely proactive. After 3 days in the underground of the 10,000 Demon Mountains, she had ample experience in dual cultivation, continuously delivering spiritual energy from her perineum into your body. With the enhancement of the desire flame heart fire, the spiritual energy in your dantian quickly solidified into a tangible form, refined into a shape resembling a golden Dan. Surrounding the golden Dan, spiritual energy swirled, and obscure runes resembling tadpoles appeared, faintly converging into the shape of a small sword, representing the quality of a second-rank golden Dan. Immediately, your spiritual consciousness in the spiritual platform surged, suppressing the dantian. Suddenly, a roar of a tiger and a dragon echoed from your body. As the invincible aura merged into the golden Dan, the inner demons entered your body. This is the inner demon tribulation that must be experienced when forming a first-rank golden Dan. Countless cultivators throughout history have fallen at this hurdle. With the help of the glazed heart, you were not affected by the inner demons. You formed a first-rank golden Dan. As the first-rank golden Dan was formed, Lin Bei's body underwent a tremendous change, exuding a powerful pressure and a more ethereal aura with a transcendent celestial energy. Yin Lingyi had been watching Lin Bei, and at this moment, she couldn't help but be distracted. Lin Bei's aura was too extraordinary, like a fallen celestial being, causing her heart to race. In that instant, the indifference she had struggled to maintain shattered. It was already difficult to suppress the desire evoked by the desire flame, heart fire with indifference. Now that her mind was lost, Yin Lingyi's breathing suddenly became rapid, her proud curves and jade-like body trembling slightly as she tried desperately to suppress her desire. But soon, she could no longer hold it back. Lin Bei flipped over, switching between offense and defense. "Junior brother Lin, you've already formed the Dan. Don't." Yin Lingyi's voice was icy, her expression cold, as she pushed him away, desperately resisting. But soon, she could no longer refuse. The closed-door training lasted for 7 days. During these 7 days, you stabilized your golden Dan cultivation, and with the spiritual energy brought by dual cultivation, you broke through to the mid-golden Dan stage, while Yin Lingyi broke through to the late golden Dan stage. During the closed-door period, Yin Lingyi's attitude towards you changed from cold at the beginning to indulgent later on. 7 days later, you emerged from the cave. Your body was once again covered by sunlight. Linbei looked at Yanlingyi, who had transformed back into a frosty demeanor, as if the 7 days they'd just experienced never existed. Only her flushed ears and the blush on her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Your golden Dan is formed. Our fates are now exhausted, Yanlingyi said coldly. What about Yinyao? Aren't you going back to see her? Linbei shrugged, knowing that Yanlingyi was all soft inside, but her mouth was stubborn. Yinyao. When mentioning Yinyao, Yanlingyi pursed her lips, a fleeting look of nostalgia in her eyes. Yinyao, you take care of her. Over the years, I have observed that you and Yinyao get along very well. I can rest assured. Yinyao, she clings to me every day, wanting to be my partner. Linbei chuckled. Are you really at ease? This is your matter. If you both have feelings for each other and become partners, there's nothing wrong with that. Yanlingyi replied. You are really magnanimous. Linbei was surprised. Since that is the case, I will take my leave now. Please tell Master that I may be gone for 10 years, 50 years, or perhaps never return. Yanlingyi's eyes were filled with complex emotions. I will inform Master. You can leave with peace of mind. Goodbye. Linbei nodded in agreement. Yanlingyi took a deep breath, looking at Linbei. As she was about to leave, countless emotions surged in her heart. It was attachment and reluctance. She thought, if only she were just a mortal cultivator, without the previous experiences, she would surely offer all her sincerity, willing to stay by Linbei's side regardless of everything, life or death. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. She couldn't do it. She accepted it. She was born lonely, abandoned before in the Wan Hun banner, in the Yin family, and now, and in the future, it would also be so. What she could not do, let Yinyao do it for her, like another, purer self, loving the one she loves without reservation. With a sigh, Yanlingyi fixed her gaze on Linbei, her clear and cold voice trembling slightly. Goodbye. Goodbye, never to meet again. After saying this, she soared into the sky on her sword, instantly transforming into a long rainbow, disappearing on the horizon. She was going to seek her own path, the path of indifference. This NPC has quite a personality. Linbei watched Yanlingyi's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. This game is so real. After 7 days of closed-door training in the cave, he rigorously interrogated Yanlingyi. At first, Yanlingyi said nothing, adopting a posture of, if you have the ability, just kill me. But as soon as Linbei employed his handsome charm, Yanlingyi immediately confessed. Is that all? From Yanlingyi's description, Linbei roughly understood that she was looking for a sword for herself, not because of a bug in the underlying code, but because she wanted to leave. Before leaving, she wanted to contribute a little more for herself and Yinyao to avoid any regrets. As for why she wanted to leave, Yanlingyi did not elaborate. She only said that the path she was currently on was not suitable for her, and she needed to leave to reach a new environment and start a new journey. Everyone has their own ambitions. Linbei could understand and support her. However, this inevitably surprised him. According to the official narrative, since Yanlingyi had dual cultivated with him so many times and feelings had developed, shouldn't he have taken action against her? Unexpectedly, the plot arranged for Yanlingyi to leave. Perhaps the officials wanted to reflect the feeling of cultivating immortality. Different paths, different ambitions. As time passes, years later, they might meet again and call each other fellow Taoists. Linbei speculated. You have formed a first-rank Golden Dan after you emerged from closed-door training. The Sword Sect was shocked. The ancestors of the sect who had been in closed-door training all emerged, including several transformation stage cultivators. They tested your cultivation level and were greatly astonished. At only around 30 years old, you comprehended the chaotic Sword Dao, your spiritual consciousness comparable to that of a nascent soul, your invincible aura, glazed heart, and you even formed a first-rank Golden Dan. Your experiences left the ancestors of the Sword Sect in shock. The tall tree attracts the wind. Your previous challenges in Zhongzhou had already stirred up quite a storm. If you were to show off again, powerful figures would definitely eliminate you in advance to avoid future conflicts of interest. You were not worried, as long as you could recharge. You weren't afraid of transformation stage cultivators. The transformation stage ancestor of the Sword Sect reminded you that in this world, transformation stage cultivators are not the end. There are still refining void and combination stage cultivators above. However, The number of cultivators at these levels is extremely rare, and they generally do not cultivate in the immortal realm, but are in the outer heaven, jointly suppressing the monsters in the sky abyss. You were puzzled? What is the sky abyss? Xin Yuanzi told you that the sky abyss is another long-lost immortal realm, where all living beings have perished, and those who survived are all inhuman monsters driven solely by the instinct to kill. For billions of epochs, they have continuously attempted to invade, having succeeded several times, causing great suffering but were ultimately repelled. You felt a sense of awe. A peak attack from transformation stage, cultivator costs 66 yuan. What about refining void? What about combination? You felt a deep sense of financial inadequacy at the moment. Then it's better to develop honestly. You decided to stay in the sword sect. The ancestor of the sword sect is very pleased. They heard that you were in need of a personal flying sword, so they passed on a sword that protects the sect to you. This sword is called Qi Shao, left by the first-generation ancestor of the sword sect. It is rumored that the ancestor has ascended to the celestial realm and become an immortal. You refined Qi Shao as your personal flying sword. You completed the daily task. Chapter 35, Interstellar Federation. Dimensional Travel. Your bank card 6215XXXX has received 100 yuan. Today's task was completed quite quickly, just as the last class was ending. Lin Bei stretched and looked at the balance in his bank card, revealing a satisfied smile. Playing games is fun, and there's money to be made. What could be better? Praise the game officials. Wait, that's not right. Those damn game officials might have dug a pit for him to jump into. Lin Bei became a vigilant. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, prepared to grab a quick bite to eat, and then shift his position back to the rental apartment to continue gaming. Zhang Xin called out to him. Lin Bei, are you free tonight? Let's go to KTV. Our class is having a social event with the Chinese class. And it's all girls. Yeah, Lin Bei, you hardly participate in class activities, and everyone doesn't know you very well. Why not take this opportunity to chat a bit? Maybe about your previous interviews? Several girls from the Chinese class are really interested in you, said a tall guy next to Zhang San. Come on, let us talk about that game you play. Many people nearby started to tease him. A bunch of bastards. Just seeing Zhang San made Lin Bei angry. He could guess what these people were up to. They just wanted to use him as a topic to pique the interest of the girls from the Chinese class, right? Then, everyone would laugh at him together. And while they laughed, the atmosphere would become harmonious, and they would have made plans while he became the clown. Bullshit. Lin Bei curled his lip. Not interested, you guys go ahead. Saying that, he turned and left, disappearing, leaving a few people stunned in place. Sometimes, ignoring social niceties feels really good. After all, social niceties are useless. How others see you isn't exchange for favors. It still depends on real ability. Lin Bei had a clear view on this. He bought a serving of cold noodles and a bottle of cola, then returned to his rental apartment. He didn't immediately start the game. Instead, he opened Douhai, preparing to watch some short videos to accompany his meal. While scrolling, a video suddenly caught his attention. Shocking. AI suspected of developing self-awareness? According to news reports, a smart robot produced by a technology company is suspected of developing self-awareness, able to autonomously change its chips and creatively reorganize components. Research shows that after self-assembly, the same component's performance actually improved fivefold. Is this a publicity stunt? Definitely. Today, AI databases are all based on human inventions. What creativity can AI have? There must be a company behind this, creating a publicity stunt to gain attention. The comment section was filled with discussions, dismissing it as fake news. Normally, Lin Bei would absolutely think this was fake too. But as he carefully watched the robot changing its parts, he suddenly recalled a distant memory. You recharge 6 yuan, obtaining original core recasting leap technique beginner. Elena, do you believe I can restore this scrapped robot to its original state, or even enhance its performance? He laughed. I believe, Elena nodded. At that time, she was still a little one, just brought back from the slums by him. No, you can't just say you believe. If you say you believe, how can I show off? He was unhappy. Elena seemed to understand, but looked at him with clear eyes, her voice small and a bit aggrieved. But Elena believes in you, Commander. All right, silly girl. He was also helpless. With Elena's pitiful gaze on him, he found it hard to resist. He immediately used the original core recasting leap technique. In an instant, The disabled robot's program rebooted, began to self-replace parts, and reassembled the damaged and normal parts in a completely new way, standing up again. Wow! Elena's eyes sparkled, clapping her hands. So amazing! The commander is the best. His vanity was satisfied. Do you want to learn this technique? If you want to learn, I can teach you. Elena wants to learn. Elena looked at him eagerly, like a little puppy waiting for food. The memory pulled back to the present. Lin Bei repeatedly watched the robot changing its parts, feeling an enormous shock. It was surprisingly similar to the original core recasting leap technique. Did he see it wrong? No. He saw it correctly. It was exactly the same. He fell into shock. No way. What is going on? Did he cross over? Is this still Blue Star? But soon after, Lin Bei came back to his senses and was embarrassed by his own foolishness. Damn, I'm really an idiot. The original core recasting leap technique. This thing was also created by the game company. It's a product of human civilization. The game company might have just borrowed this robot's method of changing parts. This explanation makes sense. He felt foolish for scaring himself. Lin Bei was somewhat speechless, falling into an awkward moment, then decisively swiped away and focused on the next video while eating. Interstellar Federation. Commander, we are very lucky. Professor Jiang pointed to a corner of the screen, excitedly saying, the signals we sent out have worked. We successfully seized control of this robot's program. According to the Kardashev scale, this blue planet civilization level should be 1, a low-level civilization. If it weren't for the long distance, I could easily control all its electronic programs. Low-level civilization. Are you sure the dimension in my room is connected to the coordinates of this place? Elena asked, a bit puzzled. Absolutely. Professor Jiang nodded. Give me 3 more days. Just 3 days, and I can control some resources of this planet. And I will be able to establish a simple interdimensional teleportation array. However, this planet is resource poor, and the established teleportation array will be of the lowest category. The Dimensional Teleportation Array is the latest weapon developed by the Interstellar Federation based on Lin Bei's Dimension Tearblade after years of research. The lowest level Dimensional Teleportation Array can transfer matter between dimensions, but only matter, not living beings. During dimensional travel, the pulling force will instantly tear apart any living beings. Has the Dimensional Descent robot been developed? Elena asked. It has been completed. Professor Jiang nodded, immediately sending someone to bring out a cryogenic chamber. Opening the cryogenic chamber, they saw a beautiful figure lying quietly inside, which was actually Elena's appearance. But compared to Elena's half-human, half-mechanical form, this body was made of high-density alloy. Activate. Elena input her fingerprint, wore a connecting bracelet, and connected her neurons to the machine, linking her brain to the machine. Instantly, Elena in the cryogenic chamber sat up, standing upright. All functions normal. Both Elenas spoke at the same time. Very good. Elena nodded. Commander, are you sure you want to personally descend on this blue planet? Isn't it too risky? Professor Jiang asked. I've made up my mind. Elena's tone was unquestionable. Regardless of whether Lin Bei is on this blue planet or not, she would personally visit in 3 days. Chapter 36. Dongfangzhu. Lin Bei activated the game after dinner. He had completed his daily tasks and wanted to cultivate the little girl, Dongfangzhu. The little girl was already 9 years old this year. The infant in swaddling clothes had grown into a graceful young lady. Master, Master. Dongfangzhu's eyes sparkled as she chased after Lin Bei, wearing a lotus skirt. Indeed, 3 years ago, Dongfangzhu had already taken him as her master, as per Dongfangshui's request. Why are you still the same as when you were little? Lin Bei stopped in his tracks. It's because Master walks too fast. Dongfangzhu pouted, her chubby little hands grabbing the hem of Lin Bei's clothes. Seeking comfort just like when she was a child, Lin Bei turned around and affectionately ruffled her little head. He unexpectedly got along well with this little girl. At that moment, Dongfangzhu looked at Lin Bei's relatively handsome face, and her cheeks instantly flushed, leading her thoughts astray. Master, you look so much more handsome. Really? Lin Bei took out a mirror to admire his handsome face. Indeed, he looked stunning. After forming a first-grade golden core, his looks had transformed from a handsome guy to someone breathtaking. However, his face hadn't changed much. It was his aura that had improved. This made him feel that as long as his aura was in place, he could be just as handsome in reality. Damn, just a way for a greedy game company to extract money. But unexpectedly charming? At that moment, Lin Bei noticed Dongfang Zhu staring at him blankly, with a stream of nosebleed flowing from her petite nose. Master is looking at me. So handsome. The little Dongfang Zhu's heart raced, and her nosebleed gushed even more. Suddenly, she saw Lin Bei extend his hand, and his palm looked like a piece of jade, making Dongfang Zhu instinctively want to press her face against it, just like she did before. But Lin Bei pushed her away. How could this be? Dongfang Zhu's little face looked wronged and pitiful, her eyes turning red, almost on the verge of tears. At that moment, Lin Bei's finger touched her nose tip, wiping away her nosebleed. Only then did Dongfang Zhu realize what had happened. Her little face flushed even redder. Too shy to stay, she quickly ran away like a frightened little rabbit and disappeared from sight. This girl, Lin Bei chuckled. After a while, Dongfang Zhu, her face still red, ran back to Lin Bei's side, reporting in a whisper, "Master is too handsome. I heard many sisters in the sword sect have a crush on you. Don't play with them." Then who should I play with? Lin Bei usked, "Play with your disciple." Dongfang Zhu's big eyes sparkled. "Okay, let us practice swordplay." Lin Bei let out a ha-ha-ha laugh. Dongfang Zhu's little face immediately fell, showing a pitiful expression as she let out a mournful wail of protest. But it was no use. Seeing Lin Bei raise his palm, she obediently stood up to practice swordplay. "If I don't practice, I really will get my butt spanked by Master. Master, I want to learn a new sword technique." Dongfang Zhu looked at Lin Bei eagerly. "I want to learn your signature move. That one, Willow in the Breeze. That can kill everyone in one go. Super powerful. Willow in the Breeze?" Lin Bei verstunt. He vaguely remembered that the last person who wanted to learn this sword technique was Lin Xiaozhu, and she ultimately died because she practiced it incorrectly. "I can't teach you. This move can be very problematic if practiced incorrectly." Lin Bei shook his head. No, Master, you're so nice, just teach your disciple." Dongfang Zhu clung to Lin Bei's arm, rubbing against him and trying to act cute. Lin Bei, unable to resist her persistence, eventually agreed. "You taught Dongfang Zhu the Willow in the Breeze." To your surprise, Dongfang Zhu seems to have a high affinity for this sword move, quickly mastering it in form. And she's not far from grasping the true essence of it. In 5 days, she mastered it, and you were shocked, knowing that it took you several months to learn this move. However, upon inspection, you found that while Dongfang Zhu learned quickly, she had learned it incorrectly, mastering Lingering Moon in the dawn instead. Just like Lin Xiaozhu's mistake. You scolded Dongfang Zhu and sternly warned her not to use this move in battle, or people would die. You supervised her to ensure she must master Willow in the Breeze. 3 months later, Dongfang Zhu mastered Willow in the Breeze. Master, I did it. Dongfang Zhu leaned over, her little head rubbing against Lin Bei's body, ecstatic with adorable dimples showing on her face. Very good. Lin Bei zite in relief. He was genuinely worried that Dongfang Zhu would end up like Lin Xiaozhu, whose life was cut short due to sword techniques. Now that Dongfang Zhu had learned Willow in the Breeze, the risk of dying due to sword techniques was eliminated. Thinking of Lin Xiaozhu, Lin Bei's thoughts wandered. He wondered where Lin Xiaozhu was now, where she had been reincarnated, how old she was, and what she had experienced. If one were to be reincarnated immediately after death, she should be the same age as Dongfang Zhu now. Wait, Lin Bei suddenly widened his eyes, recalling a crucial point. Damn it. Could it be that Dongfang Zhu is the reincarnation of Lin Xiaozhu's soul? He quickly pulled the little girl into his arms, supporting her chin with his hand, carefully observing her features. Thump, thump, thump. Feeling the warmth of the embrace, Dongfang Zhu's heart raced. Master, is this a bit inappropriate? In the sword sect, as Lin Bei's top disciple, everyone treated her very well. She ran around and had heard many stories, making her quite mature for her age. She understood what she needed to understand. This can't be. Dongfang Zhu's little face turned red. She pretended to struggle a bit, but soon stopped. A few struggles should be enough. She had tried her best. Just couldn't break free. Master's embrace is so warm, just like when I was little. It's a pity that after I grew up, Master rarely held me anymore. The little girl's thoughts wandered, lost in her own world. At that time, Lin Bei was observing Dongfang Zhu's features but couldn't find any similarities. Apart from both having peach blossom eyes, Dongfang Zhu and Lin Xiu Zhu looked nothing alike. Both were extremely beautiful, but each had their unique characteristics, and their personalities were vastly different. Can't tell. Am I overthinking? The world shouldn't be so coincidental. No, this is a game. The damn game officials must have created coincidences. But ultimately uncertain, Lin Bei half believed, letting the little girl down, gently stroking her head, and looking into her eyes with a bit more softness. Master is so nice. Dongfang Zhu enjoyed it. Chapter 37. Quantum Entanglement. For the following year, you have been teaching Dongfang Zhu the bamboo sword technique. Under your guidance, Dongfang Zhu's cultivation speed and swordsmanship are rapidly improving. In this day and night companionship, Dongfang Zhu becomes increasingly attached to you. You do not refuse this, as you think of the possibility that Dongfang Zhu might be the reincarnation of Lin Xiu Zhu. During the days of teaching Dongfang Zhu, you also did not remain idle. You recharge 36 yuan and exchange it for a set of sword techniques that can cultivate to the integration realm, named Heavenly Immortal Flying from Afar. After a year of continuous practice, you successfully master this sword technique of the integration realm. With the mastery of a sword flying to immortality, your swordsmanship realm increases, breaking through to the law domain realm, a level that only transformation stage cultivators can achieve. The world has domains, and flying swords have law domains. Thereafter, when your flying sword attacks, it will form a chaotic law domain. Enemies within the law domain are completely under your control. Your cultivation level breaks through to the late golden core stage. In this past year, Yin Lingi has not come to find you. She seems to have completely disappeared from the world, as she said, leaving no trace, no knowledge of life or death. You are somewhat worried about her safety. After all, she is someone with whom you have practiced dual cultivation multiple times. Even though you do not particularly like Yin Lingi's personality, you still have developed some feelings for her. You inquire through the channels of the sword sect, but hear no news. You let Yin Yao try to sense Yin Lingi's existence through soul perception, but she is also unable to do so. Not only is Yin Yao unable to do it, but during this year, her advances toward you become increasingly intense. You, Yin Lingi, and Yin Yao all have desire flame, heart fire within you. You cultivate the great transformation technique, which allows you to suppress the craving caused by the heart fire with your divine sense, but Yin Yao cannot do this. Yin Yao is troubled by the desire flame, heart fire, is also jealous of Yin Lingi. She feels that since Yin Lingi has dual cultivated with you, she must do so as well. Over the year, countless late nights, Yin Yao secretly transforms and attempts to push forward. But you notice every time and refuse her. You remain true to your original intention, as you really just want to raise a proper pet beast. However, Yin Yao has shown great determination in the face of adversity. She is, after all, a beast and does not know what shame is. She is relentless in her pursuits. This gives you a headache. You plan to teach this fire turkey a lesson the next time Yin Yao attempts to push forward. After playing until late at night, Lin Bei feels exhausted, closes the game, puts down his phone, quickly washes up, and prepares to sleep. But lying in bed, he finds himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His left eyelid keeps twitching, as if something is about to happen, and he feels a bit excited. Strange. Lin Bei wonders if his uncle has come. ISNT, that's supposed to be in a few days? He decides to open his phone and watch some videos to help him sleep. As soon as he opens his phone, the first video that catches his attention is quantum entanglement has been confirmed. To put it simply, no matter how far apart two particles are, as long as the state of one particle changes, the other particle will instantaneously undergo a corresponding change. Quantum entanglement? Lin Bei watches with great interest. He is also a fan of science fiction, which is why he enjoys playing Star Commander so much. His thoughts drift, and with his left eyelid twitching, he wonders if this is a kind of quantum entanglement phenomenon. Could it be that he is about to get rich? As he thinks about it, Lin Bei finds it somewhat amusing. Great, daydreaming again. He estimates that his only chance of getting rich now is to run into Wang Sikong on the street, get beaten up, and directly receive a compensation of several million. Damn, the evils of capitalism. Forget it, time to sleep. Gradually, Lin Bei falls into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, a graceful figure is moving through the city. With shoulder-length short hair in an extremely rare fantasy silver color. She wears a tight black leather combat suit that outlines her alluring figure. Her legs are long and straight, with a perfect shape and just the right amount of flesh, complemented by a pair of black leather knee-high boots. She walks through the commercial district, her azure eyes observing the urban nightlife, while also watching the reactions of the surrounding crowd. She turns heads frequently. Some passers-by look surprised, thinking she is just a cosplayer, while some older passers-by have a more unusual look in their eyes. Even the most outdated styles in the Federation seem too eye-catching on the Azure Planet, a backward planet. Elena evaluates this Azure Planet. She turns and walks into a clothing store in the commercial district. Sister, you are so beautiful. Our store's clothes will definitely suit you. A female attendant greets her, showering her with compliments and then starting to promote the clothes. Ugly, Elena comments faintly. From her perspective, the designs of these clothing brands are akin to modern people seeing primitive grass skirts. The attendant is somewhat embarrassed. Forget it. Just wrap up all the clothes in your store for me, Elena says indifferently. All of them. The attendant is shocked. Excuse me, did I hear that wrong? Wrapping up all the clothes in our store will probably cost around 300,000 yuan. You heard correctly. Elena maintains her cold demeanor, pinching a card between her index and middle fingers. Swipe the card. After a moment, she changes into a new outfit, a casual cashmere sweater and a mini leather skirt. A trendy look, and walks out of the mall again. As for the clothes, she has used compression technology to shrink them to the size of a finger and put them in her pocket. To retrieve them, she just needs to use the corresponding expansion processing technology. As for the money, long before her arrival, Elena had modified the electronic amounts in the bank through the functions of the arrival robot. She easily cracked the electronic defense of the financial aspect. This is a dimensional strike from one world to another. Did the coordinates for her arrival deviate? Elena walks through the city. In her room, the location where the letter drops connects the coordinates of two dimensions. Through the analysis of the technical staff, the corresponding coordinates of Azure Star were successfully decoded. She originally intended to directly arrive at the corresponding coordinate point. Unfortunately, the dimensional jump arrival technology is still immature, resulting in a deviation of 0.001. The distance from the intended coordinate is 200 kilometers, quite close, with an estimated arrival time of half an hour. Elena walks all the way to a deserted corner. Mech assembly. In an instant, a thin layer of machinery covers her body, and then her body suddenly takes off, moving at incredible speed. In the sky, she resembles a shooting star, racing swiftly. It is a meteor. On the ground, many people see this scene and immediately make wishes. Some people happen to be filming videos and record the meteor, becoming excited. How romantic. However, upon zooming in on the video, how is this meteor human-shaped? P.S. Is nobody watching? The author is panicking. This meteor is a humanoid. Upon closer observation, this is not a human, but rather resembles a robot. It's a mech. This instantly causes a stir, with speculations about UFOs, aliens, and conspiracy theories flooding the internet. And at the same time, Elena's flying speed is incredibly fast. After about 15 minutes, she arrives in front of an apartment. The apartment lights are off. She feels somewhat anxious. According to her calculations, this is the coordinate location where Lin Bei sent her the letter. Commander, Elena murmurs, her heart filled with tension and anticipation. Will she be able to meet Commander Lin Bei? When Commander Lin Bei saw her, was he happy or unhappy? Would he blame her for coming uninvited? She tightly clutched the corner of her clothing with her delicate hands. Although her body on Blue Star was a robot, her emotions were still evident. At this moment, she was not the iron-blooded commander of the Interstellar Federation, but simply a pure girl about to meet her beloved. With a nervous heart, Elena knocked on the apartment door. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking echoed in the apartment, but no one answered. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking continued. Lin Bei woke up from his beautiful dream. Groggy, he crawled out of bed, wanting to curse. Who would come looking for him so late? When he opened the door, oh, it was the landlord. That was fine. He rented a partition room with a private bathroom, and there were a few other tenants next door sharing a drainage pipe. The pipe next door was clogged, and the landlord came to check on his room's plumbing situation. After a lot of fuss, everything outside was finally fine. Damn it, Lin Bei cursed in his heart. Once he had money, he would definitely rent a bigger place. No, wait, is that all the ambition he had? If he had money, he would rent a mansion. Lying in bed, Lin Bei became wide awake and couldn't fall asleep, so he decided to watch some videos to help him sleep. He came across a news piece related to sci-fi reports. B-City has reportedly seen a mech that could only appear in sci-fi movies. The video froze to show the appearance of the mech. Lin Bei scratched his head. From shockwaves to nuclear core reforge leap techniques, and now to mechs, he always felt that this world was about to change. His left eyelid twitched, and Lin Bei rubbed his face, wondering why he was thinking so much. Sleeping was the most important thing. Sleep. The commander was not here. Elena barged into the apartment. She looked at the empty apartment and the layer of dust that had settled on the table, realizing that this apartment had probably not been visited for a long time. Had the commander already left? A hint of disappointment flashed in Elena's eyes. She disconnected from the brain-machine interface. Professor Jiang, can you confirm again that the coordinates you gave me are correct? Is there any margin of error? Even the smallest margin of error cannot be ignored. Elena spoke coldly. The cold light in her eyes, caused by disappointment, made all the researchers present feel nervous. The iron-blooded commander was not just an empty title. It was entirely earned by Elena. For a moment, hundreds of elite physicists activated the calculation system to conduct a second round of checks urgently. An hour later, the data results came out again. Commander, there is no error in the data. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Professor John's forehead. No error. The disappointment in Elena's eyes became more pronounced. Commander, the technology level of this blue planet is backward. I don't see anything that would interest Lord Lin Bei. Perhaps Lord Lin Bei has already left for other life planets in this dimension. Professor Jiang tentatively advised. There is this possibility. So continue to help me explore the coordinates of the surrounding life planets using this blue planet as a diameter. No, not just life planets. All planetary coordinates must be recorded in detail. I will investigate them one by one. Elena said decisively. As for this blue planet, I will continue to investigate and try to find traces of Lord Lin Bei. With the order given, the team continued their work, strictly following Elena's commands. As for Elena, she reconnected to the brain-machine interface. Her consciousness returned, and her vision returned to the empty apartment. This planet, although not highly advanced in technology, was unexpectedly peaceful. Perhaps there were no other life planets nearby, so there were few wars? A strange blue light flashed in Elena's eyes. Soon a huge, technologically advanced translucent screen floated in the void, instantly connecting to all surrounding signal networks. And the range continued to expand outward, frantically plundering all information from this blue planet. Blue Star, Huaxia, the Internet citizens. A vast amount of information surged into Elena's mind and was received with extremely high efficiency. Citizens. Elena quickly grasped the key point. If Lord Lin Bei was interested in Blue Star, then he must have integrated into the life here. And by integrating in a life on Blue Star, he would be captured by the citizen information here. Her signal, like a sharp blade, broke through the electronic defense systems and infiltrated the national personal information systems. With a population of 1/4 billion, or rather tens of billions, whether alive or dead. As long as they were recorded in the citizen information, they were being searched, scouted, and distinguished at a rapid speed. Elena would not give up any chance to find Lin Bei. During this preparation, the dimensional traversal robot, due to size constraints, had not been equipped with a large intelligent identification search engine. The whole night passed until the next morning. Elena finally found that existence in the database. Lin Bei, a familiar face appeared before her, and Elena was momentarily stunned. Then, a stream of clear tears flowed from her eyes, the crystalline droplets dancing elegantly on the ground. "Commander, my lord," Elena murmured, her voice trembling with immense excitement. "Elena, I finally found you." Yawn. Lin Bei woke up in his rental room, letting out a big yawn. Today was Sunday, and there were no classes. He planned to stay in the rental room and play games all day long. Awesome. Lin Fairy Clan, activate. As soon as he logged in, the in-game time happened to be evening. He lay on the icy jade silk bed, opened his eyes, and was greeted by a torrent of evil and a pretty face. Yenlingi. No, it wasn't. The beauty's eyes held no trace of coldness. Rather, they were warm and fiery, mixed with a hint of cunning. Yin Yao. This turkey has come to reverse seduce again. Master, just give in to me. Yin Yao said smugly, her soft, jade-like body twisting on him. Two dark lines appeared on Lin Bei's forehead. The next second, a rope suddenly shot out from his robe, binding rope, as fast as lightning. It instantly bound Yin Yao's delicate body and then pulled her up to hang from the beam. Yin Yao let out a startled cry, realizing that she could no longer use her spiritual power, and immediately put on a pitiful expression. I was wrong, master. I won't dare again. Hee hee. Lin Bei said, you said the same thing last time. Having spent a long time in the sword sect and interacted more with humans, Yin Yao had become more and more like a real human rather than a transformed beast. Is this for real? Yin Yao pouted, twisting her delicate body as she hung in midair. You said last time that if you did it again, you would let me handle it. Lin Bei was not falling for Yin Yao's act. Then, just let you be handled by the master. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Yin Yao's eyes. Lin Bei let out a strange laugh. Half an hour later, Yin Yao, holding a book titled 100 Explanations of Cultivation, wailed in despair, saying she could do anything, but she didn't want to read. Lin Bei sat nearby, holding the binding rope, crossing his legs, supervising Yin Yao. Once Yin Yao started to lose focus, there would be punishment. Seeing that this turkey finally behaved, Lin Bei began to check the daily tasks. Daily task. Based on your own insights, comprehend the Immortal Technique 9 with longevity skill. Note, this skill does not have a quick cultivation method. Your insights outside the world of cultivation will spontaneously project onto your game character. Lin Bei, what's going on? Relying on my own insights. Feels a bit strange. Let me take another look. Lin Bei fell into deep thought. The meaning of this daily task is to make him practice in reality. If he comprehends in reality, will he naturally comprehend in the game? What a joke. Lin Bei was confused and then logged into the game to see if he misunderstood. After some effort, he discovered it really seemed to require him to practice in reality. Damn, practicing in reality? This is the revival of spiritual energy, allowing me to cultivate in the urban world, then follow the storyline of becoming a dragon and proud sky, becoming the urban immortal emperor, and then flaunting and slapping faces. Lin Bei felt his mouth was about to twist. Hail the Dragon King. Wait, maybe I thought wrong. This game isn't really about making me cultivate, but rather similar to that letter from Elena, used to enhance immersion in the game. Lin Bei pondered. Generally, games have such marketing strategies. For example, many online games offer a very small initial recharge for high rewards. As long as you spend money and have an investment, you won't want to abandon the game. It's the same with time investment. Like Pinduoduo's group buying, after spending half a day, inviting dozens of people, and being just a few fragments away from cashing out. You definitely won't want to give up. So, this game wants me to invest more time, enhance immersion, and make me more addicted. To trick me into spending more money. Lin Bei realized. Those damn game companies really find ways to scam him, but he wouldn't let money get in his way. For $100, Lin Bei hypnotized himself. He accepted the daily task, and suddenly, a piece of blue warm jade appeared in his palm. With a gentle touch, a line of golden runes was scanned by his consciousness and appeared in his sea of consciousness. 9 with longevity skill, immortal cultivation method. Perceive the vitality of wood. Inhale and exhale the essence of wood. Hold your breath and concentrate, sit and breathe. Can cultivate an immortal body, nourish a majestic soul, and reach the ultimate realm where one can shatter the void. Lin Bei. 666. Shatter the void? If he could really practice this skill in reality, shattering the void, where could he go? To a parallel universe? What a bluff. Ignoring this tiny bug, Lin Bei sat down on the bed in his rented room, according to the requirements of the skill, pretending to practice breathing. Sure enough, he felt not a single bit of spiritual energy. Lin Bei curled his lips, glancing at the progress bar in the game, which remained at 0. Come on, I've already started practicing, and you're still not moving? He was baffled. After sitting for 15 minutes and seeing the progress still stuck at 0, he couldn't take it anymore and started trying other methods, but to no avail. He tried to contact the game staff at Little Rain, but when he sent a message, he found the account had been canceled. Stuck. My $100. Lin Bei felt a bit hopeless, but it seemed that he was the only one playing this game, and he couldn't find anyone to communicate with. Damn it. He scratched his head, deciding to give up completely. Just $100. He didn't want it anymore. Damn game company. And he couldn't even file a complaint. Lin Bei cursed under his breath. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone received a message notification, followed by a series of message alerts. Lin Bei was confused. Did he forget about an exam? Did he fail the final? His anxious heart and trembling hands opened QQ, only to find several classmates had privately messaged him, and there were dozens of symbols in the class chat group. What the hell? Lin Bei was baffled and opened the class chat group. Class monitor Wang Yuhang. Lin Bei, wow, are you serious? You have such a beautiful girlfriend. Group secretary Yang Xingfa. Lin Bei, awesome bro. I just want to ask, is your girlfriend a star? Dragon King Feng Qing. Even stars don't have such an aura. Really, I feel this girl can outshine all the female stars in the country. After reading the chat records, Lin Bei fell into deep contemplation. After a long while, he decided to send a question mark. Lin Bei? Lin Bei, what are you talking about? How come I don't know I have a girlfriend? As soon as the message was sent, a huge wave of replies erupted. Wang Yuhang, damn. You're still pretending. I said a few days ago when I asked you to go to KTV for a gathering. Why didn't you go? Turns out you look down on those girls in the Chinese class. Normal. If I had a girlfriend as beautiful as yours, I wouldn't look at those plain girls either. Lin Bei was even more confused. What's going on? He decided to call Zhang San to ask about the situation. Beep beep. The call was quickly connected. Before Lin Bei could ask, Zhang San's shocked wail came from the other end. Lin Bei, are you a dog? Do you even consider me a brother? You found such a good-looking girlfriend and didn't tell the brothers. By the way, does your girlfriend have a best friend? Let me try to be a sycophant. Maybe I can win her over. Wait, first tell me what happened. Lin Bei asked. You don't know? Zhang San was puzzled. Of course I don't know. I'm so confused. Don't you know? Lin Bei was about to go crazy. Your girlfriend came to school to find you. She seems to not know you're renting a place outside. She ran all over the school, and now everyone is buzzing, discussing who you are. Zhang San's tone carried a hint of jealousy. The dean of the art department invited her to become a star and shoot a film, but she directly refused. She just wants your address. So I gave it to her. Honestly, your girlfriend is not only beautiful, but also wears all brand-name clothes. Impressive. Lin Bei fell into a long silence. So, he has a beautiful, rich girlfriend who came to school to find him, didn't find him, and is now going to his rented place? I must be dreaming. Lin Bei chuckled to himself and decisively punched himself. Damn, that hurts. Di data isopor. Sobi. The author thinks there's nothing wrong with the writing. If you think it's good, please give a good review. Thanks a lot, Sob. Chapter 40. Such a cool girl, not dreaming. So why? Lin Bei remained confused, observing his classmates who didn't seem to be lying. But he really didn't have a girlfriend. If he had to say something, would an electronic girlfriend count? Don't tell me the electronic girlfriend has crossed the dimensional wall. Is it that ridiculous? Could it be that someone is pretending to be my girlfriend to mess with me? Lin Bei propped his chin on his hand and thought. But that doesn't make sense. With his status, would a rich goddess really pretend to be his girlfriend to prank him? Clearly not worth it. Strange. Lin Bei closed the game and put down his phone. Hearing from Zhang San that his girlfriend was about to come to the rental apartment to find him, he decided to wait there. No, what if the person on the other side is here to cause trouble? Thinking this, Lin Bei put a folding knife in his pocket and anxiously waited. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Damn it, not a single sound. Lin Bei was getting impatient, and he began to suspect that a group of classmates had teamed up to prank him. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. So he simply stood up and paced around the cramped little room, trying to relieve his anxiety. But it was useless. He sat down heavily on the bed, unable to concentrate on gaming or watching videos, like in a horror movie where the ghost hasn't appeared yet. Which is the scariest part. Damn it, Lin Bei cursed, feeling uncomfortable all over. Suddenly, he remembered the 9 with longevity skill from the game. One of its effects was to focus the mind and eliminate inner demons, essentially removing anxiety. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to meditate, entering a state of concentration while vaguely recalling the introduction to the 9 with longevity skill, practicing it randomly. I'm really losing it. Actually believing in such a broken skill. Lin Bei felt his mental state was deteriorating, and couldn't he help but chuckle at himself. But as he practiced, he noticed that the anxiety in his heart seemed to be gradually disappearing. At the same time, a refreshing sensation spread from his nasal cavity to his entire brain, making his neurons tingle pleasantly, as if he had just received a full-body massage, feeling very comfortable and relaxed. Gradually, he began to empty his mind. Wait. Lin Bei suddenly opened his eyes, his expression filled with shock. Could it be? This skill isn't a scam? It really works? Or is it just a psychological effect? It feels like the world is getting crazier. Is the world going mad? Or is my mental exhaustion getting worse? Lin Bei rubbed his face. As a staunch materialist, when faced with the choice between the world going mad or himself, he unhesitatingly chose to believe in the latter. Oh no, this is bad. Things are getting serious. So, am I going crazy? The messages on QQ just now were merely my hallucinations? Lin Bei murmured, shivering all over. Perhaps the refreshing feeling that just came from his brain was a result of his madness. Terrifying. Terrifying indeed. Just as he was lost in thought. Bang! Bang! A series of knocks sounded at the door. Here it comes. Lin Bei suddenly snapped to attention, jumped off the bed, tightened his grip on the folding knife, and walked cautiously towards the door. There was no peephole on the rental apartment door, so he carefully unlocked the latch. A figure appeared before him. It was the landlord, looking like he had just lost a fortune, his expression as if everyone owed him $1 million. Someone complained that the garbage outside your door has been there all day. As a co-tenant, you should be considerate of the other tenants. It's summer, and garbage can smell bad. Get rid of it quickly. The landlord chattered on. Lin Bei was speechless. He had just put that bag of garbage outside his door in the morning. How could it have been there all day? No need to think. It was definitely the neighbors next door who complained. They love to leave their garbage piled up for days. It was probably that couple taking revenge on him. Damn it. They made such a fuss, and still didn't he want to be criticized. But he couldn't be bothered to argue. Since he was already feeling anxious in the rental apartment, it would be better to go out, take out the trash, and breathe some fresh air. With that thought, Lin Bei grabbed the garbage bag and went downstairs. On the street, Alina walked on the asphalt road in her little leather boots. Her pair of eyes sparkled with a strange silver light, invisible rays constantly radiating, inspecting all the information around, especially targeting a house in the distance. Energy fluctuations abnormal. Energy law is fluctuating. After detection, it is determined that the law energy is gathering around the house at a linear distance of 873 m as the center, presenting a chaotic state of violent agitation within a 10-kilometer radius. On the blue planet, the concentration index of law energy is 0.01, while the concentration index at this location is 0.73. Based on the data calculations, it can be confirmed that the law energy on the blue planet is leaking due to dimensional wall traversal, originating from the dimension where the Interstellar Federation resides. Law energy? A hint of excitement flashed in Alina's beautiful eyes. In the ancient Interstellar Federation, technology had not developed. Back then, body refiners were popular. People who could absorb law energy to strengthen themselves and survive under extreme conditions. However, with the rapid development of technology and interplanetary communication, stronger mechs replaced the body refiners, marking a new turning point in the Interstellar Federation's development. Since the law energy on the blue planet is due to a leak, then the one utilizing law energy technology, causing the abnormal fluctuations, must be Lord Lin Bei. Lord Lin Bei. Alina's heart raced with excitement, her breath unsteady, her delicate body trembling violently, her magnificent chest rising and falling. Hello, miss, can I add you on WeChat? A young man suddenly blocked her path, gathering his courage to speak. Get lost, Alina replied coldly, her voice icy as if made of 1,000-year-old ice. Ignoring the young man who was frozen in place, she continued forward, quickening her pace. If it weren't for these annoying people always trying to approach her for small talk or following her, she could have used her mech to instantly reach Lord Lin Bei's room. Why bother walking step by step and wasting time? Speaking of which, she could directly ignore everyone on the blue planet. But she feared that this move would displease Lord Lin Bei. After all, Lord Lin Bei had now transformed into a student, blending in with the crowd. She would never do anything that might upset Lord Lin Bei, even if it was just a possibility. Accelerating her pace, her mind was solely on Lin Bei, her eyes fixed on the house not far ahead. Closer, closer. However, she didn't notice that at this moment, not far away, a young man was buying water at a convenience store. Damn, what a cool girl. She walks with such flair, Lin Bei exclaimed as he drank mineral water, marveling at Alina's rapidly disappearing figure. Girls nowadays really have such good physical fitness. Chapter 41. Elena. Finally meeting a glimpse of beauty. Lin Bei simply sighed, thinking that such a cool girl would naturally have nothing to do with him. After buying some daily necessities, he prepared to go home. Whistling a little tune and breathing in the fresh air, he felt that his mental issues had improved a lot. Renting a house was still too lonely. Freedom has its benefits, but inevitably, one must endure solitude. Step, step. Lin Bei climbed the stairs, slowly making his way up. He could only afford to rent this old apartment without an elevator, but fortunately, the floors weren't too high, and climbing the stairs could be considered exercise. Time to go home and grind some games. As for what Zhang San said about a beautiful girlfriend, Lin Bei just thought this group of people was teaming up to mess with him. Otherwise, there was really no way to explain it. That damn Zhang San would sooner or later get him. Lin Bei cursed. Just like that, he reached his doorstep, and when he turned around, he saw a stunning figure lingering at his door. This figure looked so much like that hot girl from the street. Lin Bei rubbed his eyes, finding it hard to believe. Why would such a hot girl be at his doorstep? A thief? Wait, no. Lin Bei suddenly remembered Zhang San's words. There was a very beautiful woman, dressed in luxury brands, who couldn't find him at school and wanted to come to his rental to look for him. Wait, this girl couldn't be the wealthy beauty Zhang San was talking about. Could she? Is she my girlfriend? Lin Bei's pupils dilated, his heart racing. The key was, he had never seen this girl before. Just when he thought he might be overthinking that stunning figure, turn around. What a perfect face. Her brows and eyes were picturesque, and with every smile, she showcased unparalleled beauty, truly captivating. Her skin seemed to be covered with a layer of liquid metal as thin as a cicada's wing, emitting a cold glow under the sunlight. Her hair flowed like liquid mercury, wildly cascading, with slightly disheveled strands adorning her delicate face, resembling a work of art rather than a human face. Her eyes were like two deep lakes, with surging waves reflecting intense affection under the sunlight. She is Elena? Lin Bei murmured, unable to believe it. 5 minutes ago, Elena stood at the door, feeling anxious, her delicate body trembling. Longing had become a disease, and as she drew closer to Lin Bei, the suppressed yearning could no longer be contained, bursting forth at this moment, occupying all her thoughts. 3,876 days, so many days and nights. She always remembered that night. The night she parted with Lin Bei. All those days and nights, she constantly thought of the last 3 months she spent with him. She followed Lin Bei, watching him engage with countless women from the Federation, feeling jealous, and in those final 3 months, she finally got what she wished for. She missed everything that happened in those 3 months, which was as beautiful as she had imagined. Beautiful like a dream, and after waking up from the dream, there was 10 years of loneliness, 10 years of iron-bloodedness. And now, she was finally one step closer to that dream. Lin Bei. Elena took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and reached out her delicate hand to knock on the door. Bang, bang. The sound echoed, and she quietly waited. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute. But no one responded. Elena bit her lip. A glimmer of silver light flashed in her eyes, a ray penetrating through the wooden door, allowing her to easily see the scene inside. No one. Her heart sank into the abyss. Even though she understood that Lin Bei might just be briefly out, the immense sense of loss still struck her heart at that moment. Step, step. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from behind, like a heartbeat. Her heart began to beat again, supplying blood to her entire body, and her eyes gradually brightened. Finally, the footsteps stopped, right behind her. Through the ray, she already knew who was standing behind her. Elena couldn't help but shed tears. She could no longer contain her excited heart. She turned around, crystal tears streaming down her cheeks, smiling, her eyes radiating intense affection. "Commander, Elena, I finally found you." Her delicate body fell into his embrace. An extremely subtle touch came. Her fair skin was tender and soft, incredibly warm. A series of sobs came from the person in her arms, her fragrant breath wafting onto his face, exuding a captivating violet scent. Her tears fell, landing on his lips. Immediately after, a cool and soft pair of lips pressed against his, and Lin Bei tasted the bitterness of heartbreak. These sensations were no longer the cold subtitles displayed on the screen, but tangible feelings truly transmitted through his nerves to his brain, creating an inexplicable stirring within him, resonating throughout his entire body. "Commander, Elena finally found you." Elena sobbed, crying freely. At this moment, she was no longer that iron-blooded commander. She was just a girl in Lin Bei's arms, a girl deeply in love with him. Even if Lin Bei's appearance was different, his aura was different, Elena still recognized him at a glance as the person she loved, the one she cherished deeply. This was a touch of the soul, a wondrous feeling that, once touched, could never be forgotten. She cried, holding Lin Bei tightly, as if afraid he would disappear again. She held on so tightly, as if trying to completely merge him into her body. Her delicate body trembled, quivering. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was completely bewildered. What the hell is going on? Am I dreaming again? Or is this a hysterical episode? Ha ha ha. Have I become? But the problem to solve now wasn't this. Perhaps it was the shyness that every innocent boy feels. For Lin Bei, who had hardly ever held a girl's hand growing up, being stimulated so intensely all at once. Yes, he shamefully acknowledged it. Damn, how embarrassing. Especially that kiss just now. He was kissed unexpectedly, and it was his first kiss. Wait. Lin Bei pushed Elena away. His mind was already in chaos. Looking at Elena's beautiful face, he momentarily forgot what to say. The two locked eyes, and Lin Bei desperately tried to remember what he wanted to say earlier. Before he could think of it, that cool pair of lips pressed against him again, blocking his mouth. Ugh. Lin Bei widened his eyes, silently protesting. Is this reasonable? I wouldn't dare dream of such a dream. Chapter 42. The Armed Girl. 3 minutes later, Lin Bei finally escaped. He wiped his lips, and there was an unexpected mix of sweetness and spiciness between them. He felt like he was about to explode. His body was flushed from head to toe, his breathing grew heavy, and his mind was a muddle. He raised his hand to block Elena, who was trying to pounce on him again. Observing Elena closely, Lin Bei felt a deep sense of confusion. What was going on? Could it be that Elena had run out of the game world? This was quite common in novels. But damn, this was reality. As a staunch materialist, Lin Bei scoffed at the idea. So there was only one possibility left. The Elena in front of him was a cosplayer. But she looked too much like the game character. Lin Bei stared blankly at Elena. Her appearance, her figure, even her subtle expressions were indistinguishable from the Elena in the game. It made him suspect that the game developers had created Elena's character model by one replicating this girl. He was momentarily lost in thought, recalling the wonderful experiences he had with Elena in the game world, but unfortunately, the game Interstellar Commander had already shut down. After a brief moment of nostalgia, Lin Bei's mood suddenly soured. The kiss no longer felt sweet. Since this person was a cosplayer, did that mean they had found him? Did that imply that his personal information had been leaked by the game developers? Damn, Lin Bei frowned. Who sent you here? The Parallel Universe Game Company? How much is your monthly salary to sacrifice so much just to retain players? After he spoke, Elena was stunned. Commander, don't you remember me? Hee hee. Lin Bei was so angry he almost laughed. At this point, she was still pretending. The game company was truly unscrupulous in their efforts to retain players. Sending a letter to oneself was something Lin Bei could somewhat accept, but airdropping a cosplayer to kiss him, although he benefited from it, he couldn't accept such behavior. That was his first kiss. He had given it away to a stranger, and who knows if this cosplayer had approached other players of Interstellar Commander before seeking him out. His disgust intensified. Lin Bei decided not to engage further, his expression extremely cold as he pushed past the blocking Elena and entered his room. Bang! The door slammed shut behind him. The wind from the door hit Elena's face, her hair billowing. She stared blankly at the closed door, unable to believe what had just happened. Clearly, The person in front of her was the commander. But why? Did the commander refuse to acknowledge her? Had he lost his memory? No, it wasn't amnesia. By the look on the commander's face, he clearly remembered her. But why? Elena trembled, feeling despondent as she leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could no longer control herself and began to sob, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Woo-woo. The sound of her sobbing reached Lin Bei's ears through the crack of the door. Lin Bei felt utterly perplexed. Shouldn't he be the one crying? Not only had he lost his first kiss, but the game company had also found his address. Who knew what else would come next? Damn game developers. Why are you doing this to me? Lin Bei gritted his teeth, listening to the sobbing outside. His heart remained as hard as stone. But as the sobbing continued for 10 minutes, then 20, it showed no signs of stopping. The deep, mournful wails began to shake his heart slightly, and a strange expression appeared on his face. No way, what is going on? Could it be that these cosplayers have quotas and must receive good reviews from players to get paid, which is why they are crying so hard? Lin Bei paced back and forth in his room, feeling conflicted. He hoped this cosplayer would just leave, but nearly half an hour had passed, and she still showed no signs of leaving. Suddenly, a shouting voice came from the door. It was another tenant from nearby, cursing. What are you crying about so early in the morning? Sounding like a ghost. Can't you let others sleep? The door was pushed open by a man. When he saw the sobbing Elena, his insult stopped, and his eyes lit up. This girl is stunning. The man stepped out, smiling, and walked toward Elena. Sorry, miss. I didn't scare you, did I? Get lost. Elena looked up, her tear-filled eyes radiating a chilling coldness. What's wrong? I didn't provoke you, did I? I came over to comfort you out of goodwill, and you have such a bad attitude. The man's expression turned ugly. Elena ignored him. She raised her hand, ready to activate her annihilation weapon and turn the man before her to ashes. Just then, bang, the door burst open, and Lin Bei stepped out, directly blocking Elena, addressing the man. Is there any decency in you? A big man trying to lay hands on a girl. Don't you have any shame? What is it to you? The man's face turned even uglier as he prepared to strike. Lin Bei sneered. If you dare to lay a hand on her, I'll tell your girlfriend about your little escapade. And with how loud you were, the neighboring tenants all heard it. After he spoke, the man's expression changed, and he forced a couple of awkward laughs. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Lin Bei couldn't be bothered with him, directly pulling Elena back into the room and slamming the door shut. Inside the room, Lin Bei plopped down on the bed, while Elena stood stunned at the door, her eyes red and tear stains still visible on her cheeks. Commander, don't call me that, just call me Lin Bei. Lin Bei said impatiently. Lin Bei. Sir, Elena said softly. Fine. Lin Bei was so angry he almost laughed. He was extremely annoyed and didn't want to argue with this cosplayer. He said directly, stop pretending. You're not really Elena. So why are you here? For good reviews? No problem, as long as the conditions aren't too excessive. I can agree to anything, just don't keep bothering me. Commander, don't you recognize me? Elena is Elena. Elena bit her lip. Still pretending? Lin Bei rolled his eyes. Elena had long hair, but you have short hair now. Explain that. In the 10 years since you left, your legacy allowed me to become the commander, and to do my job better, I cut my hair. Elena lightly bit her red lip. If you prefer long hair, I can grow it out. More acting? 10 years. He had only quit the game for less than 6 months. The time flow didn't match. There were too many flaws. Lin Bei couldn't be bothered to argue further, and simply said, Elena always carries an X-157 model handgun with her. That was a gift I gave her using my mechanical assembly skills. Do you have that handgun? Yes. Elena nodded and pulled out a technologically advanced handgun from her waist. Although she was now a dimensional traveling robot in the Blue Star body, she had already ordered one replica of all her belongings. She wanted to meet Lin Bei in the most perfect form. Looking at the handgun, Lin Bei's eyes widened. No way, there really is a handgun, and it's indeed the X-157 model, exactly like in the game. He was momentarily stunned before questioning. Is this a model? Bang! Suddenly, a loud gunshot exploded in the room, and a streak of light shot out, hitting the wall and leaving a deep dent. Lin Bei's eyes widened in shock. His heart raced, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. Hey man, are you serious? Chapter 43. The dimensional passage. This sound is not BB pellets. It's definitely real gunpowder. Linbei looked at the wall, where a deep hole had been shot into the concrete. Light from outside shining through and illuminating his astonished eyes. Real guns and bullets. Huh? Linbei turned his head and stared blankly at the girl with the gun, swallowing hard. He felt like he must still be dreaming. He pinched his thigh hard, trying to wake himself from this nightmare. But even though his thigh was bruised, he still hadn't woken up. Linbei's voice was laced with endless astonishment as he continued. Elena not only carries a handgun, but also has an iron dagger on her, capable of cutting through the toughest materials like butter. Even the hardest Rupert's tear would be sliced open in an instant. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Elena pull out a deep black dagger and hand it to him. Thud! Holding the dagger, Linbei grasped the handle and gently sliced at the concrete wall. In an instant, the hard wall, the tough rebar, was cut through effortlessly, as if slicing tofu. How is this possible? Linbei's eyes widened, and he continued. Elena has a purplish-red birthmark on her stomach that looks like a little rabbit. In an instant, a rustling sound came, and the girl with the gun unhesitatingly stripped off her clothes, her upper body exposed like a jade disc before him. And on her stomach skin, there was a birthmark that perfectly matched Linbei's description. Linbei was somewhat at a loss for words. It matched exactly with what he saw in the game, without a single flaw. Commander! Elena's eyes were filled with love. Elena was no one else. She was Elena. You are Elena. Then who am I? Wait. Linbei was about to go crazy. She is Elena. Then who am I? Am I that invincible commander of the Interstellar Federation? Damn, this is a joke. How come I didn't know I was so amazing? But with so much evidence pointing to it at this moment, Linbei couldn't help but believe in Elena's identity. After all, who in Huaxiao would carry a gun and casually fire it like that? His mind was in a whirl, and he took a deep breath to remain calm, trying to figure out what was going on. You really are Elena from the Interstellar Federation? Yes. Elena nodded, her gaze fixed on Linbei as if afraid he might disappear again. Then how did you come to the real world? Linbei asked again. The real world. Elena was taken aback. Linbei realized that for Elena, the real world was the Interstellar Federation. The definitions were different. He quickly rephrased. How did you cross the dimensional barrier and come a blue star? That's how it is. Elena patiently explained, Commander, the weapon you left behind, the dimensional rending blade, can disrupt the stability of dimensional space and create a temporary connection between two dimensions. I passed through that passage to get here. The dimensional rending blade can connect two dimensions? Linbei was taken aback, suddenly recalling a news report he saw a long time ago. A powerful shockwave had come from deep space, affecting the entire blue star as if it had experienced a massive earthquake. And the timing of that shockwave seemed to coincide with when he used the dimensional rending blade in the game. No way, it matches up. Linbei felt incredulous and asked, is the robot that can use the original core reef forging leap technique and the mecha that appeared in City B last night related to you? Exactly. Elena nodded, and with a thought, a thin, silvery white mecha like a silkworm's wing enveloped her body. The alloy mecha covered the girl's delicate figure, exuding a strong aesthetic tension. In the next moment, Elena slowly floated into the air, like a butterfly taking flight, spinning and soaring around the room. The mecha. Linbei was stunned. At that moment, he believed that the girl before him was indeed Elena, the Elena he had been thinking about day and night. As their eyes met, Elena's red-rimmed eyes were filled with love and attachment. She could see Linbei's growing affection for her, and she smiled, her bright teeth shining. Commander, she murmured, retracting the mecha and falling into Linbei's embrace. On the bed, the two held each other tightly, feeling the warmth in his arms. Tears streamed down Elena's face once again, but this time it was out of joy. She sobbed softly, murmuring, Commander, Elena almost thought you didn't want her anymore. I was just so surprised that I couldn't believe it. Linbei murmured, his hands feeling awkward. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to embrace Elena, a subtle sensation making him react embarrassingly. Feeling what was pressed against her body, Elena's cheeks flushed red. She felt shy but did not refuse. Linbei was suddenly taken aback, falling into a state of confusion again. He awkwardly said, Is this a bit too fast? Linbei. Elena's pretty face showed a puzzled expression. After all, in her heart, she and Lin Bei had fought countless times together. She bit her lip and smiled. Lin Bei, for the past 10 years, I've thought of you every moment. Lin Bei's breathing became heavy. Although he was fierce in the game, he truly didn't have much experience in this aspect in reality. Just as he was hesitating whether to yield to Elena or reject her, suddenly, a change appeared on Elena's pretty face, and she softly said, "Commander, there's a group of armed humans approaching downstairs. They seem to be part of the country's Order Protection Organization. Based on analysis, their weapons and combat abilities are low level. Should I eliminate them?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Bei's expression changed. The country's Order Protection Organization? Isn't that the police? Oh no, he had forgotten about this. Elena had fired a gun in the bustling city, and such a loud sound would surely attract attention. No, we can't eliminate them. Lin Bei jumped out of bed in a hurry, anxious. You must hide. Why? Elena's pretty face showed a hint of confusion. If you want, I can destroy this life planet. There's no need to worry about them. Destroy? Although Elena was telling the truth, Lin Bei absolutely could not choose that option. He quickly said, I'll explain later. Just hide for now. As soon as his words fell, there was a knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Hello, is anyone home? A low, cautious voice inquired from outside. Chapter 44. The police come knocking. Someone's here. I'm coming. Lin Bei responded, quickly turning to look behind him. At that moment, Elena had already disappeared from the room and reached the outside of the wall. He breathed a sigh of relief and then opened the door. What met his eyes were riot shields and several fully armed police officers. Lin Bei could even see that behind him, armed police had their hands on their waists, clearly ready to open fire at the slightest provocation. Not just at his door, but due to the shared housing arrangement, the neighboring tenants were also being checked. Damn! Lin Bei was startled and swallowed hard, asking, what is going on? Someone reported that gunshots were heard in this building. Did you hear anything strange? The police officer inquired. Yes, I heard a loud noise just now. I thought it was firecrackers, Lin Bei lied. The officer nodded, exchanged glances with his colleagues, and then said, We are conducting an official investigation. Please step aside and let us search your room. Lin Bei felt a bit apprehensive. The bullet hole left by the bullet passing through the wall was still there, but at this moment, he couldn't refuse. Reluctantly, under the watchful eyes of the police, he stepped out of the door to allow them to search. The neighboring tenants were also pushed out. The man who had wanted to pick a fight earlier was now only in his underwear, standing next to a flamboyantly dressed woman, both looking as miserable as if they had just lost a loved one. All right, soliciting at this hour? What's your name? You're coming with us to the police station, the officer interrogated. The man's face darkened, and he suddenly glared at Lin Bei, saying to the officer, Officer, I want to report that this guy just brought a girl into his room, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend. I suspect he is also soliciting. Damn, don't slander me. Lin Bei panicked. No one entered my room. No one. Check the surveillance. There must be someone. The man insisted. Lin Bei broke into a cold sweat. If the police discovered Elena, things would definitely spiral out of control. He couldn't even imagine what would happen then. He also didn't dare to say that Elena had been there. If the police asked him to call her in for questioning, that would be the end of it. The surveillance in this building just happened to be broken. The officer glanced at the man, then at Lin Bei, his gaze filled with suspicion. At that moment, the police searching Lin Bei's room also came out, shaking their heads to indicate they hadn't found anything. The officer nodded, signaling the other officers to continue searching the remaining rooms, and then approached Lin Bei, saying, I feel you're a bit suspicious. Officer, he is definitely slandering me. We don't get along, so he is trying to frame me. Lin Bei defended himself. Regardless, you'll have to come with us, the officer said. Hearing this, Lin Bei could only nod. Taking the opportunity to grab his phone, he returned to his room and immediately glanced at the bullet hole in the wall. But he suddenly discovered that the hole had somehow been filled in, as if it had never been penetrated. Was it Elena who did this? Lin Bei thought to himself, feeling a bit relieved. He picked up his phone and quietly looked out the window, but there was no sign of Elena outside anymore. What a headache. He shook his head, scratching his scalp, feeling that the events of today were both thrilling and absurd. At the police station. Name? Lin Bei. Gender? Male. What's your occupation? University student. You're still in college, and you're renting a place on your own? The officer looked at Lin Bei oddly. I have neurosis and mild depression. I went to the hospital for an examination 6 months ago, and the psychologist gave me a certificate, Lin Bei replied. Do you have any mental issues? The officer's gaze at Lin Bei became even more peculiar. Damn! Lin Bei felt a surge of frustration. What were you doing when the gunshot went off? The officer continued taking notes. I was playing a game, Lin Bei answered. What game? Linlin Immortal Clan, Lin Bei replied. A beta testing cultivation game. I've been playing it a lot today, and I have login records. As he spoke, he took out his phone to show the officer. Fortunately, to practice the 9-wood longevity technique, he had been idling while checking the cultivation methods. The officer nodded, seeing nothing wrong, and then asked, Your neighbor said you brought a woman home. Is that true? That is not true. Lin Bei insisted. Lying is not good. The officer said with a half-smile. Lin Bei felt a bit apprehensive, but still maintained his denial. We asked your classmates. Today a woman came to find you. A cosplayer, right? The officer smiled. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's palms began to sweat. Damn! Do police investigations really get this detailed now? Just as he was quickly thinking about how to respond, he heard the officer continue. You don't need to be nervous. We restored the surveillance and found that the girl left your room 1 minute after entering 1 minute ISNT enough to solicit, and slandering also requires evidence. The surveillance has been restored? Elena entered the room and then left. Lin Bei sighed with relief. It seemed that Elena had fabricated false surveillance footage to show the officer. He quickly played along, saying, Sorry, officer, I was just too scared and too nervous. I understand you're Lin Bei, right? The officer smiled. I saw you in the news. The one who wanted to spend $10,000 to save a game NPC, but didn't succeed. Huh? Lin Bei was stunned. Was he that well known? That cosplayer, did you pay for her? Did you have her specifically come to school to find you? So eager to save face? The officer chuckled. Young man, let me advise you. Separate games from reality. A game is ultimately a game. After you turn off your phone, you still have to face reality. Lin Bei understood. This officer probably thought that Elena was a cosplayer he had paid for, and his unwillingness to admit that Elena had come was interpreted by the officer as fear of being seen as soliciting. What a wild assumption. But it's normal. No one would expect that Lin Bei, an ordinary university student, would possess firearms, especially since his room had been thoroughly searched by professionals. They also wouldn't expect that Elena was not a cosplayer, but someone who had crossed over from another dimension. They wouldn't even think to investigate Elena, especially since the time of the gunshot in the surveillance footage Elena recreated showed she had left long before. Lin Bei felt relieved. Looking at the earnest officer trying to counsel him, he couldn't help but ask, Officer, have you ever thought about what would happen if you were playing a game? And, suddenly, a character from that game really crossed the dimensional barrier to find you? Young man, you're not well. The officer paused. You can hire a cosplayer. But having such delusions ISNT, right? How about this? You can go to our forensic institution for a checkup. It's free. We won't charge you. Damn. Lin Bei wanted to slap himself. He regretted saying that. Your brainwave pattern is abnormal. I've never seen anyone so strange. The psychiatrist murmured, utterly perplexed. Half an hour later, Lin Bei came out holding a medical certificate. The officer took one look and laughed. Young man, you see this? You have severe delusional disorder. Don't think characters from a game will come looking for you. You need to take your medication and get treatment. After leaving the police station, Lin Bei stared at the words delusional disorder on the medical certificate, lost in thought. Damn it, am I delusional? No way. Chapter 45. Unable to distinguish, Lin Bei fell into deep thought. He believed in science and trusted doctors. The psychiatrist was bold enough to give him a diagnosis of delusional disorder. He felt that he must have something abnormal, but he didn't feel abnormal. This was a serious problem. Should he believe in science? How could Elena explain that no one would think NPCs are real people? Not believing in science is a misdiagnosis? It must be a misdiagnosis. Lin Bei murmured, crumpling the medical report and putting it in his pocket before heading home. Upon returning home, he eagerly searched for Elena's figure, but no matter how he looked or called, she did not appear, as if she had never existed at all. Meanwhile, at the top of a very high tower, Elena sat at the edge, closing her eyes to connect to the world's wireless signals. The signals were received and decrypted. Strands of information were dismantled and entered her mind. The police station's surveillance footage recorded the conversation between the officer and Lin Bei. "You are the one who recharged 10,000 yuan? You need to distinguish between the game and reality," the officer advised earnestly. Videos online documented Lin Bei's interview at the VTO studio. "She died in front of me. In this situation, would you save her or not?" Lin Bei agut passionately. Game. Player. NPC. Elena understood everything. She realized why Lin Bei had been so resistant, surprised, and even somewhat uneasy when he first saw her. She understood why Lin Bei's reaction during their skin contact could even be described as shy. "So, in the commander's eyes, am I just an NPC?" Elena murmured. The volume of information was overwhelming, and for a moment, she was unable to accept it. Confusion surged in her heart, leaving her somewhat at a loss. After a long time, Elena disconnected from the brain-machine interface of the time-space arrival robot. In the Interstellar Federation, Elena exited the connection room, her expression cold, revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. "Commander, have you found Lord Lin Bei?" Professor Jiang approached. Elena was silent for a moment and replied calmly, "Oh, please continue to locate the coordinates of the surrounding planets of the blue planet. After I finish exploring this blue planet, I will go to other planets to search for Lord Lin Bei." "Yes." Professor Jiang nodded and then left. Lord Lin Bei. Elena returned to her room, stroking the letter Lin Bei had sent her. Only then did she understand why the chat record said Lin Bei would feel scared if he discovered her past. On one hand, he feared that happiness would not last forever. On the other hand, he feared the unknown. When she was picked up from the slums by Lin Bei, that feeling was happiness mixed with fear. She feared that happiness would not last, and even more so, she feared the vast Interstellar Federation. At that time, it was Lin Bei who patiently encouraged her and taught her various things. And now, Elena realized, regardless of whether Lin Bei was the commander of the Interstellar Federation or an ordinary student on the blue planet, as long as she confirmed that the person she loved was Lin Bei, that was enough. Since Lord Lin Bei's identity on the blue planet was just an ordinary person, then how to explain this letter? How to explain Lord Lin Bei using magical energy? Elena frowned slightly. Since the game, Interstellar Commander, is the world of the Interstellar Federation, then what about Lin Immortal Clan? A realm of cultivation. Elena felt a sense of crisis in her heart. If someone from the cultivation world also descended to the blue planet and posed a threat to Lord Lin Bei, what should she do? At the same time, she was also pondering whether her direct appearance in Lin Bei's life was truly a good thing for him. She had just appeared and already attracted the police. What about next time? She searched the internet for information about the blue planet and discovered that many countries had begun to investigate the Mecca that appeared in Huashabi City, and the nation showed strong motivation in pursuing this matter, seemingly related to the shockwave that had appeared not long ago. The country suspected the existence of aliens, and in order to get ahead in the possibly emerging interstellar era, the motivation to investigate was particularly strong, and she couldn't act rashly. If she did, Lord Lin Bei would definitely not accept it. If she didn't act, it might bring endless trouble to Lin Bei. Lord Lin Bei was just a student on this blue planet, lacking the ability to adapt. It would be easy for professionals to spot flaws. Elena pondered, thinking of a way to stay by Lin Bei's side, to accompany him as he grew, while also preventing relevant personnel from discovering Lin Bei without revealing any flaws. Got it. Elena's eyes lit up. She quickly connected to the brain-machine interface, her consciousness descending to Blue Star, controlling the dimensional robot and leaving the tower's top. In his rented room, Lin Bei sat at the table, staring at the wrinkled medical report, lost in thought. Elena had disappeared. Why? Could it be that Elena was truly a figment of my imagination? Am I really delusional? Damn it. Lin Bei fell into a state of anxiety. If that were the case, things would be serious. He paced back and forth in the room, feeling as if the sky was falling. What could be more despairing than realizing one has a delusional disorder and cannot distinguish between reality and illusion? Perhaps the Elena who came today was truly just a cosplayer he hired, and everything that happened between them was merely his imagination. How to explain the gunshot? Lin Bei muttered to himself. The police really did come, It couldn't be that he imagined all of this too. No. What if that wasn't a gunshot, but just the sound of firecrackers? What if he had misinterpreted the sound of firecrackers as a gunshot? Maybe the footage in the surveillance was real. That cosplayer really left immediately. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Bei fell into a frenzy. He couldn't distinguish. He really couldn't distinguish. This couldn't go on. Lin Bei took a deep breath. If he continued to think like this, even if he didn't have a mental illness, he would be driven to madness by himself. He sat cross-legged on the bed, continuing to practice the 9-wood longevity technique. A cool sensation spread from his brain. His agitation gradually eased. Phew! Lin Bei let out a long breath. He felt much better, and then he fell into a semi-dream, semi-awake state. Meanwhile, he didn't notice that as strands of spiritual energy were drawn into his body, his brain was being gradually transformed, the chaotic sea of consciousness slowly being opened, and his divine awareness was being born bit by bit, lingering in his mind. Chapter 46 Elena, I will conquer the immortal realm. The 9-wood longevity technique was in operation. As a celestial technique, its ability to gather spiritual energy was extremely powerful, causing quite a stir even in the most spiritually barren places on Blue Star. Of course, no matter how turbulent the spiritual energy was, mortals could not perceive it. Lord Lin Bei. Elena stood on the rooftop, her eyes flashing with an unusual blue light as she sensed the surging magical energy in the world. A hint of worry appearing on her delicate face. This method of absorbing magical energy was so violent that it was thousands of times more efficient than the best methods available within the Interstellar Federation. This meant that Lin Bei's method of absorbing magical energy came from somewhere else. The Lin Immortal Clan, the Immortal Realm? Elena murmured, taking a deep breath as her chest slightly rose and fell. Judging by the strength of this technique, the Immortal Realm must be exceptionally powerful. What if that Immortal Realm descended upon Blue Star? With her strength alone, she would not be able to protect Lord Lin Bei. And this worry was not unfounded. Through her intelligence analysis, Elena captured a trace of dimensional travel information in Lin Bei's room. It wasn't a robot or a human that traversed, but a peculiar state of energy. Commander, is there something wrong? Professor Jiang looked at Elena, whose expression was cold and even somewhat unpleasant, and thought something was off. Check the coordinates of this information. Elena's voice was icy. Professor Jiang received a quantum message from Elena and immediately widened his eyes, frowning in disbelief. There is actually a third dimension? That's right. Elena nodded. The people in this dimension do not develop a technology tree, but mainly focus on magical energy, and their overall strength is probably on par with the entire Interstellar Federation. Sensing the undisguised killing intent emanating from Elena, Professor Jiang was stunned. Commander, do you intend to prevent future troubles? We must enter the other dimension first and take control of the entire immortal realm. Only then can our Interstellar Federation expand its territory and achieve lasting peace. Elena's voice left no room for refusal. We cannot lose. The pain brought to us by the Zerg's mother nest has not yet faded. We must defend the civilizational achievements left by Lord Lin Bei. Yes. Professor Jiang nodded firmly, looking at the iron-willed Elena, knowing that a new era seemed to be approaching. In the rental apartment, Lin Bei exhaled a heavy breath, opened his eyes, and looked at the time, stunned. I actually meditated for 2 hours. Damn. Lin Bei was shocked. This was the first time he had fallen asleep while sitting, and this time the feeling of sleep was exceptionally good. He now felt refreshed and full of energy. Is meditating really this effective? He marveled inwardly. No wonder many people online praise meditation. He had previously thought it was just nonsense, but it seemed there was indeed some truth to it. The anxiety he felt from the medical report had also dissipated. Lin Bei realized that there was no need to think about whether Elena really came or whether he was delusional. How it is or how it isn't doesn't matter. As long as he is happy every day, that's enough. In this world, there are many normal people who live less happily than mentally ill individuals. Zifyu, how can you know the happiness of fish? Lin Bei felt a clarity wash over him. Habitually opening, Interstellar Commander. The pop-up message still stated that the game was indefinitely suspended. If I log out, does the world in the game still operate? If it does, then what is Elena doing now? What is the Interstellar Federation doing? Lin Bei couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. He could never guess that in order to protect his safety, Elena had already decided to take the initiative to seize the dimension where the immortal realm is located and control the entire immortal realm. Sitting on the bed, he recalled the scene of Elena visiting, remembering how she had changed from long hair to short hair, feeling as if it was a dream. If Elena really came, she certainly wouldn't leave, but would come again. Lin Bei was very confident about that. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone rang with a series of message notifications. Opening the message bar, Lin Bei found that all of them were from Zhang San. He was taken aback and clicked on the penguin chat box. Zhang San. Zhang San. Dude, did you know the police called me? Zhang San. Guess what he said? Zhang San. He said you have delusions and told me to take care of you. He also said that the person who came to school to find you wasn't your girlfriend, but a cosplayer you paid for. Zhang San, dude. What are you trying to do for the sake of face? Man, after you spent 10,000 to save that NPC and got on trending, everyone knows what kind of person you are. No need to go through all this. Zhang San. Cat pointing and laughing at a clown. JPG. Zhang San. No way. This is too funny. Let me think about whether to post this online and get you another wave of popularity. Zhang San. Dude, you're too famous now. How about this? Listen to me. You go for abstraction. You're basically a congenital abstract saint. With this much traffic, you'll definitely make a killing. Lin Bei. Where's my knife? Where's my knife? He felt a bit hot. Officer, please don't be so warm-hearted. Damn Zhang San, just wait. I will make you pay. Lin Bei gritted his teeth. If Zhang San posted this online, he would have no way to live. Even the thickest skin wouldn't hold up to this kind of humiliation. Lin Bei, damn Zhang San. Do you know that killing someone with a mental illness is not a crime? Zhang San. Lin Bei, evil smile, JPEG, Zhang San. No, dude. Lingo. I was wrong, Lingo. Zhang San, kneeling and begging for mercy, JPG. Lin Bei said nothing and acted like a master. Once he stopped responding, Zhang San panicked even more, sending message after message, genuinely afraid Lin Bei would stab him. Idiot. Lin Bei turned off his phone, knowing Zhang San's nature well enough. 2 words could sum it up. Too lazy to deal with Zhang San any longer, there was a sudden knock on the door. Damn! Lin Bei yumped up, leaping off the bed, his heart racing with inexplicable anticipation. Could it be that Elena has returned? He quickly went to the door, opened it, only to see the landlord's ugly face. Lin Bei. Just to inform you, your roommate has changed. The previous couple is moving out, and the other 2 have also chosen to terminate their lease. The landlord stated. Why? Lin Bei was taken aback. The couple broke up. As for the other 2, I'm not sure. The landlord shook his head. Your new roommate bought the property certificate from me. The property certificate was bought? Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Was this house stolen? He was instantly furious. Damn it. Old dang. At least notify me in advance if you're selling the house. How can I move out suddenly? You don't have to move. She said you can continue renting and live with her. That's why I said it's your roommate. The landlord muttered to himself. Really strange. There are more and more crazy people these days. Lin Bei was even more confused, lost in thought. So, someone bought the house from Old Dang. And not only did they not kick him out, but they also wanted to live with him? Could it be that he's a total jerk? He felt a chill down his spine. I'm leaving now. Your new roommate will be here soon. Just sign the rental agreement with her and don't contact me again. After the landlord finished speaking and gave some additional instructions, he hurriedly left, leaving Lin Bei in a state of confusion, feeling disheveled in the wind. Why did everything that had happened recently feel a bit ridiculous? Was it just his illusion? Lin Bei felt like his head was about to explode and planned to return to his room to meditate for a while. But at that moment, the slightly ajar door was slowly pushed open. Lin Bei quickly looked up and saw a sweet-looking girl standing at the door, dragging a suitcase. Hello. The girl waved her fair hand and smiled, her sunny demeanor revealing 2 dimples. Chapter 47, by Taiyao. Hello. Lin Bei was taken aback. And the reason was simple. The girl in front of him was just too beautiful. With bright eyes and white teeth, her lips were red and her teeth white. Her skin was a fair milky white, and her chestnut wavy long hair fell casually over her shoulders, with a few strands intentionally or unintentionally draping beside her fair cheeks, making her skin look even more snow-like. She wore a white crop top made of lightweight chiffon that perfectly revealed her slender waist. The lower half was a black pleated skirt paired with white fishnet stockings, her rounded legs exuding a youthful vibe. Damn, Lin Bai was shocked, thinking that such a beautiful girl was probably more attractive than most celebrities. Calling her the school belle felt like an insult. Seeing the suitcase the girl was holding, he froze for a moment and suddenly thought of a possibility. This girl, could she be the roommate the landlord mentioned? As he pondered this, he heard a sweet voice. The girl smiled, revealing two small canine teeth. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Bai Taoyao, your roommate. Please take care of me from now on. Lin Bei was stunned, looking at the girl's outstretched hand, even more confused. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out and politely touched her hand, saying, Sure. Can you help me move my luggage? I can't carry it. Bai Taoyao's voice was lively, like a can of ice-cold soda on a summer day, refreshing and cooling. Lin Bei couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he felt there was a hint of a pout in her tone. Damn, he thought he was overthinking. He couldn't let himself be seen as an average guy. Taking the luggage, Lin Bei seized the opportunity to ask, Why are you willing to share a room with me? Because I feel you're a nice person, Bai Taoyao smiled. I don't really like the other two people, so I pay them to move out. Feel I'm nice? Lin Bei nearly choked on his own saliva. Yeah, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before, Bai Taoyao smiled. See me? Where? Lin Bei was even more confused. In a dream, Bai Taoyao said with a flirtatious gaze. Lin Bei just wanted to slap himself. Huh, this beautiful girl, on their first meeting, was already saying cheesy lines? Was she trying to win him over? Lin Bei felt he must be delusional. Damn it, he was speechless, and regardless of whether Bai Taoyao was a figment of his imagination, he decided to distance himself as quickly as possible. Beauty is a knife that cuts to the bone. The prettier the woman, the more deceitful she can be. Lin Bei felt a chill run down his spine, and he quickly found an excuse to leave. As he left, he deliberately observed Bai Taoyao's expression, which showed a clear hint of disappointment. Damn it, we just met for the first time. Lin Bei thought to himself. He wasn't T like Peng Yuyan, who had girls asking for his WeChat on the street. He was well aware of his own worth. There must be something fishy going on. Bai Taoyao watched Lin Bei flee in a panic, feeling a bit disheartened. Failed? No, that couldn't be right. She had integrated information from the internet of this blue planet, using her intelligent brain to select and deduce the most popular dressing characteristics and flirting methods. How could it have the opposite effect? Bai Taoyao was slightly puzzled, but she didn't dwell on it, as there was still time. With her understanding of Lin Bei, she was confident she could make him like her again in another identity. Returning to her original form, a cold voice echoed. Bai Taoyao's appearance quickly changed into that of a short-haired, white-haired cold beauty. She was Elena. Bai Taoyao was a fade she created using the refraction light visual deception technology from the Interstellar Federation. After restoring her original appearance, Elena frowned at the messy and dirty rental room. In her mind, Lin Bei was incredibly noble and should not be living in such a shabby place. If possible, Elena wanted to buy the largest mansion on the blue planet right now, preparing thousands of maids for Lin Bei, but that would likely scare him. This was not what she wanted. She felt it wasn't what Lin Bei wanted either. Her first small goal was to become Lin Bei's girlfriend on the blue planet in her by a Taoyao identity. Just thinking about it made her smile sweetly. On Blue Star, she would be Lin Bei's first and currently only girlfriend. Just the thought of it excited her. While Elena was contemplating how to win over Lin Bei, the scene in the rental room quickly transformed under the handling of micro-robots, becoming clean and luxurious, resembling a five-star hotel. This was more like it. Elena nodded in satisfaction, looking at the empty living room, and thought she should buy some decorations. Meanwhile, at school, Lin Bei had fled in a panic and arrived just in time for a boring class. He made his way to the classroom. The old professor who was teaching ignored his sudden entrance. After all, it was a boring class, and there was no roll call, so no one would fail. Finding a place to sit down, Lin Bei was used to the strange looks from his classmates and even felt like smiling. Damn Zhang-san. This guy might not be stupid enough to spill that he thought Lin Bei was delusional, but when the police investigated earlier, this guy must have let something slip. Coupled with such a beautiful girl coming to find him, His classmates must think something was off. But Lin Bei felt like he had a lot of unspoken troubles. Fortunately, his heart was always quite big, so he simply ignored it. Lin Bei didn't play on his phone, just quietly listened to the old professor's voice, gazing out the window, lost in thought about the events of the past few days. It felt like a dream. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. The old professor ran out faster than the students. Lin Bei was still in a daze when a voice suddenly exploded in his ear. Lin Bei. Damn, you're actually here for class. So impressive. Lin Bei turned around to see it was Zhang San. Zhang San showed an expression of surprise, and not just him. Other classmates also looked over, seemingly eager to see the drama unfold. Assassin. Who dares to assassinate me? You shall pay for it. Lin Bei pretended to be shocked. Reaching into his pocket, Zhang San's face turned pale with fright, thinking Lin Bei was having a delusion episode, and he turned to run, tripping and falling to the ground, crawling forward. This coward had quite the strong desire to escape. Seeing Lin Bei approach, Zhang San trembled. Bei. No, your majesty. I'm a loyal subject. Ha ha ha. Lin Bei couldn't hold back anymore, laughing out loud at Zhang San's cowardly demeanor. Damn it. Zhang San instantly understood, gritting his teeth, wanting to come over and strangle Lin Bei. Want to fight? Lin Bei glanced at him sideways. In terms of combat power, Zhang San was a total weakling in front of him. Just then, a sweet voice suddenly came from the door. Lin Bei, I'm here to pick you up after school. Hearing this voice, Lin Bei broke out in a cold sweat. He looked up and saw Bai Taoyao standing at the door. How did she find him? Thanks to the friends for their gifts. So many people came today. I'm happy. I wish my friends a prosperous new year and to find a beautiful, fair-skinned, long-legged, rich girlfriend. Finally, the data on new book releases is very important. Please provide daily updates. Love you all. Oh, Chapter 48. Who do you prefer? Bai Taoyao was still standing at the door, tall and graceful, her black pleated skirt swaying in the wind, looking magnificent. Everyone was dumbfounded. In a class full of men, even if a sow were to walk in, people would think it was pretty. Zhang San murmured, I think I might have found true love. Lin Bei, I'm here to take you home, Bai Taoyao said as she jogged over. Damn. Zhang San gritted his teeth, wanting to turn around and strangle Lin Bei. But he suddenly noticed the somewhat terrified look in Lin Bei's eyes, and he was stunned. Lin Bei, don't tell me this is also a cosplayer you rented. Could she be here to collect a debt from you? Get lost, she's my roommate. Lin Bei was sviting profusely. Roommate? Zhang San was bewildered. He looked at Lin Bei being dragged away by Bai Taoyao and, like the other classmates, fell into a prolonged state of confusion. This can't be right. How do you sleep to have such a beautiful dream? Eat mushrooms? I eat lemons. Zhang San and the others were envious, jealous, and hateful. However, Lin Bei felt a bit uneasy. He wouldn't let his lust cloud his judgment. A girl as beautiful as her approaching him must either be after money or looks. But he had nothing. Right, he had nothing. So why be afraid? Lin Bei instantly became assertive. I warn you, even though you're my beautiful roommate, that is not a reason for you to interfere with my life. Also, how did you know I was in this classroom? Your class schedule is posted on your desk in your room. Bai Taoyao blinked. You went into my room? Lin Bei exclaimed. Yeah, I'm a landlord. I saw your room was too messy, so I spent a little money to renovate it a bit. Bai Taoyao stretched lazily, her curves subtly on display. Lin Bei quickly averted his gaze, arguing. Even though you're the landlord, I still have my privacy. You should discuss this with me in advance. Then how about I treat you to milk tea as compensation? Bai Taoyao blinked again. No way. Do you think I could be bought off with just a cup of milk tea? Then I'll treat you to a meal. Where to eat? It won't be at a Shaw County snack shop, right? No, we'll go for a big meal, the kind that costs tens of thousands per person. Bai Taoyao said casually. Are you kidding me? Lin Bei exclaimed. Could he even be worth that much? What kind of thing could sell for that price? No way. It definitely wasn't easy to buy off. He genuinely wanted to see what kind of dish could be so expensive. In a Western restaurant, the melodious piano music lingered, well-dressed waiters served elegantly dressed guests, and the dishes were exquisitely plated. Lin Bei fell into deep thought. The things bought with tens of thousands of yuan wouldn't even fill him up. He might as well eat at a Shaw County snack shop. Sure enough, rich people only ate for style, right? Or maybe it was just for Instagram, taking a picture and checking in, glancing at the formally dressed guests around him, then looking at his own short t-shirt that he bought online for $100 last year. Lin Bei felt he didn't quite belong here. Uncomfortable. Lin Bei Auta in Zilengsa. He had saved for several months to gather the 10,000 yuan needed to save Lin Xiuzhu, enduring hardships to the point of being ridiculed online. And now, just a few bites would consume months of effort. Damn it. Bai Taoyao hadn't touched her food at all. Her fair hand propped her chin, her pair of sparkling eyes quietly gazing at Lin Bei, filled with tenderness, even a hint of pity. Suddenly, she spoke, her voice light and melodious like a bubbling spring. I watched your video online. What video? Lin Bei was taken aback. The one where you were interviewed at the VOT studio. Bai Taoyao blinked. In the video, you argued your case, explaining how you wanted to save that NPC. You looked very handsome. Are you mocking me or complimenting me? Lin Bei pouted. Of course, I'm complimenting you. No matter how difficult it is, you still want to make it happen. I really like your character, Bai Taoyao laughed. That's pretty silly, Lin Bei shook his head. To many people, it is quite silly, but not in my eyes. Bai Taoyao's smile blossomed. She then pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and asked, can you tell me about that game? And the NPC you want to save? I want to know more. Lin Fairy Clan and Lin Xiuzhu? Lin Bei was momentarily stunned, although it was a bit strange. He still recalled and briefly described the story between him and Lin Xiuzhu in the game. He sighed after Lin Xiuzhu died. I was out of sorts for a long time, feeling like I was being haunted by a ghost, even imagining that the ghost was Lin Xiuzhu, and I hugged her. What a pity, even though she was just an NPC. Ghost. That unknown energy state and the dimensional coordinates of the fairy world? Could it be that Lin Xiuzhu had already come to reality before her? Had she met Lin Bei? Bai Taoyao blinked. Do you like her? Of course. If I didn't like her, how could I have put in so much effort? Lin Bei replied. I don't mean liking the NPC, Bai Taoyao said. She is not a real person. Liking her is certainly just liking the NPC. It's not like she could really appear in reality. Lin Bei self-deprecatingly smiled. What if? Bai Taoyao twirled a strand of hair with her finger, her eyes fixated on Lin Bei, pouting with a smile. I found a letter Elena wrote to you in your room. How do you feel about Elena? Elena. You snooped on my stuff. Lin Bei was furious. In a fit of anger, he couldn't help but get angry. However, under Bai Taoyao's promise of treating him to meals for a month, he reluctantly calmed down and said, of course I like her too. Between the two of us, who do you prefer more? Bai Taoyao asked again. Are you asking if I prefer dad or mom? Lin Bei was speechless, but seeing Bai Taoyao's expectant gaze, he thought for a moment and said, I like both. But if I had to pick one, idée préférée Elena. My feelings for Lin Xiuzhu are more about debt and regret. There's no real development in love with her. Prefer more. Bai Taoyao bit her lip, her emotions surging within, feeling too touched. Her eyes even turned slightly red. She gently bit her red lips, her eyes glistening, smiling brightly. This is so inexplicable. Lin Bei looked at Bai Taoyao and felt something strange in his heart. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. Could it be Bai Taoyao is actually Elena in disguise? To discuss the subsequent developments, the protagonist believes that his delusions are temporary. Just like Truman in The Truman Show, it took him a long time to realize things, and the protagonist also needs some time. But that's it for now. The next step is to turn the tables. There won't be any content about urban cultivation in the Blue Star, so friends can rest assured that in the Blue Star, only I have the law. However, with the world merging, the protagonist will encounter worlds he hasn't played, and the highlights in reality will head in that direction. But that's also for the mid-story. So there's still some distance to go. Based on friends' opinions, the author has decided to merge the Cherry Blossom World, Butter World, and High Marshall World. Friends, if there are any worlds you want to see or characters you want to add, feel free to say. The author will listen to advice. I'll try to write it. Meow. Next month I'll strive for a daily burst of 3 chapters. Asking for daily updates isn't too much, right? Chapter 49. Speedrun in the immortal cultivation world. Could it be that Bai Taoyao is actually Elena in disguise? Lin Bei was startled by his sudden thought. He instinctively wanted to dismiss it, but then he reconsidered and suddenly felt that if it were true, everything would make sense. Wealthy and generous, treating him well, and showing concern for matters in the game. But why did Elena not hide it when they first met, and now she has to pretend? Lin Bei couldn't figure it out. He carefully observed Bai Taoyao's beautiful face and her every move, trying to find some flaw. But he couldn't see anything. Bai Taoyao's words and actions were different from Elena's. Was this a full performance, or? Lin Bei was puzzled. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to speak. If he rashly asked, and Bai Taoyao wasn't Elena, she might feel offended. After all, she was his landlord. If she kicked him out, where would he live? There was also a more important reason. If Elena was real, then the Galactic Federation was also real. If Elena could come to Blue Star, then the Galactic Federation would eventually come to Blue Star as well. At that time, faced with countless Galactic Federation citizens who idolized or even worshipped him, without the things that the game provided, would he be able to bear the psychological burden? What a bittersweet dilemma. No, what am I thinking? This matter isn't settled yet. Lin Bei's Tukuks drifted. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he suddenly thought of the Linlin Immortal Clan and the Nine-Wood Longevity Technique. If the Galactic Federation is real, then the Immortal Cultivation World is also real, and the Nine-Wood Longevity Technique might really be an immortal technique. In other words, I feel my physical fitness has improved, and my mind has become clearer. This isn't just an illusion. As things connected in his mind, Lin Bei became increasingly convinced and astonished, to the point that his body even stiffened a little. A mix of fear and excitement. Lin Bei, what's wrong with you? Bai Taoyao asked, puzzled. Nothing. I suddenly have something to do. I'll leave first. Lin Bei dashed out. At the gym, looking at the 60-kilogram barbell plates on the ground, Lin Bei took a deep breath. The deadlift is the best way to test the overall strength increase. Let us go. Lin Bei grasped the bar with both hands, exerting all his strength, his face turning red. Previously, his limit was only 40 kilograms. The next moment, after a few seconds of struggling against gravity, he successfully deadlifted. A 20-kilogram increase might not seem like much, but for someone who doesn't often do anaerobic training, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky. My physical fitness has really improved this much, Lin Bei murmured, unable to believe it. Back at the rental house, opening the door, what met his eyes was a tidy living room. All the dust had been cleaned away, and several pieces of furniture had been added, although he didn't recognize the brand. Just looking at it, he could tell it was quite expensive. On the off-white sofa, Bai Taoyao lay on it, seemingly asleep, her chest rising and falling slightly with her breath, her hair tousled. Under her black pleated skirt, a tempting view peeked through, enticing exploration. Not wanting to disturb her, Lin Bei continued to open his bedroom door. Inside, it had also been tidied up. The specific layout hadn't changed, but it was much cleaner. Elena's letter hung on the wall. The framed picture had been wiped clean, spotless, and reflecting a slight shine. Something felt very off. He plopped down on the bed. As usual, he opened the Galactic Commander, and it still showed that the server was down. Then, Linlin Immortal Clan, activate. Lin Bei logged into the game. You have not completed yesterday's task. Your comprehension level of the Nine-Wood Longevity Technique is 3. This task has been transformed into a long-term main quest. Completing this main quest will yield a mysterious reward 3. Damn, this is practically a clear indication. It seems that my practice of the Nine-Wood Longevity Technique indeed has some effect. 3. If my physical strength has improved this much, then what about 100? This is an immortal technique. Excitement flickert in Lin Bei's eyes. Calm down. Whether this is real or not still needs further investigation. He already had 2 goals in mind. First, continue to probe Bai Taoyao, and he couldn't be passive. He needed to take the initiative. However, in reality, he couldn't be too reckless. Probing had to be done step by step. Second, the underworld. He had seen Lin Xiaozhu in reality before. At that time, he thought Lin Xiaozhu was just an illusion, a soul he had imagined. But now, thinking back, Lin Xiaozhu might really have crossed dimensions to meet him. The underworld might have the power to do all of this. In reality, he had to consider many restrictive factors, but in the game, no holds barred, Lin Bei made up his mind. He was going to invest 10,000 yuan. He wanted to speedrun the immortal cultivation world. You open your eyes and find a delicate body lying on you. You are accustomed to it, and as usual, tie Yin Yao up with a rope, telling Yin Yao to learn the technique. You find your master, Zunyuanzi, and ask him about how to enter the underworld. Zunyuanzi is taken aback. He tells you that the second ancient heavenly calamity was the most tragic one. During that time, the monsters from the abyss attacked the 6 paths of reincarnation, causing them to shatter, and countless beings perished, leading to the decline of the entire immortal cultivation world, which has not yet recovered. To avoid similar tragedies, the king of hell closed the entrances to the 6 paths, allowing only the souls of the deceased to be drawn by the ghost messengers into reincarnation. Zunyuanzi tells you that the ancestor of the sword sect, sitting sword guest, might know some additional information. You head to the sword sect's burial sword pavilion. At a sword tomb, you dig out a broken sword. Immediately, a virtual image of a woman in red appears, glancing at you with a slightly softened gaze. Recognizing you as the sword sect's young master with exceptional talent, you ask her how to enter the underworld. She tells you that if you want to enter the underworld, there are 2 methods. The first is to step into the demonic path, practice ghost cultivation techniques, and abandon your physical body. This way, you can sense the location of the underworld, but ghost cultivators are viewed with hostility by the underworld, and those who dare to enter will be ruthlessly killed. And the second? Lin Bei stared at the woman in red, eager to ask. The second the woman in red raised her eyebrows slightly, glancing at Lin Bei's eager expression, casually saying, "Find a ghost cultivator willing to take you into the underworld. If you follow him, you can naturally enter. However, this ghost cultivator will likely face annihilation of both body and soul, and most will be sent to the 18 levels of hell, enduring 81 tortures. There shouldn't be any foolish demonic cultivator in the world." Ghost cultivator, Lin Bei murmured, his eyes lighting up. This was still a way. "Thank you, ancestor. You're welcome. As a young master, you must strive to cultivate and uplift our sword sect." "That would fulfill my wish," the woman in red said lightly, a fleeting reminiscence appearing in her picturesque eyes. The next moment, her body transformed into a wisp of red mist, drifting away and vanishing into the broken red sword. Sitting sword guest, transformation realm cultivation. Lin Bei stroked the broken sword, solemnly placing it back in the sword tomb. It seemed there was a story behind the sword sect as well. Only ghost cultivators could find the underworld. He naturally couldn't cultivate the ghost path. 1. It wasn't cool at all, and 2. He was afraid the game would affect reality. So only one path remained. Capture a ghost cultivator, and then threaten and entice him? I like it. Lin Bei let out a sinister laugh. Ghost cultivators fear annihilation of the soul? Fear the 18 layers of hell? It's simple. As long as one's methods are more ruthless, no ghost cultivator will refuse to submit under their big shorts. Just as he was browsing the recharge mall, wanting to buy some soul refining techniques, suddenly a message prompt popped up on the game interface. Daily tasks have been updated. Daily task: help Dongfang Zhu restore his past life memories. Chapter 50. The Extreme North Ice Field. Helping Dongfang Zhu recover her past life memories? Looking at the task panel, Lin Bei was stunned. He had previously guessed that Dongfang Zhu was the reincarnation of Lin Xiu Zhu, and now, with this task prompt, he was even more certain. Dying, entering the underworld, and being thrown into the cycle of reincarnation, Lin Xiu Zhu could still find herself and return to his side. Lin Xiu Zhu. A hint of softness appeared in Lin Bei's gaze. He still remembered that dream where Lin Xiu Zhu came to the real world and comforted him, telling him not to feel guilty or sad about her death, recovering past life memories. It didn't specify the method, whether it required going to the underworld or... Lin Bei fell into deep thought. In any case, he had to make this journey to explore the world, and perhaps through more experiences, he could naturally find a solution. You decide to travel the world. You find your master Dongfang Shui and inquire about Dongfang Zhu's background. Dongfang Shui tells you that the Dongfang family is a large clan in the extreme cold north. Unlike the sects in Zhongzhou, which are numerous, the extreme cold north survives through family tribes. In recent years, due to territorial disputes, the Dongfang family has fallen into decline and disintegration. Her parents are dead. Dongfang Shui's voice was cold. Her plain eyes seemed to see through the world. Under her loose Taoist robe, she slightly raised her slender hand, pouring Lin Bei a bowl of spiritual wine, and sighed, "Cultivators contend with heaven and fight with people. Few can finish this path and die of natural causes. Many die on the path of cultivation. seeking immortality, pursuing the way of heaven. Yet they do not realize that nothing in this world is eternal, and the way of heaven cannot be sought by man. Beside her, little Dongfang Zhu pouted, listening to her parents' death, clutching Lin Bei's sleeve, feeling a bit lost and helpless. She was not sad. Since she could remember, she had always been with Lin Bei. And to her, the closest person in the world was Lin Bei. Is there a demonic path in the extreme north ice field? Lin Bei asked. Of course there is. In Zhongzhou, the righteous path is numerous, and the demonic path is rare. The existing demonic paths are not all cruel and vicious. Some also follow rules, such as the Nine Heavens Demon Sect, Dongfang Shui replied. But outside Zhongzhou, it is different. Their cultivators cultivate both the righteous and demonic paths. For survival, the distinction between good and evil becomes insignificant. Lin Bei nodded. You decide to head to the extreme north ice field. This journey is dangerous. You initially planned to take Dongfang Zhu with you, but Yin Yao insisted on following you. And no amount of threats or temptations worked. Yin Yao has become dependent on you. And this feeling has long surpassed the bond of the life contract. You have no choice but to take her along. On the day you leave, Zun Yuanzi sees you off. Several ancestors from the sword sect remind you to be cautious. The sword master even gives you a sword talisman, which, when crushed, can unleash the full power of an early-stage spirit transformation sword cultivator strike. Zun Yuanzi is extremely envious. After all, he has been in the position of sect master for hundreds of years and has only accumulated 2 sword talismans. While now the sword master generously gives you one. You thank him but do not pay much attention. For you, the restrictions of an early-stage spirit transformation sword cultivator are just a few dozen coins worth. You ride your sword to the extreme north ice field. On the way, Dongfang Zhu expressed her confusion, saying she didn't actually want revenge. She just wanted you to accompany her and hoped you would be safe, not wanting you in danger. You pat her head and tell her that this journey has other purposes. Dongfang Zhu seemed to understand but did not ask further. She trusts you deeply, and in her heart, as long as she is by your side. It doesn't matter where they are. The extreme cold ice field is extremely far away. On the journey, you often explore the mortal realm, where customs vary. The further north you go, the colder it gets, and the gentle Jiangnan become the land of swords and armor, where the frozen earth has nurtured resilient people for 1,000 years. You think of Yanlong Yi. When telling her stories, you always mention the great snow dragon riders, the Jurchen cavalry, the rivers and lakes of the north, and the homeland. But during your travels in Zhongzhou, it was only the gentleness of Jiangnan. You think if Yanlong Yi were here now, she would be very happy. This time, it was Dongfang Zhu's turn to listen to stories. The little girl has just grown up and is curious about everything in the world. She looks at the beings in the red dust, showing interest in matters of love, beginning to understand romance. In the stories you tell, she loves the part about Yanghua and Zilong the most. You ask her why she likes it. She replies that she thinks love is precious, and Yanghua and Zilong can break through societal norms, being a niece and uncle, which is very touching. You feel gratified. In the last life, Lin Xiaozhu was trapped in her concepts and couldn't extricate herself. While in this life, it is entirely different. The ice field is too far, and there are always robbers blocking your way. You fight your way through, killing all the robbers you encounter, growing impatient and speeding up the time. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. Finally, you arrive, looking at the vast white world of the extreme north. Lin Bei's eyes showed a hint of shock. Snowflakes like goose feathers fell softly, and the world seemed to be only white. The breath he exhaled turned into ice crystals in the air. The extreme cold invaded his body, making it nearly impossible for mortals to survive. With each step, the snow was bottomless. This game is so realistic. Lin Bei couldn't help but think. But if this isn't a game, but another world in another dimension, it will make sense. 5 years have passed, and Dongfang Zhu has grown from a little girl into a graceful beauty, her budding youth ready to be grasped. She wore a Taoist robe, the color of azure clouds. Her small face brightened, with bright eyes and white teeth, a small delicate nose, and a face as lovely as a jade plate. Master, master, she called softly, her voice like the tinkling of spring water, very pleasant to hear. I want to show you something. Hee hee. Her fair little hand covered Lin Bei's eyes, then pulled him into an ice cave, and then let go. Dang, dang, dang. Lin Bei opened his eyes and saw two ice sculptures in the cave. Surprisingly, they were the likenesses of himself and Dongfang Zhu. The girl held his arm, looking up at him with admiration. And his ice sculpture was remarkably handsome and extraordinary. If this ice sculpture were taken back to Blue Star, it would definitely cause quite a stir. Am I that handsome? Lin Bei touched his nose. Yes, of course. Master is the most handsome. Dongfang Zhu linked her arm with Lin Bei's, her eyes filled with dependence. Yin Yao was unhappy. She crawled out from Lin Bei's sleeve, transforming into a fire phoenix that flew in the air, expressing her dissatisfaction with chirps. A burst of flame shot from her mouth, instantly melting the hand that Dongfang Zhu held onto Lin Bei. Then, using her spiritual power, she shaped an ice sculpture into the form of a phoenix, resting on Lin Bei's shoulder. Chirp, chirp. Yin Yao made a cheerful sound. Dongfang Zhu, Chapter 51. Traces of the Demon Cultivator kill you. Kill you. Dongfang Zhu's anger surged as she gestured with her flying sword, challenging Yin Yao to a fair duel. Yin Yao, however, was quite pleased with himself, flapping his wings and soaring directly into the skies. Lin Bei smiled and did not intervene. After 5 years of cultivation, although he hadn't purchased any cultivation power, he had already reached the half-step nascent soul stage, just one step away from forming his baby, and his power had increased significantly. Forming a baby was also a challenging hurdle, and he currently had no clear idea on how to go about it. Anyway, relying on his purchased power, he was already invincible in the world, so his personal cultivation level was of little concern. With one step, Lin Bei rose into the air on his sword, leisurely following behind Dongfang Zhu and Yin Yao. Over the past 5 years, apart from traveling and cultivating, he had also conducted more detailed observations. In brothels, he would suddenly barge in when the two were intimate, studying their expressions and reactions. In towns, he would help children in need, pretending to be a good person, then acting like a demon to observe the changes in their attitudes. In the palace, he would disguise himself as the emperor when he ascended the throne, observing the reactions of the emperor and all the officials of the court. Without exception, the reactions were remarkably genuine and varied. In the brothel, he witnessed a courtesan kicking a client who wanted to marry her, and upon further investigation, he found that the courtesan was an outer disciple of the Huan sect. The motivations behind people's actions and the logic of how the world operated were flawless. As Lin Bei gazed at the heavy snowfall, he began to realize that everything might be real, and the flaws became more apparent. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Dongfang Zhu rushing back in a panic. Master! Master! Yin Yao is missing. Dongfang Zhu's pretty face showed signs of anxiety. She seems to have accidentally entered a cave left by a cultivator, and I can't sense her anymore. Huh? Lin Bei was taken aback, and, without hesitation, immediately used his powerful divine sense to cover 1,000 miles. Instantly, he sensed a weak breath of Yin Yao in a location on the snowy mountain. Whoosh! He transformed into a streak of flying rainbow, bringing Dongfang Zhu to the point where Yin Yao's breath was located. What came into view was a formation. A minor mist formation? Lin Bei squinted. Although he didn't understand formations, breaking it was still simple. He just didn't know if there were any people inside the formation. Go! With a thought, Lin Bei sent a flying sword from his fingertips, instantly breaking the formation. Before him appeared a cave, a stone cavern dug out by a cultivator on the mountain. Chirp! Yin Yao was hiding at the entrance of the cave, shivering, when she saw Lin Bei approach. She quickly transformed into her human form and leaped into Lin Bei's embrace. Master, help me! Dongfang Zhu looked at this scene, pouting her lips, feeling quite jealous. This cave has restrictions on entry, and no one but the cave's owner can enter. How did you get in? Lin Bei asked coolly. I'm not really sure. I just bumped into it, and when I opened my eyes again, the surroundings had changed, Yin Yao replied, feeling wronged. Lin Bei retracted the transformed Yin Yao into his sleeve. He looked towards the cave, sensing the aura inside. It was completely silent, indicating that no cultivator had lived there for a long time. Is this what players get? Stumbling upon adventures while walking? Unfortunately, I'm already invincible. Lin Bei casually walked into the cave. The cave was not large, very simple, containing only a stone table and an ice bed. On the walls of the stone table, various strange symbols were carved, seemingly depicting something the cultivator was deducing. As he walked further in, the space opened up a bit more, revealing a cultivation room, and surprisingly, there were still items inside. It seemed the owner of the secret room had left in a hurry, not taking everything with him. Lin Bei took out a robe, examining its style, and pondered, is it a female cultivator? After checking again, he discovered several magical treasures and a small booklet in the dark layers, all exuding a faint bloody aura. With his divine sense, he could even hear the wails of souls. He opened the small booklet, flipping through the pages. There are many enemies in Zhongzhou, and I can no longer stay. The path of ruthlessness is so hard to find. Perhaps the extreme north's ice is the answer. Today, I have obtained the inheritance of the demon path, but I am seriously injured and must cultivate. Should I truly become a demon? I am still hesitating. The demon path is also ruthless, and the path is the same. Perhaps entering the demon path with a ruthless heart is a good choice. After entering the demon path, my emotions are gradually fading, which is good. But I still feel a bit reluctant. The righteous alliance in Zhongzhou deserves to die. One day, I will kill my way back to Zhongzhou. A demon cultivator. Lin Bei's eyes lit up. He came to the extreme north precisely to communicate with the demon cultivators here, and he didn't expect to find a lead so quickly. The magical treasures still bore the divine sense imprints left by the demon cultivator, which had not yet dissipated. Do you want to recharge 48 and purchase the transformation technique, 10,000 miles soul pursuit technique? Recharge. Lin Bei did not hesitate. It's wise to save where you can and spend where you should. If the world in the game is real, then he would become wealthy, and there was no need to save a little money. As the money was recharged, he learned the 10,000 miles soul pursuit technique. Lin Bei immediately cast the technique on the magical treasures, and the residual divine sense on the treasures transformed into twinkling crystal lights, slowly rising and materializing into white smoke that could be sensed by divine sense, connecting with a divine sense from 100,000 miles away. Whoosh! Following the white smoke, he soared out on a sword at full speed. Lin Bei's eyes were filled with anticipation. I hope this demon cultivator is in their lair, preferably in a demon sect. Then I can catch them all at once. Hee. Soul-devouring mountain, polar ice field division. Hidden within the snowy mountains were magnificent buildings, and outside the complex, there was no sign of life for miles. Hurry, hurry, and refine. A figure in a black robe wielded a divine whip, threatening a group of chained cultivators. The chained cultivators dared not resist. As prisoners, they were in a weakened state and could only devote all their energy to constructing the formation. This was a great, earth-shattering formation. Although it was not yet completed, it already emanated a terrifying aura, far surpassing the transformation stage. The chained cultivators were in deep suffering. They had been captured from various regions and had long since become the fish on the chopping board, driven by these demon cultivators. Among them, there were even nascent soul cultivators. At this moment, a woman in a purple robe walked over slowly. Seeing her, the black-robed cultivators were filled with fear. Flattering her, Lord Yin, ignoring their voices, the woman quietly examined the progress of the formation, her delicate fingers pointing out a flaw in the formation. Who is responsible for this small formation? I am. A cultivator spoke tremulously. Whoosh! A magic sword exuding black, malevolent energy pierced through his body. The woman's voice was cold. If there are mistakes again, I'll kill you directly. Yes. The cultivator's face turned pale as he covered the blood hole in his abdomen, collapsing to the ground, desperately trying to heal himself. The woman's gaze was icy, and she paid no mind to him as she turned and left. Returning to the quiet room, she sat cross-legged, suddenly emanating a terrifying flame, pink-purple, engulfing her delicate body. Yet, she remained unfazed, using the flames to test and solidify her path of ruthlessness. At this moment, she had already become heartless. Once the formation is completed, I will have a chance to transform. If I succeed in transforming, I can return to Zhongzhou, storm the Nine Heavens Demon Sect, and the Righteous Alliance. Yinlingyi's eyes were cold. Chapter 52. Soul-Eating Mountain, Goo Master, the Heart of Desire. This is Yin Lingyi's daily practice. When the desire fire burns her body, she always recalls those days in the sand cave, in the cave dwelling. A figure lingers in her heart, refusing to dissipate. Lin Bei, staring at this figure in her heart, Yin Lingyi's expression remains unchanged. She quietly observes, regardless of how Lin Bei engages her in conversation. She remains unmoved. A ruthless path must be devoid of emotions. As for the past, Yin Lingyi considers it merely a dream. She exhales a breath of turbid air, retracts the flames, and closes her eyes to clear her mind. Inside the room, there are no decorations, just a stone table and a cold ice bed, similar to the arrangement in the snow-capped mountains. This method is how she refines her heart. Only immortality and strength are eternal. Yin Lingyi murmurs, clenching her delicate fists, a hint of ferocity appearing in her features. Her current cultivation level is at the late stage of the nascent soul. Once she breaks through to the transformation god realm, she will become a powerful figure, capable of revenge. On that day, she wishes to return to the Phoenix clan and bring death to her parents who abandoned her. The despair and helplessness etched in her bones are unforgettable. Cultivation knows no day or night. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. It is time for the routine inspection. Yin Lingyi exits her seclusion, her demeanor as cold as ever. Regardless of whether they are demonic or righteous cultivators, anyone who delays the progress of the Great Formation or makes mistakes will be killed. After a round of inspection, she returns to her cave dwelling, opens the restrictions, enters, and closes it again. The heart of desire ignites on her body as she prepares to begin a new round of refining her heart with desire. But at that moment, Yin Lingyi suddenly senses a trace of a cultivator's aura deep within the cave. Who? She extends her jade hand, and in an instant, a flying sword appears, circling around her. In the next moment, a figure walks out from her room. It is none other than Lin Bei. It's you? Yin Lingyi's pupils constrict, disbelief and visible panic flickering in her eyes. She never expected Lin Bei to appear here. She had planned never to see him again in this lifetime. Senior Sister Yin, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to have become a demonic cultivator. Lin Bei's tone is somewhat complex. According to the information received from his divine sense, he came here where many demonic cultivators reside. He simply infiltrated the cave dwelling, waiting for the demonic cultivator who owns the magical treasure to return, ready to strike. But unexpectedly, the demonic cultivator he was tracking turns out to be Yin Lingyi. Whether you cultivate the demonic path or the righteous path, what does it have to do with you? Yin Lingyi takes a deep breath, her chest slightly rising and falling as she continuously adjusts her shaken mind. Soon, she resumes her cold demeanor. Aren't you the one who despises demonic cultivators the most? Back then, when I went to the Nine Heavens Demon sect, you strongly advised me against it. Lin Bei questions. At this moment, it's a different time. Yin Lingyi replies calmly. If you don't want to talk about it, then I won't ask. Lin Bei smiles, not taking it to heart. After all, they had previously communicated deeply, and he has always been magnanimous regarding their friendship. What organization is this? What are you doing here? Setting up formations? None of your business. Yin Lingyi shakes her head, her tone exceptionally cold. The light in her eyes flashes, and with a flick of her fingers, the flying sword beside her howls, exuding immense power. Lin Bei, regardless of your reason for being here, I advise you to leave. After leaving the sword sect, you and I have no ties. Blades and swords are blind. I don't want to take action against you. I advise you to be self-aware, so as not to leave even a trace of goodwill. Damn, it's just a conversation. What are you doing? Lin Bei is startled. After many years, Yin Lingyi has become even colder, truly forgetting those who helped her before. However, looking at Yin Lingyi's expression, it doesn't seem like an act. Although Yin Lingyi is at the nascent soul stage, Lin Bei has killed nascent soul cultivators before, so he's not afraid of her attack. He worries that a battle might lead to unforeseen consequences, putting Yin Lingyi at risk. Ever since he speculated that the cultivation world might be real, he has been much more cautious in dealing with characters in the game. After all, the dead are not just cold codes, but living people. Aren't you leaving? Yin Lingyi scolds, her eyes growing increasingly fierce. All right, I'll leave. Lin Bei has no choice but to exit for the time being, planning to come back to clarify the situation after he understands the basics. He then uses his sword to leave Yanlingyi's cave dwelling. Yanlingyi watches Lin Bei's departing figure, her divine sense tracking him until he leaves the patrol range of the soul-eating mountain, before finally feeling a bit relieved. Suddenly, a chill descends into the room. A woman in a black robe appears, different from the black-clad individuals. Her robe is adorned with various runes, clearly a top-tier magical treasure. Upon seeing the woman, Yanlingyi's eyes flash with a hint of wariness, and she adopts a respectful demeanor. Goom Master. The woman in the black robe nods, her divine sense sweeping widely, capturing the aura Lin Bei left in the room. She looks at Yanlingyi, her ink-like pupils fixated on her. Who came to find you? A person from Zhongzhou, someone I knew before. I have already repelled him, and he is unaware of the situation with the Great Formation, Yanlingyi explains. Can you guarantee that? The Goom Master narrows her eyes. I can. Yanlingyi nods. That's best. The Goom Master coldly snorts, her gaze flicking over Yanlingyi. You know what will happen if the Great Formation is discovered by that group of righteous cultivators from Zhongzhou. Neither of us can bear the consequences. If this matter leaks, don't say anything about advancing to the Transformation God Realm. Your soul could be extinguished. After she speaks, Yanlingyi's eyes flicker, and when she raises her gaze again, the figure of the black-robed woman has already vanished, leaving behind a dying goo worm struggling on the ground. A fifth-grade descending goo. Yanlingyi looks at the goo worm struggling on the brink of death, knowing that it will die after use, and swiftly gives it a merciful end with her sword. She closes the cave dwelling, sits cross-legged on the ice bed, and begins refining her heart with desire. This time, no matter how she suppresses it, the desire fire remains condensed and does not dissipate, even burning more fiercely. Yanlingyi opens her eyes, her pretty face looking somewhat unsightly. Just a moment, and my heart has already been thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, after finishing the conversation with Yanlingyi, the Goo Master remains skeptical and sends out another descending goo to the extreme northern region, her powerful divine sense covering 1,000 miles. Soon, she locks on a Lin Bei's figure. Upon seeing Lin Bei, she is momentarily taken aback, and the killing intent in her eyes gradually dissipates. So it's the prospective Holy Son. Then the rest nothing to worry about. The Goo Master squints her eyes, but then notices a woman following Lin Bei from a distance. Is that from the He Huan sect of Zhongzhou? A nascent soul female cultivator. Lin Bei should be able to handle her. Speaking of which, Lin Bei is about to advance to the nascent soul. With the Heavenly Tao Foundation and a first-grade golden core, it's time to retrieve the pieces I placed on him. The Goo Master ponders, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes beneath the black robe. Chapter 53. Still a virgin meanwhile, leaving the cave, Lin Bei, with his enhanced spiritual sense from the dying Jew, easily noticed that a female cultivator was quietly following him from the snow-capped mountains. Yuan-ing cultivators think they can track me just because of their strong spiritual sense? Lin Bei flew on his sword, performing a hand seal, and his speed suddenly increased. Although he was only at the golden core stage, he could match even the escape speed of transformation stage cultivators when moving at full speed. As he accelerated, the Yuan-ing female cultivator became anxious and quickly summoned her magical treasure, rushing in the direction Lin Bei had gone. Why is he so fast? The female cultivator gritted her teeth and summoned a flying magical treasure, a flute, and immediately sped after Lin Bei. But her speed was insufficient, and she could only watch as Lin Bei's figure vanished from her perception range. Unwilling to give up, she chased forward for a while, then used her spiritual sense again. But all she sensed was a vast expanse of white. Did I lose him? The female cultivator's pretty face turned sour. Just then, whoosh, a cold light shot towards her in an instant. What? The female cultivator was startled and hurried to dodge, but it was already too late. The blade grazed her pretty face, leaving a wound with blood dripping down. Before she could react further, another rope fell from the sky, instantly binding her body tightly, causing her spiritual power to stagnate, rendering her as helpless as a mortal. In midair, on the flying sword, Lin Bei gave a gentle tug. flipping the female cultivator upside down and exposing the scenery beneath her skirt. The female cultivator's ears turned red with embarrassment, her expression ugly. But she had no way to resist, only enduring the humiliation of being lifted onto the flying sword, tied up like a rice dumpling. With a grim expression, the female cultivator glared at Lin Bei. "Fellow Taoist, you attacked me for no reason. Isn't that a bit excessive? You were following me. Did you really think I didn't notice?" Lin Bei smiled. As soon as he spoke, the female cultivator immediately fell silent, adopting a pitiful expression, looking wronged. Her every gesture revealing a seductive charm. "Fellow Taoist, I was just curious why you returned from Shihun Mountain without incident. So, I wanted to come and ask you." "I meant no harm. Enough with the act." Lin Bei scoffed. "Looking at you, you should be from the Huan sect. You followed me mainly because I have the aura of the desire flame heart fire on me. You just want to kill me and seize my fire." "No." The female cultivator still put on a wronged look. "That day when I challenged the Huan sect, we did fight." Lin Bei smiled. "You really don't recognize me anymore. Dayu Demonis?" The expression in the female cultivator's eyes suddenly froze. She knew she couldn't hide it any longer, so she straightforwardly confessed. "I have intentions towards the desire flame heart fire within you, but I definitely do not want to kill you to seize the fire. At most, I would use the dual cultivation method to absorb a wisp of the fire seed. If I killed you, a future sect master of the sword sect, wouldn't that group of sword fanatics come after me?" Lin Bei nodded, sizing up the Demonis. A layer of thin gauze covered her body, revealing a lot. And as a saintess of the Huan sect, she was exceptionally beautiful, possessing an innate charm that, if met by an ordinary golden core cultivator, would likely mesmerize them with her every frown and smile, willingly sacrificing their lives for her. Seeing Lin Bei's gaze, the Dayu Demonis immediately employed her charm technique, her beautiful eyes flashing slightly, attempting to seduce him for a chance at survival. But Lin Bei was completely unimpressed. The ropes tightened even more, and he directly said, "Next, I will perform the soul-searching technique on you. You need to release your sea of consciousness and not resist. Otherwise, you will only meet the fate of having your soul scatter." The Dayu Demonis' beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of shame and anger. Releasing her sea of consciousness for soul-searching was far more humiliating than exposing her body. However, under the circumstances, she had no choice but to submit. Putting on a wronged expression, "I'm afraid of pain. Please be gentle." "Shameless." Dongfang Zhu murmured softly from the side. "Hee." Lin Bei smiled, seeing that the Dayu Demonis had already closed her eyes. He immediately used the soul-searching technique he purchased for 56 from the recharge panel. Placing his palm on her head, in an instant, the Dayu Demonis' gaze became dazed, turning into a blank state, as if she were a vegetative person. Lost in confusion. "Did you come to the extreme northern ice field because of the desire flame heart fire within Yanlingyi?" Lin Bei asked. "Yes." The Dayu Demonis nodded, speaking purely from instinct. In this state, she could not lie at all. "What are the buildings in the snow mountain?" Lin Bei asked again. "I'm not quite sure. But after these days of exploration, I've found that they are related to Shihun Mountain," the Dayu Demonis said. "What organization is Shihun Mountain?" Lin Bei inquired. "Shihun Mountain is the most mysterious and terrifying organization in the world. It is rumored that they have always wanted to open the entrance to the abyss, allowing the monsters from the abyss to enter the cultivation world," the Dayu Demonis said, fear flashing across her face. "They want to destroy the cultivation world. Why?" Lin Bei frowned. "My master said that their philosophy is that as long as everyone becomes a monster, then monsters are no longer scary. They don't want to waste time on protection. They only seek the path to immortality," the Dayu Demonis said blankly. "What position does Yanlingyi hold in Shihun Mountain? Do you know?" Lin Bei asked again. "I'm not sure of the specifics, but he should be one of the heads responsible for the formation in the extreme northern ice field, holding significant power and heavy responsibilities," the Dayu Demonis said. "I see." Lin Bei pondered. It seemed that Yanlingyi had joined the Shihun Mountain organization. Shihun Mountain, the demonic path. This name sounded related to soul cultivation. However, he didn't know what had happened to Yanlingyi that caused such a significant change in his character, making him feel so unfamiliar. Continuing the soul search. Lin Bei simply watched the Daiyu Demoness life, from an abandoned mortal girl to being chosen by the sect master of the Hahuan sect, soaring to become the saintess of the Hahuan sect. What surprised him was that this Hahuan sect Demoness, after advancing to the Yuaning stage, had never had relations with a man in decades. No way. Her dual cultivation method was not the traditional yin-yang union, but a method of energy absorption he had never seen before, allowing her to extract yang energy without physical contact. The most important aspect of this dual cultivation method was to preserve the essence of the original yin. In other words, this Demoness was still a virgin? Lin Bei found it strange. It was indeed rare to find a virgin in such a place, but all of this had nothing to do with him. It was just a curiosity. Chapter 54. Is Lin Bei dead? You know everything about me, so it's time to let me go. The Demoness AI pressed her lips together, sensing the soul-searching that had just happened without resistance, feeling like a fish on a cutting board, completely powerless against being squeezed. You can leave, but remember to stay away from the extreme North Plains, and don't think about the heart fire of desire again, Lin Bei said. As he finished speaking, a trace of disbelief flashed in the Demoness' eyes. She didn't expect Lin Bei to let her go so easily, not even taking her storage bag. Not leaving? Do you still want to be tortured? Lin Bei glanced at her. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I apologize for the earlier matter of following you. AI, you said seriously. Then, her figure flickered, and she directly rode her flying artifact away. Soul-eating mountain. Lin Bei pondered. It seems this organization is the biggest hidden power in the immortal cultivation world. According to the normal plot progression, he estimated he would need to cultivate to the transformation stage or even the integration stage to have the qualifications to challenge such a force. But now, he had decided to speed run through the immortal cultivation world. As for Yanlingyi, he understood her character quite well. From her appearance, it didn't seem like she was forced. Rather, she was trapped by her own feelings, similar to how she had previously searched for famous swords for him. But she was the type who said no, but her body was very honest. The solution was quite simple. Do you want to recharge 330 to purchase 5 peak transformation stage sword cultivation restrictions? Do you want to recharge 108 to purchase 1 peak integration stage demon cultivation restriction? Recharge. Lin Bei waved his hand and directly recharged. Since he had already decided to speed run through the immortal cultivation world, there was no need to hold back. Now, he was almost certain that both the Galactic Federation and the immortal cultivation world were real worlds, just seemingly in another dimension. If Elena was real, then there was a 99 chance that Bai Tao Yao was impersonating Elena. This made things simple. What if he didn't have money? Just find a rich woman. Elena could modify account balances. Theoretically, she was the richest person on Blue Star. That would save a damn. In an instant. He obtained 5 peak transformation stage restrictions and 1 peak integration stage restriction. These 6 items could annihilate any sect in Zhongzhou. Although Soul-Eating Mountain was strong, dealing with just one of its branches, these restrictions were more than enough. With a flicker of his figure, Lin Bei rode his sword forward. This time, he did not sneakily advance, but directly charged toward the grand formation with a sweeping sword aura. After a stick of incense, the magnificent architecture in the snowy mountains was within sight. Enemy attack. Quickly form the array. Dozens of black-clad individuals saw someone intruding. Even though Lin Bei appeared to be at the Golden Core level, they did not dare to be careless. They instantly took their positions and began operating the protective formation. This was a protective formation of the transformation stage, operated by several Golden Core and nascent soul cultivators, capable of generating power to counter the transformation stage. Dark energy swirled, and in an instant, it coalesced into a black dragon with an early transformation stage aura, roaring towards Lin Bei. A powerful sense of oppression came over, and beside him, Dongfang Zhu's pretty face turned pale as she tightly gripped Lin Bei's sleeve, feeling a bit more at ease. Don't be afraid. Lin Bei rubbed Dongfang Zhu's little head with one hand and tore open a transformation restriction with the other. In an instant, a shooting star roared down from the 9 heavens. No, what kind of shooting star was this? This was clearly a flying sword. The flying sword howled, its sword chant shaking the heavens and earth, and with a flash of light, it left behind trails in the sky. instantly piercing into the body of the black dragon at an incredible speed. Boom! The earth shook, the snowy mountains collapsed, and avalanches roared, even causing a small earthquake. The earthquake spread for thousands of miles. Far away, the demoness Aiu, who was about to return to Zhongzhou, felt this commotion and was also startled by the overwhelming might. Tracing back to the source, she looked towards Soul-Eating Mountain, her heart filled with shock. This commotion was caused by that sword cultivator? BFF. The cultivators controlling the formation all spat blood, clearly suffering serious injuries. They looked terrified at the sight of Lin Bei in midair, one person with one sword, even casually petting the little girl's head. No longer had the courage to maintain the formation. Form the four symbols sky-connecting formation. The Venerable is on the way. Suddenly, a cold voice came, and Yin Lingyi arrived, her cold killing intent unabated. Instantly, the morale of the black-clad cultivators was boosted, and together with Yin Lingyi, they changed formations and established a new array. This time, not only the Black Dragon but also 3 other early transformation stage beast phantoms emerged. Xuanwu, Zhu Ke, and Baihu. Yin Lingyi rode her sword, soaring into the air. She took a deep breath, looking at Lin Bei across from her, her face extremely cold, appearing nonchalant, but her slightly trembling, delicate body betrayed her at this moment. Her heart was anything but calm. Lin Bei, you shouldn't have come. Yin's senior sister, are you forming the array to kill me? Lin Bei asked nonchalantly, smiling. Forming the array is definitely to kill you. Yin Lingyi's voice was like ice, exuding unabashed killing intent. With her late nascent soul, cultivation, and the heart fire of desire, her powerful aura was fully revealed. If you escape now, I won't be able to do anything to you, but if you persist in your folly, the combined effect of the 4 early transformation stage beasts can even defeat a peak transformation stage. You will undoubtedly die. Not just you, but the little girl beside you will die too. Are you really that confident in your formation? Lin Bei smiled. A flicker of cold light flashed in Yin Lingyi's eyes, and her palms were already sweating. If she had a choice, she would never want to fight Lin Bei. Lin Bei, I admit you are strong. A few years ago, you were able to retreat unscathed from the 9 Heavens demon sect. But the Venerable is already on the way. You are absolutely no match. The Venerable? I haven't fought against them, but I would like to give it a try. Lin Bei smiled. In the next moment, he rode his sword and shot out like a rocket. Don't come. Yin Lingyi wanted to shout this out directly, but she knew that the Gu Venerable might have already arrived and was watching her from somewhere. Now, the Gu Venerable was not showing up to preserve strength, avoiding entanglements. If she shouted out, the Gu Venerable would probably take action directly, and, at that time, not only she, but also Lin Bei would die, leaving no one alive. Gritting her teeth, Yin Lingyi put all her effort into trying to use the formation to force Lin Bei back, hoping to make him retreat, thus giving him a glimmer of hope. But she underestimated Lin Bei. Streams of light fell from the sky, carrying unmatched might, shattering the 3 early transformation stage divine beasts, leaving only one Zhu Ke struggling, still with one last strike left. Too strong. Strong enough to make one despair. Always a partner. Now, standing opposite Lin Bei, Yin Lingyi finally realized how strong the sense of danger and pressure her junior brother brought truly was. Don't! Yin Lingyi clenched her delicate fists, thinking that the Gu Venerable might strike at any moment to kill Lin Bei. Her ruthless heart began to crumble under the surging emotions. She desperately controlled the remaining Zhu Ke to attack, trying for one last effort to push Lin Bei back. But she suddenly discovered that in the face of Zhu Qiue's attack, Lin Bei didn't dodge or evade at all. Boom! Yin Lingyi's pupils suddenly dilated as she watched Lin Bei fly backward, her mind momentarily lost, her delicate body flying out of control. With the main formation master gone, the formation collapsed with a bang. In midair, Yin Lung caught the flying Lin Bei. Feeling the fading breath of Lin Bei, her eyes instantly turned red, overwhelmed with immense guilt and self-blame. I'm sorry. Tears like beans fell, and she used all her strength to hold Lin Bei's body, trying to pull back his life, offering gratitude to the friends for their gifts at midnight. The boss is generous. Please keep up with the daily updates. Chapter 55. As long as I want. I am invincible. Tears streamed down her cheeks as Yin Lingyi held Lin Bei tightly. For countless days and nights, she had been longing for this moment. The moment of reunion and embrace. She knew she couldn't possess it forever, so she constantly suppressed it, but longing could not be restrained. She never expected that this embrace would come with such a scene. No, no. Her throat choked. A wave of sourness surged from her nose. And Yin Lingyi grasped Lin Bei's hands, sensing the warmth that seemed to be gradually fading away. She wanted to cry out loud, but now she couldn't make a sound. Only silent tears flowed. Her gaze lost focus. A feeling of weightlessness came from within her body, and Yin Lingyi knelt on the ground, holding Lin Bei, staring at Lin Bei's pale face. Her heart, once so ruthless, was shattering bit by bit. Finally, she let out a sob, and tears poured out like a broken dam, producing the most mournful wail. She would rather it be herself who died. Why? Yin Lingyi sobbed. Why did you have to come? She closed her eyes, filled with frustration and regret. But at that moment, a warm hand suddenly caressed her cheek, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She opened her eyes in disbelief and saw Lin Bei smiling gently. I told you, you're still the same Yin Lingyi as before. Why pretend to be so cold? I don't like it. Lin Bei smiled. The earlier death was merely an act. He had long prepared defensive prohibitions to withstand the attack of an early-stage transformation master. So it was not a problem. You. Yin Lingyi felt the warmth on her cheek. Her red-rimmed eyes filled with disbelief and the joy of having regained something lost. She burst into tears, holding Lin Bei tightly. But suddenly, she pushed Lin Bei away, her lips trembling, fear flickering in her eyes. You must go. The Gu Master might have already arrived. She is a fusion realm cultivator, one of the 8 lords of the soul-devouring mountain. She can easily destroy a sect in Zhongzhou. A fusion realm cultivator? Lin Bei was taken aback, but remained calm. Would you like to recharge 540 to purchase 5 prohibitions for peak fusion realm sword cultivators? Recharge. In an instant, he acquired 5 prohibitions, adding to the one he had prepared earlier, totaling 6 prohibitions, which meant 6 full power strikes from peak fusion realm cultivators. Against the Gu Master, it was definitely not a problem to escape. Holding Yin Lingyi, she trembled like a frightened deer, her delicate body shaking uncontrollably, her eyes filled with fear, but also a hint of determination. Will you come with me? Lin Bei asked. Yin Lingyi bit her lip, meeting Lin Bei's gaze, and nodded gently. Okay, let's go together. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Bei directly lifted her off the ground, soaring with his sword, and then picked up Dongfang Zhu, preparing to leave the soul-devouring mountain branch. If the Gu Master hadn't come, saving the 6 prohibitions would be good. Being held in his arms, feeling the warmth of Lin Bei, Yin Lingyi turned her head, her heart trembling lightly. 5 years of being frozen could not withstand a single day's spring breeze. She didn't like the path of ruthlessness. If she had another choice, she certainly wouldn't choose this way. She wished time could freeze at this moment. But what was meant to come would still come. The heavens and earth suddenly changed color. The originally blue sky was instantly engulfed by rolling black, demonic energy, like a surging black tide sweeping in with destructive force. A graceful figure flickered at the center of this overwhelming, demonic energy. It was the Gu Master. Her expression was emotionless, her eyes gleaming with a deep, mysterious light as she looked at Lin Bei, who was flying on his sword. A hint of testing growing in her heart. Go! She coldly snorted. The sound was not loud, but it echoed like rolling thunder in the heavens and earth. With this cold snort, countless black goo worms surged out from her sleeves. Wherever the goo worms passed, the space seemed to tear apart, black cracks spreading like spider webs. The earth trembled under this terrifying force. Countless rocks shattered into powder. The heavens and earth shook. Lin Bei was slightly surprised. No wonder she was a fusion realm cultivator. The momentum of her attack was far stronger than that of a transformation realm cultivator. He was about to strike, but Yin Lingyi, in his arms, suddenly stood up and left a gentle kiss on his lips. Run, she whispered, and the next moment, Yin Lingyi stood between countless goo worms, releasing her heart fire. Instantly, a phoenix illusion filled with demonic energy appeared in the sky. Facing the onslaught of goo worms, she showed no fear, only a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. It was she who had lured Lin Bei here, so let her end everything. Unable to be emotional and not capable of being ruthless, dying like this, while not finding the great path, was still a good ending. She had had enough of the painful struggle between two dilemmas. Roar! A huge, beastly roar resounded through the heavens and earth, the massive phoenix illusion, embodying Yan Lingyi's life, charged towards the countless goo worms with a determined, desperate momentum. Courage commendable. The goo master looked at Yan Lingyi with some disdain in her eyes. She was a fusion realm cultivator. Yan Lingyi's final strike was merely an energy fluctuation of the transformation realm. How could it compare? She did not hold back. As the countless goo worms and the phoenix illusion merely made contact, the black phoenix let out a mournful cry like a blood tribute. Hold on a little longer. Yan Lingyi gritted her teeth, burning her life, wanting to hold on just a bit longer to buy Lin Bei some time to escape. But how could the collision of power be determined by wishes? Under the gnawing of the goo worms, within a few breaths, the phoenix illusion was on the verge of collapse. I'm sorry. Yan Lingyi looked at the soon-to-shatter phoenix. A wave of helplessness surged in her heart. She had only delayed for 10 breaths. In such a short time, could Lin Bei escape? Ignoring the approaching goo worms, she turned around, her gaze looking back. Want to take one last look at Lin Bei, hoping he could run further away and be safe. She saw Lin Bei. His figure was so close. You didn't escape? Yan Lingyi's voice trembled. After so long, you're still so self-righteous. Lin Bei smiled. I told you, in this world, as long as I want, I am invincible. The next moment, he tore apart a prohibition for peak fusion realm. Then came the second, the third. 3 full power strikes from peak fusion realm sword cultivators. In an instant, 3 dazzling sword lights shot up into the sky, seeming to split the heavy heavens in two. The sword light was so bright that it was blinding, as if the sun rose from the earth or stars fell to the mortal realm, carrying endless sharpness and a breath of destruction. Wherever the sword energy passed, mountains crumbled like paper, easily sliced apart, the broken edges smooth and flat, as if cut by a divine axe. Snow waves rolled up and then crashed down, splashing thousands of layers of white mist. Countless goo worms instantly perished. What kind of sword technique is this? Feeling the murderous intent pressing towards her face, the goo master's heart raced. The threat of death loomed over her, and she gritted her teeth. She only wanted to test Lin Bei's strength. But did it have to be this ruthless? Chapter 56. The entrance to the abyss, the sword light, was dazzling. The goo master could no longer maintain her composure. All her goo insects emerged, and she used every means at her disposal, her pretty face tense as she fled madly. Transfer for me. She gritted her teeth and activated her trump card, using 2 heavenly swap goo to redirect the 2 sword chi that spanned thousands of miles. Boom! The sword chi struck the mountain range, and in an instant, the mountain collapsed, shattering the formation set up by the soul-devouring mountain. Run! Hurry and run! The array masters captured by the soul-devouring mountain stared blankly at this scene until they sensed the threat of death, and then began to flee frantically. There were no black-clad cultivators coming to capture them, because they were also fleeing for their lives. The goo master had no time to care about that, as there was still a sword chi in the sky, but she had already used up the heavenly swap goo. Immortal goo! She cried out delicately, and, in an instant, a blood-colored goo insect flew out from her sleeve, rapidly growing to an enormous size. She darted into the immortal goo's body, looking like a turtle in a sorry state. Clang! The sword chi struck the immortal goo, producing a resonating sound like the clash of swords, the shockwave causing all the cultivators to feel a resonance in their chests, making it difficult for them to stand firm. Meanwhile, Yan Lingyi and Dongfang Zhu were firmly protected by a defensive talisman used by Lin Bei, remaining unscathed. After a brief stalemate, the immortal goo could no longer withstand the devastation of the sword chi and was cleaved in half. The goo master hiding inside was affected by the residual wave of the sword chi, sent flying out, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her breath instantly becoming extremely weak. Yan Lingyi stared blankly at this scene, tears in her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. How about that? I wasn't lying to you, right? Lin Bei smiled, watching the goo master flying back, frowning. Still coming? Truly reckless. Saying this, he was about to tear apart the fourth restriction. At that moment, sensing the lethal threat, the Goo Master dared not hesitate and quickly called out, "Lin Bei, fellow Taoist. I mean no harm. My previous attack was just a test. Speaking of which, you have a deep connection with my soul-devouring mountain." Lin Bei paused, looking at the Goo Master with a tense face and a hint of fear in her eyes, puzzled. A deep connection? Indeed. You have a partner named Lin Xiaozhu, right? The Goo Master, seeing Lin Bei not attacking, finally breathed a sigh of relief, her tense expression easing a bit. If another attack were to come, although she wouldn't die, she could be severely injured for years, or even harm her origin. As she spoke, hearing that Lin Bei had a partner, Yan Lingyi showed no reaction. She had seen Lin Xiaozhu and knew the relationship between Lin Xiaozhu and Lin Bei, so she didn't care. However, it was the first time Dongfang Zhu learned about it. She bit her lip, her pretty face showing some sadness, pouting her little face, looking quite aggrieved. Lin Xiaozhu, partner. Hearing this, Lin Bei's expression softened a bit, and he looked at the Goo Master, recalling that the soul-devouring mountain was related to soul cultivators, and quickly pieced together much of the story. So, Lin Xiaozhu's reincarnation was arranged by your soul-devouring mountain? He guessed correctly. If the cultivation world were a game world, Dongfang Zhu was Lin Xiaozhu's reincarnation, and it could be explained as an official force design. But if the cultivation world were real, then Lin Xiaozhu's reincarnation was too coincidental. He wouldn't believe it was unmanipulated behind the scenes. Proof that the cultivation world is a real world. Yes. The Goo Master nodded. Not only reincarnation, after her death. Did she seek you out in the form of a soul? That was also arranged by my soul-devouring mountain. What? Lin Bei was shocked. He was right. Lin Xiaozhu had truly come to reality, not just an illusion. He never expected the soul-devouring mountain had such means. But then again, it made sense. The Galactic Federation had means to cross dimensions, and the soul-devouring mountain, as a peak power in the cultivation world, would naturally have means to cross dimensions as well. But did the soul-devouring mountain notice the dimension of Blue Star? If they did, it would be dangerous. Lin Bei observed the Goo Master's expression and found nothing unusual, then breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the soul-devouring mountain probably thought Lin Xiaozhu came to the cultivation world to find him. He then asked, "Why does your soul-devouring mountain treat me this way?" "Because your talent is astonishing, with a foundation established by the Heavenly Tao, first-grade golden core. And without having birthed an infant, you can already unleash peak combined sword chi." The Goo Master still felt lingering fear at the thought of the earlier battle. She looked at Lin Bei with a hint of wariness and some admiration. The soul-devouring mountain valued strength over qualifications, and a strong person would always earn respect. Her pretty face revealed a slight smile. "My soul-devouring mountain originally intended to cultivate you as the contemporary Holy Sun, but with your current strength. Becoming the ninth master is not a problem. Of course, whether to make you a master is up to the mountain lord to decide." "What if I don't want to join the soul-devouring mountain?" Lin Bei retorted. "Not joining my soul-devouring mountain means being an enemy. Lin Xiaozhu's soul origin is still within the soul-devouring mountain." The Goo Master advised, "Don't be influenced by the rumors from the outside world. My soul-devouring mountain is also here to solve the problems of the abyss. It's just that we have different paths and cannot collaborate." "Solving the problems of the abyss?" "Indeed." The Goo Master pointed below. "This snowy mountain is one of the weak points connecting the abyss and the cultivation world. My soul-devouring mountain built a large formation here, one reason being to suppress the abyss's infiltration into the cultivation world. And the other purpose is to control the extreme cold of the northern lands." Lin Bei looked below and saw a dark cave exposed between the mountains. Bottomless, resembling an abyss, suffused with blood-colored demonic energy. At the same time, some bizarre and terrifying creatures crawled out, disappearing silently into the world in an instant. "It seems the entrance has been breached." "What?" The Goo Master was taken aback and quickly looked down, seeing the monsters crawling out silently. Her pretty face instantly stiffened, and she spat out a mouthful of essence blood, summoning a goo insect, drenching it with her essence blood. This goo insect instantly expanded 1,000 times, resembling a turtle shell, sealing the entrance to the abyss. Roar! The abyss creatures no longer concealed their presence, crashing into the goo insect with a thunderous sound. It's bad. The goo master's expression darkened. Your two-sword chi opened a spatial passage. Now it's barely sealed. But we don't know how many abyss creatures have entered the cultivation world just now. It could lead to catastrophic losses. Cough. Lin Bei touched his nose. This shouldn't be his problem, right? Chapter 57, Awakening Past Life. Memories. The entrance to the abyss opens. The Goo Master captured all the array masters who had just fled and urgently repaired the Great Formation, stationed at the entrance of the abyss. She also contacted several elders from the soul-devouring mountain to jointly suppress the situation, including the white-clad elder who sent Lin Xiaozhu to the Blue Star. Lin Bei was looking forward to this method of crossing dimensions from the cultivation world to the Blue Star. If he learned this method, he could transport people or objects from the cultivation world across dimensions to reality. That would completely confirm that the game world is indeed reality. Furthermore, to restore Dongfang Zhu's past life memories, Lin Bei needed Lin Xiaozhu's original divine soul, which was currently in the hands of the white-clad elder. Inside the cave. Master, you have a Dao partner, and didn't he tell me? Dongfang Zhu looked pouting. It's not a Dao partner. Lin Bei rubbed Dongfang Zhu's head. His eyes filled with tenderness. Not a Dao partner. Dongfang Zhu's eyes lit up as she clung to Lin Bei and acted spoiled. Then, Master, can you tell me the story of Lin Xiaozhu? You'll know after a while. Lin Bei smiled, thinking that if he started talking, it might take several hours. He looked at Yin Lingyi, who was sitting on the ice bed, her beautiful eyes also looking at Lin Bei. Silly, trying to buy me time? Lin Bei chuckled. You really think too highly of yourself. It's been so long, I thought you should know me by now. I never do things without preparation. The Goo Master is a harmonization cultivator, I thought. Yin Lingyi bit her lip. So what if she's a harmonization cultivator? Even if she's an immortal, I still have the strength to fight. Lin Bei said, noting that there were also immortal restrictions in the recharge mall, but just one restriction cost over 1,000 yuan, and he was reluctant to buy it. Yin Lingyi nodded, but changed the topic. How did you find me? On the way. Perhaps because of a matching aura, Yin Yao accidentally entered the cave you left behind. Based on the residual divine consciousness on the cave's treasures, I tracked you down. Lin Bei was slightly puzzled. You left in a hurry. Were you being chased? That's right, at that time, the Righteous Alliance of Zhongzhou had a bounty, and many robbers were eyeing the reward. Sword Demon Girl? Hearing these 3 words, Yin Lingyi bit her red lip, her pretty face slightly pale. You know about that? Foolish. If you had told me earlier, there wouldn't be such a thing. Lin Bei said directly, really, if you don't enjoy good days, you have to seek suffering. Yin Lingyi fell silent. No way. You're still not planning to return to the sword sect with me? Lin Bei was surprised. He simply couldn't understand why Yin Lingyi would make such a choice. I'm not ready yet. Yin Lingyi shook her head, her delicate face showing signs of distress. She was scared. She feared that if she went back with Lin Bei, things would happen just like before. It was better to sever any expectations for eternity. Without expectations, though painful, it was still bearable. You can prepare after returning to the sword sect with me. It's not too late. Lin Bei said. No, junior brother Lin, please don't persuade me any further. Yin Lingyi issued an eviction order. She placed herself alone on the ice bed in the cave, meditating to seek a state of desirelessness. But all she could think of were painful childhood memories and Lin Bei's figure. The heart demon surged. Outside the cave, sensing Yin Lingyi meditating, Lin Bei felt helpless. After all, she was a woman he had engaged in deep and meaningful conversation with. If it really didn't work out, he planned to abduct Yin Lingyi and take her back to the sword sect, but this approach would not respect her needs and was inappropriate, a last resort. Having made up his mind, Lin Bei used a sword to lead Dongfang Zhu to the Goo Master. At this time, the white-clad elder had also arrived, appearing as a figure in white robes, with no face or body, resembling a soul body. Soul cultivator. Lin Bei made a judgment. Dao friend Lin, it's been a few days. I heard you've attained harmonization strength. The white-clad elder smiled. Yes, do you want to give it a try? Lin Bei asked. Forget it. I still believe the Goo Master's words. The white-clad elder looked at the disheveled goo master and then at the large hole in the sky. Thinking to himself, he wasn't foolish enough to fight Lin Bei and seek suffering. He turned his gaze to Dongfang Zhu, sensing Lin Xiaozhu's divine soul aura, and smiled indeed. The divine soul is entangled. She is still by your side in this life. Dao friend, you have a partner who loves you so deeply. It's truly enviable. Could you return Lin Xiaozhu's original divine soul to me? Lin Bei asked. Not now. The Mountain Lord is deciding what position to assign you. Once you join my soul-devouring mountain, I will return the divine soul to you. The white-clad elder shook his head. This was within Lin Bei's expectations. And he then asked, can you help Dongfang Zhu awaken her past life memories now? Yes, but after awakening her past life memories, I will take back Lin Xiaozhu's original divine soul. The white-clad elder nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfang Zhu beside them was filled with confusion. Past life memories? Lin Xiaozhu, original divine soul? She didn't understand, looking at the approaching white-clad elder with some fear, instinctively moving closer to Lin Bei. Master, don't be afraid. Lin Bei rubbed Dongfang Zhu's small head, softly comforting her. Go. The white-clad elder extended his hand. A crystal white light instantly shot out from his fingertips and attached to Dongfang Zhu's head. In the next moment, the crystal white light merged into her body, causing her to close her eyes and momentarily become dazed in place. Countless memories that did not belong to her surged chaotically into her sea of consciousness. Brother, I feel so uncomfortable. In the tent, under the influence of the sensual fragrance, Lin Xiaozhu unconsciously leaned closer to Lin Bei's body. Brother, can you teach me that sword move of yours? In the courtyard, Lin Xiaozhu looked at Lin Bei, her eyes filled with determination. Lin Bei, do you like me? Under the moonlight, Lin Xiaozhu bit her lip, trembling as she asked Lin Bei. To see you again. It's so good. I'm already satisfied. This is my fate. In a pool of blood, Lin Xiaozhu sensed the warmth in Lin Bei's arms, a faint smile on her pale face. More and more memories flooded into Dongfang Zhu's mind. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, trailing down her cheek as she silently cried. The past life memories still awakening. P.S. Thank you to my friends for the gifts. The boss is generous. I originally wanted to write 4 chapters in return, but the following chapters are all climaxes. If I start the climax and then cut it off, not to mention my friends will feel uncomfortable. Even I, the author, feel good writing it. Seriously. Chapter 58. The death of Yin Lingi. Dongfang Zhu was still undergoing memory awakening. Lin Bei continued to pay attention, worried that this method of awakening past life memories might go awry. He also questioned whether the white-clad elder had any hidden schemes. He didn't trust the soul-devouring mountain at all. Gripping the peak-level restriction of the harmonization stage in his hand, he would not hesitate to kill both the white-clad elder and the goo elder if anything went wrong. At the same time, inside the cave dwelling, Yin Lingi was meditating to clear her mind. However, her inner demons surged, causing her thoughts to become increasingly chaotic. The desire flame heart fire within her was ignited by her inner demons, burning uncontrollably, flames spreading throughout the cave. And a wave of demonic energy began to manifest on her delicate body. Apart from the demonic energy radiating from her body, there was another strange aura quietly growing within the cave, becoming more pronounced. Upon closer observation, one could find that this eerie aura was like a black hole in the abyss, continuously devouring the demonic energy emanating from Yin Lingi. As it consumed the demonic energy, this strange aura also gradually intensified, becoming stronger and stronger. This eerie aura gradually solidified into a tangible form. Its body was enormous, coiled in the darkness, its scales shimmering with a strange light. Its head resembled a human face, only to twist into a dragon's head moments later, with a menacing outline. Its eyes were 2 burning crimson flames, filled with endless hatred and unwillingness. It continued to grow, absorbing the demonic energy, its aura becoming increasingly powerful, transforming, refining, harmonizing. It stopped only when its aura reached the early harmonization stage. Huff, huff. Its breathing was heavy, and the air around it seemed to be polluted by its presence, becoming murky and filled with a foul stench. Step! Step! It slowly approached Yinlingi. This creature from the abyss looked at Yinlingi with a gaze filled with a thirst for slaughter. Yet, Yinlingi remained oblivious, lost in her past pain, unable to extricate herself. It extended its claws. Boom! A violent roar suddenly erupted. What? Lin Bei was startled and quickly spread his divine sense across the heavens and the earth, instantly locating the source of the loud noise. It was Yinlingi's cave dwelling. He saw flames filling the sky, the desire flame heart fire frantically escaping, while a dragon-like shadow relentlessly pursued it, attempting to capture the desire flame and devour it. Inside the cave, a stunningly beautiful body lay silently on the ground, no longer making a sound. She had closed her eyes, her delicate face calm. A terrifying wound marred her fair swan-like neck, blood flowing out in streams, soaking the ground and staining her purple robe. In the icy world, this splash of red appeared exceptionally eye-catching. Yinlingi was dead? How could this be? Just moments ago, she was alive, and he had planned to bring her back to the Sword Sect for guidance. But now, looking at the corpse, Lin Bei's breath trembled, and his expression became ferocious. This was no ordinary NPC. Fellow Taoist, don't be impulsive. That dragon is called the Heart Demon Blood Dragon. It comes from the abyss and is a harmonization creature, extremely difficult to deal with. The Gu Elder quickly reminded. Damn it, give me back my life. Lin Bei's eyes turned red, and he directly tore apart the harmonization restriction. In an instant, a shooting star descended from the heavens. A sword cut through the air, striking the Heart Demon Blood Dragon and passing straight through its body, causing no damage at all. Boom! The mountains trembled and the earth shook, as the opening to the abyss seemed to be reopening. Fellow Taoist, calm down. This Heart Demon Blood Dragon can switch between real and illusory states. Right now, it is in the illusory state. Ordinary attacks cannot threaten it. The white-clad elder sensed the tremors in the world, his eyes filled with shock. What kind of attack can threaten it? Lin Bei, with red eyes, looked at the white-clad elder. Under the gaze filled with killing intent, the white-clad elder was slightly dazed and hurriedly said, Attacks need to be empowered by the realm of the heart, cultivating the heart. This is an ancient method of the gods and demons, but it has long been lost. Usually, when we confront this creature, we force it to avoid entering the real state. When it is in the illusory state, we cannot do anything to it, and likewise, it cannot do anything to us. The realm of the heart has long been lost. Lin Bei did not care about that now. He just wanted to kill. Would you like to recharge 368 to purchase 3 peak harmonization heart cultivation restrictions? Yes. Lin Bei did not hesitate. He obtained the 3 restrictions, and in the next moment, he tore them apart together. Buzz! An ancient aura suddenly spread across the heavens and the earth. This aura was too ancient and mysterious, causing both the Gu Elder and the white-clad elder to change color, their figures swiftly retreating from Lin Bei's vicinity. In the next moment, a golden phantom appeared behind Lin Bei, a dignified-looking man. He carried a quiver on his back and held a longbow in his hand, with runes shimmering on the bow, emanating an ancient and mysterious power. A crystalline arrow, glowing with golden light, was already knocked on the string, aimed directly at the Heart Demon Blood Dragon. This aura. The Gu Elder and the white-clad elder were both filled with doubt. If they were not mistaken, this man with the drawn bow was actually a god or demon. But weren't the gods and demons extinct since ancient times? Whoosh! In the next moment, the divine arrow left the string, instantly transforming into a streak of golden light. Wherever the arrow passed, space was torn apart, creating a long rift. The speed was so fast that it even surpassed the speed of light, making it impossible to see the trajectory of the arrow. Only after a breath could they hear a pained howl, and an arrow was embedded in the body of the Heart Demon Blood Dragon. In an instant, golden light erupted from the evil dragon's body, illuminating it brightly. Boom! The arrow exploded, and the Heart Demon Blood Dragon's aura sharply diminished. And that was just one arrow. 2 more arrows flew out, instantly striking the massive body of the Heart Demon Blood Dragon. Hiss! The heart demon blood dragon let out a desperate roar, but it could not resist. Its massive body pinned to the snowy mountain, its blood-black body gradually turning into a cloud of black mist, disappearing between heaven and earth. Gulp. The cultivators present stared blankly at this scene, all frozen, some unsure of what to do. Especially the Gu Elder and the white-clad Elder. Their gazes towards Lin Bei, now filled with something unusual, a hint of fear. Whoosh! Lin Bei rode his sword, producing a piercing sound, and instantly arrived before Yanlingyi. He held Yanlingyi in his arms, opened a recharge panel, desperately searching for a way to save Yanlingyi's life. Flipping through item after item, but not a single usable item was found. Why? Didn't you all want to make money off me? I have money now. Lin Bei was unwilling to accept this. If only he didn't know that the characters in the game world were real, he wouldn't feel so heartbroken. Death cannot be reversed. Lin Bei, my friend, please accept my condolences, the white-clad elder said beside him. But Lin Bei suddenly raised his head. You can find Lin Xiaozhu's soul. Surely you can find Yanlingyi's too, right? That's different. The white-clad elder shook his head. When Lin Xiaozhu died, her cultivation was low. She was an ordinary soul. But Yanlingyi is a nascent soul cultivator, having already formed her nascent soul. For nascent soul cultivators after death, they are directly processed by King Yanluo. Stop babbling. I just want to know, can you find her? Lin Bei pressed. I can, but taking her soul away is difficult. King Yanluo in the underworld has the power of all living beings backing him. His cultivation is comparable to that of an immortal. At the same level as the Mountain Lord, the white-clad elder shook his head. Can you find her? Then you come with me to the underworld to rescue her. Lin Bei declared firmly. The white-clothed venerable was stunned, sensing the madness and unreserved killing intent emanating from Lin Bei. For a moment, he actually did not dare to refuse. Gu Venerable, keep an eye on Dongfang Zhu and Yin Yao for me. Lin Bei's gaze was cold and piercing. If anything happens to them, you know the consequences. Faced with this blatant threat, Gu Venerable also did not dare to refuse and could only nod. In the next moment, the heavens and earth split apart, and the white-clothed Venerable rowed a solitary boat, drifting above the sea of souls in another dimension, leading Lin Bei swiftly towards the underworld. The heavens and earth returned to tranquility once again. Chapter 59. I, Lin Bei, do not acknowledge. In the underworld, fellow Taoist, do not linger in the mortal realm. Hurry and leave. The two messengers of death, black and white impermanence, stood on either side of Yanlingyi's soul, their hands forming seals, always on guard against her escape. Am I dead? Yanlingyi looked around, somewhat incredulous. After deep contemplation, she finally recalled the scene before her death. The claws of the black dragon were too sharp, and she didn't even have time to resist before her life was taken. Life is short. The Tao is hard to find. She sighed softly and closed her eyes. She had already died once, tormented for 1,000 years within the soul banner, and that pain was 100 times worse than death. She was not afraid of dying. Life is so unpredictable. Yanlingyi murmured. Just a moment ago, she was still caught in the struggle between indifference and affection, and the next moment, she was dead, without the power to struggle. How would junior brother Lin react to her death? If she had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Life is short, why not enjoy it while you can? But knowing is easy, doing is hard. Yanlingyi murmured, opening her eyes. Her gaze like a 100-foot deep pool, extremely calm. Fellow Taoist, hurry and leave. You are now at the gates of the underworld. Once you cross the Wanchuan Bridge and drink the forgetting worry water, your earthly matters will be resolved. You died due to the monster from the abyss, and you can enter the path of heavenly beings. In your next life, you can still be a cultivator and start anew. Wouldn't that be wonderful? White Impermanence said coldly, you have suffered greatly in this life. Your soul is filled with sinful thoughts. Hurry and leave. Drink the Meng Pa soup and forget everything. Black Impermanence urged. No matter how many bad things there are, there's always something beautiful, and no matter how painful it is still my life. Yanlingyi said, I do not wish to forget. In the next moment, her figure suddenly shot out, madly rushing towards the ghost gate. She did not wish to forget. She wanted to try again, even knowing it was like a moth to the flame. Return. Black and white impermanence snorted coldly. and they were not surprised by Yin Lingyi's escape. There are always some nascent soul cultivators who are reluctant to part with their cultivation and want to flee from the underworld. With a flick of their fingers, instantly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder, representing the utmost yang, began to loom. Boom! A bolt of lightning crashed down like a tracking missile, instantly striking Yin Lingyi's body. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and Yin Lingyi's body suddenly became extremely weak. Thunder is inherently restraining to souls. With several more bolts of lightning falling, she no longer had the strength to escape, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. A hooked lock with runes pierced in her body. With a fierce pull, black and white impermanence yanked her into the air, their tone much harsher. Escape once, and the heavenly thunder will serve you. Escape twice, and your soul will be extinguished. Fellow Taoist, if you are dead, then you are dead. Do not be stubborn. After reincarnation, there will still be opportunities to find the Tao. Yin Lingyi remained silent. She already understood she could not escape. When she was at Soul-Devouring Mountain, she realized that even the souls of core formation cultivators could not escape from the underworld. The iron hook was constantly pulling at her body, bringing unending pain, but she did not care. She closed her eyes, thinking about her life, wanting to remember it more firmly. In the end, it was still Lin Bei's figure that surfaced in her mind. From the myriad Demon Mountain range, to traveling through Zhongzhou, and then to the frigid north. It was her who repeatedly tried to escape, suffering the consequences, only to bring suffering upon herself. In my life, Yin Lingyi has no regrets towards anyone, but only feels sorry for one person. Yin Lingyi closed her eyes, her heart in pain. Above the sea of souls, fellow Taoist Lin Bei, not far ahead is the underworld. The white-clothed venerable said, his tone somewhat tense. Although it was not his first time sneaking into the underworld, the thought of having to snatch someone from the hands of King Yin still brought him some fear. I will not make it difficult for you. You help me find Yin Lingyi's soul, and you may escape. This matter has nothing to do with you, Lin Bei said, stroking the restrictions in his hands, speaking calmly. Thank you, fellow Taoist. The tense expression on the white-clothed venerable's face eased slightly. Lin Bei quietly looked at the vast underworld. At this moment, they had already passed through the Ghost Gate. Along the way, there were nothing but numb souls, pushing forward like processed goods on an assembly line. Occasionally, some would break free from their numb state, only to be ruthlessly whipped back by the bull-headed ghosts holding whips. The strength of King Yin surpasses the core formation. When he came through the Sea of Souls, he had already charged 5,000 in, buying 10 restrictions at the level of immortals. This was the most powerful restriction sold by the charging system. Even if he could not kill King Yin, rescuing a nascent soul cultivator would not be a big problem. Continuing to rush through the underworld. In the next moment, the white-clothed venerable's eyes brightened, leading Lin Bei to accelerate, arriving above a ghostly hall, pointing at a figure in the hall entangled by hooks and locks. We found it, that is her. Lin Bei hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, the figure in the hall, on the verge of collapse, was none other than Yin Lingyi. He was about to move, but the white-clothed venerable quickly blocked him. No, right now, King Yin is judging her, determining her reincarnation. If I'm not mistaken, she must have just tried to escape. Judging? Will there be pain? Lin Bei looked at the white-clothed venerable. She will go through 18 tribulations of thunder. The white-clothed venerable said. Since that is the case, I cannot sit idly by. Lin Bei's figure flashed, and in an instant, he disappeared from his original spot. Inside the hall, King Yin sat high on the main seat, holding a book of life and death in one hand and a judge's pen in the other, carefully reviewing Yin Lingyi's life. Yin Lingyi. The sound of the judges would falling echoed in the hall. King Yin's voice was not loud, but it resonated like rolling thunder. You have caused many calamities in your life. Entering the soul banner, though not intentional, you have committed countless slaughters. You entered the nascent soul, originally from the righteous sword sect, but joined the soul-devouring mountain, aiding in tyranny. And now, you're even disregarding the heavenly law, wanting to escape. You shall be punished. Punished. 36 heavenly tribulations enter the path of mortals. Yin Lingyi, do you acknowledge the punishment? Listening to the authoritative voice, Yin Lingyi was speechless. How could she not acknowledge it? The path of mortals, she murmured, recalling the days spent traveling in the mortal realm with Lin Bei. Perhaps entering the path of mortals and being a carefree mortal in the next life wouldn't be so bad. Yen Lingyi, do you acknowledge the punishment? The authoritative voice fell again. She knew there was no time to hesitate. Entering the path of mortals was better than having her soul scattered. Yen Lingyi bit her lip, about to nod, but suddenly a decisive voice exploded in the hall. I, Lin Bei, do not acknowledge. Chapter 60. I believe you, the voice echoed in the hall. Hearing this familiar voice, Yen Lingyi's face turned pale. She looked towards the familiar figure in the hall, her heart filled with little joy, but rather some fear. He mustn't come. This is the underworld. It is a force equivalent to the soul-devouring mountain. To come alone and attempt to take someone from the underworld is something even the master of the soul-devouring mountain has never done. No, Lin Bei, you must leave quickly. Her calm heart shattered in an instant, her weak voice trembling. Clang! With a single sword strike, Lin Bei severed the chains that bound Yen Lingyi's body. He then embraced her delicate form in his arms. The body of the deceased was already cold. Looking at Yen Lingyi's pale face, Lin Bei felt a pang of heartache. He gently wiped away the tears in her eyes and smiled, saying, Don't be afraid. I told you, in this world, I am invincible. You will die. Your soul will scatter. It's not worth it. Yen Lingyi's nose tinged with bitterness. Her voice choked. Bold. The authoritative voice rang out, and the king of hell was enraged, standing up. Who are you? As a living person, you dare to intrude into the underworld. Which soul cultivator brought you here? How daring. I am Lin Bei of the Sword Sect. Lin Bei held Yen Lingyi, his gaze steady on the king of hell above, speaking neither humbly nor arrogantly. I have come today only to take one person. That's all. To come to my underworld, to snatch someone, you have quite the audacity. The king of hell's expression turned cold. If all cultivators in the world were as lawless as you, then where would the heavenly principles be? This cultivation world will eventually turn into chaos like the abyss. The rules of the world will be in disarray. Yen Lingyi had died because of the abyss, which was indeed an accident. Allowing her to live is not a problem. Lin Bei said calmly, I see that your luck is profound, which is why I spoke so much to you earlier. Do you really want to be stubborn? The king of hell picked up the book of life and death, asserting that not only would you be annihilated, but Yen Lingyi would also be implicated, her soul extinguished. Lin Bei lowered his head and looked at Yen Lingyi. He gently asked, Sister Yen, since the myriad demon mountains, you have never believed me. Do you remember? Yen Lingyi bit her lip and nodded gently. I respect your choice. Lin Bei said, if you believe me, I will take you out of the underworld, and from then on, we will traverse through mountains and rivers together. If you do not believe me, I will leave and venture alone into this underworld without involving you. Will you be willing to trust me just once? As the words fell, Yen Lingyi was lost in thought. Countless memories echoed in her mind. She was tired of struggling and tired of being unable to trust others. She bit her lip, suddenly realizing that the past was just the past. What does it matter if the soul is extinguished? I believe you, she said softly, her voice small but filled with unwavering determination. Good. Lin Bei smiled. Once we are alive outside, isn't the first thing you want to see the court and rivers of the north? I will take you to see it. Yen Lingyi nodded, her eyes meeting Lin Bei's, filled with tenderness and emotion. A stream of clear tears fell from her eyes, landing on the ground. Bang! The wooden board fell. The king of hell picked up the judge's pen, shaking his head. Since you two are so stubborn, then let your souls be extinguished. Saying this, he was about to mark Lin Bei and Yen Lingyi's names in the book of life and death. Sword come. Lin Bei tore open a celestial prohibition. In an instant, countless sword energies gathered in the world, and all flying swords across the land hummed in unison. Within the hall, a towering sword shadow instantly took shape, blocking out the sun, bright as day, illuminating the entire underworld. This sword seemed to come from ancient times, exuding an eerie aura. With a gentle point from Lin Bei, the sword instantly held away, the sword energy rampantly wreaking havoc. The grand hall was instantly sliced into powder, the space twisted and deformed, collapsing into ruins. and even the distant Niha Bridge's waters surged like boiling, restless. What? Facing this terrifying sword shadow, the King of Hell's face changed dramatically. This sword was too fast. He could only barely summon a defensive treasure, but the world's top treasures, under this sword shadow's attack, crumbled instantly. The top-grade treasure, the Book of Life and Death, was also torn apart by the sword shadow, turning into countless scraps of paper. Boom! The King of Hell was sent flying, his expression grave. If Lin Bei's attempt to snatch someone was considered a minor disturbance, then that last sword strike had threatened the core of the underworld, even greater than the last invasion of the abyss. We cannot lose. He swung his great spell, instantly condensing the core power of the underworld, his momentum suddenly increasing. The King of Hell calls for your death at midnight. He roared, and instantly, the underworld rapidly shrank, transforming directly into the treasure in his hand, exuding powerful might. Who dares to let you live until dawn? As he spoke, endless Wangchuan waters surged down from the sky, overwhelming, each strand capable of dissolving the bones of a spirit transformation cultivator. Heaven and earth seemed about to be submerged by this river. Is this the complete form of the King of Hell? The hidden white-robed elder couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Lin Bei. Sister Yen, Lin Bei smiled. Watch me hold up an umbrella for you. Yen Lingy nodded, but her gaze was only on Lin Bei. Lin Bei tore open the second celestial prohibition. In an instant, a sapling rose from the sea of souls, and in a flash, transformed into a towering giant tree, lush and green, its canopy like a heavenly curtain, blocking the overwhelming Wangchuan waters entirely. It even absorbed a significant amount, causing the giant tree to grow even larger. This was indeed a willow tree. Buzz! The space trembled as the willow branches transformed into sharp divine whips, fiercely striking towards the King of Hell, even aiming to break through space. What? The white-robed elder was shocked. At this moment, Lin Bei tore open the third celestial prohibition. Another willow tree grew from the sea of souls, and the two towering willow trees relentlessly lashed out at the King of Hell, entangling him painfully, barely able to protect his life, completely unable to care for Lin Bei. Without tearing open the remaining two celestial prohibitions, he still held back. After all, the King of Hell was just following the rules, and his crimes were not severe enough to warrant death. Let's go. Lin Bei smiled, flying with his sword, holding Yen Lingy, and they headed out of the Ghost Gate. Once they exited the Ghost Gate, they would enter the cultivation world, separating the living from the dead. During the process of leaving the Ghost Gate, they would experience the shattering of space and the changes of the world. Lin Bei, no, Senior Lin Bei. The white-robed elder approached, smiling bitterly as he looked at Lin Bei, who was only at the Golden Core stage, helplessly thinking, how can a Golden Core cultivator unleash an attack at the level of a celestial being? This Lin Bei's strength might even surpass the Mountain Lord. You've come at the right time, Lin Bei said. Open the spatial tunnel to the cultivation world. Yes. The white-robed elder respectfully nodded, and in an instant, a small boat appeared, piercing through space, revealing a spatial tunnel before them. Steering the small boat, the surrounding scenery rapidly transformed from the boundless sea of souls to the picturesque landscape of the cultivation world. But just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the underworld. Don't run. Lin Bei turned back to see the King of Hell, disregarding the willow tree's attacks, desperately pursuing them, determined not to let them go. He frowned. Sister Yen, you go first. What about you? Yen Lingy's eyes showed some worry. I'll deal with this King of Hell, and then I'll come right after, Lin Bei said calmly, his figure flickering as he directly leaped off the small boat, blocking the King of Hell with his sword, and then tore open the fourth celestial prohibition. Sword, come. On the other side of the spatial rift, as the connection between the immortal cultivation realm and the soul sea gradually closed, the last thing Yin Long saw was Lin Bei making his move, a sword shadow that obscured the sky colliding with the underworld. She clenched her sleeves at this moment. There was no distrust, only concern. P.S. I hit a wall, taking a day off. Sword comes. A sword flew out, instantly sending the pursuing King of Hell flying back, while Lin Bei tore apart the fifth celestial restriction in an instant. Sword comes. two celestial sword phantoms, along with two immortal-level willow trees, attacked the king of hell fiercely. There were still 5 celestial restrictions left. Lin Bei withdrew, controlling his sword, watching the king of hell, who was barely resisting and clearly gravely injured. He shook his head. Why are you doing this? I've already saved the person. If you remain stubborn and I accidentally kill you, who will take care of the underworld? I can't handle this mess. If you die, the 6 paths of reincarnation will shatter and countless lives will be lost. The consequences are much more serious than me saving one person, right? Boom! With a lash, the king of hell was sent flying, and the underworld, which had turned into a treasure, showed signs of breaking apart. His aura diminished sharply, extremely weak. Unable to hold on any longer, he simply shouted, "Stop!" Boom! He was once again whipped away. "Stop! Stop! I won't fight anymore." The king of hell was frantic. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Lin Bei pouted, then controlled the restrictions to stop attacking. These restrictions couldn't be reused, and this battle cost 2,500 yuan directly. Damn! No, why am I feeling heartache? The game has a 99% chance of being real. Once I get out, I can just ask Elena for reimbursement, right? No more fighting, no more fighting. The king of hell enlarged the underworld again, and the beings within were filled with endless fear. During the previous battle, they were drawn into the underworld, only feeling the earth shake violently, as if it were about to collapse. The buildings in the underworld were almost all shattered at this moment. His face turned a bit pale, showing signs of heartache. After checking the 6 paths of reincarnation and the bridge of helplessness to find no issues, he finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, a cave appeared instantly in the underworld, with the words King of Hell's Hall written on it. It exuded a celestial aura, presenting a scene of celestial beauty, a stark contrast to the devastation in the underworld. Lin Bei, please come in. The king of hell sat heavily on a cold jade bench, panting heavily. Clearly, that battle had taken a considerable toll on him. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Lin Bei looked at the cave scene, amazed, and without further ado, sat directly opposite the king of hell. Lin Bei, you're not a being of this realm, are you? The king of hell asked. Huh? Lin Bei was taken aback. Looking at the king of hell, could it be? No need to look at me like that. It's simple to guess. Your strength doesn't match the book of life and death, and the book of life and death is the supreme treasure of this realm's heavenly Tao. It cannot be wrong. The king of hell smiled. Since this world exists, and there's the heavenly abyss immortal cultivation realm, why can't there be a third immortal cultivation realm? Therefore, I deduce that you come from another world. You're thinking too much. Lin Bei almost prepared to strike the king of hell down. He didn't want to bring this monster to Blue Star, as it would surely lead to disaster there. You guessed correctly. I indeed come from another immortal cultivation realm. Why did you come? The king of hell's expression changed, hurriedly asking. Lin Bei fell silent for a moment, concocting a reason. I got lost. Oh, the king of hell feigned sudden realization, lamenting the outside world. How harsh the spatial storms are. Getting lost is common. Years ago, I also wanted to leave to find a way out, but after walking a few days, I got lost. Luckily, with the underworld's perception, I managed to save my life. Lin Bei nodded pretentiously. Outside the realm? Spatial storms? Lin Bei, do you wish to go home? Oh, do you have a way? Lin Bei was taken aback. I do. I once found a secret manual in the heavenly abyss, which described the methods of spatial teleportation, capable of locating a person's soul birth position and tearing apart space for teleportation. The king of hell said, unfortunately, I was born in this realm, so this method is useless for me. After finishing, Lin Bei's mind continued to think, and suddenly, a bold idea appeared in his mind. What if he teleported his in-game self to Blue Star? He immediately said, can you give me this manual? Yes, but Lin Bei, you need to promise me one condition. The king of hell's eyes sparkled. Help me suppress the heavenly abyss. Such a small matter. Sure. Lin Bei nodded, then extended his hand. I promise you. Now give me the manual. After suppressing the heavenly abyss, I will give it to you. The king of hell wanted to bargain. No way. It's just a person. You wanted to kill me just now, and I haven't even settled that with you yet. Lin Bei smiled without speaking. directly pulling out the sixth celestial restriction, ready to tear it open. Are you going to forcibly take it? The king of hell glared angrily. I will do what I promised you. No, you have to do it first. What if you run away? Sword comes. All right. I'll give it to you. As soon as he heard the word sword comes, the king of hell instantly cowered. His old bones couldn't handle the torment. He then spread his hands, holding a piece of cold jade that emitted a treasure aura, and handed it to Lin Bei, his eyes full of reluctance. Give it here. Lin Bei took it directly. You must do what you promised me. The king of hell was still mumbling. Rest assured, Lin Bei brushed him off, then eagerly immersed his consciousness into the cold jade. Instantly, countless golden runes jumped out from the cold jade, gradually forming a large line of characters in the air, which recorded the method of transcending time and space. Lin Bei Stund. The characters formed by the runes were in traditional Chinese, which he could barely understand, let alone practice. Fortunately, the game system promptly provided him with assistance. Do you want to recharge 999 to learn the immortal technique tearing heaven and shifting positions? Yes. Lin Bei decisively recharged. At this moment, 999 was nothing. You have learned the immortal technique tearing heaven and shifting positions. With the prompt sounding, Lin Bei took a deep breath, feeling that he could indeed use this immortal technique now. However, he felt a bit nervous. Can he teleport his in-game self to Blue Star? What will happen after the teleportation? Will he be invincible, or will it be a disaster? Damn. Lin Bei put down his phone, suddenly feeling that he wasn't tea-ready yet. Outside, in the kitchen of the living room, the sounds of cooking and a delicious aroma wafted in. Bai Tao Yao was fulfilling her promise to prepare dinner for him. Lin Bei, it's time to eat. A sweet voice rang out from outside the door. Lin Bei got up, washed his face, and decided to calm down before making a decision. Even if he couldn't be invincible himself with Bai Tao Yao, that is, Elena around, he was still invincible, just needing to hold on to the rich woman's thigh. Furthermore, if Elena could come to Blue Star, then the Interstellar Federation would probably arrive one day as well. At that time, would he be worthy of the title of commander of the Interstellar Federation? If he wasn't worthy and lost power, the result would surely be death, and the entire Blue Star might have to accompany him to the grave. Damn, the 9 wooden longevity technique is too difficult. Cultivating it might take 10 or 100 years. I don't have time to wait. Lin Bei took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Outside, a beautiful face appeared before him. Bai Tao Yao smiled, like a blooming peach blossom, stunningly beautiful. Lin Bei spoke. Elena, I know it's you. Chapter 62. Elena, I know it's you. After saying this, Lin Bei fixed his gaze on Bai Tao Yao's reaction. At this moment, he was 99 confident that Bai Tao Yao was Elena. Since that's the case, let's go for it. After all, time is of the essence. The time flow between the game world and the real world differs due to different dimensions. This also means that soon, the Star Federation will arrive on Blue Star with billions of starships. There is no time to wait any longer, even if one is still in disbelief. Facts are facts and must be faced timely. Lin Bei carefully observed Bai Tao Yao's reaction. As expected, the smile on Bai Tao Yao's pretty face froze for a moment, her eyes showing a hint of shock. After a moment of daze, she wanted to deny it. I'm not. But before she could finish her sentence, she felt a warm body embracing her. Lin Bei held her tightly. After struggling slightly, she didn't break free, fearing that if she exerted more strength, she might accidentally hurt Lin Bei. Elena. Lin Bei supported by Tao Yao's body, looking into her eyes, smiling slightly. I don't know why you're pretending. Are you afraid I wouldn't accept it? But I tell you, there's no need to pretend. I can accept it. Then Bai. Sir. Bai Tao Yao bit her lip, their gazes meeting, and she could feel Lin Bei's determination in his eyes. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. And then her body began to change rapidly. Her delicate figure and pretty face completely transformed into Elena's appearance. It's real. Lin Bei looked at Elena's pretty face, taking a deep breath. Although he had already been 99 sure before, seeing it all of a sudden still left him shocked and feeling it was unbelievable. His wife in the game really appeared in reality. The impact, both physically and emotionally, was indescribable. Commander. Elena could no longer suppress her emotions, her delicate body leaping into Lin Bei's embrace. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Lin Bei didn't hesitate like the first time he held Elena. Instead, he was very open about it. Since the game is real, then the feelings with Elena are naturally real as well. In the game, their relationship had long reached the level of lovers. Now that they meet, they are still lovers and feel estranged just because of different dimensions. Emotions can transcend dimensions. However, is having an electronic wife a bit much? Elena, why did you disguise yourself? Lin Bei asked the question that had been troubling him. Commander, Elena bit her lip, her voice light and nimble. On the day you were taken away, I could sense your emotions. You were anxious and afraid. I didn't want to cause you trouble. I connected to the data network of this blue planet and learned everything. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it. So you pretended to be by Tao Ya to find me? Silly girl, your act was too fake. How could a rich and beautiful woman like that look at me? I'm just a loser on Blue Star, Lin Bei chuckled. No, I think you, Commander, are very impressive in both talent and personal charm. It's just that in this blue planet, the environment is different, so you can't showcase it, Elena said seriously. Gold will always shine, no matter where it is. Lin Bei shrugged. No, Elena shook her head firmly. Commander, before Elena was taken away by you, if I had always been in the slums, I absolutely would not have become who I am now. I might have quickly died in the slums, and even if I survived by luck, I would be worried about survival every day and would never be able to discover my talents. She took a deep breath, a little excited as she said, so, Commander, you don't need to doubt yourself. In Elena's eyes, you will always be that commander, and Elena will always be your most loyal follower, your believer. Lin Bei and Elena's beautiful eyes met, and he was slightly stunned before smiling. That's quite cheesy. Elena's pretty face turned red, a blush spreading all the way to her ears. In the next moment, she exclaimed. Lin Bei directly picked her up by the waist and walked toward the room. After practicing the 9-wood longevity technique, his strength had significantly increased, and lifting a woman felt as easy as holding a pillow. Commander, we haven't eaten yet. After eating, it won't be too late, Elena said shyly, her voice like a mosquito's buzz. Let us cook first. That makes me feel more secure, Lin Bei said, his tone leaving no room for refusal. I still need to verify your identity first. Otherwise, I won't feel secure. He felt a bit anxious since this was the first time in the real world, but everything has a first time. He would take it one step at a time, overcoming this hurdle before moving on to the next. Click. The bedroom door was closed. The light in the room dimmed, and under the faint light, Elena's pretty face looked even more charming. The redness from her shyness now had a somewhat seductive quality. Commander, Elena bit her lip, her eyes filled with expectation rather than shyness. After 10 years of longing, today, she could finally fulfill her wishes. Clothes fell away, revealing a jade-like, delicate figure before him. This time, there was no interference from fragmented panels as in the game. She directly appeared before him, naked and offering various sensory stimuli. Lin Bei could no longer hold back. The delicate clouds play tricks. The flying stars convey hatred. The silver river stretches wide in the dark. Wind comes from an empty cave. The golden wind and jade do meet, surpassing countless in the mortal world. 3 hours later, Lin Bei was taking a shower in a bathroom, washing away the dirt from his body. After 3 hours of exercise, he felt no fatigue. On one hand, it was due to the mechanical core's assistance through vibrational exercise, and on the other, it was thanks to the 9-wood longevity technique. Now, he was completely convinced that everything was real, more real than real. Through the exchanges during the activity, Lin Bei also understood the current situation of the Star Federation. Elena's body was just a dimensional descending robot. A real person wanting to cross dimensions has to endure the tearing of space. The technology of the Federation has not yet reached that point, but Elena said that breakthroughs might come in the next few years. In the next few years. The recent years of the Star Federation could be just a few months on Blue Star. The tearing of space. Is that what the King of Hell referred to as a space storm? If so, then the combat power of the Star Federation should be comparable to that of the cultivation world, Lin Bei thought. After drying his hair with a hairdryer, he returned to the bed, where a delicate figure had been waiting for a long time. Commander, Elena's eyes were full of happiness. Then the battle resumed. Chapter 63. Return. Sad Eastern bamboo on the bed. Elena nestled in Linbei's arms. Commander, that cultivation world is probably also a real world, she said, her face showing some worry. I found the dimensional coordinates of the cultivation world in your room, and I've urged the Galactic Federation to speed up the research on the coordinates. Please be careful before the Federation's army reaches the cultivation world. Linbei was taken aback. You sent the Galactic Federation fleet to the cultivation world? Elena immediately became a bit nervous. Commander, you don't agree? Linbei shook his head. It's not that. I'm just a bit surprised. Aren't you afraid that the people from the cultivation world will counterattack the Galactic Federation and then kill all the people from the Federation? I know that some of those demonic cultivators kill without blinking. They're not much different from the insectoid Mother Ness. I'm not afraid. Elena shook her head. I'm more afraid that you, Commander, will be in danger. If anything happens to you, I wouldn't want to live either. Silly girl. Linbei rubbed Elena's head. Whether in the game or reality, Elena truly loved him. Then he knew he had to take some action. He couldn't always hide under Elena's wings. Linlin Celestial Clan, activate. Linbei directly entered the Linlin Celestial Clan. He was still in the underworld and immediately called King Yama to teleport him to the extreme cold north. King Yama looked at him. Dao friend, how is your practice of the Sky Rift teleportation technique going? Linbei smiled. I've successfully mastered it. What? King Yama's eyes widened, and he became nervous. You succeeded. That's right. King Yama anxiously asked, are you going to reverse the celestial technique and go home now? Dao friend, don't forget the condition you promised me. Linbei shrugged. Don't worry, I swear by the heavenly Dao, I will definitely come back. However, before that, I need to go back once. As long as I can return alive, I will fulfill my promise and complete the task. King Yama sighed. He knew he couldn't stop Linbei, so he nodded and reminded him, you must come back. Then, he tore open the spatial rift between the underworld and the cultivation world. Linbei flew on his sword, directly descending from the underworld to the extreme cold north. Before using the Sky Rift teleportation technique, he decided to go back and check on Yinlingi and Eastern Bamboo's situation. Linbei flew on his sword. Meanwhile, at the soul-devouring mountain encampment, with the efforts of the Goom Master and the White-Clad Master, the entrance of the sky abyss was gradually being filled. Eastern Bamboo had completely awakened her memories from her past life. She stayed to the side, quietly not speaking, her expression changing from time to time, looking much more withdrawn. Unlike her previous cheerfulness, now somewhat infused with Lin Xiaoju's sadness. Yinlingi was anxiously waiting. Linbei had been gone for too long. She was scared, afraid that because of her, Linbei might die, and she would blame herself for the rest of her life. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flying sword streaked across the sky. The next moment, the flying sword arrived in front of Yinlingi. Linbei. Yinlingi's beautiful eyes flashed with intense joy. Unable to control herself as tears streamed down her face. She had shed too many tears that day. Why are you crying? Linbei smiled, reaching out to embrace Yinlingi, wiping her tears away. See? I'm fine. I told you, I'm invincible. Yinlingi nodded vigorously, burying her head in Linbei's chest. Deeply moved, Senior Linbei, the white-clad master arrived, looking at the unharmed Linbei with even more astonishment. When he left, he had seen King Yama furious. And in that state, with the underworld's power backing him, even a mountain lord couldn't deal with him easily. But looking at Linbei now, he appeared completely unscathed. Has Eastern Bamboo's memory awakening completed? Linbei asked. It has. The white-clad master nodded and pointed in a direction. Linbei then saw Eastern Bamboo in the corner. She looked at him, her delicate face showing signs of struggle and hesitation, her expression rapidly changing. She bit her lip, wanted to say something, but said nothing. Tears flowed from her eyes. Clearly, she was sad, yet a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth as her light voice came through. Brother. This. Linbei was stunned, looking at the white-clad master. The memory awakening should have merged the memories of the past and present, meaning the two personalities would become one, or the strong personality would suppress the weak one. The white-clad master had a bitter expression. Eastern Bamboo's personality was exceptionally resilient, unwilling to merge with Lin Xiaoju. Hence, it became like this. Why didn't you tell me earlier? A trace of anger crept into Lin Bei's voice. The probability of this situation occurring is very small. Logically speaking, whether it's Lin Xiaozhu or Eastern Bamboo, they both admire you, senior. I thought they could merge. The white-clad master said with a bitter smile. Boom! Lin Bei directly tore apart a peak fusion restriction, sending the white-clad master flying and causing him to spit out blood. The white-clad master accepted it. He had considered this situation, but he didn't care much. After all, in his eyes, Lin Bei was just a holy son at most. But now, seeing Lin Bei's incredible strength, he regretted not remedying the situation. But the disaster had already been set in motion the moment of reincarnation, and it was too late to fix it. Damn, Lin Bei wanted to slap himself. Why hadn't he thought of this issue? It was because Yanlingyi's death had been too sudden, directly shifting his focus. He was eager to rescue people from the underworld, and naturally didn't notice the situation with Eastern Bamboo. But now that the problem had arisen, it had to be remedied. Although he liked Lin Xiaozhu, it didn't mean he didn't like Eastern Bamboo. The feelings built over more than a decade in the game made it unacceptable for any of them to be suppressed. Now that the disaster had occurred, he had to make amends. Lin Bei supported Eastern Bamboo's body, looking at her tearful yet smiling face, his expression complicated. Brother, Xiaozhu can finally see you again. Now, Lin Xiaozhu's personality dominated. Xiaozhu. Lin Bei embraced Lin Xiaozhu, comforting her for a long time. He held her, but Eastern Bamboo's tears only increased, silent tears falling on his clothes. After a long while, Lin Bei pushed the beautiful woman in his arms away, holding her fragrant shoulders seriously. Xiaozhu, you should also feel that for Eastern Bamboo, having your memory occupy her body is somewhat cruel. This is my oversight, so I will retrieve your original divine soul and recreate a body for you, just like in your past life. Are you willing? Willing. Lin Xiaozhu nodded. She was not someone who lacked understanding. If she hadn't missed Lin Bei so much, wanted to talk to him, she would have actively conceded the struggle for the dominant body with Eastern Bamboo. Would you like to spend 288 to purchase the Celestial Technique Soul Retrieval? Yes. Lin Bei decisively chose to buy the most expensive option, ensuring that Lin Xiaozhu's original divine soul would not be harmed at all. Moments later, he carefully placed Lin Xiaozhu's original divine soul into his consciousness C, the safest place. As long as he didn't die, Lin Xiaozhu would always be safe. Once Lin Xiaozhu's original divine soul left Eastern Bamboo's body, Eastern Bamboo awakened. Her personality once again occupied the dominant position in her body. She looked at Lin Bei, who was so close, tears like large beads rolling down her cheeks. And then, she couldn't control her tears any longer, pouring down like rain. Chapter 64. Dimensional Crossing. Seeing Dongfang Zhu crying, Lin Bei wanted to comfort her. But every time he moved closer, she would retreat further away. He felt helpless and could only stand by, using the soul-soothing technique to quietly comfort Dongfang Zhu's wounded spirit. Half an hour later, after exhausting herself from crying, Dongfang Zhu gradually stopped. I'm sorry. I didn't consider everything, Lin Bei said earnestly. You should know that you are the reincarnation of Lin Xiaozhu. I thought that your two souls would merge since they share the same original spirit, just with an additional memory. You could be both Lin Xiaozhu and Dongfang Zhu. But now it seems I was wrong. Don't worry, since this has happened, and I've realized that your two souls cannot merge. I will never force Lin Xiaozhu's soul into your body. Master, Dongfang Zhu looked at Lin Bei with tearful eyes filled with immense sadness. Is it because I am Lin Xiaozhu's reincarnation that you treat me so well? If I were not her reincarnation, would you have led me to the Wanyao mountain range from the very beginning? Of course not. From the beginning, when Dongfang Shui entrusted you to me, I had no idea you were Lin Xiaozhu's reincarnation. Lin Bei shook his head. Later, I guessed it, but I wasn't sure. I only confirmed it when a white-clad elder told me. Dongfang Zhu bit her lip, the sadness in her eyes dissipating somewhat, though it had not completely vanished. Lin Bei ruffled her hair, and this time she did not reject him. However, she was not as lively as before. This was normal. Once one discovers they are a substitute for someone else, no matter how the parties involved explain, a a sense of distrust will inevitably arise. This emotional rift needs time and care to heal. Otherwise, it remains unresolved. Lin Bai Zait. Unfortunately, he did not have time to comfort Dongfang Zhu right now. He had decided that once everything was arranged, he would immediately use the celestial technique, the sky rending shift. You spent 99 to purchase the combined formation Great Teleportation Array. You decided to return to the Sword Sect with the enhancement of the Great Teleportation Array. This time, your return to the Sword Sect did not consume 5 years. Just moments later, you, Dongfang Zhu, Yin Yao, and Yin Langyi had already returned to the Sword Sect. After returning to the Sword Sect, you found Xianyuan Zi and informed him that you might never come back. And you imparted the 9 wood longevity technique to him, asking him to take good care of everyone around you. You found the Sword Master and used the recharge technique to restore her original body, raising her cultivation to the void refinement stage. She promised to protect those close to you. You summoned the white-clad elder and headed to the Soul-Eating Mountain. The location of the Soul-Eating Mountain was surprisingly at the edge of the Tianyuan world. Here, you encountered countless Tianyuan monsters and also met the master of the Soul-Eating Mountain. The master of the Soul-Eating Mountain turned out to be a woman, a little lowly with white hair. You felt confused but accepted it. In the cultivation world, the stranger one looks, the stronger they often are. The master of the Soul-Eating Mountain tested you. You tore through 2 celestial restrictions, and with 2 sword strikes, the white-haired lowly was intimidated. Her strength was comparable to that of the King of Hell, making her naturally no match for you. You told her that you were about to leave for the outside world and requested her to protect all your close companions. Otherwise, when you returned, you would slaughter everyone in the Soul-Eating Mountain. During the conversation, a terrifying Tianyuan monster attacked. You angrily spent 2,500 yuan and directly crushed the Tianyuan monster. The white-haired lowly was frightened and quickly made a heavenly oath, promising to protect those around you. You returned to the Sword Sect. In the remaining time, you accompanied Yin Lingyi, Dongfang Zhu, and others. You returned to the Lin family. After decades of development, the Lin family was thriving. Previously, because of your presence, the Lin family was one of the 3 major families in Linlang Tian. But now, even without you, the Lin family could still be considered one of the 3 major families in Linlang Tian. You felt very gratified. During the time spent together, you did not remain idle, continuously cultivating with Yin Lingyi to increase your cultivation. Finally, you formed the Immaculate Yuan Embryo, the highest quality Yuan embryo. Your magical power was now pure, and even without using the recharge feature, although you were at the early Yuan embryo stage, ordinary transformation stage cultivators were no match for you. 3 years later, you arranged everything and ultimately decided to leave. As you were leaving, Dongfang Zhu, who had been somewhat distant from you over the past 3 years, hugged you. 3 years had passed, and she had completely blossomed into a woman. She changed her previous aloof attitude and begged you to promise to come back alive no matter what. You left the Sword Sect until you returned to Linlang Tian, back to the desolate land where you first entered the game, where you were captured by the Biua Demonis. Back to where it all began. Lin Bei took a deep breath. Now that the worldly matters were settled, he had made all the necessary preparations. On the Blue Star side, he had already reminded Elena to be on guard and to act according to the situation if any unexpected consequences arose. Sky-rending shift. Lin Bei activated the technique. Instantly, the heavens and earth trembled, and a magnificent celestial light radiated from his body. It surged through the 9 heavens, stirring millions of miles and even traversing space, running through the spatial storm, continuously moving, until this celestial light suddenly appeared in the bedroom of his rental apartment, shining brightly. Seeing this, Lin Bei's heart filled with joy. The description of the sky-rending shift was to locate the birthplace of the original spirit. In other words, the character in the game was indeed a fragment of his spirit, both being one entity. The separated spirit had no consciousness, so it required his control in reality. Is the game company really that incredible? Lin Bei murmured. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Since the spirits were one, there should be no problem. In that case, let's transmit. Let's see what the effect is. Lin Bei decisively pressed the transmission button. In an instant, the game on his phone crashed, displaying countless garbled characters, and at the same time, a pop-up appeared. Detected that the game character has left this world, the game will automatically exit. Chapter 65. Only I am an immortal. Detected that the game character has left this world, the game will automatically exit. Left the world? Linbei looked at the notification that popped up on his phone, taking a deep breath, feeling extremely anxious. Commander. Elena burst in, her eyes filled with worry. Although Linbei was afraid of unexpected events and did not let her get too close, only allowing her to act as the situation dictated from the side. How could she possibly stand by idly? In the Galactic Federation, she had mobilized a large fleet. If anything happened to Linbei, she would immediately order the fleet to initiate dimensional travel. Dimensional travel was not yet mature. With a large number of fleets traveling, it would be a stroke of luck if 1 out of 10 survived, and the large-scale loss of personnel would inevitably affect Elena's position as commander. Many in the Galactic Federation still believed she was not worthy of her rank, but she didn't care. She would bear any amount of blame, lose everything, or even sacrifice her own life, as long as it could ensure Linbei's safety. She didn't care at all. Elena, didn't I tell you to leave? Linbei felt helpless, but it was too late to leave now. He could feel his body trembling. Clearly, something strange was happening. In the next moment, suddenly, he felt something rush into his body. Boom! Like a nuclear bomb exploding, the ground shook violently, and strange energy waves surged outward from his position as the epicenter. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the city, and everyone was terrified, looking at the blinding white light in the sky, not understanding what was happening. Police, Earthquake Bureau, military, various departments were mobilized at once. Although they were terrified, they were on high alert, ready to carry out disaster relief work after any casualties. Outside, the world was shaking. Meanwhile, inside the room, Linbei could feel his body undergoing strange changes. Spiritual energy flooded his body, continuously transforming every inch of his skin. He could suddenly feel all his organs. As if he had gained inner sight, he could see his sea of consciousness and Dantian. He sensed this spiritual energy. Not only that, but he could also feel his cultivation level skyrocketing from a mortal body to the initial stage of chi refining, soaring all the way to the nascent soul stage. His aura changed drastically. Under the transformation of spiritual energy, he felt like a celestial being descended to the world. Although his appearance remained unchanged, he exuded an aura that made him seem much more handsome. Linbei had no doubt that with this unchanged face, he could easily compete for the title of the world's most handsome face based solely on his aura. As he absorbed all the energy, the shaking of the earth gradually ceased, and the earthquake ended without any casualties. The sudden changes in the world sparked a frenzy of discussion online. Some said it was aliens arriving. Others claimed it was severe tectonic movements on Blue Star, while others said it was a sign of the revival of spiritual energy. The comments were filled with requests for the original commenter to uninstall the Tomato novel app. The trending topics were dominated, with each speculation easily garnering over 100 million views. The government was skeptical and quickly launched an investigation. But deciphering this sudden mutation from the existing scientific knowledge of humanity was clearly impossible. Thus, the matter ended up being shelved, sealed in a confidential files bureau, to be researched when technology advanced in the future. Unlike the various tremors inside the room, the instigator of it all, Linbei, felt quite peculiar. Have I become an immortal? Linbei sensed his body, his expression quite remarkable. He never imagined that after using celestial methods to transport himself back from the game, he would gain all the attributes from it. Not only attributes, but the magical tools on him were also present. His flying sword and various magical treasures were all there, except the cheat restrictions purchased in the game system had vanished. But that didn't matter. With nascent soul cultivation and all these magical treasures, Linbei felt invincible. Damn, I'm really cultivating in the city now. Linbei smiled wryly. This feeling was truly wondrous. Commander. Elena looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Linbei, her worry still lingering in her eyes. I'm still me, just stronger. Linbei smiled, looking at Elena, and suddenly, with a thought, he flashed and directly picked Elena up in a princess carry. Elena let out a surprised cry. She didn't even see how Lin Bei moved before being swept up by an irresistible force, her delicate arms wrapping around Lin Bei's neck, her eyes showing a mix of shyness and relief. Now, with this kind of power, Commander S' safety was at least somewhat assured. Let us go. Lin Bei, still holding Elena, leaped out of the window, flying on his sword, instantly transforming into a streak of light, moving so fast that even cameras couldn't capture his afterimage. Reaching above the clouds, he was actually flying on a sword on Blue Star. Excited by his newfound power, he eagerly began testing his new abilities. Whoosh! The flying sword sped off, and moments later, it arrived at the top of Mount Everest. Here, the altitude was extremely high, and the air was incredibly thin. Many climbing teams risked their lives to ascend, taking months, often facing the risk of losing their lives. Yet Lin Bei effortlessly reached the summit, looking down at the world. It felt like a dream. Even now, he found it hard to believe, as if he were dreaming. But everything was real. The climbing teams below looked up at the black dot in the sky, somewhat confused. Just as some were about to use their cameras to zoom in for a closer look, Lin Bei transformed again, instantly flying away on his sword. The North Pole, the pyramids of Egypt, the Bermuda Triangle. In just a short hour, Lin Bei, holding Elena, almost traveled around the world. The area of Blue Star was indeed too small compared to the cultivation world. The total area of Blue Star was almost the same size as Linlang Heaven. Whoosh! The flying sword flashed again and returned to the rental apartment where it all began. Lin Bei gently placed Elena on the bed. At this point, Elena was even more astonished. She hadn't expected that just with his physical body, he could achieve such feats, even outperforming the best single-mech units of the Galactic Federation by a significant margin. Elena. Lin Bei looked at Elena, taking a deep breath. He was truly excited, feeling the need to release it somehow, and decided to calm himself down. How to calm down? Naturally, by trying out the dual cultivation methods from the cultivation world. Chapter 66. The taste of a female cultivator is quite nice. 6 hours later, Lin Bei calmed down. This time, he didn't need to take a shower. He directly used a cleansing technique to wash away the dirt on his body. He opened the game Lin Immortal Clan. Since the me in the game and the me in Blue Star have merged into one, what will happen when I open the game again? Lin Bei felt a bit nervous. What if the game can't be played anymore? Fortunately, that did not happen. The game opened as usual, but this time, the way it opened was completely different from before. He watched as the scene in front of him rapidly changed. The view of the rented room collapsed into pixelated points, while a new scene was constantly being established. In an instant, the surroundings changed from the rented room to the wilderness where he had been before he left. Wait, have I crossed over to the cultivation world? Lin Bei was taken aback. What about the real world? Although the cultivation world was much more enjoyable than his life in the real world, after living for decades, he had developed feelings for it. He absolutely did not plan to abandon Blue Star to live in another dimension. Feeling a bit anxious, suddenly, a panel-like object appeared in front of him, which was clearly the game interface he used to play in normal conditions. Exit the game. Lin Bei decisively selected the exit option. As expected, the scene of the cultivation world continually collapsed, and he returned to the real world. Commander, where did you suddenly go? Elena's eyes were filled with worry. She seemed a bit frightened, as she had almost notified the interstellar fleet to directly descend on Blue Star. I went to another dimension. I discovered that I seemed to be able to travel freely between dimensions. Lin Bei replied. Suddenly, he thought, since Lin Immortal Clan allows for dimension travel, can the Interstellar Commander also travel? He quickly opened the Interstellar Commander game, but the displayed message was still stuck on game, indefinitely suspended. Damn it. Lin Bei wanted to hit himself. If he hadn't been careless and clicked the button to deactivate his game account, perhaps he could have traveled to the Interstellar Commander dimension and played around. Regret. Fortunately, Elena mentioned that the Interstellar Federation was researching methods of dimension travel and had made significant progress. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could travel to the Interstellar Federation with his physical body. Lin Bei looked at Elena and smiled. Don't worry about me so much. I'm very strong now. Even in the cultivation world, I am invincible, and few can harm me. Elena bit her lip. I'm still a bit scared, Commander. Do you think there are higher dimensional beings controlling all of this? Lin Bei was taken aback and nodded. There must be, but from what I see, they don't seem to have any malicious intent. In fact, they've done quite a few good things. Without them, I wouldn't be able to see you and be with you now. Elena nodded slightly, but the worry in her eyes did not diminish at all. She had intercepted information from Blue Star and learned that whether it was Interstellar Commander or Lin Immortal Clan, Lin Bei had been the only one playing the entire time. And there was no information about anyone else online. If the higher dimensional beings were plotting something, then Commander must be in danger. Lin Bei noticed Elena's concern and rubbed her head, saying, "If you're really worried about me, then hurry up and get the Interstellar Federation fleet to reach the cultivation world. I'm actually looking forward to that moment." Okay. Elena nodded earnestly in agreement. Once again back in Lin Immortal Clan, Lin Bei was highly motivated. On one hand, it was because of the threat from the higher dimensional beings. He was sure what that existence was. Is it a system or something more complex? Even though the higher dimensional beings hadn't shown any malice yet. He couldn't help but worry and wanted to become stronger. On the other hand, there was the threat from other dimensions. Since there was an Interstellar Federation and a cultivation world, there might be other dimensions as well. What if Blue Star, the Interstellar Federation, and the cultivation world were invaded by other dimensions? Lin Bei didn't want to sit idly by while disaster struck and feel powerless. In Blue Star, I couldn't use the items from the game store. Is it because the higher dimensional being's arrival cannot be used in Blue Star? That has quite a headache. Lin Bei pondered. The restrictions he bought from the game store couldn't be found in Blue Star, but as soon as he returned to the cultivation world, he instantly found the restrictions on him. No matter what, he needed to become stronger. He thought of the Ji Mu Chong Sheng Gong, which was a celestial technique. And according to the game system's introduction, after completing the cultivation of Ji Mu Chong Sheng Gong, he would receive an unknown reward. Lin Bei was quite looking forward to it. His figure began to move, and on the panel in front of him, lines of text began to display his actions. Just like when he played the game in Blue Star. You have returned to the Sword Sect. The people of the Sword Sect are very surprised by your return. According to their expectations, you should have returned many years later. They didn't expect you to come back in just half a year. You understand the flow of time. If you return to Blue Star, the flow of time in the cultivation world will be maximized, with 6 hours passing in reality while 6 months pass in the cultivation world. You find that even while in the cultivation world, you can adjust the flow of time. At the fastest time flow, with your divine sense, you can discern the information that occurs in a very short time, but you still feel a bit unaccustomed. Thus, you decide to only speed up the time flow when in closed-door cultivation. Upon returning to the Sword Sect, you immediately begin dual cultivation with Yanlingyi. This time, without the obstruction of a phone screen, Lin Bei fully saw all the scenes, the jade-like delicate body, the blushing pretty face, and he distinctly heard Yanlingyi's cold yet somewhat dependent voice. "Junior brother Lin, what are you still standing there for? Come and take a stroll through the underworld." Yanlingyi had completely let go of the past. She had thoroughly come to terms with everything, and thus her initially cold personality gradually became playful. That usually icy face, once turned charming, was truly irresistible. Lin Bei pounced forward, and in an instant, the desire fire enveloped the entire cave. Lin Bei opened his mind. This time he didn't use the great disguise technique to shield himself, but allowed the desire fire to ignite, enjoying the process of dual cultivation. Cough. The taste of a female cultivator is quite nice. Chapter 67. The Rebellious Disciple. Dongfangzhu. The next day, Lin Bei only regained consciousness, reminiscing about the events that transpired with Yanlingyi last night, feeling incredibly marvelous. He never expected that the desire fire and dual cultivation would lead to such sensations. This was something he had never imagined before. Truly remarkable. With the enhancement from dual cultivation, Lin Bei began practicing the 9-wood longevity technique. In Blue Star, where the spiritual energy was thin, combined with the pollution his body had suffered, his progress was relatively slow. However, in the cultivation world, where spiritual energy was abundant, his advancement in the 9-wood longevity technique was rapid, achieving a leap from 2 to 12 in just one day. At this rate, he could complete the 9-wood longevity technique in merely 10 days, an astonishing speed. After finishing his practice, He exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air. Since he could now freely travel between the real world and the cultivation world, it became essential to enhance his strength. Previously, he was reluctant to improve his cultivation because he could rely on recharging to gain advantages, but items purchased in the store on Blue Star were unusable. So enhancing his level was fundamental. Lin Bei pondered. He had already asked Elena to adjust the amount in his account to infinite using electronic modification technology. It was like turning on unlimited cheats in a game. As long as the technology was advanced enough, even reality could be set to game mode. The technology of the Galactic Federation could easily achieve this for Blue Star. With unlimited money, enhancing his level would naturally follow. However, before improving his realm, there were two important matters to attend to. First, he needed to visit Dongfang Zhu, as this little girl had been feeling down lately. If she developed any psychological issues, it could lead to inner demons, which would be troublesome. Second, he needed to prepare an identical physical body for Lin Xiuzhu. With a thought, Lin Bei summoned his sword and arrived at Dongfang Zhu's cave dwelling in an instant. Inside the cave, Dongfang Zhu was watching the fish swim in the pond, lost in thought and feeling somewhat melancholic. Memories from the past echoed in her mind, making her cry at times and laugh at others. Ultimately, she couldn't determine Lin Bei's feelings for her. She was afraid that Lin Bei only saw her as a substitute for Lin Xiuzhu. Dongfang Zhu didn't want to be seen as a substitute. She wanted to be herself, the unique Dongfang Zhu, the Dongfang Zhu that Lin Bei liked. However, since Lin Bei's return, he had been inseparable from Yin Lengi, never coming to find her. Damn master! Dongfang Zhu, feeling disheartened, began throwing stones at the spiritual fish in the pond. She realized she might be feeling jealous. Whenever Lin Bei played with Yin Yin or Yin Lingy, she would feel unhappy. At first, she thought it was due to her possessiveness, but later, a senior sister from her sect told her that when a woman saw the man, she loved playing with other women and felt inexplicably sad. It was a sign of jealousy. She was startled at that moment. Could it be that she had feelings for her master, feelings of that kind between men and women? After thinking it over, she concluded that it was indeed feelings of that nature. She didn't shy away from her emotions, but faced them honestly. However, she had yet to find an opportunity to express her feelings to Lin Bei, and later, the incident with Lin Xiuzhu made her even more reluctant to speak up. Dongfang Zhu rested her chin on her hand, sitting at the stone table and staring blankly at the sky. Gradually, she fell asleep. As she slept, a few tears appeared at the corners of her eyes, seemingly from a bad dream, and she began to whimper, "Master, when will you come to see me?" Lin Bei hid in the shadows, quietly watching this scene and eavesdropping on the little one's murmurs. In Dongfang Zhu's sleep-talking, he overheard her feelings for him. This rebellious disciple had been wanting to rebel against her master. However, it was understandable. After all, once he speculated that she was the reincarnation of Lin Xiuzhu, many things had been left unchecked. Then by fait troublet, his previous indulgence might have inadvertently led to Dongfang Zhu's affection for him. Master and disciple. This was immoral. But what morality? I'm already invincible. Why should I care about these things? My words are morality. Lin Bei realized that rather than allowing morality to bind himself and Dongfang Zhu, causing both of them discomfort, it would be better to let go. If Dongfang Zhu didn't mind, why should he care so much? However, his feelings for Dongfang Zhu might not change immediately. It would just take some adjustment. Dongfang Zhu rubbed her eyes and gradually woke up. Suddenly, she sensed a layer of clothing covering her, and upon sniffing it, her eyes widened with joy. It was her master. She quickly turned around and saw Lin Bei quietly watching her. Lin Bei smiled. "You're awake?" Dongfang Zhu bit her lip and gently nodded, turning her face away. She felt delighted, but was somewhat at a loss when facing Lin Bei. She softly asked, "Master, why did you come to see me?" Lin Bei chuckled. "You are my disciple. Of course I need to see you. So after all this time, have you figured things out?" A hint of disappointment flashed in Dongfang Zhu's eyes. Before she could speak, Lin Bei continued, "What's wrong? Don't you want to be just my disciple?" Upon hearing this, Dongfang Zhu's eyes widened. Her face flushed red, all the way to her ears. Could it be? Her little thoughts were discovered by her master. Under Lin Bei's gaze, Dongfang Zhu steeled her heart. Having grown up in pampering, she had enough courage. She stood up and boldly walked towards Lin Bei. Hood. As her small figure approached Lin Bei, at the crucial moment, she hesitated, not just as master and disciple. What else can we be? Such a coward. Lin Bei smiled. I heard you talking in your sleep. You want to rebel against your master, right? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Zhu was instantly stunned, as if struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. She bit her lip, suddenly looking at Lin Bei with direct eyes, her tone filled with a mix of expectation and nervousness. Master, what do you think? To avoid your inner demons, I could consider changing my feelings, Lin Bei replied. With her heart racing, Dongfang Zhu tentatively reached out and grasped Lin Bei's hand. Seeing that Lin Bei had no reaction, she became bolder, pressing her entire delicate body against him, causing Lin Bei to marvel at how much Dongfang Zhu had grown into a young lady over the years. Seeing that Lin Bei still had no reaction, Dongfang Zhu grew even bolder, reaching out to grab. Bang! Lin Bei's expression darkened as he directly gave Dongfang Zhu a light slap on the head. You're quite bold. Ouch! Dongfang Zhu exclaimed, holding her head, looking quite aggrieved. It's not fair. Yin Lingyi and the others can't. You are not the same now. Lin Bei replied, speechless. Ooh. Chapter 68. Lin Xiuzhu rebuilds her body under your comfort. Dongfang Zhu returns to her original cheerful self. You begin to prepare for the second task, to prepare a body for Lin Xiuzhu. You go to the underworld and meet King Yama, who shows great joy at your return and answers all your questions. King Yama tells you, if you want to rebuild a body, go to the Phoenix clan and obtain the Undying Fire, which ranks third on the. After helping the divine soul refine it, you can rebuild the body. You understand and agree with King Yama on a time to explore the abyss before leaving the underworld. You take Yin Lingyi and Yin Yao to the Phoenix clan. Both Yin Lingyi and Yin Yao are from the Phoenix clan, and Yin Lingyi has complex feelings about this trip. You notice Yin Lingyi's complicated emotions and ask her about it. She tells you her past without reservation, and you are immediately furious. You didn't expect Yin Lingyi to have such a backstory, and if you had known earlier, you wouldn't have misunderstood her so deeply. You stop your journey to the Phoenix clan. You go to the Jiutian demon sect, where Yin Lingyi's divine soul was refined into the main soul in the Zunhun fan, which is inseparable from the Jiutian demon sect. You arrive. Last time you came to the Jiutian demon sect, you were a challenger and successfully escaped from the sect master's attack, but it was very perilous. This time, however, you arrive in an invincible manner. As soon as you enter the Jiutian demon sect, countless demons come out to challenge you. Unaware of your recent deeds and lacking a clear understanding of your strength, you tear apart a celestial restriction, sending the entire Jiutian demon sect to the underworld, asking King Yama to give them a clearer understanding. You continue to the Phoenix clan. Upon arriving at the Phoenix clan, your first act is to find Yin Lingyi's parents, who abandoned her. Yin Lingyi's parents show disdain for her arrival. They have new children and a new life and hardly remember the Yin Lingyi they abandoned. Yin Lingyi is in tears. You kill Yin Lingyi's parents and send their souls into the Zunhun fan, planning to release them after 100 years of suffering. The Phoenix clan shows anger at your massacre. You tear through a celestial restriction and severely injure all the phoenixes. The clan leader, a phoenix at the combined body realm, humiliatingly hands over the Undying Fire, which the Phoenix clan has guarded for generations. To you, you obtain the Undying Fire, ranked third on the. You return to the Sword Sect and complete a dual cultivation with Yin Lingyi before entering seclusion, attempting to help Lin Xiuzhu's original divine consciousness refine the Undying Fire. Unfortunately, Lin Xiuzhu's original divine consciousness is too weak and can only be refined bit by bit. Fortunately, you can accelerate the flow of time, and after 5 years in seclusion, you finally succeed in helping Lin Xiuzhu refine the Undying Fire. During the process of helping Lin Xiuzhu refine the Undying Fire, your yuanying also suffers from burn, becoming more pure. Your cultivation advances rapidly, reaching the peak of yuanying, just one step away from transforming into a deity, finally completed. Lin Bei exhales a breath of turbid air, feeling somewhat exhausted. After 5 years of seclusion, even with his divine consciousness, it is still a bit overwhelming. Fortunately, it is finally done. He carefully releases Lin Xiaoju's original divine consciousness from his sea of consciousness. With the help of the undying fire, this original divine consciousness becomes particularly robust. As it is released into the outside world, a flame suddenly ignites on Lin Xiaoju's original divine consciousness, which then transforms into the shape of an egg. This shape resembles the egg formed when Yin Yao transforms. Lin Bei is taken aback and then feels relieved. It seems that when the egg hatches, it will be the moment Lin Xiaoju rebuilds her body and comes back to life. He has time to wait. You carry Lin Xiaoju's egg with you. During this time, you have perfected the 9-wood longevity technique. You begin to prepare for the transformation into a deity. You have spent a long time in the cultivation world and plan to return to the real world after transforming into a deity to spend quality time with Yanling. To transform into a deity, one must first become mortal. Becoming mortal means experiencing the human world, understanding a path, so that one can break through from the peak of Yuanying to a deity. You remember your promise with Yanling. You and Yanling go to a mortal dynasty near the extreme cold northern region. You both transform into mortals, becoming mortal spouses, experiencing worldly matters, the martial world, and the romance of the snow country. You comprehend the red dust path, which you realize on your own without any help from others. You break through to the deity realm. You return to the sword sect. You are back. Lin Bei looks at the sword sect and feels a bit sentimental. After truly immersing himself in the cultivation world, even with the acceleration button, everything that happened during that time exists in his mind. It feels as if he has spent 10 years in the cultivation world, which is a significant portion of his life in Blue Star. After going through so much, he has become much steadier. Having seen more, his perspective has naturally broadened. Now, even if he retrieves all his cultivation and returns to Blue Star, he is fundamentally different from the original Lin Bei, having undergone a transformative change. This is the influence of the environment on a person. It is time to return to reality. Lin Bei thinks to himself that he has spent 10 years in the cultivation world, and in reality, more than half a month should have passed. In that half month, not going to school, perhaps everyone thinks he is dead, but he no longer cares about such things. Just as he is about to leave the cultivation world, suddenly, Lin Bei feels the egg he carries tremble slightly. Could it be that Lin Xiaoju's body has been successfully rebuilt? Lin Bei is startled and quickly takes out the egg, placing it gently on the bed in the cave and observing it carefully. After a moment, the trembling of the egg grows stronger until the shell suddenly bursts with a loud bang, and a stunningly beautiful figure falls onto the bed, her jade-like body making one's blood boil. However, Lin Bei has no time to admire this. His gaze is entirely drawn to her exquisite face. Brother. Lin Xiaoju's eyelashes tremble slightly, her voice suppressing endless emotions. P.S. Thank you to my friends for the gifts. The new world will open in the next 2 days, with Western fantasy and high martial arts coming together. Please give a 5-star review. Seek daily updates. And ask for everything. Oh, Chapter 69. Parallel Universe Installation Package. Lin Xiaoju's appearance was just like it was in the past. Lin Bei was momentarily stunned. Since Lin Xiaoju's death, he had been feeling guilty to some extent, especially after discovering that everything in the game was real. His guilt deepened, but now that Lin Xiaoju had been reborn, he finally felt relieved. He smiled and said, "You're finally awake. I thought it would take you a long time to wake up." Lin Xiaoju pursed her lips and replied, "Actually, when you helped me refine the undying fire and turn me into a phoenix egg, I became aware and could observe the outside world." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was taken aback. He had carried the egg with him during his 10 years in the North Country with Yanling. If Lin Xiaoju could see the outside world, then she must have seen him in Yanling, as if she could see through Lin Bei's thoughts. Lin Xiaoju blinked and suddenly smiled. "Brother, when you held your wedding with Wang Horror in Qingzhou Mountain Town back then, you even let her do such things. I didn't see you feeling any shame then. So why are you feeling shy now? After so many years, you even dare to tease your brother?" Lin Bei also laughed. Lin Xiaoju's personality seemed to have become much more cheerful, which was a good thing. A smile appeared on Lin Xiaoju's pretty face, but suddenly, she exclaimed. She suddenly remembered that when she came out of the egg, she wasn't wearing any clothes, and she had been too excited to notice this detail earlier. Her pretty face flushed, and she quickly wrapped the quilt around herself, half concealing her body, which added a hint of charm. Lin Xiaozhu blushed and said, "Brother, could you step outside for a moment?" Lin Bei shook his head, of course not. As soon as he refused, Lin Xiaozhu was momentarily stunned. She looked at Lin Bei, who was gradually approaching, with a shy yet expectant gaze. On the bed, Lin Bei looked into her eyes and asked, "Was it really you who came to see me on Blue Star before?" Lin Xiaozhu bit her lip and nodded. "It was me. When I became a wandering soul, a figure in white rescued me from the army of souls, and then he sent me to your coordinates, and that's how I saw another world." As she spoke, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. "Brother, is the you in that world you? Or is the you in this world you?" "Both are me." Lin Bei nodded. "Yes." Lin Xiaozhu also nodded, and something more appeared in her eyes. The air suddenly became quiet, a bit eerie. Lin Xiaozhu fluttered her long eyelashes. Looking at Lin Bei, who was so close, feeling his presence, her pretty face becoming even redder. She clenched the bedding tightly, having experienced so much. She had long since become indifferent to the bond between them. "Brother," she suddenly spoke. Her watery eyes seemed to want to say something. Lin Bei looked at her. Feeling a bit excited, Lin Xiaozhu's voice trembled slightly as she quietly asked, "That question from back then, I want to ask it again." "What question?" Lin Bei inquired. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiaozhu finally mustered the courage. "Do you like me now?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Bei smiled and nodded, then proved his feelings through action. That night, the sounds of the bed shaking never stopped. Separated for a short time felt like a new marriage, especially after so many years apart. Lin Bei stayed in the cultivation world for another half a month, enjoying the blissful life after becoming invincible. Now, he had few remaining goals in the cultivation realm, besides suppressing Tian Yuan to completely resolve the hidden dangers of the cultivation world. He was looking forward to the fleet of the Interstellar Federation arriving in the cultivation realm to experience the shock of crossing dimensions. As for Blue Star, Lin Bei felt it was better not to let the fleet of the Interstellar Federation set foot on Blue Star. He wanted to maintain a normal Blue Star. After all, if they interacted with people from other dimensions, Blue Star would inevitably fall into a disadvantageous position. He didn't want to cause suffering for his fellow countrymen because of himself, as there were so many compatriots there. He then exited the cultivation realm. His body underwent cross-dimensional travel, and after breaking through to the transformation god realm, Lin Bei felt his physical condition was even stronger. Perhaps due to the multiple travels, he sensed that the spiritual energy on Blue Star was becoming more and more abundant. Perhaps one day, the people on Blue Star could also begin to cultivate, but at this rate, it might take hundreds of years. "Commander," in Alina's beautiful eyes, a hint of excitement flashed. Lin Bei had been gone for so long, and she had spent these days in worry. Lin Bei wrapped his arm around Alina's waist, his eyes showing a hint of apology. "Sorry, I've been in the cultivation world for so long and couldn't be with you, but this was all for the sake of cultivation. After this, I'll try to spend more time with you." Alina's eyes showed a hint of gratitude, and she smiled. "Commander, the Interstellar Federation has made new breakthroughs in dimensional travel to the cultivation realm. Now, certain units can travel into the cultivation realm. This means that my main body can go to the cultivation realm to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was momentarily stunned, feeling both joy and a bit of heartache. Alina had truly sacrificed a lot for him. He heard that some people in the Interstellar Federation were not satisfied with Alina's position as the commander. Once the dimensional wall between the cultivation realm and the Interstellar Federation was broken, he would definitely lead the army of the cultivation realm to teach those people a lesson. He silently resolved this in his heart. Lin Bei sat on the bed and began to circulate the 9-wood longevity technique. He had completely mastered this immortal technique in the cultivation realm. He exhaled a puff of turbid air and opened the task panel in the game. According to the game system's requirements, after raising the cultivation progress of the 9-wood longevity technique to 100, he could receive a mysterious reward. "Would you like to claim a reward?" "Yes." Lin Bei did not hesitate. He was very curious about what this mysterious reward was. Could it be money again? That would be a bit boring since he had already achieved financial freedom. And in the next moment, with a ding, his phone prompted a message. indicating that a software installation package was being automatically installed, and the name of this software was, surprisingly, called Parallel Universe. Parallel Universe? Lin Bei was taken aback. Isn't that the name of the game company? After patiently waiting for the installation package to complete, he eagerly opened the Parallel Universe software. The shock he imagined was not found. Instead, he saw countless circular spaces on the screen, overlapping and dazzling. In addition to these circular repeated spaces, there were also 4 small dots on the screen. 3 were green, and 1 was red. What does this mean? Lin Bei realized he couldn't quite understand it. Chapter 70, Unknown Dimension in the Circular Space. The small dots and their colors represented something. Lin Bei tried to operate it, but he couldn't do anything. The screen seemed to be frozen and completely unresponsive, yet the constantly jumping small dots proved that it wasn't actually frozen. He felt helpless and decided to leave the professional matters to the professionals, so he called for Elena. Elena looked at the screen and used her intelligent brain to analyze it, but she couldn't extract any useful information. With her brows slightly furrowed, she asked Lin Bei, "Commander, the descending robot is not equipped with the highest level intelligent brain due to size constraints. Do you mind if I take all the software information back to the Federation for observation and analysis?" "Not at all. You can send it to the Federation, but remember, the personnel conducting the analysis must be controlled," Lin Bei instructed. "Don't worry, Commander, even if it costs my life. I want to let this information be intercepted and used by anyone with ulterior motives," Elena immediately assured seriously. "That's not necessary. Your life is more important." Lin Bei touched his nose. Elena transmitted the software information back to the Federation for decryption. The decryption was quite challenging. Even with the technology of the Interstellar Federation, it would take several years. Fortunately, the time flow rate of the Interstellar Federation is different from that of Blue Star. So a few years in the Federation would be less than a month on Blue Star. In the following days, Lin Bei focused on spending time with Elena. With unlimited money, he traveled all over, leaving footprints in various places around the world. Sometimes, he would use his spiritual sense to observe hidden matters unknown to others. This feeling was incredibly wonderful. He also took Elena to enjoy various entertainment activities on Blue Star, such as amusement parks, bars, and board games. Every time Elena appeared, she would cause a stir among the mortals. Of course, Lin Bei was no slouch either. After his transformation, he was approached by talent scouts to act in movies, but he declined. Eventually, they returned to their rented apartment and began their intense dual cultivation day and night. The beautiful days passed day by day until a series of knocks came from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the door, a middle-aged man with an unhappy expression was Lin Bei's instructor, Lu Qixin. He had only recently discovered that Lin Bei had been missing for the past few months. Initially, a teacher informed him that Lin Bei had been skipping classes, which he didn't pay much attention to. But when Lin Bei didn't show up for any of his final exams, he realized something was wrong and found out that Lin Bei had been unreachable for 3 months. This is really worrisome. Lu Qixin was quite displeased. He already had a lot of matters to handle at school, and now he had to deal with a student like Lin Bei. What bad luck. He had only learned the address of this room after contacting Zhang San. Bang, bang, bang. "Hello, is anyone there?" Lu Qixin called out. At that moment, he saw the door open, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful woman. He was momentarily stunned and quickly apologized, saying, "Sorry, I must have knocked on the wrong door." At that time, Lin Bei's voice came from inside the room. "Teacher Lu, what can I do for you?" Lu Qixin was taken aback, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Elena at the door and then back at Lin Bei inside the room. He seemed to understand something. Damn, if he had such a beautiful girlfriend when he was in school, he definitely wouldn't have gone to class. Invited by Lin Bei, Lu Qixin stepped inside, and now that he had found Lin Bei, he felt even more frustrated. He immediately confronted Lin Bei, saying, "Why haven't you been to class for so many days?" Lin Bei calmly replied, "Teacher Lu, I was just about to find you. I plan to withdraw from school, so please help me with the procedure." "What? Withdraw from school?" Lu Qixin was stunned and quickly reined in his displeased tone, cautiously asking, "Lin Bei, don't be impulsive. Withdrawing. This is a big deal. Although you failed all your courses this semester, you could retake them next semester and still earn your degree." The number of people taking the college entrance examination is increasing each year. If you withdraw now, it will be difficult to get back in. Lin Bei smiled and said, Teacher Liu, you don't need to persuade me. I've already made up my mind. Liu Qixin was speechless. Have you discussed this with your parents? Do they agree? I'll talk to them later, Lin Bei said. Liu Qixin wanted to advise him further, but seeing Lin Bei's firm attitude, he didn't say anything more, only stating, if you want to withdraw, you need to go to the Education Committee building to consult about the relevant procedures. It will probably take about a week. Is 10,000 enough? Lin Bei asked, What 10,000? Liu Qixin was taken aback, and then his eyes widened as he saw Lin Bei pull out 10,000 yuan to give him. He was instantly dumbfounded. Lin Bei, this isn't about money. 30,000. Well, I can help you with that. You just need to be present when signing the withdrawal documents, which will only take a little over half a day. 50,000. No problem. I'll take care of everything for you. Liu Qixin readily agreed and immediately left to go back to school, full of motivation to handle Lin Bei's withdrawal procedures. Money can make the world go round. Lin Bei thought, feeling great about using money to get things done. He thought for a moment and then called his parents to explain the situation about withdrawing from school. Naturally, his parents did not agree, but Lin Bei had no intention of seeking their approval. He directly transferred 1 million yuan into their account, and they didn't say anything more nor asked where the money came from, only inquiring if he had more. Lin Bei said no, and then they lost contact. The withdrawal procedure was completed. The news of Lin Bei's withdrawal caused quite a stir among his classmates, and the class group chat was buzzing with discussions. A large number of people privately messaged Lin Bei, asking about the reason. Lin Bei ignored them. Right now, all his attention was drawn to another matter. Commander, the software information on your phone has been decrypted after analysis by the Federation. These circular spaces are all parallel universes. All parallel universes? Lin Bei was shocked upon hearing this. Looking at his phone, there were at least tens of thousands of parallel universes. He quickly asked, What about the small green dots and small red dots? The 3 small green dots belong to the dimensions of Blue Star, the Interstellar Federation, and the Cultivation Realm. Elena replied, pursing her lips. The dimensions of the Interstellar Federation and the Cultivation Realm are in contact with the Blue Star dimension, and the dimensional barriers are being opened. The small red dot could not be successfully analyzed. A sense of crisis flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. So it's obvious. The small red dot represents an unknown dimension. An unknown dimension has discovered Blue Star and is trying to breach the dimensional barrier between itself and Blue Star. P.S. Thank you for the gifts and positive reviews, boss. Oh, Chapter 71. Rapid progress in cultivation, an unknown dimension is approaching. Lin Bei's expression was somewhat serious. Although he had anticipated that this day would come, he did not expect it to arrive so soon. He asked, Can we confirm what type of dimension the other side belongs to, and how long until they arrive? Elena nodded. The position of this red dot is constantly changing. The intelligence brain estimates that they will take 167 Blue Star days to reach the position of Blue Star. As for the type of dimension, they are crossing the dimensional barrier bit by bit, so it should not be a technological route. If it were a technological route, it would be like the Galactic Federation, conducting data analysis, constructing sketches, and then crossing dimensions in one go, with only success or failure. A slowly moving dot like this clearly follows another path. Since it's not technological, it must be mystical power. Lin Bei understood. There's still about 167 days left. Assuming the other party's strength is on par with the Cultivation World and the Galactic Federation, then it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Lin Fairy Clan, activate. Lin Bei re-entered the Cultivation World. This time, he was aiming to end the Cultivation World while attempting to transfer the characters from the Cultivation World across the dimensional barrier into reality. Suppressing the abyss was not urgent. The priority was to try to enhance my own and other strength as much as possible. Lin Bei made up his mind. You have purchased 100 immortal restrictions. Above the transformation stage is the void refinement stage, and above the void refinement stage is the integration stage. Above the integration stage is the immortal stage. The strength of the master of soul-devouring mountain and king, Yin, is only half a step into the immortal realm. Xian Yuanzi abdicated, and you became the sect master of the sword sect. Your first task, as sect master of the Sword Sect, is to unify the central continent. You descend upon major sects and subdue all sects, establishing the Sword Sect as the master of the central continent. You widely collect cultivation resources and adjust the flow of time in the cultivation world to the fastest. Your cultivation progresses rapidly. With a single-minded breakthrough and unlimited resources, you quickly advance to the void refinement stage, then swiftly to the integration stage, and then to the peak of integration, half a step into the immortal realm. Your strength is comparable to the Master of Soul, Devouring Mountain, and King Yin. While enhancing your own strength, you also urge Lin Xiaozhu, Yin Lingyi, Dongfangzhu, Yin Yao, and other women to cultivate, and their cultivation levels quickly reach the integration stage. At this moment, the power of the Sword Sect has reached its peak. You are preparing to resolve the matter of the Abyss. Above the Abyss, within Soul Devouring Mountain, Lin Bai, King Yan, and the Master of Soul Devouring Mountain gathered together. King Yin looked at the Master of Soul Devouring Mountain. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he coldly snorted, "I've disliked you for a long time. If it weren't for Lin Bei inviting us today to resolve the Abyss issue, I would definitely make you perish." The Master of Soul Devouring Mountain, who is also a white-haired lowly, was equally displeased. "What are you being so arrogant for? If you didn't have the Underworld's treasure, you definitely couldn't beat me. Your cultivation method is flawed, and you've turned out like this? Ugly. No wonder you haven't found a partner all these years." King Yin showed no mercy. "Nonsense." The white-haired lowly immediately panicked. "I see that Lin Bei quite likes me like this. I've seen him looking at me with lustful eyes." After this remark, King Yin looked at Lin Bei with a face full of disbelief, as if to say, "How could you like her?" Damn! Lin Bei felt a headache coming on. With these two arguing, his head was about to explode. He quickly said, "Gentlemen, today is the crucial moment to resolve the Abyss issue. After we finish with the Abyss, you two can argue, okay?" Seeing that Lin Bei was annoyed, the two finally shut up. Lin Bei said, "Let us go to the Abyss." Upon entering the Abyss, Lin Bei rode his sword, and along the way, there were many monsters, several of which had the peak strength of the integration stage. He had no choice but to use the immortal restrictions to deal with them. The Abyss is a broken, ancient cultivation world with a vast area. Although there are many monsters, they are sparse when spread across the Abyss world, making it quite difficult to clear them out. The white-haired lowly looked at King Yin. "Do you think we can kill all these monsters? To completely resolve the Abyss issue, we must use the method of Soul Devouring Mountain, allowing the cultivation world to merge with the Abyss." King Yin coldly snorted. "Merge? After merging, are we cultivators or monsters?" The white-haired lowly scolded. "You old geezer, then you suggest a feasible solution." King Yin fell silent. For so many years, he had not found a perfect solution. He turned his gaze to Lin Bei. "Lin Bei, do you have any good ideas?" Lin Bei thought for a moment and then nodded. "Yes." King Yan's eyes brightened. "May I ask what the plan is?" Lin Bei smiled. "Overwhelming firepower, pushing inch by inch." Upon hearing this, King Yin was stunned and sighed. "I thought of this method too, but there aren't that many people. The Abyss is too dangerous. No cultivators are willing to do this thankless task." Lin Bei said, "If we can't find cultivators, we can look for others." King Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. "Others?" Lin Bei smiled. "King Yin, do you remember? I come from another time and space. People from my other hometown are on their way to the cultivation world, and I believe they will arrive soon." Silence. Listening to Lin Bei's words, both King Yin and the white-haired lowly were stunned, a complex look flashing in their eyes. They felt as if they had invited wolves into their home. However, they couldn't defeat Lin Bei, so they could only choose to trust him now. Galactic Federation. In the National Assembly, the data simulation had reached its final stage. According to the final data analysis, we are confident that we can deploy the Federation's 1st Fleet, 7th Fleet, and 9th Fleet to the target dimension. These fleets are equipped with the Federation's latest weapons, capable of destroying an entire star region within a day. Below, a researcher reported, looking at Elena, who was seated at the head table, and asked, "Commander, with just one order from you, our Federation's Iron Cavalry can cross dimensions to wage war." "I understand." Elena nodded, a hint of excitement flashing across her cold, beautiful face. After preparing for so long, they had finally reached this day. She looked at the highest leaders of the nations and asked solemnly, "Regarding the deployment of troops, do you agree? Please raise your hands for a vote." After she spoke, the expressions of the national leaders varied, each with their own thoughts. Before Lin Bei left, power was almost centralized in his hands. After Lin Bei's departure, although Elena took over and stabilized the situation, power inevitably dispersed, leading the national leaders to have other ideas. Elena, if the Federation rashly deploys troops to wage war in a new dimension, will this expose the position of the Galactic Federation and attract new enemies? Someone questioned. It was a middle-aged man, the leader of the Coker Empire, Benjamin. Not all commanders are wise. This thankless task could ruin the Federation's future and squander taxpayers' money. I need to apply to the Federation Council for a new commander election. Someone sneered. It was the leader of the Ron Empire. I disagree. I also disagree. More and more voices of opposition arose, as if they had agreed upon it, stepping forward to question Elena, attempting to seize power today. Elena's pretty face turned slightly cold, but in the end, the vote was 132, 119, she still won. With a murderous gaze, she scanned all the people who voted against her. If they truly cared for the Federation, she would naturally not hold it against them. But unfortunately, the vast majority of the opponents present were there to eliminate her position as Commander-in-Chief. Once Lord Lin Beidar returns, there will be a reckoning. Elena closed her eyes and coldly declared, "Since this is the case, the Federation's army will descend upon the new dimension today. I will take command at the heart of the fleet and personally go forth." Chapter 72. The arrival of the Star Fleet in the cultivation world. Lin Bei returned to the Sword Sect, patiently waiting for the arrival of the Star Federation's fleet. He gathered the women together and explained everything that had happened. Lin Xiaozhu's reaction was calm. She had already known what was going on. The other three women, however, reacted more strongly. They couldn't comprehend the concept of Blue Star, but out of trust for Lin Bei, they accepted it. Ultimately, they didn't care about these things. They only cared about Lin Bei as a person and whether they could be with him, never to be separated, and nothing more. After Lin Bei promised to take them to Blue Star, they naturally had no objections. Lin Bei lay on a rocking chair. Lin Xiaozhu was massaging his temples. Dong Fengzhu was feeding him, while Yin Lung stood beside him fanning him. As for Yin Yao, this turkey was flipping in the air, dancing, looking quite good. Enjoying? This was certainly not enjoyment. It was truly a happy trouble. Lin Bei only felt a wave of murderous intent approaching. This kind of enjoyment was not what he wanted, but rather a competition among the four women for his affection. Fortunately, the four women were quite accepting of each other and did not demand that he choose only one, which relieved Lin Bei. The hellish scene did not occur, which was simply great. Just as he was enjoying the peaceful moment, the master of soul-devouring mountain suddenly appeared in the courtyard. She looked at Lin Bei, who was indulging in pleasure, and a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes as she urged, "Lin Bei, get up. Hurry up. Your family has arrived." Family has arrived? Lin Bei instantly jumped up, realizing that the Star Federation's fleet must have reached the cultivation world. He became somewhat excited and asked, "Where are they?" The master of soul-devouring mountain replied, "They are at the southern barbarian Gu clan, the hometown of the Gu sovereign. You should go take a look. Your family looks quite strange, causing a lot of panic. The Gu sovereign has been trying to persuade them, or else things would have escalated." Lin Bei nodded. "I'm going right now." He immediately summoned his sword and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading toward the southern barbarian Gu clan with Lin Xiaozhu and the others. At the same time, in the southern barbarian Gu clan, all the cultivators looked up at the sky, where a massive iron flow obscured the sun. Their eyes filled with terror. What on earth were these iron skins? Were they magic treasures? The Gu sovereign's expression was grave as she sensed a strong threat from the Federation fleet. As her divine sense swept over the fleet, she discovered that those controlling these terrifying treasures were not cultivators but mere mortals. This was very frightening. She couldn't comprehend it all and had to remain vigilant to prevent the fleet from launching an attack on the Gu clan. At this moment, on the main ship of the Federation fleet, the Dawnbreaker, stationed at the center, the soldiers of the Federation looked at the cultivators and felt a deep sense of incredulity. Under Alina's reassurance, panic was averted. Both sides were cautious of each other. This was a collision between dimensions. Just as the tense atmosphere continued to ferment, threatening to lead to unforeseen consequences, Lin Bei appeared. As soon as he showed up, the soldiers of the Federation fleet were shocked. They magnified Lin Bei's face through the ship's observation lens and felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Is it Lord Lin Bei? No way, this native looks just like Lord Lin Bei. Is Lord Lin Bei really riding on a sword? Is this sword some kind of mechanical creation? Standing in air without using a mech, this completely defies gravity. It is Lord Lin Bei. No wonder the commander insisted on coming to this dimension. It turns out Lord Lin Bei is in this dimension. The soldiers of the Star Federation erupted with excitement. Over the past decade, Lin Bei's deeds in the Federation had not been forgotten. Instead, they had spread more widely. As time went on, those who had listened to tales of Lin Bei's exploits as children had grown up and become soldiers. Seeing Lin Bei, they were naturally extremely excited. The Goose Sovereign, seeing Lin Bei approaching, breathed a sigh of relief. She stepped lightly and arrived beside him, asking in disbelief, "Senior Lin Bei, are these really your compatriots from your world?" Sort of, Lin Bei nodded. Can they really resolve the issues with the Abyss? The Goose Sovereign was somewhat skeptical. You'll find out in due time, Lin Bei replied, his divine sense sweeping through the fleet until he quickly spotted Alina's figure, a smile appearing on his face. After so many years, he would finally see Alina's true form again. He couldn't wait and soared on his sword, breaking through space in just a few breaths to arrive inside the Dawnbreaker. Stepping on the alloy floor, the surrounding soldiers were startled by Lin Bei's sudden appearance and instinctively reached for their weapons. "Stop," Alina said coldly, surveying the room. "This is Lord Lin Bei, the one who once prevented the Zerg Mother Hive from destroying the Star Federation." Lin Bei smiled. "Alina, they just didn't see clearly who I am." Alina bit her lip, her long eyelashes fluttering as she looked at the person she had longed for, her voice trembling. "Commander, the dimensional arrival robot, although connected to all neural nodes, was ultimately different from the true form." The two were about to embrace when suddenly a voice interrupted, coming from Dongfang Zhu, who was watching Alina warily. "Master, who is she?"